Chapter 1 Parma. The Tardini Stadium, home of Parma. Welcome to distinguished guest today, Benedict Levy, a mysterious mixed-race tycoon hailing from England. Good day, Mr. Levy, greeted Bondi, the government-appointed trustee, with a professional smile, extending his right hand while discreetly scrutinizing the enigmatic magnate before him. Levy appeared youthful, and indeed, he was as passport indicated he was 24 years of age. To Bondi's perception, he seemed even more vibrant, dressed in athletic attire that made him appear scarcely 20. Rather than a businessman, Levy resembled a newly promoted football player of the first team. "Greetings, Commissioner, you may simply call me Levy," Levy replied with a radiant smile, firmly grasping Bondi's outstretched hand. Bondi presented a document to Levy, saying, "Mr. Levy, please take a look. If everything is in order, we can proceed with the signing. Upon signing, you will become the owner of Parma, one of the illustrious seven sisters of Serie A." Levy nodded, handing the contract copy to his legal team for review while he perused the summary of the agreement. The contract outlined terms consistent with previous negotiations. First, Levy would invest €20 million to acquire 100% ownership of Parma. Second, he would contribute €10 million to repay and assume Parma's €17 million in debt. Third, the Parma government would extend several favorable policies to Levy, including tax reductions and lowered stadium rental fees. Turning to his legal team, Levy observed their approving nods as they affirmed, "There are no issues with the contract, all aligns with the negotiation outcomes." Levy addressed Bondi, "If all is satisfactory on your end, let us proceed with the signing." Bondi smiled broadly. Although he had effectively become the club's president, his ambitions did not lie in leading Parma to glory. His sole concern was securing a lucrative sale for the club. "Everything is in order, we may sign immediately. I am merely curious when the initial funds of €15 million will arrive in the government-designated account." Levy refrained from responding to Bondi's inquiry, instead glancing at his financial advisor beside him. The advisor adjusted his glasses and solemnly stated, "The initial funds will be transferred to the designated account within 72 hours post-signing. The subsequent €5 million will be settled within 3 months. As for the €10 million repayment to the bank, €5 million will be repaid 1 month later, with the remaining €5 million due by December 31st of this year." Bondi was exceedingly pleased. As was the Parma government, they were finally poised to cast off this burdensome weight. 3 days later, Parma's news sent shockwaves through the football world. Parma concludes 3 years of trusteeship. A mysterious tycoon takes control in a stunning turnaround. Former Real Madrid president Sans defeated by the enigmatic magnate. The transfer of Parma. In a mere 87 hours, esteemed Italian media outlets such as Gazzetta dello Sport, Corriere dello Sport, La Stampa, and Tuttosport have extensively reported on the transfer of Parma. Furthermore, prominent European publications including Marca, The Sun, and Bild have also prominently featured this transfer in their major sections. Seeking an advantageous position, the Parma Daily promptly dispatched a request for an exclusive interview. However, Li Wei declined, instructing the press officer to politely refuse the request from the Parma Daily, as well as those from other media outlets, as he was not prepared to grant interviews in the immediate future. Li Wei was wholeheartedly immersed in his work with the club, fueled by an unwavering passion. Never had he felt a decision to be so profoundly rewarding. In a previous life, Li Wei was a Chinese footballer, once hailed as the Little Cac. Regrettably, due to his refusal to partake in illicit activities, he suffered a malicious injury that forced him into early retirement. Yet his love for football remained unbroken. He became a football coach and even financed his studies in Europe to enhance his coaching skills. Just as he completed his studies and was preparing to return home, he was astonished to find himself transported to another realm. In this new existence, he assumed the identity of an illegitimate son of a British nobleman. Although this status was shrouded in secrecy, he received a substantial compensation of £40 million, as he had no intention of claiming the family fortune. With the scant memories of pivotal events, Li Wei seized the opportunity to amass a considerable fortune. However, he found himself bewildered about his future direction. Should he aspire to become a titan of international finance? Li Wei recognized his limitations. Without the ability to foresee the future, his business acumen was hardly superior to that of an average individual, as evidenced by his several failed investments. Suddenly, a sense of confusion enveloped him. He realized that, despite his newfound wealth, he lacked the capacity to engage in anything meaningful beyond extravagant spending. A serendipitous event reignited his passion for football, compelling him to aspire to become the head coach of a top-tier league team. Nevertheless, no club would appoint a novice without any footballing experience as head coach, especially given Li Wei's strong desire for authority and control, which made such aspirations even more challenging. Consequently, the thought of purchasing a club, where he could exercise full autonomy, began to take shape in his mind. Once among the illustrious seven sisters of Serie A, Parma now found itself under government administration, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, thus capturing Li Wei's attention. Having successfully acquired Parma, Li Wei was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he soon realized that the reality of the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated, a narrative that traces back to 2003. Parma is a club steeped in a glorious history, achievements that were made possible through the substantial investments of its former sponsor and holding company, Parmalat, in 2003. The Parmalat Group succumbed to a financial crisis, declaring bankruptcy with debts soaring to an astonishing 14.3 billion, which, based on the exchange rate at that time, amounted to approximately 150 billion. It is noteworthy that the total tax revenue of China had only just surpassed 20 trillion at that time. This staggering amount not only overwhelmed the Parmalat Group, but also brought the Parma club to its knees, resulting in government intervention and the forced sale of star players. The club staff faced massive layoffs in an effort to curtail daily expenditures. The Parma club, now under the stewardship of Li Wei, was in a state of disarray, desperately in need of revitalization. The management team was severely lacking, and the head coach had abandoned the club. Current head coach, Burrito, despite not being widely recognized in later years, had an exceptional season in 2005-2006. Under the adverse financial conditions of Parma, Burrito not only guided the team to safety 4 rounds before the season's end, but also achieved a commendable 10th place in Serie A. However, when Li Wei reached out to Burrito, the latter expressed his regret, stating, "I am truly sorry, Mr. President, but I have already signed with Siena. I merely wish to avoid impacting the players, which is why I have not announced it yet." What could Li Wei say? He had initially intended to propose that Burrito transition from the role of head coach to that of sporting director, a challenging request, especially now that Burrito had secured a promising opportunity. All Li Wei could convey over the phone was, "I wish you all the best, Mr. Burrito." Although Li Wei's original choice for the sporting director position had changed, he effortlessly found a suitable replacement, one who surpassed Burrito in capability, thanks to Parma's illustrious history. Enter Pete Camagnani. Camagnani, born in Altapascio, Italy, is now 61 years old in his playing days as a goalkeeper. He represented Como 47 appearances, 30 goals conceded, and Varese in 92 appearances, 83 goals conceded. At the age of 28, he joined the illustrious Juventus, where he made 25 appearances and conceded 21 goals, aiding the team in securing the Serie A title for the 197-172 season. Subsequently, he was transferred to Napoli, where his performance was remarkable over 5 years. He made 144 appearances, conceding 125 goals, earning him the nickname Gideon among fans, and helping the team to win the Coppa Italia. From 1977 to 1979, he spent the final phase of his playing career at Fiorentina, making 10 appearances and conceding 16 goals. In the latter part of the 1984-85 season, Camagnani began his coaching career as a caretaker at Parma. The following season, the then unknown Sacchi arrived, and Camagnani served as his assistant. He continued to assist various coaches, including Zaman, Vitali, and Scala, until 1991. Following Sacchi's appointment as head coach of the Italian national team, Camagnani was called into the national squad as an assistant coach. In 1996, he returned to Parma, and over the subsequent 11 years, he was called upon twice in times of crisis to rescue the team, becoming an unforgettable figure in the hearts of the fans. During the 2001-2002 season, he succeeded the renowned Argentine coach Passarella, who had set an unprecedented record of 5 consecutive defeats. Under his stewardship, Parma rallied with unwavering determination, emerging victorious in the Italian Cup final against Juventus. At the season's conclusion, he passed the coaching reins to the rising star, Prandelli. In the 2004-2005 season, he once again took charge, inheriting the troubled legacy left by Silvio Baldini, leading the team to triumph in the relegation playoffs against Bologna, successfully securing their place in the League. The people of Parma. Camagnani is a revered elder to the players. He embodies a kind and paternal figure. When called upon by Levi, who holds a deep affection for Parma, Camagnani readily accepted the invitation. Levi also recruited the former Roma sporting director Baldini as the club's general manager, and with Levi preparing to assume the role of head coach, the framework of Parma was effectively established. Chapter 2. Negative reports. With additions, naturally, come departures. The government supporters, including the former club president Angelini, were removed from the management, replaced by personnel recruited by Levi through headhunting firms. However, before the club's management could stabilize, Camagnani delivered some unfortunate news to Levi. "Mr. President, Here is today's report. Kamignani said, his expression one of resignation as he handed a newspaper to Levi, who was seated in the boss chair. Levi casually took the newspaper and asked, "What does it say?" Upon glancing at the headline, Levi's expression darkened slightly. Exposing Parma President, the prodigal son. This was not merely clickbait. Beneath the headline were two photographs. The first depicted Levi in a suit, seemingly taken as he prepared to enter the club, showcasing his striking features and exotic charm characteristic of a mixed heritage. If he were now destitute, he could easily pursue a career in modeling. The second photograph, however, told a different story. It was a somewhat blurry image set against the backdrop of a nightclub, featuring a voluptuous bikini model seated on a man's lap. The two engaged in a passionate kiss, while the man embraced two scantily clad women with each arm. Although the image was vague, it was unmistakable that the man in the photograph was Levi. This was Levi approximately 8 months prior, during a tumultuous period marked by his fourth consecutive investment failure. Overwhelmed by frustration, he felt utterly inadequate, believing he possessed no entrepreneurial skills apart from his foresight into the future. In a desperate attempt to drown his sorrows, he began frequenting nightclubs, becoming entangled with various women, and even succumbing to the allure of drugs. Until 5 months ago, Li Wei was on the brink of death due to substance abuse, but he eventually came to his senses and resolutely abandoned his former extravagant lifestyle. A close friend of Li Wei, in a bid to help him relinquish his past and restore his health, encouraged him to join an amateur football team. This seemingly casual gesture rekindled Li Wei's passion for football. With the support of his friend, he not only quickly became a key player, but also ousted the original head coach, employing his advanced modern football tactics to lead the team to an unprecedented achievement in the regional league. Had it not been for Li Wei's brief tenure as coach, the team might have advanced to a higher tier of amateur league. Unbeknownst to his friend, Li Wei possessed such talent, and he fervently suggested that Li Wei pursue a coaching certificate to become an exceptional football coach. These 3 months of coaching ignited Li Wei's love for the sport, as he could not bear to languish in a lower division, wasting his prophetic potential, which ultimately led to his decision to purchase Parma Football Club. According to reliable sources, Li Wei's passion for football blossomed 3 months ago when, through personal connections, he coached an amateur club in England's 9th tier league, leading the team to achieve its best ranking in nearly a decade, falling just 1 point short of potential promotion. The Sun, while ostensibly impartial, subtly guided readers' perceptions of Li Wei, portraying him as extravagant, fleetingly enthusiastic, and capricious due to wealth. Bernardo, a mid-level manager at a bank, took greater pride in being the manager of the Parma Boys. The Parma Boys is the largest fan organization in terms of both scale and numbers, wielding significant influence among Parma supporters. Habitually, Bernardo settled into a chair, not immediately reaching for the cheese, bread, and milk on the dining table, but instead instinctively picking up the Milan Sports Daily. Bang! His wife, who was cooking in the kitchen, turned in surprise to see Bernardo suddenly stand up. "Darling, what happened?" she asked, suppressing his simmering anger. Bernardo reassured his wife, "I have something to attend to. Could you please take the kids to school today?" With that, he turned and hurried back to his room to get dressed, quickly grabbing a folder before departing the house. The negative repercussions from the Milan Sports Daily swiftly manifested as fans, led by the Parma Boys, protested outside the city hall against the government sale of their beloved club to a wealthy dilettante as a mere plaything. Numerous agents called Li Wei, some hinting subtly, while others were more straightforward regardless of their approach. The message was uniform. The club had a new owner, and with such wealth, shouldn't salaries be increased? Faced with these calls, Li Wei could only imagine the frustration boiling within him. These leeches take me for a fool with deep pockets. In the conference room, Kamignani remained silent for a moment before finally inquiring, "Mr. Chairman, what prompted your decision to acquire Parma?" Seated beside him, the former sports manager of Roma, now the vice chairman, Baldini, also turned his gaze toward Levi, his eyes brimming with intensity. Levi understood that if he did not make some declaration, the venerable figure from Parma would likely submit his resignation. "Pete, yes, I acknowledge that I have experienced a downfall, but the current version of myself is evident to all. I arrive at the club by 8 in the morning and do not depart until after 8 in the evening. At tea times, I become so engrossed in my work that I lose track of time and find myself spending the night in the office. Do you truly believe that someone like me treats Parma as a mere toy?" Kamignani's expression softened slightly, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Levi continued, "Here, I assure you that I will invest no less than 30 million euros into the club this summer." Kamignani's expression was somewhat agitated. "Mr. Chairman, are you stating that the 30 million is a net investment?" The term net investment implies that regardless of the revenue generated from player sales, Such funds will not diminish. Rather, they will be reinvested into the transfer market. Furthermore, Mr. Li Wei intends to augment this transfer fee by an additional 30 million euros. In other words, Parma's transfer budget this year will not be less than 40 million euros, and it is indeed possible that it could reach 50 million euros. With a smile, Li Wei remarked to the attentive Baldini, "Mr. Vice President, you must be quite busy this summer." Baldini chuckled in response. "This is perhaps the most joyous season for me. In Rome, the transfer budget for a season typically hovers around 20 million euros. But now the transfer fees have multiplied several times over. How could one not feel elated?" Li Wei rose and addressed Baldini. "Baldini, prepare to convene a press conference. It seems the time has come to unveil some prospects regarding Parma." Chapter 3. Silence or eruption. Although the telephone scandal in Italy was intensifying, a considerable number of journalists still gathered at Tardini Stadium. This brought a sense of satisfaction to Li Wei, affirming that both he and Parma held considerable influence. However, Baldini, accompanying Li Wei, dampened the mood with a note of caution. "Mr. Chairman, do not be misled by the number of journalists present. This may not bode well." Although Li Wei felt a tinge of discontent, Baldini, having served in the management of Serie A for an extended period, possessed a wealth of experience and an extensive network. Thus would not speak recklessly. "Have you received any news?" Baldini inquired. "I presume the chairman should be concerned about the telephone scandal, correct?" Li Wei nodded and remarked, "As a member of the Serie A club presidency, how could I possibly disregard the scandal that has stirred both Serie A and the European football arena? Yet, I find it perplexing that you would draw a connection from the press conference to the telephone scandal." In truth, Li Wei possessed greater insight into the future developments of the telephone scandal than Baldini. Baldini's expression soured as he replied, "The clubs implicated in the telephone scandal are not mere participants. Juventus, AC Milan, Fiorentina, and Lazio are all giants of Serie A, wielding considerable influence in the football world. This influence extends beyond the realm of Serie A and the transfer market. It encompasses television, radio, newspapers, and more. For instance, Silvio Berlusconi, the president of AC Milan, owns a television company with 3 channels, the largest publishing group in Italy, a major advertising firm, a film production company, and controls 2 prominent newspapers. Other clubs also maintain close ties with influential media outlets, all of which were present at the press conference today. Surely, the president understands the implications of this. Does he not?" At this moment, Li Wei also came to a realization, his countenance somewhat grim as he remarked, "Are you suggesting that the myriad of media present at today's press conference is a result of Juventus and AC Milan deliberately orchestrating this, hoping to divert the fans' attention through us?" Baldini nodded solemnly. "When those media representatives pose any outrageous questions later, I hope you can maintain your composure, Mr. Chairman. If you find it difficult to respond, I will intervene on your behalf. There's a saying circulating online, 'Life is akin to an act of violation.' Li Wei now feels as though he is being violated, yet he must endure it, regarding the notion of struggling against it. He finds it more palatable to embrace the situation, albeit as a form of finding joy amid suffering. The press conference room of Parma Club is rather modest, accommodating no more than approximately 40 individuals. In ordinary circumstances, this capacity would be more than sufficient, especially considering that Parma is no longer the formidable force it once was in European football. Upon entering the press room, Li Wei is momentarily taken aback by the bustling scene before him. The array of cameras, both still and video, is remarkable, and a sea of journalists, numbering no fewer than 40, fills the space alongside several club staff members, making the once spacious room feel akin to a sardine can. Li Wei had just taken his seat. Typically, at this juncture, the press officer from Parma Club would deliver a brief introduction before selecting journalists to pose their inquiries. Only those journalists granted permission could then proceed to ask questions. However, as soon as Li Wei settled into his chair, a reporter disregarded the press officer's presence and immediately launched into a rather pointed question. "Li, what does Parma represent to you? Champagne? Beauties? Or perhaps those irresistible temptations?" Li Wei, with a stern expression, remarked, "Parma is a distinguished club, and it is precisely because of its greatness that I have chosen to acquire it. As for the champagne and beautiful women you mentioned, are they not the very pleasures that a young man like myself ought to enjoy? Regarding your reference to poison pins, I confess I am entirely unfamiliar with such a term. Rather, your use of such tantalizing language seems a deliberate temptation for the youth to indulge. So, Li Wei, what do you intend to bring to Parma? A second place in the league? Or perhaps a last? My apologies. I should clarify that I was referring to the bottom rankings. The reporter, either brazen or incensed, continued to press Li Wei with his inquiries. Li Wei cast a glance at the tenacious journalist, displaying his press badge from Tuttosport, the voice of Juventus. It was evident that this individual was intent on provoking Li Wei to elicit a sensational headline, thereby alleviating the pressure on Juventus, which was currently embroiled in a scandal. Baldini promptly intervened, stating, "I apologize, sir, but you are in violation of our speaking regulations. I must ask you to leave." Security! Security! Two burly security personnel immediately rolled up their sleeves and approached the Tuttosport journalist. Undeterred, the journalist sneered, "With your privileged background, do you truly understand the essence of football beyond mere monetary influence? If Parma aspires to clinch the championship under your management, their only hope would be winning the Serie C title." This was indeed a vile curse upon the club. As Lu Sun once poignantly articulated in his commemoration of Lu and Jinjuan, one will either erupt in silence or perish in silence. Now, Li Wei faced a stark choice, to erupt or to succumb. At this juncture, the two security personnel had effectively flanked the Tuttosport journalist. Baldini was busy explaining to the other reporters, attempting to mitigate the negative repercussions of expelling the journalist from the press conference. The Tuttosport journalist persisted in his tirade, declaring that justice would not perish. Freedom of speech was under siege, and this was an attempt to stifle liberty. "Wait!" Li Wei raised his hand, signaling the security personnel to refrain from escorting the journalist away for the moment. The Tuttosport journalist, sensing a momentary victory, proclaimed with pride, "Apologize. Otherwise, you will deeply regret this." In the journalist's mind, Li Wei's action was a sign of weakness, a readiness to capitulate. The surrounding reporters shifted their focus from Baldini to the dynamic between the Tuttosport journalist and Li Wei. Was this affluent scion truly considering an apology? It seemed unlikely, as such privileged individuals are often known for their arrogance. In truth, the Tuttosport journalist was aware that Li Wei would never apologize. His every action was merely a ploy to escalate the situation, hoping for a confrontation with Li Wei, which would undoubtedly yield a major scoop and a handsome reward. Just the thought of it filled the Tuttosport journalist with excitement. Li Wei, with a stern countenance, proclaimed, "You may believe that next season, Parma's primary objective is mere survival, and that reaching the finals of the Coppa Italia would be a significant achievement. Winning the championship would be a monumental success, while finishing as runners-up would still warrant some delight. This is your perspective, but it is certainly not mine. In my philosophy of life, I shall not relent until I achieve success." Chapter 4. The Purge. At this juncture, Li Wei forcefully struck his fist upon the table, his voice resonating with conviction. "My singular purpose in coming to Parma is clear. This summer, I aim to secure at least one prestigious championship." A journalist from Tuttosport scoffed. "Championships are not won merely through words." Li Wei cast a glance at the journalist from Tuttosport and remarked, "Although this journalist is rather irksome, he speaks a truth. Championships cannot be won through mere words. Therefore, I shall invest 50 million into Parma this summer, with 45 million directed towards the transfer market, and an additional 5 million allocated for upgrading the stadium and enhancing the club's fitness and medical facilities." In 2006, Italy's economy was languishing at an unprecedented low, a fact evident from the declining transfer fees for Serie A's marquee players. In 2002, the most expensive player in Serie A was Crespo, with a transfer fee of 36 million euros. The following year, the top transfer was Fry, moving from Inter Milan to Parma for 21 million euros. In 2004, Emerson commanded 12 million in cash plus Barigi, amounting to approximately 24 million euros. Last year, in 2005, Gilardino was the Serie A's highest transfer at 25 million, albeit payable in installments. In Li Wei's era, one could hardly hope to acquire a top player for over 20 million euros. Such a sum would scarcely cover the salary of a rising star like Cristiano Ronaldo. This illustrates the decline of Serie A, as clubs are no longer investing as they once did. Now, regardless of how Li Wei spends this 45 million euros, it is sure to bring about seismic changes to the landscape of the Serie A. Baldini gazed at Li Wei in astonishment, as this windfall had come rather unexpectedly. Wasn't he the initial figure supposed to be 30 million euros? Suddenly, it had surged to 45 million. Levi rose to his feet and declared, "I have expressed all that needs to be said. Should there be any queries, Baldini shall provide the answers." With that, Levi turned and departed. At that moment, the reporters regained their composure and pressed on with their inquiries. "Mr. Chairman, Given Parma's substantial investment, will the club consider changing the head coach? Which star players does the club intend to acquire? Li Wei departed with remarkable decisiveness, mirroring the resoluteness of his speech. Left behind was Baldini, wearing an expression of helplessness as he faced the swarm of reporters. In the corridor, Li Wei encountered the sporting director, Nani. To say it was a mere encounter would be somewhat inaccurate, for Nani had deliberately awaited Li Wei's arrival. With a wry smile, Nani remarked, "Mr. Chairman, your actions just now were rather impulsive. The transfer fee of 45 million you proposed will undoubtedly embolden those opportunistic agents to inflate their demands." Li Wei calmly stated, "Regardless of how they elevate their status, the majority of players in the Parma squad do not meet my expectations." "Meet your expectations?" Nani pondered silently as he gazed at Li Wei, questioning in his mind, "Why should it align with your demands? You are merely the club president, not the head coach." Li Wei realized it was time to unveil some of his concealed thoughts. "My role is not merely that of a club president. I shall also serve as the assistant coach of the team." Nani, who had been half-heartedly listening, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing this. "Mr. President, today is certainly not April Fool's Day," Li Wei calmly stated. "I have obtained a UEFA B coaching license, and I shall strive to acquire the A license before the next season." Nani found himself at a loss for words, as he discerned the underlying implication in Li Wei's tranquil tone. "At present, I serve as an assistant coach due to my lack of the A license. However, upon attaining it next year, I shall ascend to the position of head coach." Nani, somewhat vexed, remarked, "Mr. President, please refrain from making such jest. The club is not a mere plaything for anyone." Li Wei remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not treat the club as a mere toy. After all, such an extravagant plaything is something no one would purchase. My ambition is to become the head coach, but that is a matter for the future, not the present. More importantly, I must focus on learning." Nani could only respond with a hollow laugh, left speechless. Li Wei remarked to Nani, "Head coach Barreto has made the decision to depart. Please arrange for a list to be compiled, and I shall determine which coaches to engage with." Nani nodded in acknowledgement. Li Wei was aware of the unease within Nani's heart, yet chose not to pursue further conversation. Before returning to his office, he instructed his secretary to bypass Nani and retrieve the first-team roster. Regardless of Nani's dissatisfaction, Li Wei had resolved to overhaul the majority of the first team, initiating a complete reconstruction. The process unfolded rather smoothly, as many of Parma's players exhibited little enthusiasm for Li Wei, generally perceiving Parma as merely a plaything for his financial whims. The first to depart was the Italian forward, Corradini, who had been on loan from Valencia to Parma. In the 2005-2006 season, he netted 10 goals for Parma, tying with Simplicio as the team's top scorer. In truth, retaining Corradini was not out of the question, given that Valencia had set a transfer fee of €5 million. Undoubtedly, Corradini did not hold a €5 million value in Li Wei's estimation, and without hesitation, he allowed the former top scorer to return to his origins. Chapter 5. The grand acquisition. The second player to leave caused Li Wei some frustration. Marchionni, the league's assist king, who had scored 8 goals and provided 15 assists for Parma in the previous season. His outstanding performance caught the attention of Juventus. And despite Juventus being embroiled in the Calciopoli scandal, Marchionni unhesitatingly abandoned Parma for the allure of Juventus. He leveraged the club's 6 months of unpaid wages as a means of coercion, demanding either legal action or a free transfer. Historically, Marchionni had indeed made a free transfer, but Li Wei was no pushover. He would not be easily manipulated. Li Wei instructed his representatives to communicate with Juventus, either engage in litigation. He had ample financial resources, or pay €1 million as a training fee. Juventus, already mired in the Calciopoli scandal, clearly wished to avoid entanglements with Li Wei, yet they were reluctant to pay the €1 million training fee. Ultimately, after negotiations, Juventus consented to allow Li Wei to acquire half of Chiellini's rights for €5 million, with €1 million designated as a training fee. In Li Wei's view, it would be preferable to secure complete ownership of Chiellini, a future world-class defender. However, Juventus also recognized Chiellini's potential and had priced him at €18 million, an exorbitant sum in Europe at the time, especially considering Chiellini was merely a 22-year-old defender with only 23 appearances for Juventus in the previous season. Li Wei had no choice but to reluctantly opt for the acquisition of a 50% stake, subsequently loaning Chiellini to Parma. Juventus was also amenable to allowing Chiellini to develop at Parma for a period before ultimately reacquiring him. It is worth noting that the contract between Parma and Chiellini stipulates that Juventus holds the preferential purchasing rights over him. This transfer, which carries the essence of a player exchange, has sparked considerable controversy within the club. Is this 22-year-old defender truly worth 10 million euros? Li Wei paid no heed to the controversies within the club, as he continued to pursue his cleansing opportunities. Fry officially transferred to Fiorentina for a fee of 6 million euros. In truth, although Fry was nominally a player of Parma, he had long been half-owned by Fiorentina since 2005. Thus, the 6 million euros that reached Li Wei's hands amounted to a mere 3 million. 3 years prior, Fry had joined Parma for a then-record fee exceeding 20 million euros. Who could have foreseen that, merely 3 years later, he would be acquired by Fiorentina for 6 million euros? The steadfast cornerstone of the team, Cannavaro, made a free transfer to his hometown club, Napoli, in Serie B. The lone Pasquale returned to Inter Milan. Palermo made a 10 million euro bid for Parma's midfield duo, Brigi and Simplicio. AC Milan's 3 million euro offer for the defender Bonera, widely regarded as the future successor to Nesta, was met with exuberant enthusiasm from Bonera, who leapt with joy, displaying a fervent determination that suggested he would cause a stir if his transfer were thwarted. Li Wei paid no heed to Bonera. He entrusted Baldini with the transfers of Bresciano, Simplicio, and Bonera. And what of Li Wei? Li Wei, accompanied by his lawyer, personally arrived in Marseille, the second largest city and the largest seaport in France. This city is home to the only club in France that has ever won the prestigious UEFA Champions League, Marseille. However, that triumph dates back to 1993. Following their victory, Marseille became embroiled in a scandal, having bribed key players from their league rivals, Valenciennes, on the eve of the Champions League final to ensure a win with substitute players, allowing their main squad to rest for the final. They emerged victorious with a score of 1-0. Shortly after this championship, the club's misdeeds were uncovered, resulting in Marseille being stripped of their title for the 1992-1993 League One season, relegated to the second division, and banned from European competitions. The president, Bernard Tapie, was sentenced to a year in prison for his role in the conspiracy. It is only recently that Marseille has begun to regain some of its former glory, reaching the UEFA Europa League final in 2004, although they ultimately fell to the La Liga powerhouse Valencia, managed by Benitez, with a score of 0-2. Today, however, Li Wei's visit to Marseille is not to pay homage to its storied past. Upon exiting the airport, he was greeted by staff from the Marseille club. "Hello, are you Mr. Li from Parma?" "Yes, that's me," Li Wei replied, extending his right hand amicably. The staff member, somewhat taken aback, shook hands with Li Wei and said, "Oh, please, right this way, sir." Li Wei inquired, "Where shall we go first?" The staff, regaining their composure, replied, "Let us first proceed to the hotel to drop off your luggage. If you do not intend to rest, we can head to the club this afternoon. The general manager is already awaiting your arrival in the office." Li Wei nodded and remarked, "There is no need to rest at the hotel. Let us proceed directly to your esteemed club." The staff member acknowledged with a nod, understood. The Marseille club held Li Wei in high regard, arranging 2 Renault vehicles to receive him and his entourage. After approximately an hour's drive, they arrived at the Marseille club's office building. The club's vice president and general manager, Diouf, personally welcomed Li Wei in the lobby. With a hint of jest, Diouf commented, "It seems that you are quite determined to secure Ribéry this time, Li Wei." Typically, any display of urgency from either party in a transaction can lead to a disadvantageous position. However, Li Wei found himself with little choice. It was already June 1st, and June 9th marked the opening match of the 2006 FIFA World Cup in Germany. While Li Wei was uncertain about which match would see Ribéry rise to prominence during the tournament, signing him before the World Cup undoubtedly represented the most prudent course of action. Li Wei responded with a cheerful smile, saying, "I have been following Ribéry since his time playing in Turkey. His dribbling skills are exceptional, and I believe he will become a great player in the future." Diouf gestured invitingly, remarking, "Let us discuss this in the office. I have arranged for some Blue Mountain coffee, the authentic kind." Li Wei chuckled, "I must savor this." Within the office, the alluring female secretary presented Li Wei and his companion with a fragrant cup of Blue Mountain coffee. However, it was evident that neither Li Wei nor Diouf's attention was on the coffee. Chapter 6, The Grand Procurement 2. After a brief silence, Diouf stated, "Let's get straight to the point. The quotation faxed by your esteemed club has failed to impress us. It is important to note that Ribéry is a prized asset for Marseille. Last year, he emerged as a pivotal player for the French U21 national team, making significant contributions during the UEFA 21 championship qualifiers, and aiding the national team in advancing to Portugal. This year, he has distinguished himself further by earning a spot in the World Cup squad. Li Wei's fingers lightly and unconsciously grazed the side of the coffee cup, producing a crisp sound. Indeed, I am aware of everything you have mentioned. It is precisely for this reason that I dared to take the risk of purchasing this veteran from the French national team at a premium price. The pronunciation of Li Wei is quite distinctive. Ribery, however, cannot be deemed old, as he is merely 23 years of age. Nevertheless, in the context of being a national team player, being selected for the first time at the age of 23 does indeed seem rather mature. Li Wei organized his thoughts and continued, I have referenced the successful paths of many luminaries, taking French superstars as an example. Zinedine Zidane, who entered the national team at the age of 22, had already earned the acclaim of a prodigy at Marseille by the age of 13. He graced the French league at 16, and in his first international match, within just 15 minutes, Zidane scored 2 goals with both his head and foot, helping the trailing French team equalize. Similarly, there is Thierry Henry, the king of Highbury, who made his Serie A debut at 17. Assisted the French youth team in clinching the European Under-21 championship at 19, and at 21 celebrated victory in the 1998 World Cup alongside his teammates. In the subsequent 2000 UEFA European Championship, Henry netted 3 goals for the team, including a pivotal strike in the semi-final against Portugal, establishing himself as the top scorer for France and contributing to their triumph in the Euro Cup. In comparison to these titans, Ribery seems like a fleeting meteor across the sky. I believe an offer of 8 million euros sufficiently conveys our sincerity. Diouf shook his head and replied, 18 million euros. That is the club's valuation of Ribery. Let us not forget that Ribery is now a member of the World Cup squad. He may very well showcase a performance that surpasses a valuation of 15 million euros. Li Wei remarked, 18 million euros is utterly implausible. While I hold a deep admiration for Ribery, he is not worth such a price. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am prepared to offer a transfer fee of 12 million euros, of which 9 million euros will be paid immediately. The remaining 3 million euros shall be contingent bonuses. 200,000 euros will be awarded if Ribery makes 30 appearances for Parma in official matches next season. And an additional 100,000 euros will be granted should he accumulate over 10 goals and assists combined. Diouf's brow instantly furrowed. Li Wei took a sip of his coffee and said earnestly, my affection for Ribery is genuine, which is why my offer is sincere. Given this sincerity, I will not entertain even a single euro increase in the counteroffer, and I hope Mr. Diouf will consider this carefully. After a brief pause, Li Wei stood up and continued, I shall remain in Marseille for 3 days. If Mr. Diouf has not responded by then, I will seek alternatives to Ribery in other cities. Should Mr. Diouf choose to respond at that time, I can only express my regret. Li Wei remained true to his word. Indeed, on the 3rd day without a response, he arrived at Marseille airport to purchase a plane ticket. At that moment, a familiar ringtone echoed, and upon glancing at his BlackBerry, a smile spread across Li Wei's face. The caller was none other than Diouf, the head coach of the Marseille club, whose number Li Wei had saved 3 days prior. Mr. Benedict, you have won. Diouf's voice was imbued with a touch of resignation, yet also a barely contained excitement. The resignation stemmed from Diouf's realization that Li Wei was genuinely committed to his promises. Had he not arranged for someone to keep watch over Li Wei, this highly publicized transfer might have ended in failure. The excitement, however, was due to Diouf having sold Ribery for an astonishing price of 13 million euros. Just a year ago, Ribery was merely an ordinary French player, and Marseille had acquired him for free, to potentially reap a profit of 13 million euros within a year. Who wouldn't be thrilled by such prospects? The transfer process proceeded smoothly, and following the signing of the preliminary contract, Marseille allowed Li Wei to engage with Ribery. Although Ribery was participating in World Cup training, the French national team's coach, Domenech, still granted him 2 hours of personal time. The communication between Li Wei and Ribery was not particularly smooth, primarily due to the fallout from the telephone scandal, which left Ribery with a lingering prejudice against Serie A. However, after Li Wei articulated his vision for Parma and the favorable conditions he was prepared to offer Ribery, the latter ultimately consented to transfer to Parma. At Parma, Li Wei extended an extraordinarily generous contract to Ribery, which included a top-tier annual salary of 3 million euros, accompanied by a signing bonus of 1 million euros, an annual salary increment of 15%, and a loyalty bonus of 2 million euros after 4 years of service. The sole point of contention for Ribery was the contract's duration, which was structured as a 5+1 agreement, 5 years with an option for an additional year. Although Wei expressed some dissatisfaction, the contract was undeniably lucrative, especially when compared to the £460,000 annual salary of a superstar like Thierry Henry during his tenure at Arsenal. Following Wei's signing, Li Wei promptly journeyed to Toulouse, France, to seek out Eden Hazard's parents. However, they were reluctant to allow their son to venture to another country to pursue his football education and lifestyle. Li Wei's approach was remarkably straightforward. He promised to secure employment for Hazard's parents within the club and to fund their accommodation, providing them with a residence. Most crucially, he offered a signing bonus of €300,000. Given that the average monthly salary in France was merely €2,000 at the time, signing would afford them a sum that an ordinary worker would need to toil without sustenance for 12 years to earn. Ultimately, Hazard's father consented to the transfer to Parma. With Hazard's parental situation resolved, matters became significantly more manageable. Although Hazard was still contracted to Toulouse, he had not signed a professional contract with them. He was bound only by an apprenticeship agreement. Li Wei merely invested a modest training fee of €150,000, which delighted the youth training officials at Toulouse, allowing him to take Hazard with ease. It was still 2006, and player valuations had not yet soared to the exorbitant levels seen in later years. Acquiring a promising talent typically required a sum of at least 10 to 20 million, particularly for English players who benefited from additional domestic advantages. Chapter 7. The Grand Acquisition. Following the acquisition of Hazard, Li Wei was elated yet acutely aware of the overwhelming demands on his time. He found it challenging to entrust many players to others and thus resolved to take matters into his own hands. Without a moment's rest, he promptly traveled to Paris to engage in discussions with Tour's agent. After Li Wei promised a benefit fee of €1 million, along with an annual salary of €1 million and a signing bonus of $500,000, Tour's agent immediately affirmed that in the 2006 to 2007 season, Tour would indeed don the black cross on a white jersey, representing Parma at the Tardini Stadium. He subsequently delegated the follow-up tasks to his assistant, Wu Luo, who, despite not being particularly familiar with the intricacies of football operations, would have the support of Tour's agent, giving Li Wei confidence that no significant issues would arise. Thereafter, Li Wei flew to Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, a city of 800,000 residents, home to the footballing giant, Dinamo Zagreb. Li Wei's aspiration is to secure the future midfield linchpin of Croatia, the illustrious Luka Modric. However, the complexities surrounding this transfer have proven to be more formidable than Li Wei had anticipated. The Zagreb Dinamo Football Club recognized Modric's potential long ago, having signed him to a decade-long contract after his return from a loan last year. Consequently, any attempt by Li Wei to acquire Modric undeniably necessitates the approval of the Zagreb Dinamo Football Club. Resorting to underhanded tactics, such as inciting a training strike, is futile. As long as the club remains resolute in retaining him, that decade-long contract is sufficient to tether the future star firmly to Croatia. The Zagreb Dinamo Football Club, exuding confidence, has set a steep price of €10 million. No less a cent will suffice for Modric's release. While Li Wei is certainly capable of amassing such a sum, his current financial resources are somewhat strained. His liquidity has already been fully invested in Parma, amounting to the €35 million he mentioned at the press conference. In his pursuit of Ribery, Li Wei has expended considerable funds, totaling €9 million plus €3 million in performance-related bonuses, the latter of which will be disbursed in the subsequent season. It is worth noting that to secure Ribery's signature, Li Wei also allocated €3 million in annual salary and €1 million as a signing bonus. In essence, to acquire Ribery, Li Wei must disburse €13 million this year, which has already consumed over one-third of his transfer budget. Additionally, the Juventus defender Chiellini cost €4 million, while Hazard incurred a signing fee of €300,000 alongside a training compensation of €150,000. Altogether, the transfer fees for these three players amount to €18,450,000, representing more than half of the total transfer budget. Do not forget that Li Wei, in an effort to persuade Toure to join, has already signed a contract with Toure's agent. Following Toure's successful transfer, a sum of €1 million will be paid to the agent, while Toure himself will receive an annual salary of €1 million along with a signing bonus of €500,000, totaling €2,500,000. This amount does not include the transfer fee payable to Olympiacos. Consequently, The transfer funds at Li Wei's disposal have dwindled to approximately 15 million euros. At this juncture, Li Wei cannot simply splurge. He is compelled to engage in a protracted negotiation with Dinamo Zagreb. After 20 arduous days of back-and-forth discussions, Li Wei successfully reached a transfer agreement with Dinamo Zagreb. The transfer fee for Modric is set at 7 million euros. And should Modric transfer from Parma within 4 years from his initial transfer date, Dinamo Zagreb will be entitled to 20% of the transfer fee. The only piece of favorable news is that Li Wei managed to negotiate the transfer fee to be paid in installments after extensive discussions, with the first installment being 4 million euros and the remaining 3 million euros to be settled by September 1st, 2007. Even so, Li Wei's available funds have diminished to around 11 million euros. At this moment, Li Wei contemplated contacting Baldini, pondering whether he could successfully sell some players at a high price. However, Baldini was in a rather precarious situation. He initially believed he could capitalize on the transfer market, but found that the power of negotiation was entirely in Li Wei's hands, who did not even consult him before proceeding to make purchases. Now, with Li Wei's finances stretched thin, a call came in asking about players like Bresciano and Bonera. Were they able to reach the previously set asking price? Baldini, feeling quite helpless, replied in the negative. Regarding Bonera, AC Milan, aware of Parma's extravagant spending, was not in a position to offer much due to limited liquidity, and Bonera exhibited a strong preference for AC Milan. As a result, AC Milan's offer remained rigid, and after nearly a month of negotiations, Baldini could only manage to raise the offer from 250,000 euros to 270,000 euros, an increase that hardly piqued Li Wei's interest. Conversely, the midfield duo of Bresciano and Simplicio from Palermo raised their offer from 10 million euros to 12,400,000 euros, marking a 24% increase. Nevertheless, this still fell significantly short of the 18 million euros that Li Wei had instructed Baldini to achieve. Li Wei, devoid of funds in his pockets, found it unwise to stir up trouble abroad and thus opted to return to Italy by plane. Fortunately, at this juncture, the scandal of Calciopoli and the World Cup dominated the headlines, overshadowing Li Wei's previous extravagant acquisitions of players, often at exorbitant prices, that would have undoubtedly sparked considerable controversy for Parma. Although his return attracted a significant media presence, news concerning Parma was fated to remain in the shadows, possibly relegated to the second or third pages, due to the sheer volume and intensity of this year's news. Firstly, the verdict regarding the Calciopoli scandal has been rendered. Juventus has been relegated to the bottom of the 2005 to 2006 season, stripped of its title for the 2004 to 2005 season and its championship for the 2005 to 2006 season. They will commence the new season from Serie B with a deduction of 9 points and a fine of 80,000 euros. Former club general manager Maggi and former chairman Garotto are barred from any football-related activities for 5 years, each facing fines of 50,000 and 20,000 euros, respectively. AC Milan retains its eligibility for Serie A next season, but faces a deduction of 15 points for the new season, along with a 44-point deduction from the previous season, rendering them ineligible for the upcoming UEFA Champions League based on the new rankings. The club's vice president Galliani is prohibited from football-related activities for 1 year. AC Milan official Maiani is banned from football-related matters for 3.5 years. Fiorentina has been relegated to Serie B for the new season and faces a deduction of 12 points. The club president, Andrea Della Valle, is barred from football-related activities for 3.5 years and fined 20,000 euros, while the honorary president and owner, Diego Della Valle, faces a 4-year ban and a 30,000 euro fine. Lazio will also start the new season in Serie B with a 7-point deduction. The club president, Lotito, is barred from football-related activities for 3 years and fined 10,000 euros. Chapter 8. Head Coach. Li Wei understood that the telephone scandal had not reached its conclusion with the verdict of the first trial, with clubs such as AC Milan reacting most vehemently. In the realm of the World Cup, there were no repetitions. Those deserving joy celebrated their championship, while those in despair mourned their status as runners-up. Defying global skepticism, Italy united as one to reach the finals, drawing 1-1 with France in regular time. During extra time, French superstar Zinedine Zidane headbutt Italian player Marco Materazzi and was subsequently issued a red card, a decision that sparked considerable controversy and was deemed a pivotal moment in the final. In the aftermath, Materazzi faced widespread condemnation from the media, with few fans aside from Italian supporters willing to express any admiration for him. Without Zidane, the French team adopted a more conservative approach. And as neither side found the net during extra time, the match proceeded to the harrowing penalty shootout, marking only the second occurrence of such an event in World Cup final history. In the first round, Andrea Pirlo scored with a right-footed shot into the top center, while Sylvain Wiltord responded with a right-footed effort into the bottom right corner, making it 1-1. In the second round, Materazzi, undeterred by the jeers of the crowd, struck the bottom right corner with his left foot, while David Trezeguet's right-footed shot struck the crossbar, remaining outside the goal line, resulting in a score of 2-1. In the third round, Daniele De Rossi found the top left corner with a right-footed shot, while Eric Abidal deceived Gianluigi Buffon and scored with his left foot into the bottom left corner, bringing the tally to 3-2. In the fourth round, Alessandro Del Piero netted with a right-footed shot into the left side of the goal, and Fran Ois Clerc followed suit with a powerful right-footed strike, making 4-3. Finally, in the fifth round, Fabio Grosso scored into the right side of the net, sealing the match at 5-3. Italy thus broke the curse of 3 previous World Cup penalty shootout defeats, delivering the most significant upset of this tournament. Li Wei has finally acquired wealth. Prior to the World Cup, he boldly expressed his belief that the Italian football team would clinch the championship, publicly pledging a sum of 500,000 euros towards Italy's victory. When questioned as to why Li Wei does not engage in underground football, the answer lies in the inherent dangers of such activities. Firstly, underground football is illegal. Should one win a substantial amount, the opposing party could easily abscond with the money. Due to its illicit nature, even reporting to the authorities would yield no recourse. Furthermore, any entity capable of running an underground casino is likely to possess a dubious background. In the event of exposure, one could face dire consequences. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not place himself in jeopardy, and Li Wei is not inclined to take such risks. Of course, Li Wei has not entirely shunned underground football. He has made modest investments, totaling 1 million euros, distributed across 50 accounts in 20 underground betting houses, averaging a mere 50,000 euros per establishment. Through this strategic investment of 1,500,000 euros, he reaped a staggering return of 21 million euros. This outcome reflects Li Wei's cautious approach, as it only represents a portion of his direct score purchases. Had he been more audacious, his earnings would have been even greater. Li Wei consequently graced the front page of the Milan Sports Gazette, and remarkably, he made an impressive double appearance. The president of Parma exclaimed his delight at securing a 7 million euro bonus, a lucrative windfall indeed, as Parma acquired the French prodigy Ribery at a bargain price. It was at this moment that the Italian media was astonished to realize that Li Wei possessed an extraordinary talent for recognizing potential. He placed a significant bet on Italy's triumph, preemptively securing Ribery before the World Cup. These seemingly unfathomable decisions, which baffled others, were astutely predicted by Li Wei. What remarkable prowess he exhibited. Suddenly, a multitude of journalists flocked to this small town with a population of merely 180,000, for they discerned that there was an abundance of stories to uncover in Parma or surrounding Li Wei. Whom else will Li Wei sign? Who will be the head coach of Parma for the new season? Vice President Baldini harbors discontent due to Li Wei's usurpation of power. Parma is undergoing a significant transformation, and XXX will be purged. A certain XXX player has hinted at departing from Parma. The second piece of news was swiftly addressed in a press conference for clarification. Li Wei and Baldini attended a press conference together, where Li Wei remarked, "In our professional endeavors, Baldini and I are excellent partners, and in our personal lives, we are good friends." In response to the media's inquiries, Baldini addressed the rumors of resentment stemming from the loss of transfer rights, asserting, No, this is mere gossip. Our roles simply differ. I oversee outgoing transfers, while Benedict, Li Wei, manages incoming ones. As you can see, Benedict is a genius. He has acquired several talented players for the club at remarkably low prices. I am eagerly anticipating seeing Ribery and the others don the Black Cross jersey at Tardini Stadium. The journalists present were clearly not solely interested in the supposed discord between Li Wei and Baldini. They resembled a pack of hungry wolves, their eyes gleaming with eagerness to extract sensational news from either of them. No sooner had Baldini finished speaking than a reporter raised their hand to inquire. It has been heard that following the telephone scandal, Parma Club is considering appointing Zeman as the head coach. Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing this, Baldini subtly turned his head to glance at Li Wei. This small gesture did not go unnoticed by the reporters, who became even more animated. Many fans, who began to follow football only in the 2000s, might find Zeman a rather obscure figure, particularly those who, after Serie A's decline, shifted their focus solely to the Premier League, or La Liga. Zeman is a coach of remarkable individuality within Serie A, where defensive play reigns supreme. He champions the philosophy of attacking football. During the 1994-95 season, after overcoming an initial adjustment period with Lazio, Zeman's flamboyant offensive style astonished the entire Italian peninsula. Lazio achieved remarkable victories, including a 5-1 win against Napoli, a 5-1 triumph over Padova, a 4-3 match against Juventus, a 7-1 rout of Foggia, a 4-0 win against AC Milan, an 8-2 conquest of Florence, a 3-2 victory over Napoli, and a 4-0 success against Genoa. Zeman later found success in Rome, where, despite only 2 seasons at the helm, he accumulated an astonishing total of 136 goals. The discerning Roman media generously showered him with accolades. However, on July 5, 1998, while serving as head coach of Roma, Zeman made a peculiar statement, asserting that football should free itself from the grip of drugs, claiming that the sport was rife with various substances. On July 27, 1998, the Italian Olympic Committee promptly commissioned lawyer Hugo Longo to investigate. On August 6th, Zeman revealed the issue of drug abuse within the football community during an interview with a weekly magazine, mentioning the rapid muscle growth of Juventus players such as Del Piero and Vialli. The following day, the Italian Olympic Committee's anti-doping lawyer met with Zeman. At that time, it was a widely known secret within Italian football that Juventus was involved in doping. Zeman, in that moment, resembled the child in Hans Christian Andersen's tale, who boldly pointed out that the emperor had no clothes. Andersen leaves the fate of the child ambiguous in his fairy tale, yet Zeman swiftly felt the pressure from adversaries. He soon became the target of criticism. Vialli labeled him a terrorist, while Piero accused Zeman of infringing upon his authority and ruining his life. Maggi claimed he intended to destroy football, and others branded him a pervert. Lippi even demanded a 5-year suspension for him. Ultimately, exhausted and besieged on all sides, Zeman had no choice but to depart, seeking refuge in Turkey, thus distancing himself from the mainstream of European football. Chapter 9. Head coach 2 last year. Prior to Li Wei's takeover of Parma, the Swiss-descended Neapolitan Valenza had reached an acquisition agreement with Parma, intending to purchase the club for $30 million. However, on the very day of payment, Parma unexpectedly informed him of a change in account details, causing the transaction to fall through. The deal, which was 99% successful, collapsed for reasons unknown to Li Wei. However, he understood that if Valenza's acquisition succeeded, significant upheaval would ensue within Parma's upper management. While all players would remain, everyone else would be ousted, with the general manager replaced by former Roma sporting director Baldini, the sporting director taken up by Galli, former Parma goalkeeper, and the head coach being Zeman, a foundation that would disrupt the sacred alliance and the traditional order of Serie A. Thus, it was only natural that the transaction was vetoed by those wielding greater power. In truth, Li Wei's ability to acquire Parma was significantly influenced by the eruption of the Calciopoli scandal, which left Juventus unable to intervene. Consequently, Adonisai successfully appointed former Roma sporting director Baldini as the club's vice president. With the primary obstacle to Zeman's return now removed, his reinstatement appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Did it not? It was noted that Vice President Baldini had a favorable rapport with Zeman, was it not? At this moment, a journalist kindly reminded the gathering. The surrounding reporters instantly exhibited a knowing expression. Observing their excitement, Baldini could not help but chuckle bitterly to himself. He had indeed recommended Zeman to Li Wei as the club's head coach, yet Li Wei graciously declined his suggestion, opting for an unexpected choice as head coach. Ahem. Li Wei cleared his throat, leaned closer to the microphone, and earnestly declared, "Such an occurrence is absolutely unfounded." What? The journalists at the press conference were taken aback. Zeman had both fame and capability, and most importantly, he was currently without a job, requiring minimal effort and expense to appoint him as Parma's head coach. A quick-thinking reporter immediately inquired, "Then, Mr. Chairman, do you have an even better candidate in mind?" The atmosphere in the press room erupted with renewed energy. The fact that Li Wei had rejected Zeman suggested that the new head coach must be even more formidable. What could possibly justify abandoning Zeman? The mere thought of a coach superior to Zeman stirred a sense of excitement. What groundbreaking news! Li Weiping calmly announced, "I have dispatched someone to invite Mr. Stefano Pioli to assume the role of the new head coach of Parma Club." Stefano Pioli? What is that? However, being sports journalists, It did not take long for someone to unearth Pioli's background. Mr. Chairman, are you referring to Stefano Pioli, the recently unsuccessful coach of Modena in their bid for promotion? What? He is merely a coach from the Italian Serie B? Moreover, he lacks any experience in Serie A? The reporters were taken aback. Nonetheless, some journalists considered this to be an intriguing topic. A reporter from the Parma Daily inquired, Mr. Chairman, why did you choose to part ways with Zaman and opt for a newcomer? Li Wei responded, perhaps you have forgotten that although Pioli is a newcomer, he hails from Parma. Moreover, he is youthful, embodying the spirit of Italy's young coaches. Rather than favoring those who have already demonstrated their worth, I would prefer to extend an opportunity to a promising young Italian tactician. Perhaps he could become Italy's future Capello. Italy is a notably insular nation. Consequently, foreign investments have permeated other leagues, yet the once celebrated Mini World Cup has seen scant foreign capital flow into it. Li Wei's commendation of the Italian coach immediately garnered the favor of the journalists. However, there remained a faction that harbored skepticism regarding Li Wei's choice. A reporter from Tuttosport remarked, if my memory serves me correctly, Pioli is merely 41 years old and possesses limited coaching experience. Most notably, he has yet to manage any Serie A team. Mr. President, do you not consider it exceedingly audacious to appoint him to lead Parma? Are you not apprehensive that Pioli might lead Parma into the Italian Serie B? Li Wei remarked, I have reviewed the match footage of Modena under Pioli's management. Under his guidance, Modena's defensive capabilities have significantly improved. It is precisely this enhancement that has propelled Modena into the promotion playoffs, nearly securing a place in Serie A. As for experience, let us not forget the presence of a master like Camagnani within our club. He is our invaluable treasure. After a brief pause, Li Wei unexpectedly dropped a bombshell that sent shockwaves through the room. In order to assist the team, I will take on the role of assistant coach for the first team. What? Li Wei is actually stepping into a coaching position? This must be a jest. Immediately, a reporter accused Li Wei. Do you consider Parma a mere toy? Li Wei retorted, I possess a B-level certification and am capable of contributing to the club. Baldini, appearing helpless, attempted to mediate, stating, the chairman has a profound love for football. His role as a coach is primarily for learning, and becoming the head coach is a matter for the future. Therefore, I urge everyone not to overreact to this. A journalist from Milan Sports Daily remarked, if I heard correctly, Mr. Li Wei just referred to the position of deputy coach, not assistant coach. The surrounding reporters immediately sensed the potential for a significant story. While both deputy and assistant coaches fall under the coaching umbrella, their definitions diverge significantly. The deputy coach, a product of a dual coach system, wields powers comparable to that of the head coach, whereas the assistant coach merely serves in a supportive capacity and poses little threat to the authority of the head coach. Baldini elaborated, the chairman's nature is rather unique. Appointing him as an assistant coach might incite peculiar thoughts in Coach Pioli, complicating the distribution of power within the first team. Hence, we have designated the chairman as the deputy coach. In our framework, he primarily observes and supervises football tactics. Regardless of how well Baldini articulated his explanation, the reports that ultimately surfaced in the media were bound to diverge from reality. Arrogance and hubris? The president of Parma desires to coach the first team. A puppet coach in Pioli. The most expensive toy in history. 30 million spent to acquire Parma, solely for the sake of a football simulation. Parma fans reacted vehemently to these reports, gathering en masse outside the club to protest. Some radical supporters even went so far as to burn Li Wei's likeness outside the club's entrance. Not only was Li Wei subjected to the backlash, but the Parma government also faced the ire of the enraged fans, who accused them of corruption for selling their beloved club to a wealthy playboy. Over 30 Parma fans staged a sit-in outside the government offices. Chapter 10. Head coach 3 in the conference room, Baldini pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, his gaze falling upon the composed Li Wei, while a tempest of anger brewed within him. Chairman, look at the mess you've created. We just received a call from the government demanding that we quell the fans' protests within 3 days, or else they will not hesitate to take special measures against Parma Club. Levi rose to his feet and approached Baldini, giving his sturdy shoulder a reassuring pat. You've worked hard, Baldini. Rest assured, the fans' unrest was unforeseen. But I possess effective means to quell their fury. Baldini sighed in resignation and replied, I hope so. Initially, Baldini held little faith in Levi's capabilities. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his skepticism. Li Wei contributed €1 million to establish the Parma Fan Charity Fund, which will provide assistance to all Parma supporters in need. This initiative is not merely a verbal commitment. On the very next day, following its announcement, Li Wei, in collaboration with the local Parma television station, visited the homes of 3 Parma fans. These individuals are grappling with severe illnesses that have plunged their families into financial hardship, leaving them unable to afford exorbitant medical expenses. Li Wei personally delivered cash to the fervent Parma supporters, accompanied by a football or jersey adorned with the signatures of Parma players. Following the broadcast by television stations, a significant shift occurred in the perception of Li Wei among the majority of Parma fans. The club legend, Camignani, also intervened to persuade the fans, who gradually quelled their indignation and observed the club's subsequent actions with a watchful eye. However, this alone was insufficient. Li Wei demonstrated through tangible actions that he did not regard Parma as a mere plaything. On July 13th, Parma officially announced the acquisition of Inter Milan player Domenico Morfeo for €7.5 million. Although Morfeo was an Inter Milan player, he was no stranger to the Parma fans. In 2003, Inter Milan had loaned Morfeo to Parma, a loan that extended over 3 seasons. During those 3 years, Morfeo captivated Parma supporters with his precise, scalpel-like passes. As early as last year, fans had expressed their desire for Parma to secure Morfeo's permanent rights, wishing to retain this former €20 million player at Tardini Stadium indefinitely. Note, in 2002, Inter Milan paid Fiorentina €20 million to acquire Morfeo. Over the past 3 years, Parma had seen a significant exodus of key players, but now, everything had changed. Parma had remarkably managed to retain their midfield maestro, igniting great excitement among the Parma faithful. In response to inquiries from the reporters of the Parma Daily, Li Wei asserted that retaining key players is the first step towards the resurgence of Parma. On July 15th, Parma officially announced the signing of Fabio Quagliarella. The transfer fee amounted to €5 million, a sum that is neither exorbitant nor trivial. The media expressed a balanced view, stating that this is a transfer worth anticipating. At the age of 23, Quagliarella has yet to showcase his future potential and remains somewhat inexperienced. During the previous season, he was loaned by Udinese to the newly promoted Serie A team Ascoli, where he made 33 appearances in the Italian top flight, scoring 3 goals. While this record may not be particularly dazzling, it at least demonstrates his capability to compete at the highest level of Italian football. Li Wei acquired a 50% stake in Quagliarella from Ascoli for €2 million, ultimately purchasing the remaining share from the notoriously unscrupulous Udinese for €3 million. It must be noted that Udinese dealings are indeed quite dubious. On July 17th, Parma announced the loan of young central defender Leonardo Bonucci from Inter Milan, agreeing to pay a sum of €80,000, of which €60,000 pertains to the acquisition of Bonucci's half-ownership, while the remaining €20,000 constitutes the loan fee. This arrangement includes a clause allowing Parma to secure Bonucci for €1 million at the season's conclusion. On July 21st, Parma declared the acquisition of Antonio Di Natale and Samir Handanovi from Udinese. To secure Di Natale, Li Wei reluctantly paid Udinese a transfer fee of €15 million, which included €6 million in performance-related bonuses. However, this exorbitant fee has sparked considerable controversy. At that time, Di Natale had not yet evolved into the legendary striker he would later become. During the previous season, he played 35 matches for Udinese in Serie A, scoring a mere 8 goals, a statistic that can only be deemed average within the league. Conversely, his performance in cup competitions was commendable, netting 3 goals in 3 Italian Cup appearances and 4 goals in 10 Champions League matches. Over the entire season, he made 48 appearances and scored a total of 15 goals. This data suggests that Di Natale could only be classified as a competent forward, rather than an exceptional one. More critically, Di Natale was already 29 years old, an age by footballing standards where a forward's potential typically peaks, with the inevitable physical decline looming after 30. Little did anyone know that Di Natale would transform into a formidable force, clinching the Serie A Golden Boot 3 times in the subsequent 3 years. As for Handanovi, he had not yet become the revered guardian of the Inter Milan goal. At this juncture, he was merely an inexperienced goalkeeper. At the tender age of 22, although a player of Udinese, he had not been granted significant opportunities to showcase his talents. Since joining Udinese, he had been consistently loaned out, and during the previous season, he had managed a mere 4 appearances. Li Wei expended a mere €2 million to procure Handanovi from Udinese. While Udinese officials covertly mocked Li Wei as a fool, none could foresee the profound regret they would experience for this decision in the years to come. On July 26th, Parma club reached an agreement with Pioli, who would sign a 1-1 contract with an annual salary of €800,000. In addition to Pioli himself, he also brought along assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, tactical coach Davide Lucarelli, fitness coach Matteo Osti, and goalkeeping coach Graziano Venturi to Parma. In an interview with the Parma Daily, Pioli expressed that when a prestigious club like Parma comes knocking, one cannot consider refusal. There is no reason for me to decline the opportunity to coach Parma. As for the dual coach arrangement, no. I have already discussed this with Chairman Benedetti. He is solely responsible for tactical matters, while everything else falls under the purview of my team and me. We are the ones in charge, that is certain. What are the goals for the season? Certainly, it is not merely survival. I take great pride in the current roster of Parma, which has already demonstrated the club's capability to pursue significant honors. After nearly 2 months of negotiations, on July 28th, Parma reached transfer agreements concerning players Simplicio, Bresciano, and Bonera with other clubs. Simplicio transferred to Palermo for €7.5 million, while Bresciano was acquired by Palermo for €6 million. To acquire Parma's midfield duo, Palermo expended a total of €13.5 million. Bonera moved to AC Milan for €3.5 million. Chapter 11. Training camp. Parma's account still contained €23,700,000, though not an exorbitant sum. It was sufficient to facilitate the acquisition of a star player of Serie A caliber. However, this was not Li Wei's primary concern. He had already accompanied the team to Bad Ragaz, located in eastern Switzerland, for pre-season training on July 17th. The training roster included several new players, but the veteran presence was even more pronounced. Goalkeepers: 1 Andanovi, 5 Bucfi, 23 de Lucia, 32 Virgili. Defenders: 3 Cardone, 14 Contini, 17 Rossi, 19 Benucci, 24 Cudo, 26 Filinetti, 28 Pacey, 30 Cialini, 33 Colli, 80 Posetti. Midfielders: Nelia Disena, Cusi Bolano, Seitsemen Rivel, Kymenen Morto, 13 Grilla, 15 Modri, 16 Tisano, 20 Hazard, 20 Exisigali. 27 Manderlini, 34 Savi, 41 Zaire Mataro. Forwards: 9 Di Natale, 18 Quagliarella, 29 Dedic, 35 Paponi, 40 Lorenzini. In total, there were 28 players, an excessive number, and many of them lacked significant renown. Li Wei resolved to observe during the training camp and promptly dismiss those who did not meet his criteria. Even if the price does not yield profit, dissolving the contract is far preferable to holding on to it. The training camp is situated within a luxurious 5-star hotel at an altitude of approximately 2,000 meters. The players had just disembarked from the bus, still entranced by the breathtaking scenery of Bad Ragaz, when Levi, with a beaming smile, approached them pushing a bicycle. The training session commenced immediately. The players were yet to comprehend that they were about to enter a veritable hell. They cheerfully accepted the brand new mountain bikes, some even engaging in discussions about which color was more appealing. It seemed they had forgotten that breathing at an elevation of 2,000 meters was far more challenging than at sea level. Moreover, the journey to the training camp spanned a daunting 18 kilometers. Initially, the players were in high spirits, appearing more like tourists than participants in a training session. In fact, Bad Ragaz itself is a renowned tourist destination. One could gaze down upon a verdant sea of grass below, while majestic Alps towered overhead, their peaks shrouded in grandeur, with unknown flowers blooming along the roadside. The players learned of a famous hot spring nestled in the mountains, and that nearby Mayenfeld is the very backdrop for the beloved Swiss novel Heidi. However, as the players reached the halfway point, many who had indulged during the summer began to lag behind. After the team had advanced another kilometer, conversation and admiration for the surrounding beauty faded among them. Upon reaching approximately 10 kilometers, one player could no longer contain himself, breathless and calling out to Levi, "Sir, may we take a moment to rest?" Li Wei cast a glance at the player, silently noting his name, and shook his head, saying, "No, this is training. If you truly cannot endure any longer, you may rest by the roadside, but do not say, 'I did not warn you.' This pertains to your standing within the team." These words were directed not only at him, but also at all who wished to take a break. Consequently, no one dared to utter a word about resting thereafter. Upon reaching the hotel, not a single player was able to stand upright. Merely being able to breathe heavily was considered a sign of relatively good stamina. Many collapsed directly onto the street, exhaling more than inhaling. For all of this, Li Wei had long been prepared. With a wave of his hand, the fitness team he had hired at great expense from Germany promptly emerged from the hotel. Those who could carry stretchers did so, while others assisted those in need. And those still able to walk made their way back to the hotel on their own. The fitness team would conduct a thorough medical examination on all players using the medical equipment Li Wei had procured for $1 million, in order to devise appropriate training plans tailored to their physical conditions. Since this was Li Wei's inaugural leadership of the team, he was particularly mindful of maintaining control over the players, prompting Kamigani to accompany him as well. Levi observed the slightly breathless Camignani with a look of concern and inquired, "Are you all right, Pietro?" At 61, Camignani was no longer the vigorous youth he once was, and the long journey to Badlagas had taken a toll on his body. After entering the Hotel CF with Levi, Camignani ordered a glass of milk from the waiter and chuckled softly, saying, "Indeed, I have aged. In my youth, I could play football for a full 120 minutes. Li Wei casually requested a cup of coffee and a slice of cake from the attendant, as the breakfast served aboard the aircraft left much to be desired. He had only taken a few bites, and, after an extended period of exertion, he now felt quite hungry. Once the attendant had departed, Camignani, with a serious expression, inquired Li Wei, "Sir, what is your assessment of the current players?" "Remarkably poor." Li Wei did not conceal his dissatisfaction with the veteran players. "Some may think I am unaware, but I know they surreptitiously rest behind the scenes, only to push themselves forward slowly for a brief period before gathering sufficient strength to ride again. Their physical fitness is abysmal, entirely incompatible with my tactical framework." "Fast-paced running," Li Wei declared with gravity. "Fast-paced running?" Camignani looked at Li Wei in bewilderment, saying, "I must be getting old. I'm not even familiar with this tactic." "Who conceived of it?" Levi organized his thoughts, and, after requesting the waiter to bring milk and coffee, borrowed a piece of white paper and a ballpoint pen. As he sketched on the paper, he elaborated, "In the strictest sense, the fast-paced offensive strategy has yet to be adopted in football. This strategy, renowned in the NBA, emphasizes the rapid transition between offense and defense, often at the expense of half-court offensive and defensive capabilities. The Phoenix Suns gained fame for employing this tactic during the recently concluded 2005 to 2006 NBA season." Camignani furrowed his brow, unconvinced by Levi's assertion regarding the fast-paced offensive strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he diplomatically responded, "This is merely a basketball tactic, and its application in football may prove to be unsuccessful. There is no necessity to implement it from the outset. Instead, we can gradually experiment with modifications and conduct localized trials." Li Wei did not vehemently refute Camignani. Instead, he smiled and continued to articulate his thoughts. "The term running gun is quite literal, embodying both run and gun. In terms of running, professional footballers typically cover a distance of approximately 8 to 9,000 meters. Based on the data I have gathered, even the Serie A team with the highest average running distance last season barely exceeded 10,000 meters per match. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario where Parma's average running distance is 11,000 meters. Does that not imply we have an additional player compared to our opponents?" Chapter 12. Negotiating the termination of contract. Camignani shook his head and replied, "Football is not a mere arithmetic problem. It is not simply a matter of who runs more, but rather the efficiency of that running. Running for the sake of running only serves to squander a player's stamina." Li Wei smiled, choosing not to contest Camignani's views. He continued, "My aim is to achieve an average running distance of 12,000 meters per match, and in European competitions, an average of 13,000 meters. Why such extensive movement? Because when we lose possession, we require nearby players to immediately engage in reclaiming the ball." Camignani, not being an obstinate old man, began to reconsider the running and pressing tactics. As Li Wei elaborated further, Camignani's original perspective began to shift. The running and pressing strategy is indeed unique and possesses a certain allure in football. However, the question remains, can it truly be successful? Levi spoke with unwavering confidence, declaring that as long as his players could meet his physical demands, he could not make any guarantees. However, securing a place in the European zone for Parma this season would be undoubtedly achievable. Camignani chuckled with a hint of resignation and replied, "Well, who am I to argue with the chairman?" Li Wei was not angered by Camignani's slightly sarcastic remark. In fact, had he not been the chairman, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in spirited discourse with Camignani and subsequently implement new tactics for the Parma players. The ensuing days would prove calamitous for the Parma squad, nay, akin to a descent into hell. Some players approached Li Wei, implying that should the training intensity not be alleviated, they would seek transfers. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Wei adopted a remarkably steadfast stance. Unable to tolerate the training regimen, wishing to transfer? Very well. No club desires your services? No matter. The club shall forego any compensation, permitting an automatic termination of your contract. In fact, for certain players, the club was even willing to offer a modest compensation to facilitate their release. Beginning July 24th, Parma players gradually departed from Switzerland. The legendary goalkeeper Bucci, a stalwart of Parma in the 1990s, negotiated his release. However, at 37 years of age, he was evidently ill-suited to serve as the starting goalkeeper under Li Wei's command. Initially, Li Wei had intended to retain Bucci as a backup keeper, given his esteemed legacy and vast experience. Yet, Bucci's refusal to embrace Li Wei's tactics, coupled with his reliance on past glories, led to his immediate expulsion from the squad. Third-choice goalkeeper Vigili was loaned to Napoli in Serie B. Defender Cardone was sold for a mere €1 million to Atlanta, with his former number 3 jersey now donned by Chiellini. Defender Rossi was transferred to France for €300,000. Defender Cudo negotiated his release, with Parma compensating him €30,000. Midfielder Piscinu moved to Bologna for €800,000. Midfielders Sicori and Manderlini negotiated their releases. Midfielder Salamaturo, originally belonging to Palermo and included in the deal for Brescia, was amicably returned, with no compensation demanded by Palermo. Midfielder Savi transferred to Torino in Serie B for €150,000. Forward Dedic was loaned to Frosinone in Serie B, with a buyout clause of €500,000, ensuring his permanent transfer should he perform adequately. Forward Lorenzini negotiated his release, becoming a free agent. Following this swift and decisive purging, when a newly appointed head coach Pioli, accompanied by his coaching staff and players, arrived in Switzerland on July 27th, only 19 first-team players remained, including the youth player Shigarini, who had accompanied him. Shigarini, highly recommended by Caminani during Li Wei's extensive overhaul, had received Li Wei's approval to fly to Bad Ragaz with Pioli. Li Wei regarded the emerging young talent with a measure of curiosity. According to the assessment by Camignani, Shigarini possesses the potential to be a midfield orchestrator comparable to Pirlo. He and Parma's current player, De Sena, were once celebrated as the twin stars of the youth team, with De Sena now having transitioned to the first team. He has earned the media's acclaim as Parma's Gattuso due to his tenacious defense and tireless work rate across the pitch. Last season, he made a total of 17 appearances in the league for Parma, including 7 starts, 10 substitutions, and 3 early exits, accumulating 963 minutes on the field, during which he scored 3 goals and received 6 yellow cards. Notably, one of De Sena's goals was scored against formidable opponents Juventus. This occurred during the 24th round of the 2005-2006 season when Parma traveled to Turin to face the league leaders. In the 39th minute, after winning the ball back in their own half, a counterattack was initiated. Marcioni delivered a cross from the left flank, which Brecalo cleverly allowed to pass through. Instead of shooting directly, De Sena cleverly shifted the ball to his right foot, deceiving the slipping Fabio Cannavaro, and executed a sliding shot from the penalty spot into the bottom right corner, giving Parma a 1-0 lead away from home. Other highlights include calmly rounding the opposing goalkeeper Pelazzoli after evading an offside trap to score in a commanding 4-0 home victory against Regina. In cup competitions, De Sena featured 3 times in the Coppa Italia during the 2005-2006 season, with 1 start and 2 substitutions, totaling 141 minutes and receiving 1 yellow card. Overall, De Sena's performance in his inaugural professional league season was commendable, showcasing the potential to ascend to stardom. At that moment, dressed impeccably in a suit, Pioli approached, extending his right hand to Li Wei with a hint of awkwardness. "Good day, Mr. Chairman." The first-team players are indeed impressive. As he spoke, Pioli cast a glance at the significantly diminished first-team roster, aware that prior to his arrival, he had meticulously researched the Parma first-team players, who numbered over 20, nearly 30. However, upon his arrival, Li Wei had presented him with a streamlined version of the squad, leaving Pioli little room to express his dissatisfaction to the club president. He could only subtly convey his grievances through the cadence of his words. Li Wei was fully aware of Pioli's subtle intentions, yet he remained largely indifferent. For it was he, Li Wei, who was the true master of the club. With a smile, Li Wei extended his right hand to shake hands with Pioli, stating, "Let us enjoy our collaboration. I shall take charge of the tactical matters." The smile on Pioli's face grew increasingly awkward. Chapter 13. Pioli's subtle thoughts. Pioli had intended to say something more, but Li Wei had already bypassed him, moving toward the robust black man standing behind him, offering the man an enthusiastic embrace. With a beaming smile, Levy released the astonished African player and opened his arms, exclaiming, "Welcome, Yaya. You will come to love it here." Indeed, this African athlete was none other than Yaya Toure, the future premier defensive midfielder of the English Premier League, procured through Levy's underhanded dealings with an agent. In order to facilitate the transfer, Toure had declined to return to Greece for pre-season training, leaving Olympiacos with no choice but to accept Parma's offer of €5 million. This price could have been negotiated even lower, yet Levy wished to avoid delaying Toure's participation in the pre-match training camp, instructing Baldini to act swiftly and decisively, foregoing any haggling with Olympiacos, which could have further reduced the transfer fee. Yaya Toure smiled, his pearly white teeth strikingly contrasted against his dark complexion. "You are truly warm-hearted, Mr. Chairman," Li Wei solemnly stated. "No, do not address me as chairman. You may call me sir or coach. I am currently the assistant coach, not the chairman. Do you understand?" Although Toure did not fully grasp the reason behind Li Wei's words, he was aware of Li Wei's preference for how others refer to him. "Very well, sir," he replied. Li Wei smiled even more joyfully. "Yaya, which number do you prefer?" Yaya Toure pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired. "Does anyone wear the number 8 jersey?" Levi snapped his fingers, proclaiming, "How fortunate it is that no one wears the number 8 jersey. It now belongs to you." Yaya Toure beamed with delight. As the players made their way to training, Pioli predictably approached Levi. "Sir, I believe it is imperative that we have a serious discussion." Li Wei nodded and said, "How about we head to the Hotel CAF? The coffee, milk tea, and specialty pastries here are quite delightful and worth savoring." Pioli's tense expression softened slightly as he managed a faint smile, replying, "Then we shall indulge in these delicacies." At that moment it was morning, and the CAF was largely empty, providing an ideal setting for conversation. After they settled down and ordered their respective beverages and snacks, it was Li Wei who initiated the dialogue, rather than Pioli, who was expected to reach out first. "You must have thoroughly reviewed the terms of the contract before signing, correct?" Li Wei inquired calmly. "You should be aware of your role within the club, so I hope you refrain from meddling too much." Originally, Li Wei had intended to coach the team himself, but this proposal met with vehement opposition from Camagnani, whose objections were not without merit. Firstly, Li Wei lacked the A-level certification issued by the Italian Football Federation, which rendered him ineligible to manage a Serie A team. Secondly, as a foreigner of mixed heritage, he would likely face significant prejudice in Italy, where racial bias is prevalent. Thus, if Li Wei were to assume the role of head coach, he would undoubtedly attract fierce criticism from the media. Moreover, due to his lack of coaching credentials, Parma would incur unnecessary losses. However, these were only part of the concerns. The most critical issue was Camagnani's lack of faith in Li Wei's coaching abilities. Li Wei's coaching experience was limited to a low-level amateur team, and even if one were to count his amateur football and street games, he had played less than 100 matches. Eventually, both parties reached a compromise. Li Wei could take on the role of head coach, but he would officially be the assistant coach, with a puppet to be appointed, and that puppet would be Pioli. Pioli interlocked his fingers, resting them beside his chin. "Of course, I understand. I am merely a nominal head coach within the club, while in reality, I am here to assist you, Mr. Chairman, in managing Parma. However, Mr. Chairman, you should also be aware of a clause in the contract. If you lead Parma into the relegation zone for 3 consecutive matches or 6 matches in total, I will assume full control of the first team." Indeed, Pioli was a puppet coach, and any coach with a modicum of ambition would not wish to be someone else's marionette. Nevertheless, Pioli was willing to serve as a puppet at Parma, partly due to the lucrative salary offered, and, as he mentioned, should Li Wei's tenure yield poor results, Pioli would step in as the interim coach to steer Parma back on course. Li Wei gazed at Pioli with keen interest and inquired, "What is your perspective?" At this moment, Pioli appeared somewhat apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, "Currently, the team seems to be lacking numerous players. Even if we solely focus on the league, the number of first-team members is insufficient to support Parma's aspirations for further progress in the tournament. Moreover, due to the ramifications of the telephone scandal, we have secured a ticket for the UEFA Cup next season, along with the Italian Cup. It is simply impossible for 21 players to sustain Parma's endeavor across 3 competitions." Li Wei nodded and remarked, "I am well aware of your points. I have already arranged for scouts to recommend players. However, I believe I understand the motivation behind your words. Are you seeking transfer authority?" Pioli chuckled awkwardly and replied, "No. Mr. Chairman, please do not misunderstand me. I merely wish to offer a suggestion. As you know, I may very well serve as an interim coach, and I possess my own coaching philosophy. I hope the club can recruit suitable players. Most importantly, these players will not come at a steep price. They are quality players who are both affordable and valuable, and in the future, their sale could yield considerable profits for the club. Li Wei contemplated seriously and then said, "Please share the players you recommend." Although Li Wei believed that he might not necessarily fail in coaching, the future remained uncertain. It was akin to Chelsea's experience. After Mourinho led them to triumph in the Premier League, their performance plummeted the following year, teetering perilously close to the relegation zone, merely a single point away. As a famous saying in football goes, the ball is round. If he truly lacked the requisite ability to guide Parma toward success, Li Wei was willing to embrace the role of a student for a while, learning alongside other coaches before assuming the mantle of head coach. Under this premise, Li Wei permitted Pioli to acquire a few players he favored at a modest price. Pioli, upon receiving Li Wei's affirmation, felt elated, as his previous contract explicitly stated that his authority was merely that of an enhanced assistant coach. Any overreach would result in his dismissal from Parma, with no compensation to be gained. Now, however, his ideas had garnered Li Wei's approval. With his selected players and a few stars already within the team, he was confident in ensuring Parma's survival. Henceforth, he would no longer be merely a Serie B coach, but would ascend to the ranks of Serie A. Chapter 14. Pioli's Thoughts. Part 2. Pioli retrieved a pen and searched his pockets, only to find no white paper. Fortunately, he spotted a pristine napkin on the table and deftly extracted one from the box, using it as a makeshift notepad. He inscribed the name of a player, alongside their position and Pioli's evaluation of them. Li Wei took the napkin from Pioli, feeling an amusing sense of intrigue. It is said that one fateful night in 2000, within the confines of a Barcelona bar, Rexach, in his capacity as Barcelona's technical director, inscribed a contract guarantee for Messi and his father on napkin. This led to the eventual union of Barcelona and Messi. On this napkin provided by Pioli, who might grace it with their name, is Christian Ligiano, currently with Empoli. Position, forward. Assessment, exceptional in aerial challenges, standing at 191 meters, robust in build, weighing 84 kilograms. He could serve as a formidable spearhead for the team's offensive line. At the age of 32, his transfer value is unlikely to be exorbitant, making him a substantial addition to the squad. Li Wei pondered thoughtfully, recognizing that his team currently boasted only 2.5 forwards. The first, number 11, Di Natale, stood at a modest height of merely 177 meters. Given this stature, succeeding in aerial duels against defenders, who generally towered around 185 meters, would prove a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Di Natale's forte lay in his ball control rather than in heading the ball. The second, number 18, Quagliarella, was categorized by Li Wei as either a shadow striker or a winger. Thus, he regarded his team as possessing only 2.5 forwards, with Quagliarella representing the fractional half. Although Quagliarella's height surpassed that of Di Natale, reaching 182 meters, it remained relatively diminutive. The third forward, number 35, Paponi, had just been promoted from the youth squad, being a mere 18 years of age and standing at 179 meters. All three forwards were characterized by their shorter stature or average heading ability. Acquiring a formidable center forward would certainly be advantageous, provided the cost aligns with the team's budget. Li Wei inquired about the anticipated transfer fee, expressing a desire for a more definitive figure. He was reluctant to propose €1 million only to be met with a counteroffer of €3 million, perceiving it as an attempt to take advantage of him. Pioli pondered internally, questioning how often Li Wei had been the one to be taken for a fool. He recalled the €5 million spent on a striker, Quagliarella, who had only scored 3 goals in 33 appearances, and the €2 million allocated for a perennial backup goalkeeper, Handanovi, who had featured merely 7 times in 3 years in Serie A. Furthermore, there was the €15 million plus performance bonuses invested in a 39-year-old veteran, Di Natale. Nonetheless, Pioli recognized one undeniable truth. Li Wei had the means to be extravagant, as the funds belonged to him. However, if Pioli were to allow Li Wei to act unwisely, he would inevitably face the wrath of Li Wei. After careful consideration, Pioli finally dared to speak. "Let us commence with an initial offer of €300,000. This amount should sufficiently convey our sincerity and may indeed persuade Empoli. However, I anticipate that the final transfer fee will likely hover around €350,000, with a possible fluctuation of approximately €100,000. Should Empoli demand more than €450,000, acquiring Lecano would not be a prudent investment. €450,000 for a 32-year-old Serie A forward? This price may be reasonable for an obscure player, yet we must first examine his statistics. Li Wei inquired about the number of appearances and goals scored by the player last season. Pioli responded, stating that he participated in 33 matches and netted 5 goals. While this efficiency may be considered rather ordinary, I believe that Regano's most significant contribution lies in his role as a tactical fulcrum for the team. Scoring is not the sole means through which he demonstrates his value. Furthermore, as the principal forward for Empoli, he played a pivotal role in securing the team's 8th-place finish in the league last season. Had it not been for his advanced age, Empoli likely would not have parted ways with their key striker. Li Wei nodded and replied, "Certainly. I will arrange for someone to negotiate the transfer of Lugano with Empoli." Upon hearing Li Wei's response, Pioli became even more enthusiastic and wrote down the names of 3 additional players for Li Wei. It was evident that not just any player could sway Li Wei. These 3 were relatively obscure and offered no enhancement to the team's depth. Thus, they were promptly dismissed by Li Wei. Li Wei gazed at Pioli, furrowing his brow as he spoke. If we are still considering these seemingly unremarkable players with little potential, it would be better not to mention them at all. Parma is a club steeped in illustrious history, with ambitions that are grand, not merely to avoid relegation or to nurture young talents. At this moment, Pioli felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thus far, he had only considered making a move for Ligon, which did not align with his strategy of incorporating 2 or 3 trusted players into the squad. Gritting his teeth, Pioli remarked, "There is another player, albeit from the Italian Serie B, whose displayed skills are truly commendable. However, he is likely to command a hefty price. It is estimated that acquiring him would require an investment exceeding €2 million. For Pioli, who had solely managed in the Italian Serie B, €2 million represented a substantial transfer fee, as purchases in that league typically range in the hundreds of thousands of euros. Levi gazed into Pioli's eyes, a hint of mockery lacing his words. "Is that so? This is indeed your final opportunity." As he spoke, Levi raised his wrist, gently tapping the watch adorning his right hand, adding, "Time is of the essence. We have lingered away from the training ground for far too long. It is time to return and oversee the players' training." With a clenched jaw, Pioli inscribed the name of the last recommended player on a napkin, solemnly sliding it before Levi. Li Wei observed Pioli's expression, feeling an increased interest in Marek Hamke, the Slovakian player. He is affiliated with Brescia, who finished 10th in the Italian Serie B last season. Wearing the number 17 jersey, he made 24 appearances without scoring a goal. His position is that of a defensive midfielder. Evaluation. Possessing a versatility reminiscent of Ned D, he is capable of playing across all midfield positions, excelling equally with both left and right foot, along with commendable heading ability. Notably, he possesses an exceptional sense of the game, and with his balanced footwork, he can deliver exquisite passes in any direction. Hamke. Could he be the future linchpin for Napoli? One incredible bargain. He can be acquired for just a few million euros in the Italian Serie B. Levi stood up, patting Pioli on the shoulder, and with a hearty laugh, remarked, "Your recommendation is commendable, but it is time for us to return." "What does that mean? Should we proceed or not?" Pioli, somewhat bewildered, watched as Levi walked a considerable distance before realizing that he ought to follow, for nominally, he was the head coach. Chapter 15. A distinct path. During their time in Switzerland, Parma continued its extensive acquisition endeavors. Initially, they secured the services of Empoli forward Ligiano for €400,000, followed by a transfer of €1,500,000 plus an additional €500,000 in performance-related bonuses for the 19-year-old Italian Serie B talent, Marek Hamke. However, these were mere minor transfers, overshadowed by what was to come. Levi invested heavily in acquiring Croatian international Dario Srna from Shakhtar Donetsk, with a transfer fee amounting to €9,500,000, of which $7 million was paid up front and $2,500,000 contingent on performance. Srna had been with Shakhtar since 2003, but it was during the 2006 World Cup qualifiers that he truly caught the attention of European clubs. His exceptional performance under pressure, particularly in crucial matches, made him one of the key figures in Croatia's journey to the World Cup finals. As a right-back, Srna's contributions down the flank were remarkably dynamic, often appearing to operate in a realm devoid of opposition. Furthermore, he possessed an exquisite ability for precise through balls and set-piece execution, making him one of the sharpest weapons in the Croatian arsenal. Interestingly, Levi's primary choice for the right-back position was not the Croatian, but Maicon. Unfortunately, at that time, Maicon of Inter Milan was beyond Parma's reach, ultimately transferring to Inter for €6 million, which compelled Li Wei to acquire the now in-demand Cerna post-World Cup. To Li Wei's slight consolation, he managed to secure the future world-class left-back, Jordi Alba, at no cost. Alba, born in Barcelona, naturally entered the renowned La Masia Youth Academy. However, at the age of 17, Barcelona's coach deemed Alba's talent insufficient for further development and dismissed him. Historically, Alba moved on to Valencia, where he gradually showcased his abilities while playing for their second team, thus commencing his professional career. With Li Wei's arrival, Alba embarked on a different trajectory. Invited by Parma's scouts, he opted for the higher competitive level of Parma rather than remaining with Valencia's second team. In the midfield, Li Wei bolstered the team's depth by acquiring Morone from Livorno for €230,000. Morone had an impressive previous season, featuring 35 times and scoring 6 goals, aiding Livorno in achieving a commendable 6th place in the league. His enthusiastic running style is a significant reason why Li Wei is eager to acquire him. While other teams began their warm-up matches, Parma's preparations commenced notably late. It was not until July 30th that Parma faced their first opponent in a warm-up match, the prestigious Basel Football Club from the Swiss Super League. This encounter served as a valuable exercise, however, as it marked Li Wei's inaugural clash with a team from a top-tier league. He placed considerable emphasis on the match, regardless of the fact that this team was merely a third-tier European club. Li Wei dispatched his envisioned main lineup. Forwards, Quagliarella, left winger, Di Natale, center forward, Ribéry, right winger. Midfielders, De Sena, left defensive midfielder, Morfeo, central midfielder, Yaya Toure, right defensive midfielder. Defenders, Alba, left back, Chiellini, center back, Contini, center back, Cerna, right back. Goalkeeper, Handanovi. This formation, in 3 years' time, could undoubtedly contend for the Champions League title. However, at present, 70 minutes had elapsed, and the score stood at 4-0. According to international conventions, the home team is listed first, while the away team follows. Undoubtedly, Basel, hosting the match in Switzerland, was the home team, while Parma, arriving from Italy, was the visitor. Pioli watched with a smirk as Li Wei shouted fervently from the sidelines. Camagnani sighed, stepped out from the coaching area, and said to Li Wei, "It's time for substitutions. This is merely a friendly match, and there is no necessity for all 11 players to endure the full 90 minutes." Li Wei gritted his teeth, filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, what would he do? In every arena, not just on the football field, the victors have never relied on mere resentment to achieve their triumphs. Li Wei did not persist in his relentless style of play. Instead, he heeded Camagnani's advice and replaced all 11 players on the field at once. Each departing player bore a dejected expression, feeling as if they had played terribly. "Go comfort them. Most of them are still just children," Camagnani advised Li Wei. It was only then, caught in a web of negativity, that Li Wei realized the importance of offering solace. He embraced each player as they left the field, saying, "You played well, my child. We were simply a bit unfortunate today. You performed admirably. Your movements were excellent. Keep it up." However, not all players accepted Li Wei's words of consolation. The team's captain and center back, Contini, rebuffed Li Wei's embrace, brushing his hand aside. With a frosty glance, he turned and strode towards the locker room. Li Wei clenched his fists tightly, yet he ultimately refrained from confronting Contini, remaining silent. The final score of the friendly match was 1-5, with a sole goal scored by the young Belgian talent Hazard, whom Li Wei had personally brought back from France. Positioned as a left winger, Hazard frequently practiced his incisive dribbling, and this particular goal was a testament to that skill. In this era, wingers are often averse to cutting inside, and the Basel players were unaccustomed to Hazard's style of play, especially after having relaxed following a 5-0 lead. Regardless of the circumstances, Hazard's goal was a magnificent display. He skillfully maneuvered past 3 defenders on the flank before unleashing a powerful shot that restored some dignity for Parma. After the match, Basel's head coach, while shaking hands with Li Wei, expressed admiration and inquired whether there was a possibility of acquiring Hazard, even on loan. Both the transfer and loan proposals were firmly rejected by Li Wei. After all, this was the future king of dribbling. Why would he part with such talent? Would he treat himself as a fool by not nurturing his own players? Following the match, Parma concluded their training in Switzerland and prepared to return to Italy for their upcoming friendly matches. On the plane, the players' spirits were understandably low, a sentiment that is entirely natural. Li Wei initially intended to articulate further thoughts, yet upon observing the circumstances, he ultimately remained silent. opting instead to request the flight attendants to play a comedy on the television, hoping that it might alleviate the players' negative emotions. Chapter 16. Conflict upon disembarking from the aircraft. It was already afternoon. The team did not proceed to the club's training ground, as the players were utterly fatigued. At the airport, Li Wei announced the dissolution of the assembly, prompting the younger players to erupt in cheers. Indeed, during their time in Switzerland, Li Wei rigorously adhered to a regimen developed by the German fitness team, pushing the players to their limits without incurring injuries, thereby maximizing their physical potential. The following day, the focus of training was primarily on recovery, with the afternoon session dedicated to a playful exercise known as monkey. In this activity, one player was tasked with retrieving the ball, while 3 or 4 others formed a small circle to pass and receive the ball. Should anyone fail to complete a pass, they would be designated the monkey. During this time, laughter and merriment filled the air, though the player designated as the monkey found themselves in a comical predicament, desperately attempting to intercept the ball. It was through such training that Barcelona significantly enhanced their passing and ball retrieval techniques. However, the atmosphere on the training ground was far from vibrant. The veteran players appeared listless as they engaged in the monkey exercise, rather than training. It seemed they were merely acquiescing to Li Wei's directives. Li Wei observed this, and he furrowed his brows in contemplation. Li Wei sought out Camagnani and expressed, "Contini seems to harbor significant grievances against me." Camagnani replied with a wry smile. He desires a new contract. When Parma was in dire straits, his annual salary was merely 400,000 euros. As the captain of the team, earning such a meager wage, it is only natural for him to voice his discontent. After a moment of silence, Li Wei remarked, "Is that all there is to it?" Camagnani hesitated for a moment before responding. He believes his current partner is utterly inadequate, a veritable ticking time bomb in defense, with no one knowing when he might implode. Partnering with Contini at center back was Chiellini. At this stage, Chiellini had yet to evolve into the stalwart defender he would later become at Juventus. He had played as a left-back the previous season and was performing woefully in his new center-back role, far worse than Li Wei had anticipated. In fact, had Li Wei not known of Chiellini's future brilliance in that position, he might have allowed him to continue as a left-back. However, it must be noted that Chiellini was not devoid of merits as a center-back. His background as a full-back endowed him with commendable speed, often enabling him to intercept the ball before opposing forwards could seize it. Moreover, his success rate in tackles was notably high, yet this too presented a flaw. A high tackle success rate does not guarantee absolute effectiveness. There is a well-known adage in football: if you guard the goal for 89 minutes, but concede in the final minute, you transition from savior to sinner. Chiellini's style mirrored this sentiment. Though his tackling skills were commendable, his excessive eagerness to tackle often led him astray, as he seemed to forget he was now a center-back rather than a full-back. A failed tackle from a full-back still allows for potential recovery. Even if the response is delayed, opposing players often resort to crossing, during which the team has the support of center-backs and a goalkeeper in defense. In contrast, when a center-back fails in a tackle, the opposing player is presented with a clear path toward the goal, directly facing the goalkeeper. This encapsulates Chiellini's most pressing issue, his inability to discern the appropriate moments to tackle versus when to remain steadfast and composed. Li Wei found himself at a loss regarding Chiellini's predicament. He had already arranged for specialized training, assigning a seasoned coach to focus on Chiellini's defensive skills. This coach had previously guided world-class players like Thuram and Cannavaro in the art of defense and possessed a wealth of experience. Had he not been relegated to a secondary role due to age, he would have already been promoted to the first team's defensive coach. The veteran coach informed Li Wei that there was little more he could impart to Chiellini. It was now essential for Chiellini to learn through competitive play. If he could endure, he would emerge as an exceptional defender. If not, the club should consider selling him off while he still held some value. Li Wei rapped on the table and remarked, if Contini wishes to partner with his old comrade Pesci, then let them be united. In the forthcoming intra-squad match, he planned to place Contini and Pesci on the substitute bench, while Bonucci and Chiellini would assume the roles of center-backs. Camagnani, taken aback, swiftly interjected, "No, this is too perilous." Although Bonucci displays considerable potential, he is merely 19 years old, still a child. His impulsiveness means that the defensive line formed with Chiellini will allow the opposition to score with relative ease. Li Wei steadfastly upheld his opinion. "I comprehend this, which is precisely why I began contemplating the pairing of Chiellini and Contini as central defenders. However, Contini has now become emotionally unsettled, rendering him unsuitable to partner with Chiellini. Thus, I have opted for Bonucci instead. Camagnani inquired, why not consider temporarily placing Chiellini on the bench? The duo of Contini and Pesci as central defenders demonstrates a more stable performance, and the defensive line they form is more adept at neutralizing the opposing forwards. Li Wei remarked that the partnership of Contini and Pesci in the center-back position can only be regarded as a second-rate defensive duo in Serie A, and their accomplishments reflect just that. However, Chiellini and Bonucci are entirely different. They possess the potential to become world-class defenders. If nurtured properly, they will serve as the cornerstone of Parma's defense for the next 2 decades, instilling dread in the hearts of all Serie A forwards. Camagnani sighed and said, well, I simply fear that these 2 young talents may not withstand such pressure, as not everyone possesses the formidable composure of Cannavaro. Li Wei calmly remarked, they are far stronger than you can imagine. During the afternoon's internal match, many players' expressions shifted noticeably. Chiellini and Bonucci were appointed as the starting center-backs, while Captain Contini was relegated to the substitutes bench. What was the meaning of this? Numerous eyes turned towards Li Wei, who stood on the sidelines clad in white sportswear, his demeanor remarkably composed. In contrast to Li Wei's tranquility, Pioli resembled an assistant coach, bellowing, what are you staring at? Go warm up. You wouldn't want to risk injury during the match due to lack of preparation. Contini shot a furious glare at Li Wei, who remained unfazed. Contini, now visibly irate, seemed poised to confront Li Wei, but his teammate Pesci restrained him. Ultimately, no conflict erupted between Contini and Li Wei, and the internal match proceeded without any unpleasant incidents, as Chiellini and Contini did not directly face each other. Yet, as the day's training concluded, a cloud of unease hung over all the Parma players. They understood that the tension between Li Wei and Contini would not simply dissipate. It was merely a question of when it would ignite. Chapter 17. A deluge of criticism, Tardini Stadium, press corridor. Li Wei had just led the players off the field and was heading toward the locker room when reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, immediately surged towards him and the players. You will proceed first, Li Wei instructed Di Natale. Ever since Li Wei had benched Contini, he appointed Di Natale as the team's vice-captain. Although he held the title of vice-captain, due to Contini's limited playing time, Di Natale had often assumed the responsibilities of captain, garnering greater respect within the locker room than Contini. Di Natale cast a worried glance at Li Wei, but refrained from voicing his concerns. He guided the players to exit from the side. When reporters inquired, the players offered not a single word. Consequently, the journalists focused their attention solely on Li Wei, which was precisely his intention. A reporter from Rome Sports asked, Mr. President, could you share your thoughts on the club's 5 consecutive losses in the warm-up matches, particularly given that 5 of them were by significant margins? Li Wei calmly remarked, in a warm-up match, everyone understands that the primary objective is to refine the team's composition. The outcomes are of secondary importance. As soon as Li Wei's voice faded, a journalist from the Roman Sports newspaper immediately directed his attention towards the indifferent coach, Pioli, who stood nearby. Pioli, do you share the same sentiment? Under your stewardship, Parma's defense has consistently posed a significant issue. Today, facing Bari, a team that finished mid-table in Serie B last season, Parma suffered a disappointing 2-4 defeat. Shouldn't you bear some responsibility for this? Pioli was reluctant to shoulder the blame on behalf of Li Wei, yet he was equally wary of offending him. After a moment of contemplation, Pioli diplomatically responded, the team's defensive frailties are indeed our most pressing concern. I believe that deploying seasoned players from last season, Contini and Pesci, as central defenders could potentially rectify our defensive shortcomings. Of course, the final decision on who to select must be made after carefully considering the assistant coach's recommendations. He is the intellect behind our tactical strategies. The journalist's eyes gleamed with interest as he pressed further. Are you suggesting that the current defensive issues stem solely from the obstinacy of club president Li Wei? No, that's not what I meant. Please do not misquote me, Pioli exclaimed, but observing the journalist's fervor, it seemed his words had little impact. Li Wei's expression was somewhat displeased as he cast a sidelong glance at Pioli, who had become increasingly restless, applying pressure on himself through the media, eagerly aspiring to assume the role of head coach. Although irritation simmered within him, Li Wei recognized that unleashing his anger upon Pioli in this setting would only exacerbate the situation. Suppressing his indignation, Li Wei addressed the reporters, saying, all right, everyone, it is time for us to return to the locker room. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to raise them at the post-match press conference shortly. As he spoke, Li Wei gestured for the security personnel to approach. The reporters, however, persisted in their clamorous inquiries. No, Mr. Chairman. May we ask if you have interfered with the first team's operations? Mr. Chairman, the team has suffered 5 consecutive defeats in warm-up matches. Should you not bear some responsibility for this? Li Wei chose not to respond, as Pioli proceeded directly towards the locker room. Outside the locker room door, Li Wei hesitated before reaching for the handle. Instead, he turned his head, his face a mask of fury directed at Pioli. Startled, Pioli felt a surge of anxiety as he gazed at Li Wei, yet he quickly averted his eyes, unable to meet Li Wei's intense stare. Li Wei gazed intently at Pioli, his words laced with a biting intensity as he pronounced, "I hope we do not encounter a situation akin to the recent one." You know precisely what I mean. Pioli yearned to offer an explanation, yet the words faltered on his lips, leaving him in hesitant silence as he eventually nodded in acknowledgement. However, after this acquiescence, Pioli felt a surge of frustration within. Why should he fear this debauched individual? Every action he had undertaken was aimed at salvaging this illustrious club, steeped in nearly a century of history. By what right did he permit this man to manipulate Parma at will? The team's string of 5 consecutive losses in the warm-up matches thrust Parma into the eye of the storm, prompting a deluge of so-called experts and former players to criticize Li Wei for meddling in Pioli's tactical decisions. The Gazzetta dello Sport proclaimed, "The most expensive toy in history." The publication even went so far as to commission a satirical cartoon depicting Li Wei in a ludicrous manner, triumphantly holding the Parma emblem aloft, accompanied by the caption, "Woo, woo, Parma soars." Tutto Sport reported of former players stating, "He is unworthy of being Parma's president. The Parma government has made a decision they will regret for a lifetime." The Evening Post quoted a renowned journalist, "Money cannot buy championships, nor can it secure relegation safety." Roma Sport declared, "Infighting. Parma's coach Pioli is dissatisfied with the president's interference." Le Parisien remarked, 70 million euros invested in the team, yet unable to rival relegation-threatened squads. The Parma Daily chimed in, "British get lost." It was not solely the media that assailed Li Wei. Club Vice President Baldini and Sporting Director Camagnani also approached him. Camagnani, wearied and exasperated, implored, "Benedict, the situation has spiraled beyond control. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening with the first team, if you would." Though Baldini remained silent, his heavy sigh and melancholic expression spoke volumes about his sentiments toward Li Wei. After a prolonged silence, Li Wei nodded and remarked, "I comprehend." "Comprehend? What is it that you understand?" Both Camagnani and Baldini were somewhat taken aback, and ultimately, it was Camagnani who voiced the question that lingered in his mind. "Benedict, do you mean to say that you will no longer interfere with the first team's lineup?" Li Wei propped himself up on the table and stood up, speaking with calm determination. "How about we make a wager?" "Huh? Wasn't this about the first team? Why has it suddenly shifted to a wager?" Camagnani and Baldini were both somewhat bewildered. Baldini was the first to regain his composure and inquired, "Benedict, does the wager you speak of relate to your decision to refrain from intervening with the first team?" Li Wei nodded and remarked, "Indeed." Although Camagnani felt a twinge of displeasure at these words, pondering why Li Wei stubbornly clung to Parma at this juncture. He wondered if Li Wei truly regarded Parma as his personal plaything. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to resign. He absolutely could not stand idly by while this young man jeopardized Parma's future. Baldini gazed earnestly at Li Wei, expressing hope that this would be a wager that satisfied everyone. Otherwise, both he and Camagnani would have no recourse but to offer their apologies to the esteemed chairman. Chapter 18. The wager. Li Wei remarked, "Should I falter, I shall cease to influence the first team's strategies and resign from my position as assistant coach." Both Camagnani and Baldini felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Their joy stemmed from having achieved their purpose of meeting Li Wei. Yet they were apprehensive about the methods he might employ to retain his role as assistant coach. Indeed, as the owner of Parma Club, Li Wei possessed the authority to persist in his involvement with the first team, and aside from resigning as a threat, Camagnani and Baldini found it challenging to deter him. However, Li Wei refrained from unilateral decisions, recognizing that it would be impossible for him to ensure the club's smooth operation single-handedly. Baldini, a former player and ex-sporting director of Roma, boasted extensive connections within the football world. Should Parma seek to acquire players within Italy, Baldini's network would facilitate these endeavors with greater ease. Moreover, When faced with injustices, Baldini could exert pressure on the Italian Football Federation through his contacts, rather than relying solely on Li Wei's indignant outbursts in the media. Camagnani, a revered figure among Parma's youth players and fans, would serve as the ideal intermediary between Li Wei and the players, as well as the supporters. With Camagnani's assistance, Li Wei could focus more intently on matters on the field, rather than frequently addressing the discontent of Parma's fans. After exchanging a glance, Baldini and Camagnani inquired, "What is the wager?" Li Wei chose not to elaborate further, but instead remarked, "This wager should not merely be between the three of us. Let us not forget Pioli." Camagnani nodded thoughtfully and responded, "Indeed, is the chairman intending to summon Coach Pioli?" Li Wei nodded and said, "This is a natural occurrence. Please wait a moment." Li Wei picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello." The voice of Pioli came through the line. "It's me, Li Wei. Chairman, what brings you to contact me? If it is not of great importance, we can discuss it later, as I am currently guiding the players." Pioli was slightly taken aback, unsure why Li Wei would call at this moment. "I have something far more significant to address. Delegate the training to someone else. You need to come to my office immediately. You know the location." Li Wei's tone was grave. After a moment of silence, Pioli replied, "All right, please wait for me for 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, Pioli arrived punctually at the office, noticing the presence of the club's 3 key figures, which indicated that something substantial had transpired. He cast a contemplative glance at Li Wei and inquired, "What is this important matter?" Baldini succinctly recounted the conversation he and Li Wei had just had, then looked at Li Wei and said, "This presents a commendable opportunity for everyone involved." Excitement flickered in Pioli's eyes, which he struggled to contain. The head coach could truly become a genuine head coach, rather than the mere puppet he had been previously. Clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his enthusiasm, Pioli asked, "What sort of wager does the chairman have in mind?" Li Wei glanced down at the small calendar resting on his desk and remarked, "Today is September 1st. In just 9 days, on September 10th, the first round of the Serie A will commence." Pioli immediately interjected, "The matches will take place in the evening, and ours will be the last to be held in this opening round, facing off against the formidable Torino, who narrowly eliminated Perugia in the playoff finals for promotion from Serie B last season. Although Torino is a newly promoted team, their strength should not be underestimated, especially after acquiring several players this summer, the most notable being the esteemed goalkeeper Abbiati, on loan from AC Milan. The most challenging aspect for us is that we will be playing away in Turin, which undoubtedly poses a significant test for Parma." Li Wei spoke calmly, "Let us consider this match as a wager. If victorious, Pioli, you shall continue to fulfill your contractual obligations without further grievances aired in the media, and cooperate with me earnestly. Baldini and Camagnani, you two must adhere to this." Camagnani inquired tentatively, "If we lose, Benedict, are you truly willing to relinquish your position as assistant coach? You have previously demonstrated considerable enthusiasm for this role." Li Wei smiled. "I understand your concerns, fearing that I might default on my commitments, and even more so, that I may not cooperate with you in future endeavors. After all, I am the president of the club, possessing a 100% stake in Parma. As long as I choose not to relent, no one can impose their will upon me. You may assuage your worries. Although I will not serve as the assistant coach for the first team, I shall take on the role of head coach for the youth team to further my development. I trust you have no objections to this? Compared to the first team, the youth team's performance holds less significance. It is far better for Li Wei to engage with the youth team than to cause disturbances within the first team." Camagnani beamed, saying, "I believe the youngsters in the youth team will be overjoyed to learn that Benedict will be their head coach. They may find it difficult to sleep through the night." Baldini and Pioli nodded in agreement alongside him. Li Wei disregarded the disdainful attitude of these individuals as if they were harbingers of misfortune. He rapped his knuckles against the desk, his expression grave, and declared, "In the coming days, I do not wish to hear any malicious remarks in the media, nor do I want to witness any duplicity in the workplace. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Camagnani and Baldini remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Pioli. Within the club, it was evident to anyone of sound intellect that Pioli was unwilling to be a mere puppet coach, particularly given Li Wei's failure to exhibit sufficient managerial prowess. Everyone aspired to realize their Serie A dreams. Furthermore, the current Parma squad was quite formidable, featuring the Italian forward Di Natale, secured for 15 million, and the illustrious Ribery, who had shone brightly during the 2006 World Cup. The midfield retained last season's linchpin, Morfeo, while also augmenting the roster with promising talents such as Hamsik, Yaya Touré, and Modric. Although the defense was slightly lacking, seasoned veterans like Contini and Pacey provided stability, and the right-back position was manned by the impressive Croatian Crna, who had excelled in the World Cup. In goal, Handanovic had begun to display signs of becoming a future star, having saved 2 penalties during a warm-up match, while the backup keeper, De Lucia, a product of Parma's youth academy, ensured healthy competition. Chapter 19. Transforming the center-backs. Pioli believed that if entrusted with this squad, he could navigate the next season successfully. With Juventus facing relegation, AC Milan starting the new season with an 8-point deduction, Lazio facing an 11-point penalty, and Fiorentina suffering a 19-point deduction, the major clubs were collectively faltering. With diligent effort, while not daring to claim the league title, reserved for Inter Milan, he could certainly contend with Roma for second place. Even if he could not secure second, achieving a 4th or 5th place finish would still be remarkable. After all, he was only 41 years old, embarking on his first venture in coaching a team in Serie A. By then, even if Li Wei had reservations about him, Pioli would not be intimidated. He could easily find another respectable Serie A club to manage, free from the indignities of this spoiled youth. As for collaborating with Li Wei, was that truly a concern? Pioli held little faith in Li Wei. He doubted that, amidst the internal and external turmoil, Li Wei could lead Parma to triumph over the Red Bulls at the formidable Stadio Olimpico in Turin. It was noteworthy that just 2 days prior, Li Wei had guided Parma to a significant defeat at home against Bari, a mid-table team in Serie B, whose competitive edge paled in comparison to the Red Bulls of Turin, who could easily outmatch Bari. Pioli was skeptical that in a mere 10 days, Li Wei could transform Parma and lead them to victory against a stronger Torino under even more challenging circumstances. With this thought in mind, Pioli nodded resolutely. "No problem. I am willing to adhere to the terms of the wager." Upon receiving a definitive response from Pioli, Camignani and Baldini nodded in agreement, assuring him that they would collaborate effectively in the time to come. After addressing the club's instability, Levi exchanged his formal attire for athletic wear. He preferred the casual look of sportswear before the players, as opposed to the somberness of a suit. At merely 24 years of age, coupled with his youthful appearance, he could easily pass for 18 with a touch of makeup. At this stage in life, the formal ensemble did little to convey the authority he desired. Furthermore, a coach he admired also favored sportswear when engaging with players, believing it fostered a closer bond, transforming him into more of a friend or even a family member to them. On the training ground, Levi refrained from excessive criticism of the sessions, for the training regimen had been collaboratively devised by him and Pioli, who diligently adhered to the plan without attempting to undermine Levi. However, the players appeared lackluster during training. Indeed, anyone would feel disheartened after suffering 5 consecutive losses in friendly matches. Outside the training facility, the voices of disgruntled fans could be heard, laden with curses, primarily directed at Levi, but also at Chiellini and Bonucci, whose defensive partnership was deemed a principal factor in the team's recent failures. "Giovanni and Leonardo, come here," Levi called out to the players on the training ground. All eyes turned toward the towering figures of Chiellini and Bonucci, who at that moment had their heads bowed in a posture of timidity, resembling young girls on their first outing, a far cry from their usual fierce demeanor as formidable defenders on the pitch. Li Wei silently shook his head, reflecting on how the media's satire towards these two individuals had recently rivaled that directed at him. While Li Wei himself could endure the scrutiny, the situation was more precarious for Chiellini, who was merely 22, and Bonucci, who was even younger at just 19. "Let us converse over there," he suggested. Despite being only slightly older than Chiellini and Bonucci, Li Wei appeared as a figure of maturity in their presence. While they resembled anxious children who had erred, nervously trailing behind him to a secluded corner of the training ground. As they reached the corner, Bonucci could no longer contain himself. With his head bowed, he addressed Li Wei, saying, "I apologize, sir." Chiellini, too, lowered his head and echoed, "I am sorry." Li Wei gazed at the two and calmly inquired, "So, tell me, why have you wronged me?" Bonucci twitched his lips at a loss for words. Chiellini remained silent for a moment before responding, "We have failed to live up to the opportunities bestowed upon us by you, sir." Yet, this did not address the crux of the matter. Why have you squandered the chances I provided? Was it a lack of effort in training? Or perhaps distractions during the matches? Li Wei nearly shouted at Chiellini and Bonucci. Some players on the training field overheard this exchange and anxiously diverted their attention to a distant corner, wondering if Li Wei would resort to violence. Bonucci clenched his teeth, lifted his head, and with a face full of anguish and indignation, declared, "Sir, we did not intend to fail. We have exerted ourselves tirelessly. After every training session, Gio and I stayed behind to practice for an additional 2 hours. During matches, we are fully focused and diligent, fearful of conceding goals, yet despite our efforts, we still falter. Perhaps we truly have yet to develop the capability to be mainstays in the team. Li Wei turned to Chiellini and, with a grave expression, inquired, Gio, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chiellini opened his mouth, his fists clenched tightly, resembling a beast on the verge of unleashing its fury. A German coach from the fitness team felt a surge of apprehension, fearing that Chiellini might unleash his wrath upon Li Wei, and hurried over. No need to intervene. This coward lacks the courage to confront me. Li Wei, with a provocative expression, obstructed the well-meaning German coach. The coach halted in bewilderment, pondering how Li Wei could be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, questioning whether he truly believed that Chiellini, standing at 186 meters and weighing 80 kilograms, was merely a weakling. Chiellini lifted his gaze to meet Li Wei's, his eyes filled with a bloodshot intensity. I am unwilling to accept this. I cannot comprehend why. Despite adhering to the cautious approach advocated by the media, being prudent, and even more prudent, refraining from aggressive plays, I still ended up conceding a goal. Li Wei gazed intently at Chiellini, a genuine smile emerging on his serious face. Excellent. You have not given up. Leonardo, are you prepared to surrender? No. After being inspired by Chiellini, Bonucci's attitude shifted as well, responding to Li Wei with a voice as resolute as steel. Unyielding, Levi inquired of the two, are you willing to place your trust in me? Gazing into Levi's resolute and confident eyes, Chiellini and Bonucci instinctively nodded in agreement. Li Wei smiled joyfully. Excellent. Now, I shall lead you into specialized training. Chapter 20. The fiery pre-match press conference. Onward. Do not fear, collide with him. Crash into him. Beep. The training ground was in complete disarray. Li Wei stood at the edge of the court, animatedly gesticulating, his booming voice resonating throughout the expansive training ground. Is this his specialized training? Nonsense. It lacks any semblance of artistry. Pioli, with a dismissive air, sat on the coaching bench, lowering his voice to address his coaching staff. A glance at the training field would reveal utter chaos. The players engaged in frequent physical confrontations. The dull thuds of bodies colliding echoed incessantly. Scenes of players tumbling over one another were a common sight on the field. Li Wei, as if fueled by gunpowder, incessantly urged the players to engage in confrontation. However, all that Pioli perceived was chaos, devoid of any semblance of the aesthetic beauty characteristic of Italian defense. The fitness coach, Matteo Ostini, approached Li Wei with concern, stating, Sir, if this continues, it is likely that some players will get hurt. Li Wei glanced at the German strength and conditioning coaching staff fiddling with electronic equipment nearby, and calmly remarked, with them around, the players are less likely to sustain injuries. As soon as Li Wei's words echoed, a German fitness coach shouted, De Senna, bring him down for a thorough examination. In truth, Li Wei had yet to articulate a crucial sentiment. He would not hesitate to push through even if a player were to suffer an injury during training. This was not merely due to a wager, but rather because it encapsulated the essence of football. Victory, victory, victory. The legendary Liverpool manager Bill Shankly famously declared, football is not a matter of life and death. It is more important than that. This philosophy resonated deeply with Li Wei. Time does not hasten nor slow down at anyone's behest. It marches forward with unwavering certainty, arriving at the 9th day of September. The match is scheduled for the evening of September 10th at 8 p.m., but on this day, Parma must embark on a journey to Turin, over 300 kilometers away. Speaking of Turin, one cannot overlook another illustrious team, Juventus. Judging by their performance, Juventus boasts the largest fan base without question. However, within the city of Turin, their supporters are outnumbered by those of Torino. As Parma's bus entered the city, a chorus of boos erupted from the fans. Upon checking into their hotel, Li Wei wasted no time in resting, swiftly joining team captain Di Natale for a pre-match press conference. The sight of only Li Wei and Di Natale at the event sparked immediate unrest among reporters, who began to murmur among themselves. Why is it just Li Wei? Where's Pioli? Could there be a rift? This is major news. Speculations flew that perhaps Pioli had not even arrived in Turin, raising eyebrows across the room. Regardless, they eagerly anticipated how Li Wei would respond to their inquiries. Amidst the journalists' palpable tension, Li Wei felt a surge of indignation rising within him. In the past, He might have suppressed this tumultuous emotion and managed the situation with composure. Yet, through recent reflections, he realized he had been overly cautious. Pioli was one way, Connie another, and it was time for him to unleash the demons buried deep within. As Di Natale took his seat, Li Wei remained standing, arms crossed defiantly, surveying the reporters from a lofty position, akin to a sovereign surveying his subjects. This demeanor did not sit well with the journalists, who were visibly displeased. Li Wei spoke, and his opening remark startled the journalists, pulling them back from their contemplation of potential questions. "I'm aware of what you wish to inquire about, and I understand what you hope to learn from me. However, such matters hold no significance for me. My sole focus is on the margin by which I will triumph over Torino, and that is all." How audacious! Some journalists exchanged glances, noting that today, Li Wei was different. In truth, their interactions with him had been limited, as most press conferences were attended by Pioli. As a member of the elite, Li Wei had amassed considerable wealth at a young age, possessing an innate pride that forbade any notion of failure. He is Li Wei. Many journalists harbored a visceral disdain for him, questioning his audacity. Who does Li Wei think he is? An outsider, believing that mere financial clout grants him the right to be arrogant in this land of Italy, mocked a reporter from Torino Sports. As a coach who has yet to oversee a single official professional match, excluding friendlies, you presume victory before the contest has even begun, simply because of the money in your pocket? Li Wei glanced at the journalist from Tuttosport, curled his lip, and replied, "The match will reveal the answer." The Tuttosport journalist scoffed. "That is the most frigid joke I have heard all day." Li Wei disregarded the mocking taunts of the Turin Sports reporter, stating, "You may take a seat now." After a brief pause, he turned to the press officer beside him and commanded, "Next." The face of the Turin Sports reporter flushed with alternating shades of red and green. Li Wei glanced at the Turin Sports reporter, who remained standing, unwilling to take a seat, and turned to the press officer, inquiring, "I recall that each individual is permitted only one question. Were the rules amended?" The press officer shook his head and responded, "There has been no alteration to the rules. It remains one question per person." Li Wei shrugged and remarked, "No wonder the Tuttosport newspaper has such meager sales. The quality of its journalists is evidently lacking, which reflects the overall standard of the publication." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving the Tuttosport reporters momentarily stunned. No one expected Li Wei to exhibit such assertiveness in front of the media today. How audacious it was for him to openly ridicule Tuttosport. Although Tuttosport may not be one of Italy's three major sports newspapers, it undeniably reigns supreme in terms of influence within the Turin area. The newspaper boasts a commendable daily circulation, typically exceeding 100,000 copies. The fact that Li Wei dared to humiliate Tuttosport in front of so many journalists was remarkable. Even a world-renowned coach would invite considerable controversy for such statements, let alone Li Wei, who is relatively unknown in the football realm. What gave him the audacity to act thus? What confidence propelled him to do so? Was he truly unafraid of Tuttosport potentially becoming a fierce adversary of Parma Football Club? The situation was far from over. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Li Wei turned to the security personnel beside him and stated, "Sir, it is evident that someone here has violated the rules. It is time for you to fulfill your duty." While referred to as security, the individual was, in fact, Li Wei's bodyguard. Italy is known for its exclusivity, and Li Wei did not wish to face an attack from an extremist fan group without any means of protection. Before the security could arrive, the Tuttosport reporter had already made his way to the exit, eager to avoid further embarrassment. However, before departing, he could not resist leaving behind a parting threat. "I assure you, you will come to regret this." Absolutely. Chapter 21, Parma versus Turin. After Li Wei ruthlessly slapped the reporter from Tuttosport, the atmosphere in the pre-match press conference grew increasingly tense. Each journalist, summoned by the press officer, appeared to burn with a spirit of combat, desperately formulating questions that Li Wei would find unpalatable or attempting to entrap him. Of course, Li Wei showcased just how formidable he could be when fully engaged. "As I understand it, although you hold a position within the club, you merely serve as the assistant coach for the first team. Why has head coach Pioli not attended the pre-match press conference? Have you perhaps exerted the authority of the club's president to suppress Mr. Pioli?" Pioli felt unwell before our departure, so I will assume the role of head coach for the match against Torino. Next question. According to our sources, it is you, Li Wei, who truly wields control over the first team, rather than head coach Pioli. What gives you the confidence to assert such a claim? Is it merely because you once coached a team in the 9th tier of English football, coming close to promotion? The information you speak of is unfamiliar to me. Yet you seem to place faith in unsubstantiated rumors. I genuinely question the credibility of your media outlet. As for my confidence, that is the second question. Next, are you evading this question? A security guard glanced at Li Wei, silently inquiring whether he should remove the reporter. Li Wei gestured for the security to remain calm, smiling as he assessed the reporter before him. He then remarked, "Venice Evening News, splendid. While I could opt to decline answering, I've chosen to respond to your inquiry. My confidence stems from my ability to command the game from the sidelines, while you're confined to your office, grumbling away. You arrogant fool. You shall lead Parma to the abyss." The Venice Evening News reporter stormed off in a huff. His departure escalated the intensity of the confrontation. "You appear more like a player than a coach. Once you ascend to a position of authority within FIFA and establish the minimum age requirements for coaching, we may engage in this discussion further. Next, it is said that you possess half Chinese blood, Li Wei. When will the Chinese take to the football field? Since your grandfather was a farmer, must we then conclude that you too are destined to be a farmer? How foolish, dear reporter. Next, I believe the youth should practice humility. Do you not, young man? Humility is a trait best suited for the aged old man. Next, with your arrogance steering Parma's fate, I assure you that the team shall be relegated this season. As for whether I shall guide Parma to ruin or glory, I find it beneath me to answer. For tomorrow night's match will reveal all. The press conference is concluded. After Li Wei finished speaking, he turned and departed. Captain Di Natale remained seated, gazing at the disarray in the venue caused by Li Wei's exit, uncertain of what to say. It seemed that no one had ever posed a question to him. What was his purpose here? He was merely a bystander. The sports director, Camignani, who had hurried over upon receiving news, wore a grim expression. With Li Wei stirring things up, he could foresee a deluge of unfavorable media coverage regarding Parma from tonight until tomorrow. The club's press officer, Barisi, looked at the chaotic journalists below, sensing that as long as Li Wei remained with the first team, his duties would become exceedingly arduous. In his office, Torino's coach, Zaccaroni, glanced at the neatly arranged newspapers on his desk and couldn't help but burst into laughter. How fortunate he was to encounter such a fool. The Torino Sports Daily proclaimed, "Parma's president clown." The Rome Sports Daily questioned, "What could possibly save Parma?" The Venice Evening News declared, "If God wishes to destroy it, he will drive it mad." The Parma Daily warned, "He will ruin Parma." Not a single media outlet stood in support of Li Wei. This was hardly surprising to him. In truth, even if he conducted himself with humility and discretion, the media would still hold a negative view of him. This was not solely due to his lack of notable achievements, nor his youth, but rather his lineage and complexion. Given this, why should he seek the approval of these uncrowned kings? Today, he intended to fight back fiercely, striking the faces of these self-proclaimed rulers with all his might. On September 10th, at 7:55 p.m. Italian time, the Sky Italia studio broadcasted live. Hello everyone, I am your host, Bryant. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Serie A match between Torino and Parma. Hello everyone, I am a special guest, Ida Jespica. A sultry beauty with red lips, arched brows, and flowing brown waves appeared on screen. Whether intentional or not, the camera panned slightly lower, capturing a glimpse of her alluring figure, invigorating many male fans in front of their televisions. Bryant couldn't help but let a glimmer of desire flicker in his eyes as he gazed at the enchanting Ida Jespica. Ida, are you aware of the amusing nickname this match has among fans? Ida Jespica, with her every move exuding exotic charm, playfully blinked her captivating eyes and responded, "Is it the Battle of the Cows?" Bryant chuckled. What a delightful moniker, and quite fitting indeed. This nickname stemmed from the epithets of Parma and Torino. The former is known as the Milk Cow Legion, while the latter is referred to as the Red Bulls. However, it is rumored that Parma's president, the young man standing at the sidelines, Li Wei, intends to officially change the team's nickname to Crusaders, likely aiming to distance himself from the legacy of his predecessor. Ida Jespica gazed at Li Wei, who stood on the sidelines, presenting a stark contrast to the typical attire of Serie A coaches. His youthful visage, a harmonious blend of Chinese and British features, evoked a sense of awe regarding the favor bestowed upon him by fate. Ada mused that he belonged in Hollywood rather than here. Bryant, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, despite knowing that he had no connection to Ada Jespica. Although Li Wei appeared to embody the essence of Hollywood's rising stars, his temper was notoriously volatile. He had recently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the media, a situation that could hardly be described as mere courage. Chapter 22. Parma versus Torino 2, the director signaled to Bryant, indicating that the players had begun to enter the field and that it was time to cease discussing trivial matters. Ada Jespica noted this and suppressed her curiosity about the young man with his hands in his pockets. What significant act had he performed? Bryant swiftly shifted the topic, announcing that they would refocus on the pitch as the players commenced their entrance. He proceeded to disclose the starting lineups. Beginning with Torino, the goalkeeper was the Italian international Abbiati, recently loaned from AC Milan, while the defense was comprised of Camato, Franceschini, Di Loreto, and Pancaro, forming a quartet of defenders. Notably, 2 of these defenders had just transferred to Torino this summer. It remained to be seen how well they had acclimated. In midfield, Barone, Fiori, Rossina, and De Acentis constituted a formidable quartet, while the forward line featured a duo of Conan and Ablascato. It was worth mentioning that Conan, the recently acquired Ivorian forward, had made 33 appearances for Lecce last season, netting 6 goals, a commendable performance. He had publicly declared his intent to showcase to Parma's president Li Wei what true football was. Ada Jespica had lost count of how many times she had heard Li Wei's name. In the current football landscape, it was still not as it would later become. Even prominent club presidents or renowned coaches did not enjoy widespread recognition, a fact evidenced by the salaries of these coaches. Yet, Li Wei's name seemed to surface more frequently than those of the stars within Torino's lineup, presenting a rather intriguing conundrum. Ada's gaze lingered on Li Wei on the screen, her eyes reflecting a unique brilliance. Bryant, oblivious to Ada Jespica's peculiar demeanor, remained focused on his task, perusing the documents handed to him by the staff as he continued his commentary. Parma's starting lineup featured the Slovenian Handanovi as goalkeeper. This young custodian had unexpectedly found himself in a prominent role this season, considering he had failed to secure a position at his former club Udinese the previous season, being loaned to Treviso and Lazio for half a season each, with a mere 4 appearances to his name. This could potentially prove to be a significant flaw for Parma in the current season. In the defensive line, the Croatian national team player Cerna, who excelled in the Summer World Cup in Germany, takes the position of right back. The young duo of Chiellini and Bonucci occupy the central defensive roles. It must be noted that Parma has suffered significant defeats in their last 5 warm-up matches, leading many to attribute the blame for these losses to the central defense partnership of Chiellini and Bonucci. It remains a mystery how they managed to impress Li Wei, compelling him to endure immense pressure and deploy this particular center-back pairing. As for the left-back position, the promising Spanish young talent Alba, who played as a starter in the warm-up matches, has been sidelined in favor of Posetti, acquired this season from the Italian Serie B. At this juncture, Bryant paused momentarily and remarked with a smile, "I have a feeling we are in for a goal fest today." Though Bryant's statement appeared nonspecific, the majority of fans watching at home understood its implications. Without even mentioning Parma's midfielders and forwards, it was evident that Bryant held little faith in Parma's defensive line. Now, let me introduce Parma's midfield, consisting of Yaya Toure, the promising youth De Sena, and the recently acquired Morfeo from Inter Milan. The forward line features the scintillating Ribéry and Di Natale, alongside the young Belgian prodigy Hazard, forming a triumvirate in a 4-3-3 formation. "Good day, Mr. Alberto." Li Wei greeted with a warm smile, extending his right hand towards Alberto Zaccaroni, the former head coach of the Winged Army. Meanwhile, Li Wei's mind conjured images of Zaccaroni's profile. Zaccaroni, a renowned Italian coach, saw his playing career cut short by injury, transitioning to coaching at the tender age of 30. However, it was at the age of 44 that his reputation soared, as he led Udinese to a remarkable 3rd place in the league during the 1997-98 season. This success caught the attention of AC Milan, who appointed Zaccaroni in hopes of reviving the club's fortunes. He did not disappoint, guiding AC Milan to the league title in his first season. Yet, the following 2 seasons saw a decline, and he was ultimately dismissed in the 2001-2002 season. After a brief hiatus, Zaccaroni took on the role of a rescue coach at Lazio. Under his stewardship, Lazio secured 6th place in the 2001-2002 season, qualifying for the UEFA Cup. Nevertheless, he faced criticism, as 2 star players, Mendieta and Fiori, were often benched, unable to make their mark. Consequently, he was let go, with Roberto Mancini succeeding him. In the midst of the 2003-2004 season, Zaccaroni once again stepped in as a rescue coach, this time for the illustrious Inter Milan. However, perhaps unable to escape the curse of dismissal, he was ultimately released despite leading Inter to a commendable 4th place finish. What is even more intriguing is that Zaccaroni's successor is none other than Roberto Mancini. It remains uncertain whether he was affected by setbacks, as Zaccheroni had been idle for a full 2 years before making his return. This time, however, he takes the helm at Torino merely as a firefighter, despite having commenced his tenure from the very first round of matches. His predecessor, the coach who led Torino to promotion, Biasi, was dismissed on September 7th due to unsatisfactory performances in warm-up matches and a dismal exit from the Coppa Italia in the second round. Today is September 10th, which means Zaccheroni has only held the position of Torino's head coach for a mere 3 days. In contrast to Li Wei's enthusiasm, Zaccheroni exudes an air of arrogance. Standing firmly in place with his head held high, he merely raises his right hand slightly. Zaccheroni's disdain for Li Wei is palpably evident. Li Wei smila graduifada. Yet he chose to remain silent. When their hands lightly brushed against each other, they immediately withdrew, as if they had touched a scalding iron brick. Zaccheroni, with his back to Li Wei, failed to witness the expression that emerged upon Li Wei's turning. It was not one of anger, but rather a hint of triumphant glee. Chapter 23. Parma versus Torino, 3 with the sound of the referee's whistle piercing the air amidst the frenzied cheers of the home crowd. Torino launched a relentless assault right from the outset. Torino's forward, Conan, unleashed a powerful long-range shot. It soared high. Torino's midfielders intercepted the ball, executing a long pass to initiate their offensive. Parma was in peril. Torino's player, Rossina, struck the ball in midair. Handanovi, he has made a spectacular save, punching the ball out of the penalty area. No, Torino's assault was far from over. Fioer, he found himself in front of the ball. Stop him! Stop him! Li Wei roared from the sidelines. Chiellini gritted his teeth, appearing almost frenzied. At that moment, he harbored a singular conviction: to thwart the opponent's shot. He must block it. Closer, closer. At this distance, he could certainly thwart the shot. Chiellini gazed at the football, now merely a meter away, his heart swelling with joy. To hasten his defensive maneuver, Chiellini opted to throw himself forward, sliding toward the ball. Young man, you are still inexperienced. Fioer effortlessly faked a shot and then deftly maneuvered the ball. At this point, Chiellini realized the trap, but it was already too late. With an open path, Fioer unleashed a powerful strike, opting for a high ball to complicate the goalkeeper's efforts to block it. Handanovi, despite making a defensive leap, was outpaced by the ball. Whoosh! The net behind the goal rippled with a burst of white. Boom! The Torino Olympic Stadium erupted with the momentum of the goal, as Torino fans passionately sang their anthem, expressing their uncontainable jubilation. Iancritero Impretero, forever the Bulls, always the Bulls, Lamurda. On this long road, we sing hand in hand. Iancritero Impretero, forever the Bulls, always the Bulls, Il Toro Grandita Fate Marligam. The great Torino makes you tremble with fear. Damn it. In a fit of fury, Li Wei kicked a bottle of mineral water that lay on the ground. The fourth official frowned, glancing at the bottle that had landed nearby, and then at Li Wei, who was venting his frustration into the air. He approached with a serious demeanor, warning him, "Sir, please be mindful of your actions, or I will not hesitate to summon the referee." Li Wei took a deep breath, cast a glance at the fourth official, and said with irritation, "I understand." The fourth official, dissatisfied with Li Wei's demeanor, nevertheless decided to downplay the situation upon noticing that Li Wei did not exhibit any further extreme behavior. Opting to disregard this contentious figure in the football arena, Li Wei profoundly grasped the meaning of the phrase "the ball is round" for the first time. He anticipated the beginning, but could not foresee the outcome. He was aware of Zaccheroni's penchant for a pressing attacking style, and recognized that Zaccheroni would undoubtedly underestimate himself and Parma, leading to a tempestuous offensive onslaught right from the kickoff. This presented an opportune moment for Parma to execute a counterattack. Consequently, Li Wei opted not to start the more skilled Quagliarella in attack, but instead chose the swifter Hazard as the starting winger. In defense, he replaced the young Spanish talent Alba with a more defensively adept Pochettino. However, no one could have predicted that just 13 minutes in, Torino would secure a priceless goal. With this lead, Torino could now play a possession game, compelling Parma to abandon their defensive shell and expose larger gaps behind them. They could afford to be more patient in their offensive approach, rather than exhausting themselves with relentless attacks that could leave them vulnerable to counterstrikes. What should they do now? Assistant coach Giacomo Muratori approached Li Wei, inquiring whether they should alter their strategy. Many Parma players, seizing the moment while Torino celebrated their goal, turned their gaze towards Li Wei, seemingly asking, "What should we do now?" Li Wei found himself in a state of disarray. realizing that the head coach was far more complex than he had anticipated. The experience of serving as an assistant coach, trailing behind the head coach, bore little resemblance to the current pressures he faced. This invisible weight bore down on him, creating an overwhelming sense of impending collapse. Numerous renowned assistant coaches have faltered when transitioning to head coach roles. Take, for instance, former Manchester United assistant Carlos Queiroz. In his inaugural year at Manchester United, he played a pivotal role in helping Sir Alex Ferguson secure the Premier League title, overcoming a formidable Arsenal side. His success at United caught the attention of Real Madrid, who lured him away to succeed Vicente del Bosque after his departure in the summer of 2003. At that time, Real Madrid boasted global superstars such as Zinedine Zidane, Ronaldo, David Beckham, and Figo. However, after just 10 months in charge, Queiroz was dismissed, leaving Madrid in disarray. Before Li Wei could resolve whether to adhere to his original strategy or take a bold risk, the match resumed. Lacking guidance from Li Wei, Parma's performance became chaotic. Some players yearned for an offensive approach, hoping not just to win, but at least to equalize and depart the Stadio Olimpico di Torino with a point. Others, interpreting Li Wei's silence alongside Torino's relentless assault, opted to stick to a defensive strategy. A few players were engulfed in confusion, unsure whether to attack or defend, even questioning their own purpose on the field. Every time Torino gained possession, Parma supporters held their breath in trepidation. At this juncture, the player most beloved by Parma fans was neither the forward nor the defenders frequently captured on camera, but rather the goalkeeper, Samir Handanovi. Oh, once again, it was Handanovi stepping up to rescue the team. What a magnificent save. He deflected a header that was almost within reach. A corner kick highly threatening. Handanovi, yet again, he intercepted the ball before Torino's striker, Cone, could connect with his header. 2 consecutive saves. Handanovi delivered a brilliant display of defense, leaving Torino's players shaking their heads in frustration. Had it not been for Handanovi, Parma might have found themselves trailing by 10 goals. However, Handanovi was not infallible, and mistakes were inevitable. At the 42nd minute, Torino's player, Fior, initiated a swift pass to the unmarked Dos Santos, who went unnoticed, allowing him to leap effortlessly and powerfully head the ball towards goal. No matter how miraculous Handanovi's efforts were, he could not alter the trajectory of the ball this time. It ricocheted off the ground and eluded his grasp, finding the back of the net behind him. The Olympic Stadium in Turin was once again ignited with fervor, as the fans of Torino passionately sang their club anthem. No one could have anticipated that this newly promoted team would not only dominate Parma on their home turf, but also secure 2 goals before the end of the first half. This match is likely to evolve into a one-sided massacre. Chapter 24, A Surge in Morale. Li Wei glanced up at the scoreboard in the stands of the Turin Olympic Stadium, which displayed the current score of the match. The home team, Torino, was leading the visiting Parma with a score of 2-0. Yet, this was not the worst of it. During the stoppage time, Chiellini, perhaps overly eager to redeem himself, committed a foul within the penalty area. Not only was he shown a yellow card by the referee, but a penalty was also awarded. The Torino fans in the stands erupted in joyous song and dance, some even composing chants to mock Li Wei and Parma. Galloping horse, you have 4 legs, Li Wei. Li Wei, you're all water. How many goals do we want against Parma? 3 goals. 3 goals. Not enough. We want even more goals. This was a phrase Li Wei had uttered during the pre-match press conference, expressing his focus on how many goals they would win by against Torino. Although the scoreboard still read 2-0, in the hearts of the fans, their beloved Torino, having earned a penalty, was already leading Parma 3-0. This time, Li Wei refrained from any extreme reactions. He merely pressed his lips together, furrowed his brow, and stood still, gazing towards the goal. Standing at the sidelines, Zaccaroni cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, smirking inwardly. Young man, football is not a game you can master merely by waving your money. Torino's forward Abbraccato was designated to take the penalty kick. He stood with his hands on his hips near the penalty spot, while his teammates and Parma players positioned themselves a short distance behind him, with the distant sounds of the Torino fans rallying their players. Abbraccato retreated to what he deemed a comfortable distance, and the referee scanned the surroundings before blowing the whistle sharply. Abbraccato launched himself forward with the speed of a cheetah. But just before striking the ball, he suddenly hesitated, his subsequent movements slowed, reminiscent of a slow-motion sequence in a film. This was a subtle tactic employed in penalty kicks. By altering his rhythm, he aimed to disrupt the goalkeeper's judgment. Many goalkeepers anticipate that Abbraccato will strike the ball at full speed. prompting them to dive towards the direction they believe the ball will go. However, Abriscato had yet to make contact with the ball, and by the time he did, the goalkeeper had already committed to a dive, leaving no time for a second attempt, often resulting in them helplessly watching as the ball ricocheted into the net behind them. But Handanovi did not move. Could he truly be just a goalkeeper who has played 4 matches in Serie A? He was completely unfazed by the trickery. Abriscato found himself at a loss, forced to push the ball forward, but without a running start, it lacked speed, and Handanovi easily caught the ball. The few Parma fans present in the Turin Olympic Stadium erupted with jubilation, jumping and cheering as if they had just secured a victory. Abriscato stood at the penalty spot, hands on his hips, head bowed in resignation. Where did this remarkable goalkeeper come from? Such an extraordinary talent. Zaccaroni cast a disdainful glance at Li Wei and murmured, "Consider yourself fortunate, but in the second half, luck may not favor you as it has." Shortly thereafter, the referee signaled the conclusion of the first half, prompting the players to vacate the pitch. Before the cameras, the Parma players appeared dejected, with only their resolute goalkeeper, Handanovi, holding his head high, albeit with a stern expression. In stark contrast, the Torino players exuded an air of ease, casually draping their arms over one another's shoulders, laughing and chatting animatedly, with some even whistling at the fans as they approached the stands. Li Wei stood in the center of the locker room, where all the players were seated on benches, their spirits visibly dampened, with some even concealing their faces with towels, seemingly preferring to be oblivious. "Are you all prepared to surrender?" Li Wei questioned Ludley. Yet, it was understandable. The score stood at 2-0. A more disheartening outcome could scarcely be imagined. Silence enveloped the room as the Parma players remained mute. Had it not been for the faint sounds of breathing, one might have mistaken them for wax figures, frozen in place. You are likely wishing for the match to conclude swiftly to hasten its end. But can this match truly be concluded? Once this match is over, the contest of life continues unabated. Li Wei spoke with a calm demeanor. "If we lose this match, I shall no longer intervene in the first team's affairs. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" The players finally stirred, though some, like Contini, regarded Li Wei with a sense of schadenfreude. Conversely, others, such as the favored Chiellini and Bonucci, looked upon him with concern. Yet, there were also indifferent souls like Ribery, who had already proven his worth on the World Cup stage. Regardless of who took the helm at Parma, his presence could not be overlooked. Li Wei continued, "I have lost, yet I remain the president of the club. Most of you here should be aware that you're not the ideal candidates for Coach Pioli. It is foreseeable who Pioli will choose to replace you in the future. Are you truly willing to depart the field as mere failures?" "No. But, sir, are you still willing to grant me an opportunity?" Chiellini stood up, gritting his teeth, his gaze intensely fixed on Li Wei. "Why not?" Li Wei exclaimed, arms wide open, his expression earnest. "Even if I may only have 45 minutes left, I am still willing to place my trust in you." Chiellini looked at Li Wei and nodded vigorously, saying, "I understand." After uttering these words, Chiellini seemed reborn, radiating an unyielding spirit of battle. "Bonucci, I still believe in you. Will you fight for me? And for yourself?" Li Wei's gaze shifted to another center back. Bonucci responded with a resolute look in his eyes. "Sir, I still place my trust in you." Li Wei inquired one by one, and the process was not entirely smooth. Some players bowed their heads in silence, while others hesitated for a considerable time before finally nodding in response to him. After questioning each player, Li Wei had formulated a plan in his mind, one that might be perceived as audacious by others. "Bochetti, step down. Hamsik, take your place as a defensive midfielder. Do not betray my trust in you. Hazard, are you still able to play?" "Yes." Hazard gritted his teeth and replied. Although his slight frame signaled that he should rest, he resolved to expend his last ounce of strength to repay Li Wei, who had brought him back from France. Li Wei cast a penetrating gaze at Hazard and remarked, "You shall play as an attacking midfielder, enjoying a high degree of freedom. You may choose to traverse the flanks or venture through the center based on your own judgment." In Chapter 25, Shattering the Vessel, Li Wei made a second personnel adjustment, substituting Morfeo with the Croatian wearing the number 15 jersey, Modric. "Modric, you are the linchpin of our team. The ball shall be entrusted to you as a priority. Is that acceptable?" Li Wei's eyes were sharp as he regarded the still somewhat inexperienced Croatian. Modric nodded vigorously in response, his gaze resolute as he asserted, "I assure you I will fulfill my duties." After a brief pause, Li Wei addressed the others, saying, "If the passing route to Modric is obstructed, then transfer the ball to Hamsik. He is a reliable option." Hamsik was taken aback. Although his tenure with the team had not been extensive, he was aware that he was a player brought in by the head coach, Pioli. Ribery, you will drop back and play as an attacking midfielder like Azar. But your positioning shall not be confined. You may interchange positions with Azar or drift wide. However, you both must be cautious to avoid overlapping your positions. Li Wei refrained from elaborating on his intentions to Hamsik and shifted his focus to the scar-faced Ribery. Ribery offered Li Wei a deep glance, remaining silent, yet acknowledging with a slight nod that he understood. Li Wei struck his fist with determination, proclaiming resolutely, "This is a do-or-die battle. If we succeed, a golden path lies before us. If we fail, the gates of hell shall be open to us." The halftime intermission had elapsed, and the players re-emerged onto the field, while the fourth official began to engage in card games, substituting the somewhat displeased Bichetti and Morfeo with Hamsik and Modric. Parma has made substitutions. The chairman, no. Rather, the coach has taken action. He replaced the left-back Bichetti and the central midfielder Morfeo with two young defensive midfielders. Number 12 Marek Hamsik has just transferred from Serie B to Parma, while number 15 Luka Modric has recently joined from Dinamo Zagreb in Croatia. When commentator Bryant observed this move, he could not help but chuckle. Did he truly believe that introducing two youngsters who had never played in the top 5 leagues could reverse his team's fortunes? It seems this novice coach has completely lost his composure. With no players retreating, he has even opted for a 3-man defense. Does he think that Torino's scoring is insufficient? Not to mention Bryant. Even the assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, seated on the bench, was perplexed by Li Wei's intentions. Is he truly throwing caution to the wind by adopting an even weaker 3-man defense? Furthermore, one of the center backs is not even a traditional defender, but rather the right back Serna. The journalists in the media box erupted into laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. Li Wei seems to be in a frenzy, desperately supplying ammunition as if he were not dying fast enough. This has only fortified the evidence against them. The Parma government has appointed a president whose foolishness is matched only by his ambition to be head coach, a decision that is tantamount to digging their own grave. It is already apparent that chaos is looming over Parma, and there is a real possibility that they may face relegation this season. Typically, club executives do not attend matches in person, but today is an exception. Not only is it the first round of Serie A, imbued with symbolic significance, but Li Wei is also personally leading the team in a battle. Whether one attends to support Li Wei or to observe the caliber of his performance. Parma's Vice President Baldini and Sporting Director Camagnani have made the journey to the Olympic Stadium in Turin, alongside the President and Vice President of Parma. Naturally, Urbano Cairo, the President of the home team, Torino, could not be absent. Thus, during this match, Parma's Vice President Baldini, Sporting Director Camagnani, and Torino's President shared a prominent presence in the stands. While the atmosphere outside was charged with fervor, the ambience in the box remained amicable. However, when Parma fell behind by 2 goals, the expressions of Baldini and Camagnani soured considerably. Urbano Cairo cast an intrigued glance at the two and remarked, "It's your first match as a coach. Don't set your expectations too high. Just play in your own style." When Li Wei substituted 2 defensive midfielders for a fullback and a center back, shifting to a 3-man defense, the mood shifted dramatically. Baldini and Camagnani's faces darkened, while Urbano Cairo's countenance brightened, his smile as radiant as that of a long-lost lover reunited, particularly one who is still single. "Surely, you can't be throwing caution to the wind, Mr. Chairman," Camagnani thought, observing Li Wei standing rigidly on the sidelines, unable to suppress a sigh of despair. Zaccaroni cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, smirking inwardly. Did he truly believe that adopting a 3-man defense would allow him to breach my lines by merely crowding the midfield? How laughable! Yet soon, the intensified assault from Parma served as a reminder to Torino that they were not to be underestimated. In the 47th minute of the second half, Modric passed to Yaya Touré, positioned near the center circle, with Li Wei having stacked the midfield with 4 defensive midfielders, along with Ribery and Hazard, who frequently dropped back to collect the ball. Parma enjoyed a numerical advantage in midfield. The pressing style of Torino could not immediately apply pressure on Yaya Touré. Noticing that the Torino defense had pushed up, Touré observed that Abbiati had also advanced from his goal, nearing the penalty area. Suddenly, Touré unleashed a strike. Although Abbiati sprinted back with haste, the ball, moving faster than any man, seemed destined for the net. Clang! This time, the goalpost saved Torino, as the ball astonishingly struck the crossbar, allowing Torino to narrowly escape disaster. Although Li Wei felt a sense of disappointment, he clapped his hands from the sidelines, vocally commending the Parma players. "Well done, keep it up." Zaccheroni silently cursed the little man for his success. However, he did not place much importance on this particular shot, as the randomness of the attempt was exceedingly high. Noticing that Abbiati had retreated into the 6-yard box and was no longer venturing out, Zaccheroni refrained from giving any additional instructions to the goalkeeper. Instead, he loudly urged the Torino players to intensify their offensive efforts. The Torino players, filled with pent-up energy and frustration, were irked that their subordinates, Parma, dared to retaliate. "I'll show you the severe consequences of striking back." Torino swiftly organized an attack, with both wing-backs surging forward at high speed, while the wingers dashed with the ball. Yaya Toure charged in like a tank, but the Torino wingers skillfully dribbled in place. As the wing-back swept past Toure, the Torino winger delivered a precise through ball, bypassing Toure entirely. Yet at that moment, a player clad in white with black diagonal stripes surged towards the Torino wing-back, Kamato, who had just successfully received the ball. "Oh, Serna, when did he push forward?" Kamato had no time for a second movement or evasive action, as Serna decisively intercepted, snatching the ball away and causing Kamato to stumble. Zaccheroni was momentarily taken aback. Yet he did not dwell on it, for in the preceding 50 minutes, Parma had posed little threat to his goal, save for Yaya Toure's long-range shot from near the center circle. Such attempts were fraught with randomness. While spectacular if they succeeded, their failure was not surprising. Hence, Zaccheroni remained unconcerned about Parma's offense. "Push up, intercept the ball." Zaccheroni called out to Barone, who stood beside Yaya Toure. Barone immediately charged towards Serna, who hesitated momentarily but ultimately followed Li Wei's directive, sending a long pass towards Modric. Modric deftly controlled the ball with his chest, but at that moment, a Torino player was already closing in on him, with another Torino player racing in from the side, ready to sandwich Modric. The urgency of Torino's pressing was palpable. It seemed that possession would soon revert to Torino's feet, the commentator Bryant remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Such scenes had already unfolded several times in the first half, serving as a microcosm of the match's early proceedings. However, in that instant, Modric astounded everyone with his talent. With a quick glance at the movements of the players, he sent a long pass without stopping the ball. The approaching Torino players halted abruptly, scoffing. "Who do you think you are, Ronaldinho?" With a seamless touch, he executed a masterful long pass. However, the Torino players soon heard his teammates' voices filled with panic. "Stop him." "Stop who?" Wasn't that long pass supposed to go out of play? Li Wei, who had been standing at the sidelines sipping water, abruptly discarded his bottle and gestured forward with urgency. "Attack." The ball found its way to Hazard, who, rejuvenated after a 15-minute halftime break, was brimming with energy. He deftly cushioned the ball with his foot, and before him lay an almost unimpeded path. Why almost? Because ahead of Hazard stood only two central defenders, while on the same horizontal line. Parma boasted the formidable duo of Di Natale and Ribéry. It was an exquisite 3-on-2 situation. Behind Hazard, the frantic Torino players were in hot pursuit. No one anticipated that with a strike from Serna and another from Modri, the Torino defense would be utterly shattered. Not sensing any immediate pressure from the Torino players, Hazard seized the moment to advance with the ball. His pace was blistering, akin to an arrow released from a bow, piercing straight into the heart of the Torino defense. The Torino defender, Franceschini, glanced back with peripheral vision and realized he had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. Any further retreat would mean entering the box. Defending within the penalty area posed a significant threat, as a momentary lapse could result in a penalty kick. In the first half, Chiellini had made a defensive error in the box that led to a penalty. Had it not been for the heroic performance of Parma's goalkeeper Handanovi, the score would have easily been 3-0 by now. They could not afford to let the opposition into the box. Franceschini was aware that his fellow central defender, Di Loreto Pancuro, was on the other side, keeping an eye on Di Natale and Ribéry. If he committed a foul now, given that he was not the last defender, the referee would most likely issue him a yellow card instead of a red one. Franceschini made up his mind. With a roar akin to a tiger descending a mountain, Franceschini charged at Hazard. He thought to himself, this young player clearly had no experience in professional leagues. A mere show of intimidation would surely rattle him, perhaps even halting Parma's advance without the need for a foul. Yet Franceschini was mistaken. Hazard was far from intimidated. As Franceschini lunged forward, he swiftly struck the ball. The ball zipped past Franceschini, who was caught off guard, and in a flash, Hazard glided past him. At this moment, The only obstacle standing between Hazard and the goal was the former AC Milan goalkeeper, Abbiati. At this moment, Di Loreto Pancuro, the last central defender of Torino, found himself with no choice but to abandon his pursuit of both Di Natale and Ribery, directing his attention toward Hazard, thereby limiting a portion of Hazard's shooting angle. Hazard, however, displayed restraint. With a deft touch, the white ball danced past Di Loreto Pancuro, arriving at the feet of the retreating Di Natale. Without pausing to control it, Di Natale drew back his bow and released the arrow. In a pursuit of accuracy, he sacrificed power, sending the ball, not at great speed, towards the upper left corner of the goal. All eyes widened as they beheld this seemingly leisurely shot. Abbiati turned to track the ball. Standing on the right side of the goal, despite the ball's modest velocity, he found it impossible to leap to the left upper corner in time to catch or deflect it. All he could do was pray, hoping that Di Natale's angled shot would veer off course, reminiscent of Yaya Touré's shot that had struck the crossbar just 3 minutes prior. So close yet so far from a goal. It seemed as though Di Natale's pursuit of precision would yield fruit, as from Abbiati's perspective, the ball appeared destined to strike the post. However, in the next instant, the ball struck the inside of the far post and ricocheted into the net. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. Parma, trailing by 2 goals, had remarkably scored just 5 minutes into the second half. They had found the net. How could this be possible? This defied logic. Oh God, please tell me this is not real. Hadn't we been dominating Parma all along? Why had everything changed? The world suddenly felt unfamiliar. The Torino fans, who had been jubilantly mocking and deriding Li Wei and Parma, fell into an eerie silence in that fleeting moment. Chapter 27. A desperate counterattack. 2. Did the ball really go in? As the football sailed into the net, the commentator Bryant expressed his disbelief with a series of questions. Still struggling to comprehend that the ball had actually crossed the line, Parma had pulled one back. Then he witnessed Li Wei celebrating passionately on the sidelines, along with Di Natale, Hazard, and Ribery, while the Torino players wore faces of despair. It was then that he was certain Parma had indeed scored. What an unexpected turn of events. Torino's possession in the opponent's half was intercepted by Parma's defender Serna, who promptly passed the ball to the forward Croatian Modric. With a superb long pass that hardly touched the ground, Modric nearly tore apart Torino's defense. Upon receiving the ball, Hazard utilized the speed to surge into the penalty area, delivering a swift cutback to Di Natale. This entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking rapidity. Parma's fortune was truly remarkable. Even though Parma scored, Bryant had no intention of altering his prejudice against the team, stating that he believed Parma was merely fortunate. This goal, in his view, did not signify much. Not only he, but also the journalists in the media section shared this sentiment. When Parma found the net, their heads lifted to observe the field. Local journalists celebrated, while others merely shrugged in disdain. Despite Parma's goal, they did not believe Torino would succumb to defeat, for the disparity in strength between the two teams was evident. Torino had previously dominated Parma, launching relentless assaults, and had it not been for the outstanding performance of Parma's goalkeeper Handanovi, who even saved a penalty, the score might well have been 5-0 or 6-0 by now. Furthermore, with Torino still leading by 1 goal, proclaiming their impending loss seemed utterly absurd. One journalist merely glanced at the outcome before returning to his writing. Although Parma managed to pull one back, it was merely a stroke of luck. This goal somewhat salvaged face for the Chinese coach, yet I must assert that it bore little relation to him. Someone interjected a segment into the article, suggesting that there were indeed supporters of Li Wei, such as Ada Jespica, who remarked on air that perhaps under Li Wei's guidance, Parma might surprise us in a different way. It's just sheer luck. Bryant, consumed by jealousy, let slip a profanity during the live broadcast, further dismissing the efforts of Parma's players. It is foreseeable that post-match, countless Parma fans would inundate Bryant with complaints. The team had shifted from a 2-0 deficit to nearly a 3-0 situation, now down to 2-1. This goal was not merely a revision of the score. It served as a clarion call for Parma's remarkable resurgence. The players of Parma, buoyed by this goal, found their spirits lifted, while Torino, in stark contrast, succumbed to confusion. This atmosphere mirrored Parma's initial struggles in the first half when they first fell behind. After conceding a goal, the players' minds became muddled. Some sought to attack, while others focused on defense. Now, Torino found themselves in a similar predicament. The forwards believed that having previously pressured Parma, intensifying their offensive efforts would surely suppress Parma's momentum. Meanwhile, the defenders felt that Parma had gained the upper hand and should avoid a head-on clash. After all, they were still leading by 1 goal, and could comfortably adopt a defensive counterattack strategy to seal the match with greater ease. As for Zaccheroni, at this moment, he revealed the limitations of a firefighting coach. Having taken charge just 3 days prior, he had little time to instill his philosophies and tactics in the players. Getting Torino to execute his preferred pressing style was already a considerable challenge, let alone managing the players effectively. It was time to retreat and adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. Zaccheroni shouted from the sidelines, yet to no avail. Upon the restart, the Torino team surged forth like a wounded beast, propelling the ball towards Parma's half after a brief transitional phase in midfield. This time, the Torino players exercised caution, refraining from venturing too deeply into the penalty area. The ball found its way to the feet of forward Abbraccato, who, glancing ahead, opted for a long-range shot. Chiellini rushed to confront Abbraccato, and the ball ricocheted off Chiellini, skimming out of play. A collective sigh echoed among the Torino supporters. Had it not been for Chiellini, Abbracato's strike, even if it did not result in a goal, could have posed a significant threat to Handanovi's net. Torino earned a corner kick, and Handanovi leapt high, clearing the ball with his fists to the periphery of the penalty area. There, Hamsik was first to seize the ball. The Torino players, astute in their observations, recognized Modri as the core of Parma's squad, promptly sending a player to mark him closely. Should Hamsik choose to pass at that moment, the possession could easily change hands. After all, the current Modri had yet to evolve into the legendary maestro he would become, far from being a deity on the pitch. Hamsik glanced around, noting the unfavorable situation for his teammates. In defense of the corner, Ribéry and Hazard had returned, leaving only Di Natale up front at the center circle. Yet, Di Natale found himself closely guarded by 2 Torino players, even if he managed to gain possession. Breaking through their blockade to face the goalkeeper was a formidable challenge, especially since Di Natale was never known for his speed. His strengths lay in his ability to hold the ball, dribble, pass, and shoot, all while relying on the support of teammates to alleviate the pressure and maximize his potential. With no suitable passing options available, Hamsik resolved to take matters into his own hands. He charged forward with the ball, disrupting Torino's defensive setup. No one anticipated that this 19-year-old, yet to prove himself in Serie A, could pose such a threat. And yet, this young prodigy indeed brought peril to the Torino side. Hamsik advanced all the way to the vicinity of the center circle before encountering a Torino player blocking his path. Despite his slender frame, Hamsik played with intelligence, avoiding a direct confrontation. He deftly delivered the ball to the advancing Yaya Toure, maneuvering past the defender in the process. Yaya Toure, not one to seek personal glory, combined with Hamsik to execute a simple give-and-go, successfully tearing a significant gap in Torino's midfield defense. Chapter 28. The Desperate Counterattack 3. Give it to me. Hazard sought possession from Hamsik, his right arm raised high, distinctly visible among the attacking players. This gesture immediately attracted the attention of a Torino player, who could not forget that mere moments ago, this young Belgian had skillfully breached Torino's defense, assisting Di Natale in scoring a golden goal. Hamsik made a move, launching a long ball, but instead of targeting the marked Hazard, he aimed for the swiftly advancing Ribéry, who had evaded the offside trap. The football soared across the left side of the field to the right, landing at Ribéry's feet, unchallenged by any Torino defenders. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ribéry had commenced his sprint the instant Hamsik delivered the pass, effortlessly outpacing the Torino defenders before they could react, gently nudging the ball forward. Offside, the Torino players, in a state of panic, raised their arms, yearning for the assistant referee to signal for offside, believing this Parma attack to be invalid. The referee, however, directed most of his attention towards the assistant, who ignored the protests from the Torino players, raising his flag to indicate no offside. The referee, undeterred by the Torino players, raised both hands, signaling for the game to continue without interruption. In the stands, Urbano Cairo, the president of Torino Football Club, could no longer remain seated. He stood, gripping the railing, entirely focused on the unfolding drama on the pitch. He could not comprehend how the situation had shifted so drastically. His team was merely 1 goal behind. Yet it seemed that even this slender lead was now in jeopardy. Not only was Cairo taken aback, but Baldini and Camignani, observing from the stands, were also rendered speechless by the scene. While they had celebrated when Hazard assisted Di Natale, they had dismissed it as mere luck. Yet, witnessing an almost identical attacking maneuver unfold once more could not simply be attributed to fortune. This was undoubtedly premeditated. Their astonishment shifted from the field back to the young man on the sidelines, arm raised high. They had once resented him for treating Parma as a mere plaything and had felt helpless against his determination. Yet, seeing this young man commanding from the sidelines stirred an inexplicable emotion within Baldini and Camignani. As Ribery charged forward, Torino's goalkeeper, Abbiati, chose to act decisively. The stands erupted with the deafening boos of Torino fans. Had it been an ordinary player, perhaps the jeers would have had an impact, but Ribery was no ordinary player. He had proven himself on the grand stage of the World Cup, under the scrutiny of billions. How could mere boos possibly affect him? Conversely, amidst the cacophony of boos, Ribery arose with an even more fervent determination, resolved to deliver a resounding retort through his extraordinary skill. Goodness gracious, what have I just witnessed? A pendulum dribble. Upon witnessing Ribery execute this maneuver, it was not merely Bryant who stood astounded. The 25,700 spectators within the Turin Olympic Stadium were rendered speechless by Ribery's brilliance. Left or right? Abbiati gritted his teeth as he watched Ribery, his heart heavy with despair, for he had no inkling of which step was a feint and which was a genuine attempt to bypass him. Left with no choice but to follow Ribery's unpredictable movements. Alas, Abbiati ultimately lost his balance, collapsing onto the pitch. In that moment, Ribery deftly nudged the ball, evading his marker before executing a delicate lob. Unsurprisingly, the ball traced a beautiful arc, finding its way into the unguarded net. 2 goals in 3 minutes. If this is sheer luck, then what an extraordinary stroke of fortune it must be. In the broadcasting room, Ida Jespica clapped her hands, exclaiming, "What a breathtaking match." Even if no further goals emerge in the remaining time, this encounter has already proven to be magnificent. One wonders what words Li Wei imparted to his players during halftime that transformed Parma as if reborn. Reluctantly, Bryant could only feebly utter insincere praise. Parma has performed exceptionally well, and their number 7, Ribery, has continued his splendid display from the World Cup, netting a similarly exquisite goal with that brilliant pendulum dribble. The young club president exhibited immense passion, rushing to the corner flag to join in the players' celebrations. Ida Jespica suddenly interjected, interrupting Bryant's lackluster commentary. In truth, it was not solely Ida Jespica. The journalists and fans present also turned their gaze towards Li Wei. His actions were indeed rare in this era, especially considering he dashed directly from the coaching bench to partake in the players' jubilation near the corner flag. In this age, only Mourinho is known for such exuberant celebrations. A figure famed for his eccentricity. A passionate, celebrating coach invariably captures attention wherever he goes, particularly one who is known for his provocative remarks and is frequently in the limelight. Li Wei appeared utterly elated, and he had every reason to rejoice, for Parma had equalized. Yet, upon recalling his pre-match comments, I find myself unable to share in his joy. I am compelled to remind him that football is not as simple as he perceives. The Turin team will not idly stand by. They are certain to unleash a tempestuous counterattack, and victory will remain elusive. Bryant could no longer endure his dissatisfaction with Li Wei and publicly mocked him on television. However, everyone misconstrued Li Wei's actions. Although he rushed towards a corner flag, he was not there to celebrate a goal, for the moment was not yet ripe for celebration. Li Wei plunged into the midst of the jubilant players celebrating their goal. "Let me in! Let me in!" he shouted from outside. The surrounding players, startled by the voice, turned around only to be surprised to see their head coach, Li Wei. Shouldn't the head coach be at the sidelines? How did he end up by the corner flag? Li Wei paid no heed to the surrounding commotion. He forcefully pushed his way inside, and the players swiftly parted to make way for him. Upon spotting Li Wei, Ribery excitedly raised his fists in celebration, exclaiming, "Sir, we have equalized the score." Li Wei nodded, displaying an encouraging smile. "You have performed admirably, Frank." However, this is not the moment for celebration. Upon hearing his words, the exhilarated Parma players were perplexed as to why now was not the time for joy. Their excitement stemmed from a remarkable comeback, having scored 2 goals in a mere 3 minutes, thus leveling the score against all odds. Observing the frenzied celebrations of the 800 Parma fans present at the Turin Olympic Stadium, one could easily understand that the players' jubilation was entirely justified. Li Wei gasped for breath and declared, "Indeed, now is not the time for celebration. Our purpose in coming here extends beyond merely staging a decisive counterattack. We are here to triumph, not just to win, but to achieve a resounding victory." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the others fell silent. They then recalled his remarks in the pre-match press conference, where he stated that in the match against Torino, His sole focus was on how many goals they would score against them. They assumed that Levi's comments stemmed either from frustration with the media or were merely intended to uplift morale. After all, it was well known that Torino, playing at home, enjoyed significant advantages. Even Juventus tread carefully in this arena, let alone the relatively weaker Parma. Yet, it now appeared that Levi genuinely aspired to secure a substantial away victory against Torino. Sensing the astonishment among the players, Levi hastily clarified, "Do not dismiss this as impossible. Torino would never anticipate a reversal. The 2 goals we have scored have left them utterly bewildered. This is our opportunity. Did you not perceive anything else from our 2 goals? Torino is utterly incapable of organizing an effective defense against our counterattacks." His reminder sparked a realization among the team. Indeed, each offensive surge had swiftly propelled the ball into Torino's danger zone, leading to goals with astonishing ease. Hazard and Ribéry felt this acutely. When they received the ball, Torino's defense could hardly be called a defense at all, as it was disjointed and incapable of creating numerical superiority, allowing them to penetrate the penalty area with ease. Noticing the dawning comprehension on the players' faces, Levi seized the moment. Thus, they are ill-equipped to handle our counterattacks. They must be in disarray right now, as they never anticipated conceding 2 goals in a mere 3 minutes. They will surely be reluctant to accept this situation. It is far easier to come to terms with a score of 2-2 than to accept a shift from 2 o'clock to 2-2. Torino will undoubtedly launch a furious assault in the forthcoming minutes, and this is our chance. Remember, every time we regain possession, aside from leaving 2 defensive midfielders, everyone else must surge forward. We must deliver the ball near Torino's penalty area, ensuring that no more than 5 passes are made. We are playing for speed. We are playing for an onslaught. Levi forcefully swung his fist in the air and bellowed. Chapter 29, The Ultimate Counterattack 4. Due to Levi's abrupt entrance to strategize with the players, Parma's celebration of their goal lingered longer than expected. The referee had to intervene, separating the players, encircling each other, and signaling them to return to their half, allowing the match to resume. Witnessing this scene, Bryant, who harbored animosity towards Levi, had more to say. It appeared that Parma was content with the current score. They began to use their goal celebrations as a means to waste time. How lamentable. Such a team aspires to remain in Serie A. This is undoubtedly an affront to Italian football. I believe they would be better suited to Serie C. Under the referee's insistence, Levi addressed the players gathered around him. This goal was no mere fluke. We did not stumble upon luck. If we continue to play this way, the next goal will soon follow. Therefore, he gazed at everyone, his eyes sweeping across the faces of Azar, Ribéry, and others, both youthful and weathered. I paid a substantial transfer fee to bring you to Parma, stemming from my trust in you. Now, I have but one request. Trust me, adhere to my plan, unite our efforts, and give it your all. With that, Levi waved his hand, and the team finally dispersed. The referee shot a disapproving glare at Levi, contemplating whether to issue a yellow card to this fellow, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Li Wei disregarded the main referee's discontent. As he observed the players returning to the field, he too gradually strolled back to the coaching bench. What a farce! Zaccheroni scoffed at Li Wei before making his way back to his own coaching seat. Li Wei felt somewhat bewildered. Parma has been revitalized under your stewardship. Congratulations, sir, said assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, stepping away from the coaching bench to approach Li Wei, his expression a blend of complexity and admiration. Yet Li Wei shook his head, saying, "It's still too early, Giacomo. Save your congratulations for after we win this match." Oof. A cold snort echoed nearby, accompanied by countless piercing gazes that seemed to convey a desire to see Li Wei meet his demise 1,000 times over. Giacomo Morelli, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose, suddenly realizing that his position for congratulating Li Wei was rather ill-advised, as they were currently situated right in front of the home team's coaching bench. Li Wei shuklad, dismisveli, yet wisely refrained from further provocation, pulling Giacomo Morelli back to the vicinity of the visiting team's coaching area. The match resumed once more at the sound of the referee's whistle, with Torino, who had just conceded a goal to Parma, restarting play. Immediately after the kickoff, Torino unleashed a tempestuous wave of attacks. However, if Torino represented a fierce storm, then Parma stood as an unyielding mountain. How could this be? Zaccheroni and the Torino fans gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Previously, when Parma employed a 4-man defense, they could not withstand Torino's relentless onslaught. Yet now, with a 3-man defense, Their fortitude appeared unshakable. Li Wei transitioned from a 4 defender to a 3 defender formation. While the midfield being breached by Torino played a role, it was not the primary reason. Rather, Li Wei recognized that Parma's current defensive lineup was exceptionally suited for a 3 defender strategy. The mainstay defender Chiellini possesses remarkable physical attributes and has a penchant for pressing forward, but this can create vulnerabilities in the central defense within a 2 center-back system. Conversely, the 3 defender setup allows for immediate support from teammates when one goes forward. Both Serna and Chiellini, having backgrounds as wingbacks, are quick to cover, while Bonucci excels in direct defensive engagements, creating a perfect complement to the trio. Moreover, Li Wei emphasizes initiating attacks from the back, with defenders serving as the primary outlet. Serna's exquisite curved passes were evident during the first goal's build-up. Chiellini, also adept at both long and short passes due to his wingback experience, effectively transitions the ball to the midfield, facilitating rapid shifts from defense to attack. The midfield is crucial in a 3 defender formation, with the robust Yaya Toure and the tireless youth product de Senna providing solid protection ahead of the 3 defenders. Additionally, the holding midfielders Modric and Hamsik are not merely passive in their defensive duties, although their defensive capabilities may not be the strongest. Their relentless movement alleviates the pressure on Toure and de Senna, while also establishing them as pivotal figures in the transition from defense to offense. In the 60th minute, Li Wei stood at the sidelines, suddenly waving his right arm, a signal for a counterattack. After 10 minutes of relentless pressure, Torino's stamina had reached a critical point. They needed to slow down, which was the opportunity Li Wei had been anticipating. De Senna intercepted the ball in midfield. This was Parma's chance, but it appeared that the inexperienced de Senna hesitated, opting to pass the ball back to Modric instead of pushing forward. Torino, initially tense due to Parma's possession, visibly relaxed upon witnessing de Senna's decision. This was not an isolated incident. Previously, to exhaust Torino's energy, Parma had frequently circulated the ball in their own half. Of course, this Parma side had yet to exhibit the flair reminiscent of Barcelona, merely causing discomfort for Torino. The 2 Torino forwards exchanged glances, neither eager to continue chasing. They ambled towards Modric, who was in possession of the ball, moving at a leisurely pace, hardly even breaking into a jog. Unmarked, Modric effortlessly delivered a low pass, landing near the retreating Hazard. At this moment, Torino realized the urgency. Their midfielders rushed forward, ready to physically challenge Hazard. After 60 minutes of play, they had become acutely aware of Hazard's strengths and weaknesses. While he possessed speed and exceptional dribbling skills, he was slight of build and could easily be displaced by physical opponents, leading to a loss of possession. Hazard, noticing the approaching Torino players, was panting heavily. Despite the rigorous training in Switzerland, Hazard's physical conditions still fall short of enabling him to endure a full 90 minutes. In fact, even 60 minutes feels like a monumental challenge. Hazard senses he is reaching his limits, yet he understands that he cannot falter at this crucial moment. His teammates have chosen to trust him, passing the ball to his feet. How could he betray their faith and that of his coach? The opposing players are closing in, and his speed is merely a heartbeat slower than the ball sent by Modric. What can 1 second accomplish? If walking, one might cover approximately half a meter. An average person could run about 4 meters. However, should Hazard opt to dribble through the defense, that fleeting second would only suffice for him to halt the ball and pivot. But what if he chose not to stop? Oh, what an exquisite display of skill. Could he be yet another prodigy from Parma's youth academy? Even Bryant, who harbors biases against Levi, cannot help but marvel at Hazard's finesse. Hazard deftly nudges the ball to the right and spins to the left, causing the Torino player, who had rushed in to mark him closely, to collide with nothing but air. Caught off guard, the Torino defender has no time to regroup, merely watching as Hazard glides past it with the ball, racing towards the Torino penalty area like a gust of wind. Forward, the mighty herd. The Parma supporters in the stands chant in unison. Another Torino player charges at Hazard, but rather than defending, he seems to invite Hazard to showcase his talents. After executing 2 quick step-overs, Hazard skillfully destabilizes the Torino player, effortlessly breaking past him. Here, Di Natale raises his hand, calling for the ball. Hazard, recognizing his waning stamina, refrains from seeking personal glory. He delivers the ball to Di Natale at the edge of the penalty area, perhaps intimidated by Hazard's previous dazzling dribbling. Even the Torino defenders exhibit trepidation. The Torino center-back, Franceschini, responsible for marking Di Natale, opts not to close in immediately, instead maintaining a cautious distance to prevent a dribble. Little does he know that Di Natale possesses exceptional shooting prowess. With a slight adjustment, Di Natale unleashes a powerful strike. Although Abbiati reacts swiftly, Di Natale's shot is executed with precision, curving into the far corner. The ball elegantly evades Abbiati's fingertips, spinning into the net and stirring up a frothy cascade of white. The Parma fans erupt in jubilant cheers, and had the crowd been larger, the atmosphere would have been utterly electric. Meanwhile, the Torino supporters stand in bewilderment, gazing at the Parma players reveling on the sidelines. Why? How could this happen? We were undeniably 2 goals ahead. Why did everything change after a mere halftime? That damn Scion. And what was Levi doing at this moment? He was on the sidelines, bellowing towards the heavens, his spine nearly bending at a right angle, leading one to wonder if he might fracture his back at any moment. The cameras of the television network and the lenses of the reporters were fixated on Levi. Amidst the flashes, he resembled a roaring deity of war, inciting an involuntary impulse of reverence. The head coach of Torino, Zaccaroni, had long departed from the coaching bench, standing at the edge of the field with a stern expression. When Torino was 2 goals ahead of Parma, Zaccaroni believed his team had secured victory, and he began contemplating the forthcoming matches. When the club appointed him as coach this season, they made it abundantly clear that Torino's mission was to reclaim a spot among the top 6 in Serie A. Having once dominated Italian football, they had languished in the lower leagues for far too long, yearning to assert their presence in Serie A. Although Parma was not a formidable opponent, they commanded sufficient attention in Serie A, serving as an ideal stepping stone. No one anticipated that during his reverie, Parma would suddenly unleash their prowess, erasing Torino's 2-goal lead in a mere 3 minutes. Upon realizing the shift, Zaccaroni felt a swell of anger. However, when the score turned to 2-3, with Parma taking the lead, following the customary protocol of home team first, his emotions were compounded by confusion. How could the situation have deteriorated so drastically? In terms of control and scoreline, Torino had displayed a more dominant performance than Parma. Yet, inexplicably, they found themselves reversed. Zaccaroni's eyes reddened with fury as he clenched his jaw, substituting exhausted players for fresh attacking talent, determined to level the score and ultimately vanquish Parma in the final minutes. Bryant remarked, "Torino has made substitutions. Zaccaroni has enacted changes, but alas, it is rather late. Had he acted 5 minutes earlier, nay, even a mere minute, perhaps the outcome would have been different." Returning to the match, we observed the 4th official raising the substitution board. The first player to exit was the goalscorer, Fiori. At 31, he was beginning to lose his pace, and his substitution aimed to invigorate the midfield. Replacing him was the number 17, Lizetic from Sevilla, an attacking midfielder, a clear signal of intent. The 4th official raised the board again. It appeared Zaccaroni was all in, as he received news that he was substituting 3 players simultaneously. The second to depart was midfielder Rossina, replaced by the newly acquired Japanese forward, Okazaki, who had once breached Brazil's defense during the 2005 Confederations Cup, showcasing exceptional technical skills. Forward Stroni was swapped out for the Ivorian Conan. Following the recent substitutions, the Torino team's formation has transitioned to a 4-3-3, significantly enhancing their offensive prowess. Meanwhile, Parma has also begun to make changes, with the Belgian prodigy Hazard, who provided 2 assists, being replaced. It is believed that after today's match, he will attract the attention of numerous clubs. Stepping in for him is the Spanish young talent Alba, who plays as a left-back. It appears that Levi, after securing a goal, is preparing to adopt a more defensive strategy. The team's formation has shifted to a 4-4-1-1, which is understandable. Compared to Torino, Levi's Parma resembles a cunning thief, reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation. As soon as Bryant sees an opportunity, he immediately mocks Levi. Ida Jespica, unfazed by her partner's scornful remarks towards Levi, gazes at the camera with keen interest, playfully sticking out her tongue to lick her alluring lips, a gesture imbued with undeniable charm. Those familiar with Ida Jespica know that this 21-year-old Venezuelan supermodel, who ventured to Italy and swiftly rose to fame, is poised to make her move on Levi. Chapter 31. The ultimate counterattack 6 as Torino adjusts their tactics and launches a fierce assault on Parma. Commentator Bryant confidently asserts that the determined Torino side will soon level the score. However, by the 80th minute, he has fallen silent. It has been quite some time since he uttered the naive words regarding Torino's threatening attacks and their imminent equalization. Instead, he begins to commend Parma's defense. Despite his reluctance to praise that insufferable Scion, Ida Jespica, the object of his infatuation, seems to have marked him as her next target, yet the undeniable reality confronts him, compelling him to acknowledge Parma's prowess. Certainly, he could attribute this to the indomitable spirit of Parma's players. They defend with remarkable tenacity, as if the match were a matter of their survival in the league. A loss would mean immediate relegation. However, the players on the field possess a clearer understanding of the situation. When Torino commenced their all-out assault, Parma's players experienced a moment of panic, fearing their defense would be breached. Yet, after holding firm for a few minutes, they realized circumstances were subtly shifting. When adhering to Li Wei's defensive strategies from training, they discovered that the pressure they faced was not as overwhelming as anticipated. Torino's attacks often encountered substantial resistance in Parma's midfield. Even when the ball advanced to the edge of Parma's penalty area, nearly all of Parma's players had returned to defend. At this juncture, Torino was frequently left with but one option, a long-range shot. However, confronted by a dense wall of players and lacking a skilled long-range shooter, their attempts either soared high or were blocked by Parma's defenders. Torino's players found themselves unaccustomed to this predicament, bewildered. Parma's defense proved far more formidable than they had imagined. The Torino team's offensive advance, starting from the midfield and extending to the vicinity of Parma's penalty area, was almost imperceptible, often fraught with the peril of conceding goals. The tireless running and intercepting by Parma's four midfielders posed significant challenges to Torino's attack. Once the ball was intercepted by a Parma player, the subsequent swift counterattacks sent Torino supporters on an emotional roller coaster. Had it not been for the apparent exhaustion of Parma's forwards, who seemed to have depleted their earlier stroke of luck, coupled with goalkeeper Abbiati's remarkable resurgence, the scoreline might have been rewritten long before. At that moment, every Parma player on the field was profoundly astonished. They never anticipated that the defensive skills they had diligently honed under Li Wei's tutelage throughout the summer would manifest so impressively. Yet, they could not fathom why the team had suffered substantial defeats during the preseason matches. Parma's assistant coach, Giacomo Muriel, gazed in disbelief at Li Wei standing on the sidelines, wondering when he had transformed into a tactical maestro capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Li Wei observed that what he trained for off the field was directly manifested on the pitch, showcasing an exceptionally powerful effect that filled his heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. He felt that at this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a professional coach. I, Li Wei, am not merely a theoretical coach. I can prove that I'm not only on par with anyone else, but surpass them in excellence. As time ticked away, Torino's relentless offensive onslaught showed no signs of abating. They were resolute in their desire to equalize the score before the match concluded, even seeking to overturn the deficit. For them, having been 2 goals ahead on their home turf only to allow their rivals to snatch victory away felt like a bitter betrayal. After the match, Parma's ability to depart the Stadio Olimpico di Torino with 3 points in hand would surely incite the fury of the Torino fans, marking a shameful chapter for the team. What frustrated them further was their unyielding efforts in attack, which failed to breach Parma's defenses. This mounting frustration grew with each unsuccessful offensive attempt. As the match neared its conclusion, their anxiety escalated. At times, Torino abandoned their meticulous passing game, opting instead for hasty long-range shots. Such attempts, of course, posed no threat to the goal guarded by Handanovi. However, to some outsiders, the fervor of their efforts was palpable. Another powerful long-range strike. So close. Under the relentless assault from Torino, Parma began to falter. Their only recourse was to huddle within their penalty area, trembling under the barrage of shots. Witnessing this scene, Brian's voice rose by 2 octaves, nearly erupting in a fervent cheer for Torino. Yet, Li Wei, standing at the sidelines, perceived the situation differently. He sensed that the gates of victory were ajar. In his excitement, his right hand attempted to plunge into his pocket, only to fail thrice in succession. Initially seated on the coaching bench, assistant coach Giacomo Morelli hesitated before rising to Li Wei's side, believing him to be anxious. He quickly offered words of reassurance. "It's all right, sir." Even though Torino seems to unleash a long-range shot every minute, this only proves that they are struggling to find a way past us. Li Wei, without turning back, declared, "I am not worried. I am exhilarated, Giacomo." The assistant coach, Giacomo Morelli, was taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Wei's actions stemmed from excitement. "Because I foresee a resounding victory on the horizon." No sooner had he spoken than Torino launched another offensive. Their long-range shot, unlike previous attempts, was on target. Yet it was easily secured by Parma's primary goalkeeper, Handanovi. Glancing ahead, Handanovi observed that Torino had pushed both fullbacks forward to bolster their attack. Perhaps due to fatigue, the two defenders did not rush back immediately. Instead, they retreated leisurely. Suddenly, he realized this presented a golden opportunity for a counterattack. If victory was to be claimed, it had to be now. He promptly sent the ball soaring with a powerful kick toward the front line. As the football arced gracefully over the vast expanse of the pitch, it landed at the feet of Parma's forward, Di Natale, under the gaze of all present. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. However, this gasp bore different meanings for different individuals. The Torino fans instinctively sensed impending danger. Their coach, Zaccaroni, shouted urgently, "Mark him." His eyes bulged with anxiety, as if they might pop out at any moment. If it were possible, he would have sprinted onto the pitch to defend. Meanwhile, in the adjacent area, the Parma bench was in a frenzy. Captain Contini sprang from his seat. He recalled Li Wei's words at the pre-match press conference. "I know what you wish to ask, and I understand what you want to hear from me. It is of no significance to me. I focus solely on one matter. By how many goals will I triumph over Torino? Nothing else." He could hardly believe that such a result was on the verge of realization. Could Parma truly defeat Torino with a score of 4-2? Parma counterattacked with precision. Handanovi showcased his impressive long-passing ability, delivering the ball with pinpoint accuracy to Di Natale. Now, in Torino's defensive half, aside from the goalkeeper, only two center-backs remained. Meanwhile, Ribéry surged down the flank at breakneck speed. 2 against 2. The commentator, Bryant, exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, he too envisioned the possibility of Li Wei's bold claims from the pre-match press conference coming to fruition. The notion was almost too incredulous to accept. A young, inexperienced rookie coach, in his first match, facing off against the illustrious Zaccaroni, a manager who had once claimed the Serie A title. It resembled a child confronting a giant. Yet, in a stunning debut match in the professional league, this novice coach orchestrated a remarkable comeback, not only defying expectations, but also aiming to annihilate the competition by scoring 4 goals against Torino. How could such a phenomenon transpire? Oh God, when did this world become so unfamiliar? The Torino fans in the stands erupted with thunderous jeers, hoping their discontent would galvanize their team. However, as Di Natale faced a solitary center-back, he epitomized the words once uttered by Baggio. Di Natale is the most technically gifted player in Serie A. With a delicate touch, he initiated a sequence of 2 step-overs, unsettling the Torino center-back Franceschini. Suddenly, Di Natale executed a deft nutmeg, effortlessly slipping past Franceschini's defense. At that moment, the retreating Torino defender, Di Loreto Pancaro, found himself bewildered as he was the last line of defense, with Ribéry closely shadowing him, poised to exploit any offside trap. Di Natale had breached Franceschini's defenses. Should he focus on Ribéry or reposition himself? Yet Di Natale would not allow Di Loreto Pancaro's indecision to impede his offensive momentum. He passed the ball several meters ahead and sprinted to retrieve it, accelerating with remarkable speed. "Take him down," shouted Zaccaroni from the sidelines, unable to restrain his exasperation, as if he were being scorched by flames. Di Loreto Pancaro had no alternative. He bellowed and charged at Di Natale, clearly intending to execute a sliding tackle. Di Natale remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable composure as he effortlessly chipped the ball forward, sending it soaring towards Ribéry. One-on-one, Bryant felt a sense of despair. Abbiati! Abbiati! The Torino supporters had not yet surrendered to hopelessness. They chanted the name of their goalkeeper, Abbiati, yearning for the return of the hero who had once been compared to Buffon. Yet, internally, Abbiati felt trepidation as he observed Ribéry advancing with the ball, uncertain whether his opponent would opt for a long-range shot or attempt to outmaneuver him. If it were a long shot, he needed to rush out and block the angle. Conversely, if Ribéry chose to dribble, Abbiati hesitated to commit too early, lest he become merely a backdrop to yet another dazzling display of skill. This mindset was detrimental for a goalkeeper. His indecision cost him the optimal moment to act. As Ribéry entered the penalty area, he adjusted and decisively unleashed a shot. Goal! 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 Li Wei roared from the sidelines, his gaze fixated on the ball. Abbiati sprang into action, leaping with impressive speed and extending his body in the air. Crack! The football struck Abbiati's hand. In that moment, Li Wei felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat. If that ball had not found its way into the net, he was certain that Parma would not have another opportunity as golden as this one. It was already the 84th minute, and even including stoppage time, there were less than 10 minutes remaining until the match concluded. Not only Li Wei, But when the football made contact with Abbiati, the hearts of everyone present surged with anxiety. Abbiati had touched the ball, yet Ribery's strike was too powerful. The ball ricocheted off Abbiati's hand, veered slightly, and still soared into the goal. The ball had found its mark. Gulul, Ida Jespica, commentating from in front of the television, delivered an impassioned narration that astonished many. When had Ida Jespica begun to commentate with such fervor? Parma had secured the winning goal, with Ribery netting a brace, displaying an exceptional performance devoid of any trace of World Cup syndrome. Ribery's contributions were nothing short of monumental in guiding Parma to triumph over Torino. Bryant, with a weary tone, continued to commentate. In the stadium, in front of the television, and within the bar, all Parma supporters rose to their feet, raising their arms high and letting out a triumphant roar, releasing the pent-up emotions accumulated throughout the match. Not only this match, but the negativity from the past 3 seasons. Once, Parma was a formidable giant in the transfer market. But following the bankruptcy of Parmalat Group in 2003, due to financial misconduct and the imprisonment of owner Tanzi, everything changed. The stars of Parma began to flee from this stadium, from this city, and gradually, Parma transformed from a championship contender into a team struggling for survival. Yet now, Parma had not only reclaimed its position as one of the powerhouses in the transfer market, but had also showcased an inspiring fighting spirit in this match, an admirable display of dribbling skills and a passionate counterattack. Meanwhile, in front of the away team's coaching bench at the Olympic Stadium in Turin, pandemonium erupted. Everyone who had previously been seated leapt to their feet, raising their arms in celebration and rushing out in jubilation. Chapter 33, A Desperate Counterattack 8. When Li Wei saw the football deflect and fly into the net, he slid to his knees in exhilaration. It was truly exhilarating. At the moment when the opposing goalkeeper Abbiati made contact with the ball, he genuinely believed that this attack would falter. The bravado expressed in the pre-match press conference, the immense pressure while trailing in the game, the fear of being equalized under Torino's relentless assault. These feelings loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, suffocating him. It was then that he truly experienced the weight of being a head coach and understood why so many coaches succumb to heart ailments, even suffering cardiac events on the sidelines. Such exhilarating occurrences, if they were to transpire weekly, would indeed be beyond the endurance of many. As Li Wei was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt someone tightly embrace him from behind. Then, Modric's voice, brimming with excitement and slightly distorted, echoed in his ear. "We did it, sir. We truly did it. We have staged a massacre at the Olympic Stadium in Turin. It is simply magnificent. You are remarkable. This is your first match leading the team." Li Wei began to revel in victory, chuckling, "It is your brilliance. Without you, the match would not have unfolded as it has. I know who has brought about this transformation for the team." Modric, gazing earnestly at Li Wei, responded with encouragement. Assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, who had followed Pioli to the team, stood at the coaching bench, surrounded by jubilant fitness trainers, goalkeeping coaches, team doctors, and even substitute players who had previously anticipated a misstep from Li Wei. However, in the face of such a thrilling comeback, they could not suppress their exhilaration. It was an emotion that erupted spontaneously and irresistibly. They all cheered for that goal. Among them, assistant coach Giacomo Morelli appeared somewhat bewildered. He had not expected Li Wei's tactics to truly succeed. He had indeed fulfilled his audacious claims made at the pre-match press conference, shattering Torino with his goals. And what of the wager he had made with Pioli? As a member of Pioli's coaching staff, what was he to do? Strangely, this thought ignited a desire in him to stand beside Li Wei, for he seemed to possess a certain magic that stirred excitement in everyone around him. This was what Pioli had always aspired to achieve, but had failed to do. Meanwhile, Pioli, at home in Parma, stared vacantly at the television. Oblivious to the food and beer he dropped onto the floor. He had been confident about his wager with Li Wei, believing firmly that he would emerge victorious. The first 45 minutes of the match only solidified Pioli's conviction of an eventual triumph. Thus, during halftime, he did not focus on the game. Instead, he ventured to the supermarket to replenish a stock of beer and deli items. Pioli was quite leisurely, feeling no urgency to return home. He was convinced that Parma would surely falter in the second half. Even though Li Wei was at the helm, it was still his team, and he preferred not to witness a massacre. Consequently, Pioli lingered in the supermarket for quite some time before finally departing. Upon returning home, Pioli switched on the television and was immediately greeted by the sight of Ribery scoring a decisive goal. He also glimpsed the live score in the upper left corner, 2-4. How could this be? A massacre had indeed occurred, but it was not Torino that had dominated Parma. Rather, it was Parma that had overwhelmed Torino. Ribery, having scored twice, intended to rush to the corner flag to celebrate, but was abruptly brought down by Di Natale midway, only to be swarmed by teammates from all sides. Akin to hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, pinning him down. The Parma players celebrated the goal with such fervor, losing all sense of calm and rational thought as adrenaline surged within them. All they knew was that it was a splendid goal, sealing their victory. Torino had neither time nor courage left. They not only secured a victory at the Turin Olympic Stadium, but also staged a remarkable comeback. Nothing could be more exhilarating than this. As the Parma players celebrated wildly, the Torino team appeared utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the outcome. Torino's coach, Zaccaroni, stood dazed on the sidelines, scarcely believing what was unfolding before him. Leading by 2 goals at home, Torino ultimately succumbed to Parma, a team that had suffered 5 consecutive defeats in their warm-up matches, and not just by a narrow margin, but by conceding a shocking 4 goals. 4 goals. He thought he was dreaming, yet the jeers from the stands rang out with painful clarity. Losing this match ignited a fury within the Torino fans, who yearned for revival, along with an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was truly unbelievable. The seemingly feeble Parma, who had performed poorly in their warm-ups, turned the tables on the Red Bulls away from home. They were now 2 goals ahead of Torino, with little time left in the match. It was undeniable that Parma would walk away with 3 points today unless Torino managed to rally. Perhaps, in the remaining minutes, Parma could even score another goal. Although commentator Bryant was reluctant, he found himself compelled to lower his proud head and commend Parma's goals. In the media area, nearly every journalist's gaze was fixed on the flamboyant coach, now back on his feet, embracing others in celebration. The media was taken aback by the unprecedented nature of this outcome. They were unsure whether to attribute the success to the flamboyant coach or to sheer luck on Parma's part. However, if luck was indeed a factor, the 4 goals scored and the defensive strategies employed clearly suggested a deliberate tactical approach. Moreover, traces of this strategy had been evident in Parma's previous warm-up matches. Thus, it must have been the flamboyant coach who instilled this in them. Yet, why was there such a stark contrast between their warm-up performance and their showing in the official match? This question remained unanswered. The media recognized that a coach making his debut in professional football had orchestrated a miraculous turnaround merely through halftime adjustments. This narrative seemed almost fantastical, prompting the question, is the level of Serie A, or rather Serie B, truly this low? Chapter 34. The convergence of angels and demons. The media quickly reached a conclusion. It was not that Li Wei was exceptionally formidable, but rather that Torino was woefully weak. Torino was merely a recently promoted team from Serie B. How could they possibly compare to a Serie A squad? In the next match, Parma would face the former European champions, AC Milan. AC Milan would surely teach this arrogant flamboyant coach a lesson, making him understand that money cannot dictate football and revealing what true football is all about. Indeed, there is no doubt that this world shall inevitably return to its rightful course. The media silently encourages this notion within their hearts. As the referee's whistle resonates through the air, the scoreboard at the Olympic Stadium in Turin ultimately settles on a remarkable figure of 2-4. The visiting team, Parma, has astonishingly triumphed with 4 goals, defeating a Torino side that had initially led by 2 goals in the first half. Following the scoring of their 4th goal, Parma still had the opportunity to further alter the scoreline, even though time was running short. However, Coach Li Wei was mindful of the possibility that Torino, humiliated by such a significant defeat, might retaliate with unsporting conduct against Parma's players. Li Wei signaled to the players to fortify their defense, and the Torino team, well aware of their situation, also harbored a fear of Parma's swift counterattacks. In the ensuing 7 or 8 minutes, both teams exhibited a remarkable synergy on the field. As the match concluded, Li Wei approached Zaccaroni. However, it was evident that Zaccaroni had no desire to engage with him, even as Li Wei extended a gesture of goodwill in the final moments of the game. Zaccaroni, without casting even a glance in Li Wei's direction, turned sharply and made his way into the players' tunnel, leaving Li Wei, who had reached out his right hand, with nothing but the sight of an infuriated back. Although Li Wei felt a sense of displeasure within, a true victor often exhibits generosity towards the vanquished. He shrugged off his discontent and approached each Parma player on the field, embracing them warmly. Even players from the Torino team received a friendly handshake from him. Many journalists noted in their notebooks that while Li Wei may exude arrogance, His enthusiasm towards fellow players is commendable. However, at the post-match press conference, Li Wei stirred genuine anger among the media. They regarded the mixed-race figure on stage with clenched teeth, perceiving him as a peculiar blend of angel and devil. Li Wei declared with an air of arrogance, "I have said it, and I shall certainly prevail. It is merely a question of how many matches I will win. Now, I have fulfilled my promise." The reporters in attendance could only endure his haughty demeanor, for he was, after all, the victor. However, Li Wei's performance was far from over. After announcing his fulfillment of promises at the press conference, he wasted not a minute, rising to depart. This left the journalists, who had intended to pose questions, utterly astonished and at a loss. They could not comprehend the situation at hand. This was Li Wei's retort to the media that had previously mocked him. With an awareness of future perceptions, Li Wei understood that if he so desired, he could easily become the darling of the press. Thus, it was now the media who sought his interview, rather than him pleading for their attention to elevate his fame. Hence, he would not afford them any cordiality. He vividly recalled the venomous remarks made by the media prior to the match. This individual, through his prescience, had acquired vast wealth that eludes most throughout a lifetime of struggle. One might characterize Li Wei as confident, yet could equally be deemed arrogance. Impervious to the doubts of others, he now reveled in displaying his audacity to those brazen media figures, making it abundantly clear that he was not to be trifled with. Those outlets who had offended him and now sought his favor were indeed deluding themselves. "I have triumphed, and thus this match shall undoubtedly become the focal point of attention. What valuable insights do you wish to extract from me for your articles to profit? Not a chance, unless you collectively kneel and sing my praises." With that, he rose resolutely, ignoring even the press officer calling after him. As for the journalists, he did not spare them even a glance. Li Wei's press conference lasted less than a minute, while Torino's head coach, Zaccheroni, was likely still in the locker room, seething with anger, and thus did not attend. Consequently, the press conference descended into an awkward silence. A throng of reporters exchanged glances, bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Upon Li Wei's return to the locker room, the players had not yet changed out of their uniforms, as they had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. The players who had taken to the field were exuberantly discussing their hard-fought victory, reveling in the thrill of their remarkable comeback, a feat not easily achieved, especially by a team so recently assembled. However, not all shared in the jubilation. For instance, Parma's Contini and his teammate Pesci stood silently at one side of the locker room, feeling distinctly out of place among the others. As Li Wei entered, the previously boisterous atmosphere of the locker room fell silent, all eyes turning to the excessively youthful chairman, or perhaps coach. Prior to this match, nearly all the key players had doubted Li Wei's ability to deliver positive outcomes. This skepticism stemmed not only from the negative media portrayals, but also from his youth. Many players were older than him. It is uncommon in the hierarchical world of football to be reprimanded by someone younger, making acceptance difficult. Thus, as Contini and his cohort of former key players resisted Li Wei, others refrained from openly supporting him. Even those players whom Li Wei personally recruited observed with detached indifference, believing that if Li Wei were to falter under the pressure from Contini, it would not be a misfortune. Yet now, many gazes towards Li Wei had shifted. He had, in his own way, ushered the team to victory. In the realm of football, eloquence pales in comparison to the tangible reward of 3 points. To prove his capability to lead them toward success, winning was the only path available. This was precisely why Li Wei was willing to wager with Pioli that victory was imperative. If they failed to win the first match, an avalanche of doubts and criticisms would ensue, potentially crippling his ability to manage the locker room. He might find himself compelled to relinquish influence over the first team, despite his reluctance. Thus, the stakes of Li Wei's wager were not as monumental as Pioli had envisioned. Chapter 35. The rationale behind the three-defender formation nonetheless. Even with this resounding victory, a triumph that stirred the soul, Li Wei had yet to earn the support of the majority of the team's players. A solitary victory does not convey much in itself. However, it is undeniable that this triumph bears certain advantages. For Li Wei, this victory has secured him an opportunity to continue his coaching journey and has garnered him the preliminary recognition of the majority of his players. This sentiment is evident in the glances exchanged among the team. Thus, I find myself drawn to victory. Li Wei whispered to himself, "Victory can transform everything. It can alter the course of events, unite the hearts of the realm. And with victory, I am akin to a deity the deity of the football field. If I wish to escape the shackles of failure in life, I must triumph in one match after another. A confident smile adorned his face as he surveyed the entire arena. Your performance has been commendable. I am proud of you all. By the way, tomorrow is a day off. Just be cautious not to indulge too recklessly, Li Wei proclaimed. In the locker room, the players erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Carmignani and Baldini had appeared outside the locker room without notice, and from across the door, Carmignani was deeply moved. He vividly recalled the atmosphere that had pervaded the locker room after most matches last season. He was all too aware of it. Heads hung low, and sorrowful sighs filled the air, with some openly declaring their intent to leave the team. Others were painfully aware that regardless of their desires, the club would sell them off, as it was the only way for Parma to continue its struggle for survival. Back then, the locker room was a place even he, a devoted elder of Parma, dreaded to enter, for it felt as though stepping inside would extinguish all hope, plunging him into despair. Yet now, that desolate scene had vanished. The somber atmosphere had been replaced by laughter and joy. When had he last witnessed such a sight? Ah, yes, it was before Parma's bankruptcy, when players like the French Dorian, Italians Cannavaro, Buffon, Chiesa, Zola, Argentinians Varane, Crespo, Swedes Brolin, Colombians Esprilla, and Brazilians Amoruso graced the team, alongside coaches like Scala and Ancelotti. That was a memory from the last century. Let us wait for Benedict. We do not belong within. Carmignani remarked with deep sentiment to Baldini. Baldini, resonating with the sentiment, nodded in agreement. The two stood at the end of the corridor. Before long, Li Wei emerged from the locker room with the players and spotted the sporting director Carmignani and club vice-chairman Baldini standing at the corridor's terminus. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, yet not entirely surprised, for he was well aware that Carmignani and Baldini would undoubtedly seek him out within a day following the match. However, he had not anticipated their eagerness. They approached him even before boarding the bus. Benedict, congratulations on your triumph. A truly breathtaking victory, Baldini expressed to Li Wei. Li Wei approached and embraced Baldini, smiling as he inquired, "Is this victory to be celebrated solely by me?" Both Carmignani and Baldini burst into laughter. "This is hardly the appropriate place for a conversation. The young lads are watching us," Li Wei remarked, casting a sidelong glance over his shoulder. Baldini's gaze drifted past Li Wei, noticing a throng of Parma players standing outside the locker room, uncertain whether they should intrude upon the discussion of the club's triumvirate. "Shall we continue our conversation on the bus?" Baldini asked hesitantly. Li Wei shook his head and said, "There's no need for such trouble. I had my driver bring my Maserati Quattroporte to Turin. Let us converse in the car." Carmignani and Baldini paused momentarily, then exchanged glances filled with amusement as they regarded Li Wei. With a hint of embarrassment, Li Wei raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked, all right, it is indeed as simple as you think. This is my preparation following the loss. However, it is not quite as you assume. I orchestrated this to evade the media's incessant disruptions. I wish to prevent the press from besieging the team bus, thereby alleviating the players' burdens. By sitting in the Maserati, I can more effectively draw the attention away. Baldini, taken aback, responded earnestly, "You are a commendable coach." Carmignani added, "This is quite unlike the persona you present at press conferences." Li Wei shrugged, displaying no hint of embarrassment regarding the question, and calmly stated, "The fervor displayed at the press conference is necessary. It serves to concentrate the media's attention solely on me, thereby alleviating numerous unnecessary troubles. For instance, delving into my conflicts with Pioli or interviewing players who are more familiar with the coach or the president could easily lead to a rift within the team." After a brief pause, Li continued, "If someone believes they are destined for success, that individual is either thoroughly confident or simply a fool. Clearly, I am neither. So I have prepared myself for failure." Applause resonated as Carmignani gently clapped his hands. "I am delighted that you possess this awareness. Prior to your meeting with Benedict, I was apprehensive that today's victory might lead to arrogance on your part." Li Wei, exuding confidence yet devoid of arrogance, replied, "Rest assured, it is merely a victory over a newly promoted team. It does not elevate my pride. We face far more formidable adversaries." Both Carmignani and Baldini nodded in agreement, simultaneously proclaiming ACteam Milan. As they conversed, Li Wei and his companions had already arrived at the parking lot, where the driver had long since brought forth the exquisite Maserati Quattroporte, a lavish acquisition costing $2 million. Noticing their approach, the driver promptly vacated the driver's seat, opened the car's side door, and bowed slightly in respect. Li Wei said to Camigiani and Baldini, "Get in the car." Before entering, Baldini patted the roof of the vehicle and remarked, "Even if I toil for another 20 years, I may never possess a car as splendid as this." Li Wei chuckled, "Work hard, and in 5 years, I shall gift you a car." Baldini laughed heartily, replying, "In that case, I must truly exert myself, lest you, my boss, dismiss me." In contrast to Baldini, Camignani exhibited a more earnest disposition, his sole focus being the beautiful game. Once the three of them settled, he regarded Li Wei with utmost seriousness and inquired earnestly, "Sir, may I ask why you opted to substitute Posetti during halftime, shifting to a three-defender formation while transforming the three forwards into a lone striker supported by two attacking midfielders?" Baldini, too, sobered, his gaze fixed upon Li Wei as exceedingly youthful profile. Chapter 36. Ida Jespica, what prompted Camignani to pose such a question? It stemmed from his apprehension that Li Wei's remarkable comeback today was more reliant on fortune than on footballing acumen. If it were mere luck, who could guarantee the perpetual favor of the goddess of victory? Should luck be the case, even at the risk of offending Li Wei, Camignani would fervently advocate for Pioli to take the reins of the first team, despite Li Wei being the club's president, holding 100% stake in Parma, and having the authority to dismiss him without hesitation. Camignani would remain steadfast in his conviction. If the latter were true, Camignani could exhale with relief, allowing time to validate Li Wei's capabilities. At least in the near term, he would not have to engage in a fierce conflict with Li Wei. Li Wei remained silent. Camignani sighed inwardly, realizing he had overthought the situation. This remarkable comeback was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. After all, Li Wei was merely a 24-year-old youth with less than a year of experience in football. He had performed admirably today, surpassing the capabilities of most coaches at his age. "Are you familiar with Cruyff?" Li Wei suddenly broke the silence. "Huh." This caught Camignani off guard. Baldi, whose mindset was less intricate than Camignani's, promptly responded to Li Wei's inquiry. "How could one possibly not know? He is the godfather of Barcelona." Levi continued to inquire, "Are you familiar with Cruyff's 4-3-3 formation at Barcelona and the role of the number 4 player? How do we come to discuss this topic?" Camignani asked Levi. Levi made a gesture of calm and continued, explaining the rationale behind my decision to shift the team's formation from 4-3-3 to 3-4-2-1. After a brief pause, he elaborated. In fact, the formation first employed by Cruyff at Barcelona was not the 4-3-3 that he later popularized, but rather the 3-4-3. Cruyff believed that at that time, the entire world was playing in a 4-4-2 formation, and to counter the opposing team's two forwards, 3 defenders were sufficient. This allowed for the addition of an extra player in the forward line, while enabling one of the central defenders to assist in midfield, a role designated as the number 4. This position may appear to have simple requirements, not necessitating a towering physique or extraordinary technical prowess. Rather, it demands speed, not in terms of physical running, but in the agility of thought. The number 4 player must have already devised a passing route before receiving the ball and deliver it to a teammate in the forward line with precision and swiftness. The number 4 player does not need to run continuously, but must engage in constant contemplation, possessing ample talent and wisdom, a broad vision, quick thinking, and the ability to read the game attentively, thereby controlling the rhythm of both offense and defense. Camignani, with his extensive coaching experience, instantly grasped Levi's intention. Torino operates in a 4-4-2 formation. Indeed, Torino plays in a 4-4-2 during the match. Your substitution of Modric is predicated on the fact that he can dictate the game, becoming your number 4 player. What a brilliant idea. Li Wei smiled and remarked, "It is not merely this. The 3 defenders do not conform to the traditional 3 center-back formation, but rather consist of 2 central defenders complemented by a wing-back." Camignani interjected, "The right wing-back is Serna." Li Wei nodded and remarked that Cruyff's 3 defenders were merely organized in a general left-to-right formation, lacking a definitive distinction between central and wing-backs. At times, he would deploy 2 central defenders alongside 1 wing-back, while at other times, he would opt for 1 central defender paired with 2 wing-backs. Among them, the Dutch star Ronald Koeman, who joined Barcelona in 1989, was the unequivocal mainstay and linchpin of the defense until his departure in 95. His precise long passes served as a crucial weapon for Barcelona's swift counterattacks. Although Serna and Koeman represent 2 different types of players, both possess exceptional long passing abilities. And Serna additionally boasts superb technical skills that Koeman did not have, allowing him to maintain possession of the ball in critical moments at the back. Of course, I do not intend to replicate Cruyff's tactics verbatim. For instance, in Cruyff's 3-4-3 formation, forward Salinas was a tall player with formidable heading capabilities and commendable footwork, serving as a pivotal presence in the attack. In contrast, I employ a lone striker, although Di Natale may not be slender, standing at 177 meters. His stature cannot be deemed towering on the football pitch. Nevertheless, he possesses a vast range of movement, exceptional ball control, and the ability to dribble, pass, and shoot, making him an effective fulcrum and finishing point for counterattacks. The double playmakers also bolster our midfield numbers. During counterattacks, both playmakers, being quick, can swiftly advance to take on wing roles. Compared to Cruyff's 3 forwards, a drawback is the considerable physical exertion required. However, my decision to train the team in Switzerland during the preseason was precisely to enhance the player's stamina. Thus, this shortcoming is not fatal for Parma. Cam McNanny could not help but applaud and exclaim, "Sir, I will assist you in persuading Pioli." Li Wei smiled and remarked, "I have stated before that Parma is not merely a toy for me. My passion for football is genuine." The day following the match was a holiday, freeing the team from training, and it also granted Li Wei a rare opportunity to indulge in leisure, allowing him to forego his duties at the club. Upon waking past noon, Li Wei's first instinct was not to seek sustenance. Instead, he ventured to the mailbox outside his villa to retrieve the subscribed newspapers. He was eager to discover how the media had portrayed him. After all, it is human nature to harbor a sense of vanity. His previous conflicts with the media were, on one hand, motivated by a desire to shield the club and its players from undue scrutiny. Yet, who could blame him for feeling resentment towards those who spoke ill of him? Now, he was curious to see how the press would extol his virtues in print. What could be more exhilarating than receiving praise from one's adversaries? He relished in the thrill of conquest. Just as he acquired the newspapers, he heard an exclamation of surprise from behind him. Lee? Turning around, he was greeted by his neighbor, Giuseppe Alixon, a middle-aged Italian man in his 40s who resided next door. It was rumored that he was an executive at a shoe manufacturing company. Li Wei had met his family before. He had a beautiful daughter, 17 years old, the epitome of an Italian beauty, exuding sensuality in every gesture. "Well done, Li Wei," Giuseppe Alixon exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Li Wei certainly knew what he was talking about, and he responded with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Giuseppe. Are you a supporter of Parma?" Li Wei pointed to the gray hat worn by Giuseppe, adorned with the emblem of Parma. "Indeed, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I had harbored animosity towards you due to the media's portrayal, until today, when I finally greeted you properly. Last night, I could scarcely believe my eyes. I witnessed an extraordinary match. It has been an eternity since we last triumphed in such an exhilarating game. And to think it would happen with you." Javier appeared quite animated, his words tumbling over one another in his excitement. Li Wei smiled and calmly remarked, "This is precisely what I intend to do. Otherwise, why would I have acquired Parma?" As the two conversed, a plump woman ambled by on the adjacent path, carrying a bamboo basket, seemingly intending to meander through the vegetable market. Li Wei greeted her, "Good morning, Ms. Wiener." The plump lady, upon seeing Li Wei, smiled so broadly that her eyes turned into mere slits. "Li Wei, how wonderful to see you here. This morning, I knocked on your door, but no one answered. You must have been out, I suppose." Li Wei was taken aback. "Is something the matter, Ms. Werner? These are the pastries I baked this morning. I hope you won't mind." Li Wei, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much." Giuseppe Alixon chuckled. "Compared to your gratitude, Lady Werner would prefer that you continue to lead Parma to victory. By the way, Lady Werner, where are my snacks?" Upon hearing Lady Werner's words, Li Wei laughed. For fans are always the most delightful. Lady Werner shot Giuseppe Alixon a disapproving glance and remarked, "Not only did you fail to present Li Wei with a gift, but now you also have your eyes on my snacks. How brazen you are." Giuseppe Alixon laughed heartily and replied, "Of course, I have my reasons. Li Wei, if you manage to defeat AC Milan in the upcoming match, I shall permit you to take my daughter out. Do not deny it. I am well aware that you have been stealing glances at her on several occasions." Li Wei, who had been smiling easily by the side, immediately turned crimson. It was one thing to sneak a look at someone else's daughter, but to be caught by her father was undeniably embarrassing. Seeing Li Wei's reaction, both Giuseppe Alixon and Lady Werner couldn't help but laugh. Even Giuseppe Alixon, who had initially felt a twinge of displeasure over his daughters being gazed upon, found himself letting go of that minor grievance. He perceived that Li Wei, the club president, was not as arrogant as he had imagined. Rather, he resembled an 18-year-old youth. Li Wei ultimately dared not continue the conversation with Giuseppe and Alixon. He declined Lady Werner's delicacies, excusing himself to engage in fitness, and departed like the wind. However, he soon found himself regretting his impulsive decision. Having slumbered for the better part of the day, hunger had long since taken hold of him. Now, after a brisk run, his stomach could no longer contain its protests against the imposition of deprivation. Levi reached into his pocket and was relieved to find that he still had some money. Although it wasn't much, a 20-euro note remained, sufficient for him to indulge in 7 or 8 pizzas at the local pizzeria. Indeed, it was ample for a lavish meal at a quaint restaurant, with some funds left to spare. His current task was to seek out a suitable eatery. As he surveyed his surroundings, he soon stumbled upon a charming restaurant. A small fountain graced the entrance, providing a refreshing respite from the sweltering summer heat. And a throng of patrons gathered outside, suggesting the cuisine must be delightful to attract such a crowd. Chapter 37. Ida Jespika too at this moment. Levi's sole concern was whether the 20 euros in his pocket would withstand the test. After careful consideration, Li Wei decided to first examine the menu prices at the restaurant before determining whether to choose another establishment. Upon entering, he discovered that it was not a restaurant at all, but rather a bar. Bars are plentiful throughout Italy, and unlike those in China, Italian bars resemble restaurants more during the day, offering not only beverages but also lunch and dinner services. Most Italians spend their leisure time in bars, sipping coffee, enjoying ice cream, and engaging in lively conversation to pass the time. Contrary to his expectations, the crowd gathered not because of the bar's allure, but due to a stunningly attractive woman posing outside for a photographer. Dressed in a revealing bikini, she undoubtedly captivated the attention of passers-by. However, by this time, the photo shoot had concluded. The stunning woman's assistant stepped forward to drape a long-sleeved blazer over her, concealing her alluring figure. With the prospect of free photographs no longer available, the onlookers began to gradually disperse. Li Wei felt a twinge of disappointment, yet his primary concern lay with his hunger. He noticed a small blackboard positioned outside the restaurant, adorned with a colorful menu and prices. "Hey, Li Wei." Surprised, he turned. Although English is the most widely spoken language globally, one must remember that this is Italy, unless one knows the other party, who would greet someone in English at first. Yet, this voice sparked no recognition in Li Wei's mind. He looked up to find the beautiful model he had seen earlier during the photo shoot gazing at him. Hesitantly, he pointed to himself and inquired in English, "Did you call me?" The model beamed a radiant smile and replied, "Of course." Li Wei blinked and remarked, "If we were acquainted, I am certain I would never forget such a beautiful lady." He continued, "Pardon me, may I inquire if we have crossed paths before?" The stunning model extended her right hand toward Li Wei and introduced herself. "I am Ida Jespika." At this point, Ida playfully winked at Li Wei and added, "Well, now we are indeed acquainted, aren't we?" Levi extended his hand and exchanged a brief handshake with the other party, while Ida Jespika playfully circled her pinky around the palm of Levi's hand. Maintaining his composure, Levi retracted his right hand and casually inquired, "Are you a fan of Parma?" Ida Jespika tilted her head in contemplation before responding with a smile. "I'm not sure if that counts, as I provided commentary for Parma's match for the first time last night. More accurately, I was merely a decorative presence in the commentary booth for Parma." Li Wei understood that the other party must have come to know him through the commentary. It was no wonder that the sudden appearance of a young woman sought to make his acquaintance. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ida Jespika." Ida Jespika pointed to the menu in front of Li Wei and inquired, "Are you planning to dine here?" Levi nodded and smiled, remarking, "Indeed, this place appears quite splendid. Both the ambience and the quality of food and service are commendable." Ida Jespika gazed at Levi and, with a playful glint in her eye, inquired, "As fortune would have it, I haven't dined yet. Would you mind if I joined you?" Although Ida Jespika was clad in a women's suit, the proximity did little to obscure Levi's view of her alluring figure. It is rare for anyone to decline such a request for companionship at the dining table from someone as captivating as Ida Jespika. Li Wei extracted a 20-euro note from his pocket, shrugged, and remarked, "If you do not mind having a modest lunch." Ida Jespika, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I'm not as refined as you might think. In my childhood, I could find joy for an entire day simply from the prospect of savoring a piece of lamb with a corn tortilla. 20 euros could procure an abundance of tortillas." Li Wei smiled and said, "Since you don't mind, please go ahead, my lady." Ida Jespika chuckled, her smile resembling a thorny rose, igniting a desire within to conquer her. "You may call me Jespika." Li Wei smiled as he introduced himself. "All right, yes, you need not be so formal. You may call me Li Wei, or Benedict if you prefer." However, I would much rather be addressed as Li Wei. Li Wei and Ida Jespica did not indulge in an extravagant lunch. Each ordered a steak, with Li opting for an additional serving. Ida Jespica was quite loquacious, sharing her experiences. Hailing from Venezuela, she was crowned the beauty queen of Amazonas and participated in the Miss Venezuela pageant in 2002. Despite Ida Jespica's stunning physique, with measurements of 36-24-36, the title ultimately went to Maria Angel Ruiz, who later became the first runner-up in the Miss Universe contest. In 2003, at the age of 21, Jespica made the bold decision to venture alone to the fashion capital of Milan. Although her modeling career encountered some setbacks, it generally flourished, and she swiftly ascended to prominence in the industry, gracing the covers of esteemed magazines such as GQ and Maxim, and frequently invited to walk the runway by Fashion TV and RAI. Ida Jespica began to gain fame in Italy, partially due to her high-profile relationship with the renowned Italian comedian and film director Ezio Greggio, possibly stemming from their interactions during a reality television show. As her notoriety soared, Jespica rapidly became a socialite in elite circles. She candidly acknowledged her emotional nature, finding it challenging to maintain long-term relationships with men, leading her to quickly find another boyfriend, none other than the dashing Italian footballer Pippo Inzaghi, who was a star player during his time in Milan. However, Inzaghi, known for his playboy ways, left their relationship short-lived, as it lasted only a few months before coming to an end. Levi set down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin to wipe the smudge from the corner of his mouth, and calmly gazed at the alluring and captivating Ida Jespica, inquiring, "So, am I your next target?" Ida Jespica did not conceal her small intentions. "Of course, you are wealthy and strikingly handsome. Most importantly, the charisma you exuded while commanding Palma was simply irresistible." "Thank you," Levi replied, pausing momentarily before asking, "So, this isn't a mere coincidence today?" Ida Jespica shook her head, smiling as she responded, "You overestimate my capabilities, Benedict. I'm merely a model, or rather a decorative figure. How could I possibly ascertain your whereabouts? And to arrange everything for a chance encounter ahead of time?" Li Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your candor. Here is my business card. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again." Ida Jespica took the card, stood up, and requested, "May I have a hug as a parting gift?" Li Wei, naturally, would not refuse a modest request from a beautiful woman. He rose to his feet, opened his arms, and smiled, saying, "Why not?" Unbeknownst to Li Wei, a reporter eagerly pressed the shutter button of his camera. Chapter 38. Li Wei's fans the following day, as the team resumed training. Li Wei made his way from the parking lot to the training ground, encountering several club coaches on their way to work, including those at various levels. Upon seeing Li Wei, these coaches greeted him with smiles and nods of acknowledgement. The younger, more extroverted coaches even gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming in excited tones, "Wow, last night's match was simply breathtaking. Mr. Chairman, how did you manage it? It's truly remarkable. It was the Parma version of the Istanbul night." Li Wei smiled and nodded in response. It is worth noting that when Li Wei first assumed the role of assistant coach for the first team, these coaches did not openly express their dissent, yet harbored resentment towards him, believing he treated the first team as his personal plaything. Now, everything has undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, it is evident that victory is a universal currency, not only in the business world, but also in the realm of football. Goodwill is earned through achievements. In addition to the coaches, Li Wei encountered a number of enthusiastic fans who had arrived early at the Colecho training base, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to watch the teams training up close. Generally, if there are no special requirements from the team, training sessions are fully open to fans and the media, unless they opt for a closed training, which would only allow a 15-minute viewing. This is a cherished tradition among European football clubs, promoting accessibility. Surrounding the training ground are stands, providing fans with seating to observe the practice. Among these fans was Melito, who, unlike the adult supporters merely giving a thumbs up or clapping for Li Wei, dashed forward as soon as he spotted him. Breathless, he ran up to Li Wei and tightly pressed his lips together as he presented a jersey. When this young fan burst forth before him, Li Wei was taken aback. He quickly grasped the young fan's intention, but was even more astonished. "I am not Frank," he explained in his still somewhat unfamiliar Italian to the eager youth. The jersey he offered was adorned with the number 7, belonging to Frank Ribéry, who had netted a brace in yesterday's match. Although he had only recently joined the team, Ribéry had already become its most illustrious star, captivating numerous fans with his performance. Li Wei initially thought the fan had mistaken him for someone else. After all, What sort of eyesight could lead one to such an error? Ribéry bore a prominent scar on his cheek, and he was undeniably a striking figure. To Li Wei's surprise, the young fan shook his head and said, "No, I am not looking for Frank. I am here for you, Mr. Chairman. No, I should say Mr. Coach. I would like your autograph, but this is the only jersey I have." It turned out the young boy had come seeking Li Wei's signature. Li Wei gazed at the young fan, who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, astonished that after just one match, he had already garnered a supporter of his own. Li Wei took the black marker and the jersey, poised to write, when he heard a fan ask, "Could you write for Milito?" Li Wei nodded briskly. "No problem, Milito." "Is that how you spell it? Also, is this your name?" Milito, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically beside him. Li Wei inscribed on the ball, "To Parma's young fan Milito. Parma stands with you." "Thank you. I will cherish it," Milito exclaimed as he received the jersey, noticing Li Wei's message, his youthful face radiating earnestness. To be candid, Li Wei's signature was hardly a work of art. The Italian script was merely adequate, falling short when compared to the flamboyant signatures of renowned stars. Nevertheless, young fan Milito was overjoyed. He even recited Li Wei's words aloud. "I love Parma, and I hope to always stand by Parma," he said, unable to conceal his excitement. The match the day before yesterday was exhilarating. I was there in person, and by the end, we were all ecstatic. No one anticipated that not only would we triumph, but it would be a resounding victory. Thank God. Mr. President, you are not the debauched youth portrayed by the media. You are the one who can bring victory to Parma. Li Wei could not help but steal a few more glances at this fan, who had traveled to the away game. Although his stay in Italy was relatively brief, amounting to no more than 40 days when excluding his time spent negotiating transfers abroad, he had gleaned some understanding of the unspoken rules of Italian football. Due to the overall economic downturn in Italy, coupled with the widespread availability of pay television, an increasing number of fans opted to watch matches from the comfort of their homes. Additionally, with Serie A ticket prices notoriously high, attendance rates in Italy were notably low. Even the top clubs could only muster a turnout of around 60 to 70%, while smaller teams often struggled to attract even half that number. He recognized that, under such circumstances, few fans were willing to travel for away games, especially with the media relentlessly criticizing him in various shows and newspapers. Even before the match commenced, many Parma supporters were already feeling despondent about the game. It was uncertain whether the home crowd could fill the stadium, let alone those venturing out for an away match. Indeed, this was a devoted and die-hard fan. Fortunately, he had not disappointed him 2 days prior. He found it hard to fathom how these fans, under immense pressure, would willingly pay exorbitant travel expenses and ticket prices to arrive at the most remote and poorly positioned corners of the Stadio Olimpico in Turin, enduring a first half that had been almost despairing for a full 45 minutes. After this fan departed, Li Wei was left in disbelief. After a single match, he had actually acquired a supporter, while in the future, coaches like Guardiola, Mourinho, and Klopp would garner legions of admirers. The current footballing world was still dominated by the stars of the pitch. Most people idolize the players rather than the coaches. As a coach, the impression one leaves is likely that of an important yet not irreplaceable figure. They often bear the brunt of criticism when things go awry. Yet when basking in glory and accolades, fans tend to remember only the stars, selectively forgetting the coaches. Li Wei gently clenched his fist, feeling increasingly motivated for the tasks that lay ahead. He felt a responsibility not to disappoint the young player who had shown him such support. Perhaps he should consider having the club launch some merchandise related to himself, not merely jerseys emblazoned with his name, but also the Parma sportswear he frequently donned during matches. This could serve both as a product and as attire for fans during their daily fitness routines. Chapter 39. A new bet. Hello, Mr. President. Li Wei turned to see Pioli standing in the shadow of the training ground entrance, clearly having waited there for some time. Hello, Pioli. Li Wei greeted him with a victorious smile. The bet. Pioli's expression flickered with hesitation, yet he resolutely continued, Mr. President, I believe wagering on a match is rather inappropriate, as luck plays a significant role in such matters. Who can guarantee that he is not merely a fleeting comet? It is akin to Zaccheroni, once a prestigious head coach, now relegated to the role of a savior for a newly promoted team. Li Wei gazed at Pioli with keen interest and inquired, Are you suggesting that our previous wager is now null and void? Pioli's face flushed with embarrassment. Although his age was not considered advanced within the coaching realm, it was nearly double that of Li Wei. No, I merely hope to propose certain alterations. For instance, Mr. Chairman, even if you were to lose, You could still remain in the first team as an assistant coach. Pioli placed particular emphasis on the term assistant coach, while both assistant coach and deputy coach appear similar. Serving as the right hand to the head coach, the disparity in authority is vast. Compared to Pioli's gains, his sacrifices seemed rather trifling. After all, Li Wei had already secured victory in their wager, and from the pinnacle of triumph, any demands made by Pioli lacked conviction. Thus, upon hearing Pioli's words, Li Wei merely regarded him with a bemused smile, remaining silent. Had Pioli been familiar with the Chinese idiom riding a tiger, he would undoubtedly feel a kinship with its creator. Approximately 30 seconds passed, but in Pioli's mind, it felt as though 30 years had elapsed. Li Wei suddenly spoke absolutely. Huh? At that moment, Pioli was still taken aback, his eyes wide as he gazed at Li Wei. What did you just say? Li Wei shrugged his shoulders in exasperation and remarked, Is my Italian truly so abysmal? I have agreed to your terms, yet I too have my own stipulations. Pioli, somewhat dazed, responded very well. At that moment, Pioli felt his intellect was insufficient to grasp the entirety of the situation. Nevertheless, he understood that whatever conditions Li Wei might propose, he would have to acquiesce. After all, he had already suffered a considerable defeat in the previous wager. At best, his fate would culminate in an unconditional resignation, freeing Parma from any obligation to pay him a single penny in damages or compensation. Li Wei raised his right hand and then extended 2 fingers. Firstly, the new wager entails a series of 10 matches to ascertain my eligibility to prove my qualifications as the head coach. This series includes the already concluded first round of the league. In other words, I have 9 league matches remaining. Pioli interjected, Will the forthcoming 9 matches include the Europa League and the Coppa Italia? Although Parma finished 10th last season, they secured a place in the Europa League due to the Calciopoli scandal. Consequently, in the new season, Parma must contend on 3 fronts, necessitating a substantial number of matches. Li Wei pondered for a moment before addressing Pioli. If it were merely the task of serving as an assistant coach, I'm certain you would be reluctant. You shall take charge of the Coppa Italia matches, primarily involving reserve and youth players, while I will oversee the remaining 9 fixtures, including the League and the Europa League. Is that agreeable? Although it was merely the authority to command the Coppa Italia, Pioli felt a sense of satisfaction. Any task left unattended for an extended period can become unfamiliar, and this opportunity would allow him to experiment with new tactics while maintaining his form. What could be better than that? Pioli gazed at Li Wei with a hint of regret. Had he not aspired to be a head coach, he would likely have enjoyed a wonderful camaraderie with this empathetic chairman, transcending the confines of a superior-subordinate relationship to forge a genuine friendship. Li Wei pondered for a moment and decided to present this dilemma to Pioli for resolution. How many victories would secure my triumph in these 10 matches? And how would a draw be calculated? Naturally, Pioli sought to elevate the challenge, yet he remained within the bounds of reason. Ultimately, he proposed each match would be scored according to league points, 3 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw, and none for a loss. Mr. Chairman, you stand to earn 20 points. This season, I shall exert every effort to support you. In 10 matches, a perfect record would yield 30 points. 6 victories would grant 18 points, meaning that in the remaining 2 matches, 1 victory or 2 draws would suffice to win our wager. Objectively speaking, while Pioli's terms were somewhat ambitious, they were not excessively unreasonable. For a coach aspiring to elevate a team to the upper echelons of Serie A, failing to secure a win rate exceeding 60% would indeed signify a shortcoming. Certainly, Li Wei's response was decidedly affirmative. What? Pioli was utterly taken aback by Li Wei's swift agreement, as he had been contemplating how to negotiate with Li Wei to prevent the victory points from becoming too low. Levi gazed at Pioli with a knowing smile and inquired, What is it? Is there an issue? Pioli quickly waved his hand in denial, asserting, No issue. No issue at all. As he regained his composure, a chuckle bubbled within him. How could there possibly be a problem? Not entirely lacking in wit. Pioli adeptly shifted the conversation. Mr. Chairman, he remarked, you mentioned 2 conditions earlier. You've only disclosed 1 thus far. What is the other condition? Li Wei was well aware of Pioli's subtle intentions, yet he remained indifferent. During the duration of our wager, you are to cooperate with me fully, which includes your statements to the media and ensuring that your coaching staff collaborates effectively with my work. Do you understand? Pioli responded promptly, Of course, there is no issue. If you require, I can remain in Parma during the match against Kazan Rubin in 2 days, so as not to disturb your command, Mr. Chairman. Li Wei shook his head in refusal. No need. Staying in Parma will only give the media more to talk about. You should join me in Russia for the competition. I trust you won't leave any loose ends for me, correct? Pioli suddenly realized that Li Wei's earlier enthusiastic agreement to the demanding condition of 20 points was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Having committed to such a formidable requirement, if he were to resort to underhanded tactics and be caught by Li Wei, he would have to face the consequences of Li Wei's wrath. Let us not forget who truly owns Parma Football Club. What Pioli was thinking at that moment was inconsequential. What mattered was that he ultimately responded, "Of course, sir, you can rest assured on that matter. I will cooperate fully with you and will not cause you any trouble." Li Wei extended his right hand towards Pioli, smiling as he said, "Pleasant collaboration." Chapter 40. The new Bet 2 on the training ground. Most players were not in optimal condition due to having just experienced a day of rest yesterday. Thus, the morning session consisted of restorative training. These drills were not particularly challenging. The coach's role on the sidelines was more akin to oversight than guidance. "Good morning." Cam McNanny sauntered onto the training field, a benevolent smile adorning his face. Occasionally, staff members or players would pay their respects to this venerable man who had devoted his life to Parma. Pioli regarded Cam McNanny as he approached, his face radiating genuine warmth. "Good morning, Mr. Manager. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Having just forged a new agreement with Li Wei, Pioli wore a similar smile for everyone. He was unaware of the reason behind Cam McNanny's visit, but Li Wei understood. Cam McNanny was fulfilling a promise made 2 days prior in the car. Levi beckoned to Cam McNanny, saying, "Wait a moment, Cam. Let us converse over there." Cam McNanny cast a puzzled glance at Levi, hesitated briefly, and then nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." Pioli seemed to grasp the situation, and the smile on his face faded slightly. The players on the training ground, witnessing this exchange, could not help but whisper among themselves, though they were soon redirected by the supervising coach, Hiji, urging them to immerse themselves fully in their training. Conversely, the spectators in the stands, unrestrained by any oversight, engaged in discussions about the recent occurrence, speculating on whether a rift had developed between Cam and Pioli. Could it be that the team was on the brink of internal discord? One could only hope not, especially after the team had just achieved a legendary victory. Internal strife would be disastrous at such a moment. This predicament was somewhat inevitable, given that the team effectively had 2 head coaches. Regardless of the fans' discussions, their opinions could not alter the current state of the club. The only recourse for the supporters was to silently offer prayers for the club's well-being. Although Levi had yet to speak, Cam McNanny had already surmised part of the reason behind this meeting. Had something transpired? Indeed. Levi nodded and proceeded to share the new wager he had just established with Pioli. Cam McNanny's expression shifted slightly, his tone becoming exceedingly grave as he inquired, "Benedict, are you aware of the upcoming fixtures? Do you know who your opponents are?" Li Wei calmly remarked, "I understand." Cam McNanny, feeling somewhat agitated, flicked his right hand and inquired, "Do you truly comprehend? The qualification for the Europa League is one thing, given that Kazan Ruby is merely a second-tier league. However, the upcoming opponents in the league for Parma are exceptionally formidable, not just ordinarily strong. On September 17th, in the second round of the league, Parma faces AC Milan. On September 20th, in the third round, Fiorentina encounters Parma. On September 24th, in the fourth round, Parma meets Roma. On October 1st, in the fifth round, Sampdoria goes against Parma. And on October 15th, in the sixth round, Parma takes on Udinese. Just look at the caliber of the teams in these 5 upcoming matches. AC Milan, Fiorentina, Roma, powerhouses of Serie A. Sampdoria and Udinese, both formidable forces. Even if Lippi were to coach, he would not dare claim a 70% certainty of securing 3 points. You are jeopardizing a promising situation. At this point, Cam McNanny felt a profound sense of regret. He began to doubt whether his initial decision to support Li Wei was indeed the right one. "I know your mood must be quite dismal," Li Wei stated. Cam McNanny shot a glance at Li Wei and responded with a cold snort. Levi inquired earnestly, "Cammy, do you believe that after my victory over Turin, Pioli would truly be convinced, along with his coaching staff?" Cam McNanny paused for a moment, a contemplative expression gracing his face. It was evident that he understood Levi's acquiescence to Pioli was not born of arrogance or recklessness, but rather a decision reached after thorough contemplation. Li Wei spoke earnestly. Pioli and his coaching staff undoubtedly harbor grievances within their hearts. They believe that the outcome of a single match is overly contingent on chance. Even a child could potentially lead Torino to triumph over Parma. As time passes, the resentment within Pioli will inevitably grow, leading him to make inappropriate remarks before the media. The coaching staff may also engage in duplicity in their professional interactions with me. While these issues may not appear fatal in the short term, any setbacks faced by Parma could plunge the club into irreparable turmoil. Of course, there exists another option, to dismiss Pioli and his coaching team. However, such an action would likely embolden Pioli to launch even more scathing attacks against the club in the public eye, significantly affecting Parma's external reputation. Although Pioli's staff may not possess extraordinary abilities, they have undergone several years of collaboration and have spent over a month integrating with the team. Hastily replacing them would severely disrupt training. Furthermore, finding a complete coaching staff to substitute them poses a considerable challenge. We would likely have to recruit seasoned assistant coaches to compensate for their departure, attempting to offset the lack of cohesion with quality. Yet, can I effectively command these experienced assistants? Li Wei has not forgotten the circumstances surrounding Cannavaro's dismissal from Evergrande mid-season. On the surface, it appeared that Cannavaro's lackluster performance and questionable coaching abilities were the primary reasons for his departure, with Evergrande never truly placing their trust in him. However, could the underlying causes be merely these? After Lippi's departure, Cannavaro aspired to swiftly take command of the team. Yet, every member of the Italian coaching staff was an elder to him, leaving Cannavaro without absolute authority over the entire team. His directives often came across not as commands but rather as requests. Over time, his dissatisfaction with the coaching staff's performance began to grow. The senior coaches, reluctant to yield to a junior like Cannavaro, resisted his leadership, leading to a breakdown in their collaborative efforts. As the discord unfolded, the players' training performances deteriorated significantly, resulting in a wave of injuries. Consequently, Evergrande's on-field results worsened, culminating in Cannavaro's unceremonious exit due to poor performance. Unlike Cannavaro, Li Wei is not one to fade away. However, the team's subpar results weigh heavier on his heart than the prospect of dismissal. Thus, Li Wei is reluctant to overhaul the entire coaching staff. Instead, he intends to use the coming year as a transitional period to gradually introduce his own personnel, even considering poaching from Pioli's ranks. After a brief pause, Li Wei confidently declared, "Most importantly, if we cannot triumph over AC Milan, Roma, or Fiorentina, how can I speak of reviving Parma?" Chapter 41. Crisis in the news. Li Wei's lengthy discourse previously only caused a slight change in Camagnani's demeanor, yet this succinct statement deeply moved him. Can Parma truly be revitalized? Camagnani's voice trembled with emotion. Absolutely. Li Wei's response was resolute, infused with a sense of ironclad determination. This is precisely why I have invested tens of millions of euros this summer. Camagnani's face flushed as he earnestly regarded Li Wei and replied, "Very well. I shall entrust my old bones to Benedict. You shall have your way." For the sake of Parma, Li Wei extended his right hand, not for a conventional handshake, but with his arm bent. For the sake of Parma, Camagnani felt as though he had been rejuvenated by 20 years, his strong hand firmly clasped with Li Wei's, his voice resonating with the fervor of youth. The training session for Parma did not extend for long, as the team was scheduled to board a flight to Kazan International Airport in Russia at 10 o'clock that evening. Consequently, around 3:40 in the afternoon, the training concluded, allowing the players to return home to bid farewell to their families and pack their luggage. Parma's upcoming adversary, FC Rubin Kazan, is a professional football club located in the Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. The team ascended to the Russian Premier League in 2003 and made an astonishing debut by securing third place in their inaugural season, thus earning qualification for the UEFA Cup. Since then, Rubin Kazan has consistently been a formidable presence in the Russian Premier League, occasionally even ranking first. Currently, the team's most prominent star is the Argentine Alejandro Dominguez, who rose to fame during the 2001 FIFA U-20 World Cup, scoring the decisive second goal against the Chinese national youth team. However, in a subsequent match against France, he suffered a severe fibula fracture due to a tackle from the opposing player Mendy, nearly jeopardizing his professional career. Nevertheless, Dominguez triumphed over adversity with unwavering determination and spirit. Due to injuries impacting his form and playtime, he appeared in 29 matches and scored 9 goals over 4 seasons with River Plate. In 2004, he resolutely ventured to Russia, joining the mid-tier team, FC Rubin Kazan. There, Dominguez rediscovered his confidence, donning the number 7 jersey and making 23 appearances last season, netting 13 goals, earning the Bronze Ball Award in the Russian Premier League. In contrast to Dominguez, Li Wei believed that the most significant threat posed by FC Rubin Kazan lay in their home advantage. The reputation of the Fighting Nation is well known both domestically and abroad. Their fans provide unparalleled support, creating a cacophony outside the hotel where the visiting team resides, assaulting players upon their arrival, and even hurling eggs and stones to cultivate an intimidating atmosphere. The weather in Moscow is notoriously harsh, but Kazan's winters are even colder and longer. Fortunately, Parma would not be playing in Kazan during the winter months, while the September temperatures in Kazan are chillier than those in Parma. They hover around a mild 17 degrees Celsius. Lastly, the playing surface merits mention. Due to the frigid winters, most football fields in Russia are composed of artificial turf. Many remain unaware of the distinctions between artificial turf and natural grass. In contrast to artificial turf, the natural grass fibers of a natural grass football pitch possess limited elasticity, resulting in a reduced overall bounce of the ball on such surfaces. Consequently, aerial balls or rebounds do not ascend to significant heights upon landing, facilitating easier reception, stopping, and control by athletes. Conversely, artificial turf, constructed predominantly from synthetic fibers such as polypropylene and polyethylene, employs infill materials primarily composed of silica sand, rubber granules, or a combination of both. This composition endows it with exceptional elasticity, resulting in a pronounced rebound effect when a football strikes its surface. This necessitates that players adjust their positioning to account for the ball's rebound height and trajectory, thereby influencing their inherent tactical skills and techniques. In summary, the contrasting rebound characteristics of the two types of pitches dictate that athletes must adopt varying techniques for stopping, controlling, and receiving the ball. Compared to FC Rubin Kazan, which has acclimatized to playing on artificial surfaces, Parma finds itself at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the propensity for injuries on artificial turf is a critical concern that Coach Li Wei must acknowledge and address. This underscores Li Wei's decision to limit the team's training time in Parma, opting instead to depart for Kazan International Airport on September 12th. This strategic timing allows Parma to arrive in Kazan during daylight on the 13th, enabling them to train locally before their match on the evening of the 14th. While the players may not fully master the nuances of ball control on artificial turf, they will at least possess a degree of familiarity. Upon disembarking from the plane, it was already the early hours of the morning at Kazan International Airport, which was notably deserted save for a few scattered airport staff and hurried travelers, devoid of any journalists whom Li Wei preferred to avoid. This timing was a deliberate choice by Li Wei for their flight to Kazan. The players, weary from their journey, had little inclination to consider anything beyond rest, promptly retreating to their rooms at the hotel to sleep. The following day, the team rose early, and Li Wei noted that the players appeared relatively refreshed after their slumber, although their energy levels could not match those during their time in Parma. "Let us head to the pitch for training," he announced, having previously arranged for a session on an artificial turf field specifically for the team's daily drills. As they stepped out of the hotel, prior to boarding the bus, a few journalists quickly approached Li Wei, their cameras flashing as they sought his comments. Although Li Wei was somewhat surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. If Russian sports journalists were still unaware of Parma's arrival in Kazan at this juncture, it would be rather disheartening. However, the questions posed by these reporters left Li Wei astounded. "Mr. Chairman, is it true that you are in a romantic relationship with Ida Yespika?" "Li Wei, Ida Yespika's current boyfriend has denounced you as a philanderer and threatens to teach you a lesson with his fists. Do you have anything to say about that?" "Li Wei, has Ida Yespika become your target?" Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Ida Yespika? What was going on?" Some reporters had anticipated this scenario. One produced a newspaper and pointed to a photograph on the entertainment front page. Upon closer examination, Li Wei discerned that the photograph, albeit somewhat indistinct, was evidently a candid shot. Nevertheless, with careful scrutiny, it was clear that the individuals captured within were none other than Li Wei and Ida Yespika. The two figures were entwined in an embrace, with Aida's eyes gently closed, seemingly relishing the warmth of Li Wei's embrace. If Li Wei's intuition served him well, this moment likely occurred just as they were preparing to part, coinciding with Aida's request for a hug. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The matriarch of Serie A falls for the debauched chairman of Serie A." To Li Wei's astonishment, the newspaper in question was none other than the evening edition of the Corriere della Sera, Italy's leading publication, boasting a daily circulation ranging from 600,000 to 800,000 copies. Before Li Wei could delve into the contents, the reporter had already folded the newspaper away, an exuberant expression gracing his face as he said, "Li Wei, as long as you respond to our inquiries, you may take this newspaper home to peruse at your leisure." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei ultimately resolved that it would be prudent to refrain from making any statements. He found himself utterly uninformed about the current circumstances. As for the evening newspaper in the journalist's possession, Li Wei had previously been oblivious to its contents. He thought to himself that a simple phone call back to Italy would yield the latest updates, and an electronic document could be promptly transmitted via the internet. Was it truly necessary to barter his responses for the newspaper in the journalist's hands? During the morning training session, Li Wei appeared somewhat distracted. Pioli, noticing his preoccupation, approached him despite the complexities of their current relationship, and in a hushed tone remarked, "Today's training is primarily focused on adaptation, and I will oversee it. If there are any matters to address, it would be best to resolve them today, as tomorrow marks the day of the match." Although Li Wei eventually nodded and said, "Very well, I shall leave the oversight to you. The most pressing matter is not to ensure that the players are adept at maneuvering and passing on the artificial turf, as this is unrealistic. Rather, it is paramount that the players are fully aware of how to minimize the risk of injury." Pioli nodded in agreement, stating, "I comprehend this, and I shall honor our agreement, exerting every effort to assist you." Li Wei departed from the training ground and sought a tranquil spot to make a call to his public relations manager, Harry Thompson, whom he had recruited at a considerable expense from Fleet Street. Thompson, a seasoned professional, had previously served at renowned media giants such as The Sun, Reuters, and Sky News. "Boss, if you don't call me soon, I might just have to reach out to you myself," came Thompson's somewhat exasperated voice as soon as the call connected. Li Wei sensed that matters were more complicated than he had anticipated. "This morning, I learned about Ida Jespica from a journalist's interview, and from your tone. It seems this news might bring me considerable trouble." Harry Thompson asked earnestly, "Boss, please be frank with me. What is your relationship with Ida Jespica? Or to put more directly, how intimate are you? Have you shared a bed? Shared a kiss? Or is it merely a matter of engaging in some affectionate gestures?" Li Wei, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "May I assert that your assumptions are entirely erroneous? I truly have no connection with Ida Jespica. We merely encountered each other by chance, and she expressed a desire for me to treat her to a meal, to which I acquiesced. Upon parting, she requested a brief embrace, which I also consented to. It was nothing more than that. I do not even possess her phone number, nor have I provided her with mine, not even the publicly available one." Chapter 42. The News Crisis 2. Before Harry Thompson received Li Wei's call, his mind had conjured countless speculations, including the audacious notion that Li Wei and Ida Jespica had been entangled in a clandestine affair for several months. He also entertained the most conservative assumptions, imagining their relationship confined solely to the realm of innocent kisses. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Li Wei had no intimate relationship with Ida Jespica whatsoever. Hello? Why the silence?" Harry Thompson exclaimed incredulously. "Boss, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. This will significantly impact my forthcoming plans." Li Wei felt a surge of anger. He considered himself to be quite honest. "Are you questioning my trust in you?" Rationality told Harry Thompson that Li Wei was not deceiving him, yet emotionally, he found the situation exceedingly peculiar. "Boss, I know you would not lie to me, but this matter is truly bizarre. Who are you? In the UK, you are renowned as the prince of nightclubs, having mingled with countless models and celebrities. And what of Ida Jespica? She is infamously known as a seductress, with numerous high-profile figures rumored to have been involved with her, including the immensely popular American singer David Craig, the Italian pop artist DJ Francesco, the tough guy Hollywood star Bruce Willis, the elite Italian footballer Inzaghi, the Romanian player Mutu, and Milan's legendary captain Paolo Maldini's brother, Pier Cesare Maldini." After a brief pause, Harry Thompson continued, "Furthermore, Ida Jespica's current boyfriend is the Italian international Matteo Ferrari, a stalwart defender for Roma, who has even forsaken his fiancée to win her affection. Now, upon discovering that you have allegedly enticed his girlfriend, Ferrari has publicly vowed to confront you, though I shall refrain from relaying his exact words. If, indeed, you have no connection with Ida Jespica, you may find yourself in a most regrettable predicament." Li Wei let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Let him, Ferrara, first defeat the 6 bodyguards I specifically hired before discussing this matter with me. If it is merely this, there is no need to heed Ferrara at all. After all, Ferrara is just an ordinary star athlete. How significant can his influence be? Indeed, Ferrara's impact is rather limited, but this time, the outcry against the boss is not solely from Ferrara." Harry Thompson's voice was tinged with a hint of frustration. Levi found a long bench against the wall and took a seat. "Speak. What exactly is the situation?" Harry Thompson inquired. Inzaghi stepped forward, asserting, "Even if I am a philanderer, I would never intrude upon another's love." AC Milan's vice president, Galliani, issued a statement. A certain club president believes that wealth can procure everything. He has succumbed to the devil's temptations and lost all sense of moral integrity. The legendary Milan captain Paolo Maldini's brother, Pier Cesare Maldini, remarked, "Li Wei is merely a dandy. His dealings with Ida Jespica are not driven by quest for love. He simply relishes in manipulating emotions, taking pleasure in Ferrara's suffering." Other celebrities have also commented on your affair with Ida Jespica, but I shall refrain from detailing their remarks here. Li Wei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he leaned against the back of his chair and remarked, "After hearing these statements, why do I feel as though I'm the most vile of individuals? A swift death would be the lightest punishment for me." Harry Thompson shrugged and replied, "I believe this condemnation is merely a pretext, with Ida Jespica serving as the catalyst. Many are dissatisfied with your arrogance and are seizing the opportunity to suppress this new force in Serie A. Even in the absence of the Ida Jespica incident, similar outcries will inevitably arise in the future due to other matters. On a more positive note, the current outburst, while significant, may not necessarily be detrimental. After all, although there are many prominent figures being denounced, there's been no substantial action taken." Li Wei switched the phone to his left hand, shaking his right arm, which had grown numb from holding the phone for an extended period. He said, "All right then, please tell me what I need to do and how I can support you." Harry Thompson remained silent for a moment before responding, "In truth, this matter can be both troublesome and not troublesome at all." Li Wei interrupted Harry Thompson with dissatisfaction, saying, "Enough with the suspense. Just reveal your plan." Harry Thompson smiled slightly, unfazed by the interruption. "All that is required is for you and Ida Jespica to publicly issue a statement declaring that you are merely friends. Additionally, you should make a public donation to a charitable organization, volunteer at an orphanage or a nursing home, and fund some media outlets to extensively promote this. This news crisis can be swiftly resolved." After a pause, Harry continued, "As for Ida Jespica, she is not an issue. I have already contacted her. However, she insists that you must personally travel to Milan to discuss the joint statement. Moreover, you need to return to Italy to engage in charitable deeds. So it would be prudent to return now." "Return to Italy now?" Li Wei furrowed his brows, which seemed to form a deep crease. Harry replied, "Of course. You surely do not think that this news crisis can be resolved merely by a phone call and a statement, without your physical presence? If you do not attend the press conference in person, it will convey a sense of insincerity regarding your statement. Furthermore, the declaration alone will only mitigate a portion of the negative impact. Without your presence for the donation and volunteering at the orphanage or nursing home, it will be challenging to eliminate the remaining adverse effects. You will still be perceived as a wealthy playboy, which is detrimental to Parma's forthcoming promotional plans. Must I truly return to Italy?" Li Wei frowned, expressing concern. "Tomorrow is the match day against Kazan Rubin. If I return to Italy now to address this scandal, will I even make it back to Kazan before the match begins? Let alone have the time to devise a tactical plan against Kazan Rubin. In other words, the responsibility of formulating the strategy will inevitably fall upon Pioli. Even if I manage to return to Kazan in time, my presence at the stadium would hold little significance aside from watching the game. Surely, I cannot arrive on site and overturn the meticulously crafted plans Pioli has prepared. That would be utter nonsense." Chapter 43. The News Crisis. 3. Harry Thompson understood Li Wei's concerns and calmly responded, "It is not mandatory. However, returning now would facilitate a smoother resolution. I have calculated that if you return to resolve this news crisis, it will likely cost around 300,000 euros. Should the situation continue to escalate, in just 2 days, you will need to expend at least 1 million euros to rectify the issue, and it will require even more time. Please consider this carefully and call me back. Meanwhile, I must reach out to others to make some preliminary arrangements." Li Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, I will give you a call once I have made my decision." Harry Thompson replied, "A friendly reminder. The time you have to consider is running short. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Li Wei anxiously ran his fingers through his hair. He now felt a pang of regret for having acquiesced to Ida Jespica's request for a hug. Moreover, he wondered if all of this was orchestrated by the woman herself. However, at this juncture, what occupied Li Wei's mind was not regret, nor the perplexity surrounding how the photograph of him embracing Ida Jespica had been captured by journalists and splashed across the front page of the entertainment section of the Evening Post. Instead, he was faced with the pressing decision of whether or not to return to Italy. Li Wei returned to the training ground, burdened with thoughts. "What troubles you?" Pioli, deeply concerned for Li Wei, approached him without hesitation. Li Wei was acutely aware of Pioli's subtle intentions. which were merely a conjecture about the likelihood of his return to Italy. Hence, Pioli was eager to ascertain whether his assumptions were accurate. Should Li Wei indeed return to Italy, Pioli would undoubtedly take the helm for the match against Kazan Rubin. More significantly, although the encounter between Parma and Kazan Rubin was merely a qualification round for the UEFA Europa League, it still constituted a UEFA competition. Wealthy clubs would undoubtedly dispatch scouts to observe the proceedings, eager to discern which team would advance, even if no teams were sent to spectate. Once Parma triumphed over Kazan Rubin, it would be impossible to believe that European clubs would not take notice of such a match. This scenario would serve to augment Pioli's reputation across Europe, especially if he were to excel in subsequent matches. Even if future discord arose between him and Li Wei, Pioli would not fear a lack of opportunities in the top echelons of European football. Li Wei cast a glance at Pioli, letting out a sigh from the depths of his heart, and said, "I may not be able to participate in tomorrow's match, but there is one thing you must take note of." Pioli, not one to conceal his emotions, immediately displayed a look of delight. "Rest assured, Mr. Chairman, I will take charge of this match, so it will not count towards the 10 matches in the wager." Li Wei felt somewhat speechless. He had no inclination to focus on the wager at all. Thus, the matter he had previously brought to Pioli's attention was entirely unrelated to the bet. What I wanted you to consider was the Kazan Rubi. Regardless of their perceived weakness, they remain a formidable team in the Russian Premier League. I recommend a conservative approach, and I would be amenable to a draw. Upon hearing this, Pioli was slightly displeased. "What do you mean by this, Li Wei? Do you no longer trust me?" Li Wei observed Pioli's silence and understood that his previous remarks had likely fallen on deaf ears, rendering his words effectively meaningless. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Pioli, wary of Li Wei potentially allowing others to take command or remotely dictate the course of the match, finally broke the silence. "I shall proceed with caution. However, I believe there is no need for excessive wariness. While Kazan Rubin is indeed a formidable team in the Russian Premier League, how could they possibly be compared to Parma? The combined transfer fees for our 2 forwards, Ribery and Di Natale, have already surpassed the market value of Kazan Rubin's first team." Li Wei initially intended to continue persuading him, but after some contemplation, he decided against it, fearing it might backfire. To avoid harm, Li Wei raised his right hand to glance at his watch and remarked, "I must head to the airport now. The Kazan Rubi shall be entrusted to you," Palma observed, and Pioli beamed with a radiance akin to that of a blooming chrysanthemum. However, this description was a figment of Li Wei's imagination. As he felt somewhat disgruntled with Pioli for seizing what was rightfully his, the opportunity to partake in his inaugural European competition. He would have to wait until September 28th for the second leg of the UEFA Europa League qualifiers to showcase his debut on the European stage. Addressing the matter of the embrace door was neither particularly challenging nor overly simple. Upon Li Wei's return to Italy by plane, many issues began to unravel seamlessly. Li Wei and Ida Jespica met in Milan, where Ida immediately expressed to Li Wei that the photographs were not taken by her and that they were captured secretly, hoping that Li Wei would believe her. Levi would naturally not be so easily swayed by Ida Jespica. Yet during their meeting, he exhibited an extraordinary trust in her, nodding with unwavering conviction as he declared, "I believe in you." Ida Jespica gazed into Levi's eyes, which shimmered with an unusual light. Subsequently, the two jointly issued a statement, clarifying that they were merely friends and that their embrace was simply a gesture of intimacy, not the scandalous entanglement portrayed by the media. Most importantly, Ida Jespica managed to employ some means to ensure that her hot-tempered boyfriend, Ferrara, refrained from discussing the so-called embrace scandal with reporters. Li Wei engaged in several charitable endeavors, while Harry Thompson made headlines. By the evening of September 14th, the negative repercussions of the Embracegate incident had largely dissipated. As for the residual adverse effects, Li Wei chose not to dwell on them, believing that time would cleanse everything. Compared to the nearly concluded Embracegate affair, Li Wei's focus had shifted to the performance of Parma in the new season of the UEFA Europa League. The Europa League, an abbreviation for the UEFA Europa League, is an annual knockout competition organized by the UEFA, featuring European clubs and holding significance only second to the UEFA Champions League in the realm of continental competitions. Prior to the group stage of a European League, there are 4 rounds of qualifying matches. The champions of domestic cup competitions from associations ranked 52nd and 53rd in the UEFA rankings, along with the runners-up from domestic leagues ranked 35th to 51st, excluding Liechtenstein, and the third-place teams from domestic leagues ranked 22nd to 51st, excluding Liechtenstein, as well as 3 recipients of the UEFA Fair Play Award, enter the first round of qualifying. The first round consists of 2-legged matches. Currently, Parma and Rubin Kazan are engaged in the first leg of the qualifying round. The victor over the 2 legs will advance to the group stage of the Europa League, while the loser will forfeit their opportunity to continue in this season's competition. Chapter 44, Upset. Although Li Wei harbored doubts about Kazan Rubin's ability to triumph over Parma on their home turf, he nonetheless chose to watch the live broadcast of the match. The pre-match festivities had concluded, and the camera shifted its focus to the head coaches of both teams. Surprisingly, the first frame did not feature the home team's coach, Kurban Berdiev of Kazan Rubin, but rather the more renowned head coach of Parma, Stefano Pioli. The close-up shot allowed viewers to scrutinize Pioli's appearance with clarity. Just as Li Wei set down his glass and directed his attention to the television, he was taken aback. Pioli's eyes were reddened, reminiscent of a condition akin to conjunctivitis. Furthermore, it was evident that not only were his eyes inflamed, but the area around them bore dark circles, as if he had adorned himself with smoky makeup. His entire visage appeared haggard, and faint stubble adorned the contours of his lips. The camera soon panned to other Parma players, most of whom displayed a lackluster demeanor and an air of exhaustion, as if they were profoundly fatigued. What had transpired? Levi swiftly grasped his phone, contemplating for a moment before dialing the number of Johann Wolfgang. Johann Wolfgang was the esteemed head of the medical fitness team that Levi had lavishly recruited from Germany. "Hello, Johann. What on earth is going on? Why do Pioli and the players appear so worn out? What has transpired?" As soon as the call connected, Levi bombarded him with inquiries. "I only fell asleep around 3 o'clock. Johann Wolfgang replied wearily. "Pioli and the players, I suspect, did not retire much earlier than I did." Li Wei expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Why did you all stay up so late last night? What were you doing?" John Wolfgang continued in a state of exhaustion. "The Russian fans were utterly insane. They harassed us all night across the street from the hotel." "What about the police? Did you not call them?" Li Wei inquired. John Wolfgang replied helplessly, "It was utterly futile. We called the police, but it took them a full hour to arrive. By then, the fans had likely received word and dispersed within 5 minutes. Once the police left, those frenzied fans returned to their original positions, making noise through various means. Eventually, I was so fatigued, and with other hotel guests also calling the police, I was finally able to fall asleep. Those damned Russians. What else could Li Wei do but curse?" John Wolfgang, still weary, said, "Sir, if there is nothing else, I must hang up. I need to catch up on sleep. I am utterly exhausted." As he spoke, soft snores began to emerge. Li Wei hung up the phone in silence, redirecting his focus to the match at hand. Today, Parma fielded a semi-strong lineup. The goalkeeper remained the seasoned Handanovi, yet the defensive line underwent significant alterations, featuring Chiellini partnered with Pesci, while Serna occupied the right-back position and the left-back was the substitute. Posetti. The midfield saw even greater changes, with Grella and Yaya Toure assuming the roles of double pivot, Morfeo positioned centrally as the attacking midfielder, and Hamsik and Ribéry flanking the midfield. Di Natale stood alone at the forefront. Pioli adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, in contrast to Li Wei's 4-3-3 setup. From the perspective of the football field, the distinction between 4-2-3-1 and 4-3-3 may seem minimal at first glance. However, the underlying differences are profound. The 4-2-3-1 formation demands heightened expectations for both attack and defense. The two fullbacks must embody the qualities of versatile players capable of both offensive and defensive prowess. Akin to the likes of Zanetti and Cafu, the requirements for the double pivot in midfield are particularly stringent. One must possess exceptional stamina and defensive capabilities, primarily responsible for shielding the defense, while the other should excel in dribbling, passing, and controlling the tempo of the game. The legendary partnership of Gattuso and Pirlo exemplifies this role. However, pairing Yaya Toure with the Australian Grella in the double pivot raises questions, not only due to their incompatible styles, but also because this marks their first collaboration in an official match. The demands on the wide midfielders for crossing abilities are relatively lower, yet they must exhibit exceptional skills in cutting inside and scoring. Ribéry fits this description well. Yet Hamsik, with his average speed, may struggle to fulfill this role effectively. As for the attacking midfielder in the 4-2-3-1 formation, he serves as the very soul of the setup, requiring not only the traditional capability of orchestrating passes, but also a formidable ability to score. Morfeo, Parma's attacking midfielder, tends to hold onto the ball excessively, a tendency that Li Wei has sought to rectify. which is why he substituted Morfeo for the Croatian Modri during halftime in the match against Torino. With the implementation of a lone striker, the midfield bears a greater share of the offensive burden. In this formation, the forward must be adept at positioning, ball protection, and scoring prowess. Is Di Natale truly a powerful striker? Li Wei does not share this belief. Although Di Natale possesses a remarkable scoring ability, his physical attributes are lacking, and he often requires teammates to draw defensive attention away for him to succeed. Assigning Di Natale as the sole forward does not preclude him from scoring, yet it can render his offensive contributions arduous. Moreover, Li Wei has primarily trained the team in a 4-3-3 formation. Now, with this abrupt shift in tactics, can the players truly adapt to Pioli's new strategy? Li Wei felt a subtle unease within, yet he found himself powerless. Even if he were seated on the bench at the Kazan Ruby Stadium, he would still be at a loss. A formation cannot be altered at will. It requires players who can coordinate accordingly. The match commenced with the sharp blast of the referee's whistle. Kazan Ruby took the first kick, swiftly transitioning the ball into Parma's half after a brief exchange in midfield, launching an attack from the flanks. The assault originated from the side of Hamsik, who immediately stepped up to defend, but his defensive prowess left much to be desired, allowing the opponent to easily evade him and pass the ball cleanly. The adversary continued their advance, reaching the vicinity of the penalty area before delivering cross. Fortunately, Chiellini leapt to head the ball away from danger. However, this offensive maneuver by Kazan Ruby was merely a microcosm of the entire match. Aware that Parma had not rested well the previous night, Kazan Ruby unleashed a relentless barrage, offering Parma no respite. Of course, Parma was not without opportunities to counterattack. However, each time they sent a long pass towards Di Natale, it was either intercepted by the imposing Russian center-back, who used his physical advantage to outmaneuver the relatively diminutive Di Natale, or the defender would position himself to prevent Di Natale from comfortably receiving the ball before the ball could descend. The Russian center-back would jostle Di Natale aside to reclaim possession. In the first 20 minutes of this match, one could describe the encounter as a drill in attack and defense, with the attacking side launching a relentless offensive while the defending side laboriously held their ground. The turning point of the match arrived in the 21st minute when a Kazan Ruby winger unexpectedly opted for a through ball instead of cross. At this moment, the shortcomings of the partnership between Chiellini and Pak Shi were laid bare. They lacked cohesion. Chiellini advanced in an attempt to execute a counter-offside play, but Pak Shi remained rooted in place. Kazan Ruby star player Domingos showed no mercy. He reacted swiftly, akin to a cheetah, and caught up with the ball. Domingos successfully evaded the offside trap. Handanovi bravely charged out, but Domingos, remaining composed, deftly nudged the ball past Handanovi's outstretched arms, sending it into the net behind him. The jubilant roar of the Kazan Ruby Stadium reverberated through the air as an Argentine raised his right hand in triumph. Domingos, the star player of Kazan Ruby, fulfilled expectations by scoring into Parma's goal, guarded by Handanovi. At this juncture, the television broadcast shifted focus to Parma's coach, Pioli, who was visibly incensed, shouting as he pulled a Parma player aside to impart tactical advice amidst Kazan Ruby's celebration. The commentator, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "It seems Parma is preparing to intensify their attack. But with their defensive issues unresolved, is it truly wise to bolster their offense?" Li Wei furrowed his brow, feeling utterly powerless. Even though he was seated on the bench of Kazan Ruby Stadium, the match had been entrusted to Pioli, and he could no longer alter the course of events unfolding before him. The game had scarcely commenced, and merely 5 minutes had elapsed, when, in the 25th minute, Kazan Ruby scored yet again. This goal capitalized on Parma's eagerness to equalize. Kazan Ruby seized the ball in midfield and launched a rapid counterattack. Domingos found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and Samir Handanovi made a valiant save. However, Kazan Ruby's other forward, the Russian Yakim, swiftly followed up, outpacing Parma's central defender, Pashi, to score with a well-timed shot. In that moment, Handanovi, having just fallen to the ground, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past him into the net behind. The score was now 2-0. Kazan Ruby Stadium had transformed into a carnival atmosphere. The home fans, filled with exuberance, danced and sang. Some even shed their clothes, donning nothing but their underwear while singing joyfully, truly embodying the spirit of a fighting nation. Ultimately, Parma succumbed to a 1-4 defeat against Kazan Ruby. The final goal came from Ribéry during stoppage time in the second half, in the 92nd minute. At that moment, Kazan Ruby's players had let down their guard. Ribéry burst through the defenses of two Kazan Ruby players on the left flank, catching them off guard. He then maneuvered past another defender, entering the penalty area, and unleashed a powerful curling shot. The Kazan Ruby goalkeeper was caught off guard, standing still as he watched the ball nearly find the top corner, crashing into the net. Following Ribéry's goal, the match officially concluded. The referee's whistle, a short and a long note, signaled the end of the game. Pioli wore a blank expression, which was fitting given the scoreline. The commentator derisively noted that Parma had invested 50 million euros in transfer fees this season, yet hesitated to hire a renowned coach, a decision they would regret throughout the season. The scoreboard at Kazan Ruby Stadium spoke volumes. Parma's campaign in the Europa League had come to an end. This once again proved that since their relegation in 2005, Parma had not been the formidable team it once was. It was a well-known fact that Parma was more powerful than Kazan Ruby. Yet, how could the scoreline reflect such a stark disparity? For one, a bloody scoreline. While others would attribute the blame solely to Pioli, Li Wei understood that the situation was far more complex. Pioli had indeed erred, but his fault lay not in his ability, but rather in his mindset. He was eager to surpass Li Wei's previous victory against Torino and sought to elevate players close to him. In the match against Kazan Rubies, Pioli made significant alterations to the starting lineup, transforming the formation from 4-3-3 to 4-2-3-1. The unfamiliarity among teammates, the new formation, and the audacious offensive strategy culminated in a resounding defeat for Pioli. Li Wei pressed the power button on the remote control, realizing that it was imperative for him to address his relationship with Pioli. The following day, he refrained from perusing any newspapers, fully aware that the coverage regarding Parma would undoubtedly be one-sided, rendering it unnecessary to subject himself to such torment. Li Wei arrived early at the Collecchio training base. Traditionally, especially on the first day following a match, the team is granted a day off, or at the very least, a half-day respite, gathering in the afternoon for training. However, immediately after the match, Li Wei called Pioli, sternly instructing him to inform all players that the break was cancelled and training would proceed as usual. The first to arrive at the Collecchio training base was Chiellini, who felt a twinge of unease upon seeing that Li Wei had arrived even earlier than him. Standing by the field, "Good morning, sir," Chiellini greeted Li Wei with a hint of trepidation. "Good morning, Gio," Li Wei replied, his expression far less severe than Chiellini had anticipated, as he offered a warm, sunny smile. "I watched yesterday's match. Although your performance was not at its best, you have shown commendable improvement in your role as a center-back. Keep it up." "Yes." Chiellini, surprised by the encouragement instead of reprimand he had expected, felt deeply touched, surging with a desire to prove himself worthy of such support. Each subsequent player arriving at the training ground received similar encouragement from Li Wei, even the center-back Pacey, who had harbored a faint hostility towards him. However, when Pioli finally arrived, Li Wei unleashed a fierce reprimand. For any club to succeed, there are many paths, yet among them, infighting is not one. If you continue to indulge in unrealistic notions and jeopardize the team, do not blame me for tearing up the contract and expelling you from the club. Pioli's face fluctuated between shades of red and pale, yet he understood his fault and ultimately bowed his proud head, conceding, "I understand, Chairman." Chapter 46. Encouragement and reprimand. Why does Li Wei's demeanor towards the players differ so greatly from his treatment of Pioli? The majority of the players Li Wei has brought in are young, with Chiellini being a prime example. The now mature and steady center-back was merely 22 years old at the time, and the youngest, Hazard, was only 16. It is essential to primarily encourage young players, using reprimands sparingly, as their psychological resilience is relatively fragile. In contrast, Pioli, being not only an adult, but also the one accountable for the recent defeat, warranted a more severe scolding from Li Wei. Failing to do so would have been a disservice to himself and to the fans of Parma. Upon concluding training and driving home, Li Wei immediately sensed the brewing storm. Rome Sports. Parma exposes weaknesses. The so-called strength is merely a facade. Turin Sports. Parma experiences internal strife. Head coach displeased with chairman's interference in first team. Milan Sports. Galliani. Parma, a sheep in wolf's clothing. Li Wei paid particular attention to Galliani's remarks. Parma had invested heavily this season, such as 13 million on Ribéry and 15 million on Di Natale. Yet these funds had not been allocated wisely. Ribéry has undoubtedly made a wise purchase, while Di Natale has evidently erred. Consider his performance in the match against Rubin Kazan. He attempted 2 shots, neither of which found the target, and often, when the ball was delivered to his feet, it was swiftly intercepted. I shall refrain from commenting on the other Parma players individually. Parma may appear formidable, yet in truth, they are but a sheep clad in wolf's clothing. They're not as powerful as one might assume, a fact that Rubin Kazan has already demonstrated. With only 2 days remaining before the match, Li Wei is acutely aware that such criticism is merely the prelude, and tomorrow's onslaught will be even more fervent. On September 16th, the critique escalated with the involvement of a more prominent figure, the former Parma star Hristo Stoichkov, who lambasted the club in the Gazzetta dello Sport. For Parma to reclaim its former glory, there is much to be done. Foremost, the team requires a true connoisseur of football in a managerial role. Benedict Li Wei is an excellent businessman, yet his understanding of football is limited to a mere passion. He lacks comprehension of what constitutes professional football. It is essential to recognize that in Italian professional football, recruitment decisions must be made by specialized managers. Li Wei is unaware of what type of players Parma requires or who should be acquired. His approach is simply to buy players for the sake of buying and to sell for selling's sake, in an effort to conserve funds. He has even appointed a young coach from Serie B, Pioli. As for Hristo Stoichkov, he may be unfamiliar to many fans today, yet he is among the few luminaries in Parma's history. Born in 1966 in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, Stoichkov is renowned for his exquisite left-footed technique and fiery temperament. He has played for teams such as CSKA Sofia, Barcelona, and Parma, rising to prominence at Barcelona, where under Johan Cruyff's tutelage, he helped the club dominate La Liga for 4 consecutive years from 1991 to 1994, scoring over 100 goals. With him, Romero, and Laudrup, Barcelona became an indomitable force in Spain. In 1992, Barcelona secured its first ever European Cup, with Stoichkov playing a pivotal role. On the international stage, Stoichkov led the Bulgarian national team to 2 World Cup appearances, earning the title of co-top scorer in the 1994 World Cup and being named European Footballer of the Year. His criticisms have resonated with many Parma fans. This time, the supporters have not staged large-scale protests. Instead, they have hung banners urging the chairman to fulfill his responsibilities, expressing gratitude for his investment in Parma while imploring him to also excel in his role as chairman. Li Wei was indifferent to these matters. AC Milan represented the most formidable adversary he had encountered throughout his coaching tenure, even though this colossal rival had recently suffered a significant setback due to the phone scandal. No one dared to underestimate AC Milan, one of the traditional triumvirate of Italian football. This is primarily due to their illustrious history, wherein they have secured 17 league titles and 6 European Champions Cup victories over the past century, establishing themselves as a premier force in European football. Throughout AC Milan's storied past, numerous legendary players have graced the pitch, from the likes of Nordahl, Rivera, and Barisi to the Dutch trio, and more recently, Maldini, Nesta, Kak, and Shevchenko. Each of these luminaries commanded their respective eras, their brilliance illuminating the skies above the San Siro Stadium. On the coaching front, AC Milan is under the guidance of the esteemed Carlo Ancelotti, widely recognized as a tactical maestro in Serie A. His exceptional ability to harness the talents of his players is his defining trait, having nurtured stars like Seedorf and Pirlo to remarkable heights. The bespoke 4-3-1-2 formation he crafted for AC Milan has proven immensely effective in recent seasons, while his tactical emphasis on wing play, complemented by central penetration, has allowed AC Milan to showcase aesthetically pleasing attacking football. In the new season, despite Shevchenko's move to the Premier League and an 8-point deduction due to the phone scandal, the Rossoneri remain formidable contenders for the championship under his stewardship. In the summer transfer window, although AC Milan's spending paled in comparison to Parma's, it should not be underestimated. Securing Favalli on a free transfer, reacquiring Bracchi, and signing Bonera from Parma at a modest price were all highly strategic acquisitions. Nevertheless, AC Milan's most significant endeavor has been the search for a replacement for Shevchenko, who transferred to Chelsea. However, the quest for a new striker has proven arduous. Initially targeting Ibrahimovic and Crespo, both eventually found themselves in Milan, but not at AC Milan, instead joining their century-old rivals, Inter Milan. AC Milan also came close to signing the Brazilian phenomenon Ronaldo from Real Madrid, but ultimately, the Brazilian did not return to Serie A, leading AC Milan to acquire another Brazilian forward, Oliveira, from La Liga instead. In addition, AC Milan has secured the promising talent Gorkov, which serves as a commendable enhancement to their midfield. Typically, a heavyweight like AC Milan would emerge only at the last moment. Yet in Serie A, the newly appointed coach Li Wei, who has just conducted a singular professional match, finds himself leading his team in what is still a novice phase against AC Milan at Parma. This marks Li Wei's inaugural experience managing a match at Parma's home ground. While there may be many future home encounters, this particular instance is undoubtedly one to be etched in memory. Chapter 47. A barefaced provocation. The Italian media's fervent hype surrounding this match stems from two primary factors. On one hand, there exists a love-hate relationship with Li Wei. They are enamored by his outspoken nature, yet resentful of his contemptuous attitude towards the press. On the other hand, aside from the Parma versus AC Milan clash, the second round of Serie A offers little in terms of captivating matchups. The once mighty trio of Juventus now finds itself in Serie B, while Inter Milan faces Sampdoria, a team that once boasted the moniker Golden Samp, yet has significantly declined in recent years. Last season, Sampdoria finished in 16th place, perilously close to relegation. Even though this season they have bolstered their squad with several capable players, they remain far from comparable to Inter Milan. Serie A comprises 20 football teams, each round hosting 20 press conferences. However, in the lead up to the second round, most journalists have fixated solely on Parma. This is largely due to a recent pre-match press conference for AC Milan, where a journalist queried Ancelotti, "How do you evaluate Li Wei's role as assistant coach?" Ancelotti, seated and visibly displeased, retorted, "Nothing is more lamentable than a novice meddling in football, especially when this is the club's president." Li Wei's actions at Parma resonate with the infamous Roman Emperor Nero. Nero is a renowned figure in the annals of ancient Rome, not for his military prowess or for revitalizing the empire, but rather for his brutality. In pursuit of constructing his grand palace without inciting public dissent, Nero clandestinely ordered the incineration of residential areas near the palace, resulting in the complete destruction of 3 out of 14 districts in Rome, with 7 others affected, leaving only 4 unscathed. The devastating fire resulted in the tragic loss of thousands of lives, leaving approximately 200,000 individuals homeless. In the aftermath, Nero seized the opportunity to embark on grand construction projects, erecting a resplendent palace for himself. Clearly, Ancelotti was profoundly enraged by the interference of outsiders in the realm of football. All journalists were acutely aware that Li Wei was not a benevolent figure. Rather, he was one who preferred a tit-for-tat approach. Thus, during the unprecedented pre-match press conference today, nearly 100 reporters congregated, a turnout that even the Milan derby could scarcely rival. As the journalists settled into their seats, Li Wei and Pioli made their entrance. Pioli maintained a stoic expression, a detail that the reporters scarcely regarded, for they were well aware that the so-called head coach had long been under Li Wei's thumb, reduced to little more than a mere mascot at this pre-match gathering. The reporters also noted that Li Wei appeared visibly agitated, his brow furrowed. The renowned journalist Ladisa from Tuttosport was in high spirits. Given that Tuttosport and Li Wei were arch-rivals, witnessing his adversary's distress could not fail to uplift Ladisa's mood. What brought him even greater joy was being the first to be called upon for a question. In only the second round of the league, Parma was to face the illustrious AC Milan, a team that has claimed the league championship 17 times and the European Cup 6 times. Given such a formidable opponent, how many goals do you anticipate conceding? This question was a blatant provocation. However, it came as no surprise that Ladisa, a journalist from Tuttosport, would pose such a query, as it was widely known that Tuttosport harbored a deep disdain for Li Wei, often seeking to confront him directly. Yet, Ladisa seemed to have forgotten the repercussions of his previous provocations, which had resulted in a sharp rebuke from Li Wei. Undoubtedly, Ladisa was convinced that this time he would be the one delivering a stinging retort rather than receiving one. Many eagerly awaited Li Wei's incisive counter, confident that he would not remain passive in the face of such provocation. They understood that Li Wei was akin to a spring. The greater the force applied, the more formidable his retaliation would be. All eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned towards Li Wei. Li Wei sat upon the platform, observing the face of the Turin sports journalist, Ladisa, which exuded an unmistakable air of provocation. The visage was so close that a mere flick of his wrist could deliver a resounding slap. However, it was truly unfortunate that such an action was not permissible this time. Not only was he unable to strike, but he also owed a debt of gratitude to Ladisa for his cooperation. For Ladisa had unwittingly presented him with a rare and exceptional opportunity. This was far more convincing than if he had broached the subject abruptly on his own. Li Wei lifted his gaze to glance at Ladisa, his brow furrowing even deeper. Witnessing this expression, Many reporters' eyes nearly bulged in astonishment, for a sorrowful and distressed Li Wei was truly a sight that few had ever encountered. When has Li Wei ever revealed his troubles in front of others? Even amidst the summer warm-up matches, where he faced a string of 5 consecutive defeats and relentless media scrutiny, there was not a hint of weakness to be perceived in him. Instead, Li Wei silenced the media, dismissed Torino with disdain, and boldly proclaimed at the press conference that he was unwavering in his resolve. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Li Wei finally spoke. His voice was subdued, betraying a less than favorable mood. Our luck has indeed been poor to encounter AC Milan in the second round of the league. I do not wish to deceive by uttering sweet nothings. However, the disparity in strength between the two teams cannot be bridged by mere harsh words. The room erupted in astonishment. All the journalists thought they were witnessing a ghostly apparition. They had actually heard Li Wei concede defeat, and so readily. Is this truly the same Li Wei who, after 5 consecutive warm-up losses, had the audacity to declare before the match against Torino that victory was inevitable? Merely a question of the scoreline? Goodness, is the end of the world truly upon us? The journalists in the press hall seemed collectively petrified, rendered speechless by Li Wei's remarks. Even Li, who had been so confident before speaking, stood in stunned silence. Having envisioned numerous scenarios where Li Wei would counter him, yet never anticipating that Li Wei would capitulate. Is this truly the Li Wei he knew? In the midst of an eerie silence, Li Wei's words resonated with striking clarity throughout the hall. Although we are playing at home, this does not imply we possess any inherent advantage. I believe that in the match against AC Milan, Parma should adopt a mindset of learning, gleaning insights from traditional powerhouses. However, few remained attentive to his words. They were simply aware that Li Wei had, for the first time, shown vulnerability. After Li took his seat, another journalist who had previously faced Li Wei's rebuttal stood up and inquired. The AC Milan coach stated in the pre-match press conference, "How do you view their assessment?" Li Wei rose and declared, "Since Ancelotti believes I have interfered in the match, I shall now relinquish my hold." With that, he turned and departed. Just as I came softly, I waved my sleeve, leaving not a trace of cloud behind. Chapter 48. The media's retaliation. The reporters gazed at Li Wei's retreating figure, their frustration palpable. "Do you truly not have a twin brother, Li Wei? Are you indeed Benedict Li Wei?" They cast a glance at the expressionless, adequately performing mascot, Pioli, and their curiosity waned. Yet, one reporter, suppressing his agitation, inquired of Pioli, "Sir, what are your thoughts on the upcoming match against AC Milan?" Pioli responded, "We shall deliver a splendid performance for our supporters." The reporters pressed, "Is that all? Could you not be a tad more official?" Another queried, "What is your take on Ancelotti's outburst?" Pioli replied, "I am not privy to this matter." The reporters retorted, "Are you merely Pioli's puppet? You seem woefully uninformed." Lacking further inclination to pursue questions, the lavish pre-match press conference concluded with a whimper. That evening, the news broadcast, radio, and television were rife with reports of Li Wei's resignation in the face of a provocation from Torino sports reporter Li. Any fan following Serie A could not have missed this story. Many were taken aback. Though Li Wei had not coached many matches, his firmness and arrogance were well known. Moreover, everyone was aware of his position as the president of Parma. As long as he remained solvent, even if he led Parma to the Italian lower leagues, he could still continue as its coach. AC Milan supporters felt a swell of pride. They reveled in their team's legacy. To witness a defiant club president bowing in the presence of AC Milan was undeniably impressive. The reporters experienced a mixture of elation and disappointment. They were thrilled to see Li Wei, a foreigner, audaciously assert himself in his own country. In the face of the illustrious Torino team, he had the audacity to declare, "I will certainly win. The only question is by how many goals. My word is my bond." Did he truly comprehend the caliber of his opponent? The uncrowned king. To be so brazen before such a figure was remarkable. Consequently, the media unleashed a relentless barrage against Li Wei and Parma during the match against Torino. What was the outcome? The scoreline at halftime left the media quite satisfied, as they believed their criticisms had been justified. Parma's performance at the Olympic Stadium in Turin was indeed as dismal as they had portrayed. However, in the second half, Parma delivered a stunning display. Trailing by 2 goals at halftime, they struck back with the swiftness of lightning, netting 4 goals and executing a thrilling comeback that electrified all the fans watching or following the match, except, of course, for those supporting Torino. This remarkable turnaround served as a resounding slap in the face to the media, who had disparaged Parma prior to the match. The score seemed to mock their ignorance. taunting them with the assertion that despite their criticism, Parma triumphed over their foes. Yet, this rebuke did not subdue the media. Rather, it intensified their ire. Consequently, they escalated their attacks on coach Li Wei, even during the pre-match press conference ahead of Parma's encounter with AC Milan. While most reporters typically posed neutral questions, one journalist from the Turin sports press, Ladisa, disregarded this norm and asked a question laced with contempt. Having faced a team that has won 17 league titles and 6 Champions League titles, how many goals do you expect to lose by? The media anticipated that Li Wei would erupt in anger and provide them with a sensational story. However, the usually resolute Li Wei surprisingly faltered, leaving many in the media with a sense of unreality, as if they were dreaming. This left them disheartened, as they seemed to have lost a prime source of news. A hint of melancholy lingered, as they lamented the absence of a true champion. After all, the so-called uncrowned king was indeed formidable, seemingly invincible. During the press conference, a surprising scene unfolded. Li Wei, known for his staunch demeanor, admitted that his team could not possibly face AC Milan in the upcoming Serie A match without succumbing. This revelation was astonishing, especially considering that at the start of the season, Li Wei had faced immense pressure when leading his team in their first match against the formidable coach Zaccheroni's Red Bulls. In that pre-match conference, he had confidently declared his intention to win, stating it was merely a matter of defeating Torino by a few goals. At the time, many believed he had lost his mind. Yet, he ultimately guided the team to an exhilarating comeback, overturning a 0-2 deficit to triumph 4-2 against the Red Bulls. Although Li Wei had only been with Parma for 3 months, those who followed the team knew him to be a figure of unwavering strength. Regardless of the circumstances, he consistently exuded confidence, even in the face of a 5-match preseason losing streak, steadfastly asserting that the team was on the right path. The unexpected capitulation of Li Wei has indeed taken many by surprise. Although his concession seems astonishing at first glance, a closer examination reveals that it was, in fact, entirely foreseeable. This turn of events was anticipated, as Li Wei's previous displays of obstinacy were against comparatively weaker opponents. The warm-up matches primarily featured top teams from smaller leagues and Italy's Serie B, where, even among the stronger contenders, their prowess was rather limited. In the first round of the league, facing the Red Bulls, a team with a once glorious history, now merely echoes of triumph from 57 years ago, did little to disguise the fact that Torino is merely a newly promoted side. With a bit of effort or a stroke of luck, Parma could still conjure a miracle. However, the second round of Serie A presents a different challenge altogether, as they are pitted against the formidable AC Milan, a team that stands among Europe's elite. In recent seasons, AC Milan has shown remarkable form, finishing as runners-up in the league during the 2004-2005 season and achieving a second-place finish in the UEFA Champions League. Had it not been for the Calciopoli scandal last season, which saw them dock 30 points, their total would have reached 88, just 3 points shy of champions Juventus, leaving most Serie A teams in their wake. Even at the peak of their prowess, Parma would not have dared to claim a certain victory against AC Milan at home, let alone in the aftermath of their recent reconstruction. In the face of such a significant disparity in strength, the emergence of miracles seems utterly implausible. This is not a preemptive surrender by Li Wei. Rather, it is a capitulation compelled by the harsh realities of the situation. The distinction between relegation battlers and title contenders is stark. This was evident in the recently concluded UEFA Europa League qualifiers, where AC Milan competes in the Champions League. Having reached the semifinals for 4 consecutive years and securing 1 championship and 1 runner-up title. Undoubtedly, AC Milan's objective this year is to clinch the Champions League title, with their odds ranking them 4th among the many contenders, indicating that numerous bookmakers regard them as formidable challengers. As for Parma, the scoreline from the qualifiers just 3 days prior serves as a testament to their dwindling prospects in European competitions, as they find themselves bereft of even the opportunity to participate in the group stages. Compared to AC Milan, Parma cannot even secure a place in the odds for winning the Europa League. The inadequacy of Parma's bench strength is a pervasive and fatal flaw for smaller clubs. On September 10th, Parma fielded their full-strength squad against Torino, and just 4 days later, on September 14th, they deployed a majority of their starters in the Europa League qualifiers against Kazan's Rubin. Remarkably, just 3 days after their match against Rubin, Parma is set to engage in their second-round Serie A fixture. Currently, Parma is unlikely to even assemble a complete starting lineup in their pursuit of accruing additional points to ensure their survival in the league. Parma will undoubtedly forego this seemingly unwinnable match, allowing their key players, who have just returned from Russia, to enjoy additional rest in preparation for the Serie A third-round contest in 3 days. Nonetheless, Parma's relegation prospects remain bleak, as their third-round adversary is the formidable Fiorentina. Thus, I believe that the Serie A's second-round match on the evening of September 17th, where Parma faces AC Milan, is devoid of suspense. Even if Parma is playing on home turf, it matters little. The illustrious squad of AC Milan is certain to triumph effortlessly over Parma. Li Wei watched the guests on television analyze his actions, chuckling incessantly. Beside him, the fitness coach John Wolfgang remarked with displeasure, "Sir, others hold such a negative view of you. How can you still find amusement in this? Are you truly the chairman and coach of Parma?" Levi chuckled, "Of course. I fervently wish they would look down upon me even more." John Wolfgang retorted sarcastically, "Are you out of your mind? You are the one who is unwell." After casting a glance at John Wolfgang, Levi proceeded to explain, as the art of war states. He initially intended to impress by referencing a Chinese classic, but upon reflecting on John Wolfgang's apparent lack of knowledge regarding Chinese culture, he realized that he would be speaking to an audience unfamiliar with the nuances of the text, rendering his attempt futile, a mere exercise in futility akin to playing music to cattle. Li Wei had no choice but to abandon his desire to show off and candidly explained, "Our strength pales in comparison to AC Milan. To defeat them, we cannot rely solely on brute strength. We must devise alternative strategies and explore unconventional paths. My intention to feign weakness is to lead them to believe that we pose no threat, thus inviting complacency on their part. Only then do we stand a chance." Let us not forget that our upcoming third round of the Serie A is indeed arduous, yet AC Milan's challenges are even more formidable. On September 19th, they will face the Portuguese giants Benfica in their first Champions League match at home, and to secure the top position in the group, AC Milan will undoubtedly spare no effort against Benfica. Their schedule is as congested, if not more so, than ours at Parma. They will certainly not squander the opportunity to rest some of their key players. John Wolfgang is not lacking in intellect. With just a brief explanation, he comprehended my intent. No wonder you wish for the media to underestimate you. It is, after all, a strategy to mislead your opponents through their narratives, crafting an impression that Parma is hardly a concern, thereby creating an opportunity for you to exploit. Li Wei smiled with a hint of pride. After a prolonged silence, "Johann Wolfgang suddenly inquired, is AC Milan totally foolish? Such a simple principle is clear to me. Can AC Milan really be so oblivious?" Li Wei fell into silence for a moment, as if contemplating something profound, but ultimately shook his head and replied with an air of indifference, "I do not know." John Wolfgang, caught off guard, gasped for breath and was seized by a fit of coughing. Once he managed to regain his composure, he fixed his gaze on Li Wei and exclaimed, "You do not know?" Li Wei spread his hands and shrugged. "Indeed, I do not know." John Wolfgang, filled with frustration, inquired, "How can you possibly be unaware? You went to great lengths to lead AC Milan into a false sense of security, even appearing vulnerable to the media that has consistently targeted you. Such statements, after tonight's publicity, will undoubtedly dampen the players' morale. After all your efforts, you are still oblivious?" Li Wei calmly remarked, "Why should I concern myself with that? I am not a seer, incapable of foretelling the future's course. I have not stationed spies or listening devices beside Ancelotti. How could I possibly know his thoughts? Yet, my actions may indeed bear fruit. Should I refrain from acting, the prospect of opportunity would vanish entirely. If our adversary harbors even a modicum of disdain towards us, that becomes our opening." Johann Wolfgang, somewhat speechless, interjected, "You are gambling. Should you falter, the repercussions could be dire. Football itself is a gamble. Without investment and risk, can one truly expect to triumph against the formidable?" Li Wei maintained his composure. "Then I can only wish you good fortune," Johann Wolfgang responded, at a loss for further words. "Thank you," Li Wei replied with a slight smile. Another individual, akin to Li Wei, sat before the television, engrossed in the same broadcast. Of course, many were watching, but this particular viewer was distinct: Carlo Ancelotti, the head coach of AC Milan, affectionately known as Fat Ancelotti. He sat in his office chair, the fluorescent lights dimmed, with only the desk lamp casting a subdued glow. The primary illumination in the office emanated from the television screen, its flickering light dancing across his face. As he absorbed the segment on Parma, his fingers interlaced before him, he remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Upon closer inspection of his desk, One could discern not only materials pertaining to Parma, but also documents regarding AC Milan's initial opponent in the Champions League, the Portuguese powerhouse Benfica. Chapter 50. Life is a play. Li Wei remained uncertain whether his performance had deceived his adversaries. However, he had certainly managed to fool his own team. The following day, upon arriving at the team's office building and having just changed into his training attire, he discovered that the members of the coaching staff were congregated outside his office door, regarding him with peculiar glances, save for the fitness coach, John Wolfgang, who was already in the know. "Gentlemen, is there something on your minds?" Li Wei inquired as he opened the door to his office, inviting the coaching staff inside. The atmosphere was rather somber, as it appeared that no one was prepared to speak. Li Wei cast a glance at the gathered coaches before lowering his gaze to his watch. "Gentlemen, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. We have approximately 15 minutes until training begins. I trust you would not wish to set a poor example by collectively arriving late in front of the players." Eventually, it was the assistant coach, Murray, who stepped forward to inquire, "Sir, is what you said at yesterday's pre-match press conference true?" He looked at him with concern, seemingly fearful that Li Wei might affirm the truth of his statement. In that moment, all the coaches turned their attention to Li Wei. Pioli, rarely one to speak up, remarked, "Mr. Chairman, you do not strike me as someone who easily concedes defeat." He smiled reassuringly at the anxious Murray, adding, "Of course, it is false." It was evident that assistant coach Murray breathed a sigh of relief. At some point, Li Wei had come to occupy a significant place in their minds. "I knew it. How could the chairman possibly concede so easily?" exclaimed Murray. Pioli gazed at Li Wei and said, "Indeed, I sensed there was something amiss in your remarks at yesterday's press conference. Mr. Chairman, were you perhaps preparing to cast a smokescreen to mislead Ancelotti?" Li Wei nodded at him, affirming, "Indeed, this is the strategy one believes holds the greatest promise for overcoming AC Milan." It was surprising that even his own people had been deceived. It seems that Ancelotti had also been successfully misled. However, unexpectedly, Pioli interrupted his words, declaring, "Not necessarily." Li Wei gazed at Pioli, who had previously caused him no small amount of trouble, harboring a twinge of skepticism within. Was this fellow attempting to sow discord at an opportune moment? Unaware of Li Wei's inner thoughts, Pioli earnestly remarked, "Carlo Ancelotti, the head coach of AC Milan, is a man of great caution. He is exceedingly meticulous. Although his prudence led to a conservative approach in the final match of the 2000-2001 season against Roma, resulting in Juventus being held to a 2-2 draw and ultimately finishing as runners-up, it is this very caution that defines his coaching tenure. During his 2 years at Juventus, he secured only 2 second-place finishes, and in 4 seasons with AC Milan, he captured the championship title just once, earning him the moniker of perennial second. However, Ancelotti possesses a notable characteristic. He prepares comprehensively for every match. He endeavors to consider all possible scenarios and devises appropriate countermeasures. Therefore, if you wish to deceive him, mere words will not suffice. Pioli, a renowned young coach in Italian football, may have various shortcomings, yet his profound understanding of Italian football and his opponent surpasses that of Li Wei. "Mr. Chairman, if you wish to outwit him, you must adopt a more ruthless approach," Pioli advised Li Wei. Li Wei, however, perceived this as a challenge posed by Pioli. "How much more ruthless can you be towards yourself to achieve victory? What lengths are you truly willing to go? Is it the resentment stemming from the disrespect shown towards Kazan's Ruby? Do you wish to prove that you are not significantly inferior to me?" Li Wei broke into a smile, offering Pioli a silent yet confident response. Upon witnessing this expression, Pioli paused, seemingly taken aback. It appeared that Li Wei was entirely composed and well-prepared. Once his laughter subsided, Li Wei addressed the coaches, stating, "What I just shared with you must remain confidential. Not only should the press be kept in the dark, but our players must also remain uninformed." The other coaches, not lacking in acumen, quickly grasped Li Wei's intentions upon hearing his declaration. John Wolfgang, the fitness coach, was astonished. "You intend to deceive the players as well? Is that truly wise? We are few in number, while the players are many. With such a crowd, I fear someone may inadvertently leak this to the media. For the sake of discretion, I cannot reveal the truth to the players. Furthermore, to convince the cautious Ancelotti that we have genuinely surrendered, we must ensure that our own team believes I am indeed prepared to concede this match," Li Wei elucidated. At this juncture, an inexplicable spark flickered in Li Wei's eyes, as if he had conceived a more astute plan. "But aren't you concerned that such actions might undermine the team's morale? You must realize that upon hearing your words, we all felt a sense of disappointment. The younger players, in particular, may now find their emotions even more volatile, Wolfgang cautioned. John, why do you not consider that this might ignite a stronger fighting spirit within them, compelling them to strive to prove me wrong in the match? Li Wei countered. Are you so certain, Mr. President? In times like these, I can only choose to trust them, Li Wei concluded, clapping his hands. All right, gentlemen, it's time to prepare. Remember, none of you are to divulge a word of our conversation from earlier. This is vital for our victory. I reiterate, no one is to disclose what was discussed. I trust you all. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. As Li Wei had anticipated, just as he and the coaching staff entered the training ground, one of the players closest to him, Hazard, represented the team by asking, Boss, do you truly believe we cannot defeat AC Milan? Not even on our home turf? Manuel Garcia anxiously glanced at Li Wei at that moment. Pioli, intrigued, turned his attention to Li Wei, curious to see how he would respond. All eyes, coaches and players alike, were fixated on Li Wei, though each gaze conveyed a different sentiment. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, Li Wei remained silent for a moment before nodding resignedly. While we do have the advantage of playing at home, our opponent is AC Milan, and it seems unlikely that we can triumph over them. A wave of astonishment rippled through the players. Even Hazard, who had posed the question, stared in astonishment at Levi, utterly perplexed by his remark. Previously, during a conversation with his teammate Chiellini, who shared a close rapport with Levi, he had presumed that the coach was merely jesting with the media, intending to leave them dumbfounded and incredulous following a victorious match. Therefore, he had initially been reluctant to inquire about what he deemed a rather foolish question. However, his other teammates sought him out, as many players harbored doubts and were curious about Levi's mindset, particularly why he appeared to show weakness in front of their adversaries. It was noteworthy that just the day before, prior to the commencement of training, Levi had been instilling an unwavering spirit of victory within the team, asserting that regardless of the opponent's prowess, even if they were 3 goals down, they must fight until the final moment. How could it be that, after just one night, Levi had seemingly reversed his stance? This was uncharacteristic of him. Their suspicions prompted them to consult Hazard and Chiellini, the two closest to Levi. However, Chiellini was reluctant to step forward with the inquiry, his reasoning being simple. Regardless of the rationale behind Levi's words, there must be a sound basis for them. His responsibility was to trust the coach and execute his strategies, just as Levi had previously placed his faith in him. He owed it to Levi to honor that trust. The younger Hazard, concerned about his reputation, ultimately acquiesced to his teammates' requests, leading to the aforementioned scene. Yet the outcome left him utterly astonished. The expressions on the faces of all the players reflected disbelief, as if they had encountered extraterrestrial beings. The sole exception was Chiellini. He exhibited neither surprise nor disappointment. He simply regarded Levi with unwavering resolve. After Li Wei uttered these words, he began to observe everyone around him. The reactions of the majority of the players were precisely what he had anticipated. A myriad of emotions, surprise, disappointment, and anger, flitted across their faces in that fleeting moment. Li Wei was convinced that he had successfully deceived these individuals. Yet there was one exception. Li Wei directed his gaze toward Chiellini. The lad displayed no signs of disappointment, astonishment, or anger. Instead, his expression remained resolutely steadfast as ever. What a remarkable youth! Li Wei was convinced that Chiellini must have anticipated something, but more importantly, it was a matter of self-assurance. Li Wei felt a subtle sense of emotion stirring within his heart. Li Wei cast a glance at Chiellini and continued, I understand that this reality is difficult for you to accept. However, after a thorough analysis with the coaching staff, I firmly believe that given our current strength, it is exceedingly challenging to overcome a formidable team like AC Milan. It seemed that some players were eager to voice their thoughts, yet Li Wei, with a somewhat brusque gesture, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Although we are likely to face our first defeat in the league, we must still train diligently. Pioli immediately blew his whistle, drawing everyone's attention to him. Get to training. Do not forget that you are professional players. What has happened to your professional attitude? Members of the coaching staff stepped forward to oversee the players' training, adopting a demeanor far more stringent than usual. Despite the myriad of negative emotions, doubt, disappointment, and anger lingering in each player's heart, they remained resolute and committed to their training regimen. This discipline had been instilled by Li Wei throughout the summer. Any hint of negligence would not be tolerated, regardless of one's status. He was not merely a coach, but a club president wielding authority surpassing that of all coaches combined. Chapter 51. Life is like a play too, however, Once training concluded and they returned to the locker room, Li Wei could not stifle the ensuing chatter among the players. Confusion reigned as they speculated why the usually formidable coach appeared unexpectedly subdued this time. They contemplated various scenarios, but the predominant question lingered. What should we do now? Although Li Wei has conceded defeat in advance, it appears that Pioli, the only coach capable of matching Li Wei, coincidentally shares the same sentiment regarding this matter. However, as professional athletes, can they truly accept such resignation? We must take action. Chiellini abruptly stood up in the locker room. Hazard inquired, "What shall we do?" The other players turned their attention to Chiellini. He spoke earnestly, "Fight, fight." It was not Hazard who posed this question, but the team's second captain, the de facto first captain, Di Natale. How do we fight? Chiellini pondered but could not devise a satisfactory plan. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his conviction. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall never concede defeat. This is not solely for Parma. It is for ourselves as well. As professional athletes, what accomplishments can we expect if we surrender in the face of formidable adversaries and setbacks? The team's first captain, Contini, affirmed, Chiellini is correct. We must fight. Furthermore, we must demonstrate that the coaches are mistaken in this regard. Instantly, a player retorted indignantly, indeed. Why can't we defeat AC Milan? Precisely. We shall do everything in our power to conquer AC Milan. We must prove that the coaches are wrong. Though I hold great respect for our coach, I must assert that in this particular matter, I cannot concur with his perspective. We, Parma, are certainly not a pushover. Let us unite. Let us astonish our opponents and surprise our coach as well. Di Natale raised his arms in a rallying cry amidst the crowd. He was well liked in the locker room, and his proposal quickly garnered support from many players. Contini, standing in the corner of the locker room, wore a faint smirk. Li Wei, do you think that by remaining aloof, I am rendered incapable of causing you any trouble? Regardless of AC Milan's victories or defeats, the players are bound to harbor discontent towards you, and I am curious to see how you will persist in leading the team in Serie A. The following day, Li Wei came across an article in the newspaper revealing that a Parma player had disclosed the coach's premature admission of defeat. Furthermore, the coverage was quite substantial. The newspaper refrained from naming the player, evidently to protect the informant. Nonetheless, the weight and credibility of the report were significant, as it was echoed not only by one commentator, but also by multiple media outlets. When confronted with the media's inquiries, although the Parma players did not directly address the issue, some inadvertently revealed hints of resentment, indirectly affirming that Li Wei had indeed made similar remarks. In his heart, Li Wei understood that the so-called informant was none other than Contini. Only someone harboring profound animosity towards him would engage in such self-destructive actions. Regrettably, he could not yet teach Contini a lesson, lest he alarm the unsuspecting. However, once the match concluded, Li Wei was certain that he would ensure Contini faced a rhythmically poetic demise. Glancing once more at the newspaper, the resentment he harbored towards Contini momentarily faded, replaced by a sense of delight. It seemed his acting prowess was truly remarkable. Perhaps one day, he could even star in a film, akin to a tale of sudden fame through a singular goal. Chapter 52. Life is a Play. Li Wei was quite pleased with the extensive media coverage that revealed the internal affairs of Parma to AC Milan. Numerous reports emerged from various media outlets regarding Parma. However, the core message can be distilled into two key points. Firstly, Li Wei's admission of defeat during the pre-match press conference was not a mere smokescreen. He genuinely conceded defeat. After all, while he might deceive journalists, there is no necessity to mislead his own players. Acknowledging defeat to his team will be detrimental to morale, a step no sensible coach would dare to take. Once morale diminishes, reigniting it becomes a formidable challenge. In the context of the match, a demoralized Parma stands little chance, rendering them insignificant. Thus, even if Li Wei contemplated a ruse against AC Milan, such an approach would lead to inevitable disaster for Parma. Even if Li Wei were to act irrationally, Coach Pioli would never permit such a course of action. Pioli's silence on the matter further indicates a unified stance within Parma's coaching staff. The second point, revealed through player leaks, suggests a troubling development. Discord within the ranks of Parma, hinting at a potential fissure that, even if subtle, signifies division. This internal strife could have irrevocable repercussions for the team. Those who grasp these 2 points are certainly not foolish. They understand that Parma currently poses no genuine threat to AC Milan. From every conceivable angle, it is evident that Parma's situation is dire. Li Wei gazed at the newspapers, his smile blooming like a flower, growing ever more radiant. He could hardly believe that the cautious Ancelotti would fall for it. Ancelotti's desk was cluttered with various sports newspapers, all acquired by him during his forays into the streets. While he could have delegated this task to an assistant, he preferred to undertake it himself, driven by his unease. Now, having cleared much of the clutter from his office desk, he spread out all the sports newspapers he had purchased, each carefully selected, brimming with reports about Parma. A certain Parma player remarked, "I cannot fathom why Li Wei would say such a thing." To be honest, when we heard him say it, everyone was taken aback, every single one of us, players and coaches alike. Another member of the Parma staff added, "Indeed, he did say it, right in front of all the players, declaring that Parma could not possibly defeat AC Milan. It is utterly unbelievable that the club president would utter such words." Ancelotti skimmed through a few pages, quickly discerning that further reading was unnecessary. The other reports were merely reiterations of the same sentiments or stale rehashes. Perhaps he could indeed field an entirely substitute squad, granting his main players some much-needed respite. The new season had just commenced, yet the team had already been penalized by the Italian Football Federation with a deduction of 7 league points due to the telephone scandal. This summer, the repercussions of the scandal had tainted the team's transfer dealings. The primary striker, Ukrainian powerhouse Shevchenko, had transferred to Chelsea, and the club had failed to secure their intended replacements, Ibrahimovic or Crespo, to fill the void left by Shevchenko. Instead, their fierce rival, Inter Milan, had acquired both Ibrahimovic and Crespo, positioning themselves as the most formidable contender for the league title this season. In a state of desperation, AC Milan ultimately resorted to spending 18 million euros, including 3 million for Swiss midfielder Vogel, to procure Brazilian forward Oliveira from Real Betis, in a bid to compensate for Shevchenko's absence. Even so, Ancelotti recognized that AC Milan's attacking lineup could hardly compare to that of Inter Milan. Beyond the newly acquired Oliveira, they also boasted the legendary Pippo Inzaghi, the robust Vieri, the cunning Gilardino, and the backup Borriello. Last season, Oliveira had only featured 9 times for Real Betis, scoring 4 goals before succumbing to a significant injury. He spent the latter half of the season on loan at São Paulo, where he played 8 matches and netted 4 goals, helping his team reach the Copa Libertadores final with an impressive performance. Yet, Ancelotti held reservations about Oliveira, questioning whether he could truly adapt to the Italian style of play, which was markedly different from that of Spain. While Inzaghi had proven his prowess with 2 Serie A golden boots, his recurring injuries cast a long shadow over Ancelotti's confidence. Last season, Inzaghi made only 20 appearances for AC Milan in the league, significantly hampered by injuries, which led to a substantial decline in his goal-scoring tally, netting just 2 goals in the league. The prospects for Inzaghi's performance this season remain uncertain. Gianpaolo Pizzini, once heralded as Italy's attacking linchpin for the next decade, delivered a performance that, while not entirely disappointing, fell short of expectations. In the previous season, Pizzini featured 44 times for AC Milan but only managed to score 17 goals. More embarrassingly, he failed to score in 10 appearances in the Champions League. The player known as Borriello, often referred to as an auxiliary member of the squad, is characterized as such because, although he hails from AC Milan's youth academy, he has been largely loaned out since 1999. His brief tenure with AC Milan in 2002 saw him make just 3 appearances without finding the net. Last season, Borriello was loaned to Serie A clubs Sampdoria and Treviso, where he made 11 appearances for Sampdoria, scoring 2 goals, and failed to score in 2 UEFA matches. His performance improved during the latter half of the season on loan at Treviso, where he made 20 appearances and netted 5 goals. Due to Borriello's commendable performance at Treviso, coupled with the lack of suitable backup strikers, Ancelotti decided to retain him in the squad. However, it is evident that Borriello is not regarded as a reliable attacking option by Ancelotti, merely serving as a competent substitute. With the absence of a stable offensive output and the 7-point deduction before the league even commenced, Ancelotti recognized the daunting challenge AC Milan faced in their pursuit of the championship this season. Thus, his objective shifted to winning the Champions League and securing a top 3 finish in the league to ensure participation in the following season's Champions League. Under these circumstances, AC Milan must strive to secure the top position in their Champions League group. Achieving this would mean facing the second-place teams from other groups, thereby minimizing the risk of encountering Europe's elite clubs such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Bayern Munich. It appears that a significant tactical adjustment is necessary. The coach of Parma has abandoned the contest, yet we must remain fully committed. Such is the folly of using a cannon to swat a fly. Furthermore, Fielding substitute players not only allows the primary players to focus on European competitions, but also fosters the development of rapport among the substitutes. This will aid AC Milan in their arduous dual campaign, allowing them to progress further if several of these substitutes perform admirably. Perhaps they might even reconsider their seasonal aspirations. Chapter 53, all about performance time, flies swiftly, and soon it was September 17th. During midday, AC Milan arrived by bus in the quaint city of Parma, which boasts a modest population of just 180,000. In the afternoon, Ancelotti led the entire AC Milan squad to familiarize themselves with the Tardini Stadium. As per tradition, a pre-match press conference was convened, primarily to unveil the matchday roster. The coach's statements were predictably filled with standard official phrases, emphasizing the formidable strength of the opponents and the necessity for unwavering dedication in every moment of the match. The host club, Parma, also sent representatives to observe and promptly delivered the matchday roster announced by Ancelotti to Li Wei's office. How'd it go? What does a roster look like? In Li Wei's office, he is not alone. The head coach, Pioli, along with the medical and fitness coach, John Wolfgang, and assistant coach, Giacomo Muriel, are all present. As the door swings open, the sporting director, Camagnani, enters, driven by both a desire for information and a sense of oversight over Li Wei's domain. Li Wei smiled at Camagnani and lowered his head to unfold the creased white paper, reading aloud. Goalkeeper, number 1 Dida, number 16 Colazza. Defenders, number 3 Maldini, number 4 Colazza, number 5 Costacurta, number 17 Simic, number 18 Colazza, number 25 Bonera, number 27 Serginho. Midfielders, number 8 Gattuso, number 20 Gorkov, number 21 Perlo, number 22 Kak, number 23 Ambrosini, number 32 Bracchi. Forwards, number 7 Oliveira, number 11 Gilardino, number 15 Borriello. Pioli couldn't help but frown. Truly, it is a prestigious club. Even though the list is predominantly composed of substitutes, it still sparkles with brilliance. Li Wei calmly remarked, regardless of the circumstances, looking at this extensive list, it is evident that we have successfully deceived Ancelotti. Camignan also stepped forward to add, Ancelotti is an exceedingly cautious head coach, not particularly adept at making on-the-fly adjustments. Therefore, he invests considerable effort before each match. Once a plan is established, he seldom alters it. Especially before a game, there is insufficient time for him to implement better changes, which could disrupt his pre-match strategy. Although the match has yet to commence, we are already ahead of AC Milan. Upon hearing these words, the coaches felt a significant alleviation of their earlier anxiety and nodded in agreement. Previously, they had been concerned, and even after reviewing the extensive list, their worries persisted. However, after listening to Li Wei and Camignan, they realized that the situation was not as dire as anticipated. Instead, Parma had already gained the upper hand over AC Milan. The only remaining concern was whether the players might be intimidated by Li Wei's earlier demeanor, thus losing their competitive spirit for the match. Li Wei drew back the curtains, revealing the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the football field below. From this vantage point, he could observe the players of AC Milan and Parma, each occupying half of the pitch as they engaged in training. It became evident that Parma's players exhibited a striking confidence, showing no signs of intimidation by their AC Milan counterparts. Rather, they wore expressions of defiance. Each athlete was diligently focused, demonstrating unwavering commitment and an absence of complacency. There was no indication of any negative emotions stemming from Li Wei's remarks affecting their performance. Li Wei clapped his hands and declared, "All right, gentlemen, we have successfully deceived AC Milan and Ancelotti. However, this affair is far from over. We must continue our charade." Everyone understood what Li Wei meant by continuing the performance. It pertained to the imminent pre-match press conference where the 18-man squad would be revealed to the journalists. To achieve this, Li Wei was willing to collaborate with Pioli to stage an even more explosive press conference spectacle. At this juncture, some were perplexed, "Mr. Chairman. We have already successfully misled AC Milan's coach, Ancelotti. Why must we persist in this charade? Are we to deceive our own players as well? Would it not be more prudent to disclose the truth to them at this moment?" Li Wei spoke with unwavering confidence. "No. From the training sessions of the players over the past 2 days, I discerned a sentiment. They wish to compel me to acknowledge my errors. They believe my remarks, perceived as cowardly, have severely wounded their pride and belittled them. Thus they are determined to prove me wrong. I find this mindset among the players advantageous for Parma's success in the forthcoming match. Moreover, I have never claimed to withhold information from the players indefinitely. I merely require an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, astounded by the lengths to which Li Wei would go for the sake of AC Milan's defeat. Even if AC Milan were to succumb to Parma tonight, Ancelotti would not be entirely unjustified in his loss. Not long after Ancelotti concluded his pre-match press conference, Li Wei and Pioli entered the press room. They had barely taken their seats when a reporter posed a question. Coach, what is your perspective on your assistant's previous admission of defeat against AC Milan? This journalist, cunningly using the term assistant to belittle Li Wei, implied that while Li Wei might hold the title of deputy coach, few would genuinely perceive him as subordinate to Pioli within the club hierarchy. The reporter's inquiry was, in essence, a veiled attempt to provoke Li Wei, inciting an emotional outburst that could yield sensational headlines and boost newspaper sales. However, the ensuing turn of events left everyone astounded. Pioli's expression darkened upon hearing the question. I vehemently disagree with the assistant Li Wei's stance. And what of AC Milan? They have CAC, Pirlo, and Inzaghi, but does Parma lack in talent? We possess the World Cup runner-up Ribéry, the €15 million forward Di Natale, the €20 million Maestro Morfeo. We are more than capable of contending with AC Milan. A gasp swept through the press room. Pioli was openly criticizing Li Wei. Did he truly believe Li Wei to be merely his subordinate? Had he forgotten Li Wei's paramount role as the club president? Some astute members of the media noted that Li Wei's demeanor had soured significantly, his facial muscles twitching slightly, his head tilted, and his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixating intently on Pioli seated beside him. Chapter 54. Entirely a performance confronted by Li Wei's piercing gaze, Pioli remained unperturbed. He raised his fist and proclaimed, the assistant coach of Parma would never utter such words at yesterday's pre-match press conference. Only a coward would do so. Wow. If Pioli's earlier lengthy discourse was akin to a colossal stone crashing upon a tranquil lake, sending forth towering waves, then his current, more concise statement was akin to a missile launched upon the turbulent waters, causing an explosion that sent the lake's waters soaring into the heavens, resulting in a torrential downpour. Such utter nonsense. Li Wei rose abruptly, delivering a scathing rebuke to Pioli before swiftly turning on his heel and departing, leaving the media with a vivid image of his wrath. A monumental story. Undoubtedly a monumental story. The president of the club and the head coach engaged in a dramatic rift during the pre-match press conference. What could possibly rival such explosive news? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All the reporters eagerly vacated the press conference, anxious to avoid any delay that might hinder their competitive edge in sales. As for Pioli, following Li Wei's exit, he appeared as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, dejectedly leaving the press hall. He seemed to regret his earlier impulsiveness, and the media, sensing that no further significant revelations could be extracted from him, refrained from pursuing additional questions. Given his continuous coverage of Parma, the esteemed journalist Ladisa took the lead in reporting on this incident. In a rush against time, Ladisa sped back to the hotel to compose his article. The focal point of his report naturally centered on the fiery exchange between Pioli and Li Wei during the pre-match press conference. An incident that marked a sensational triumph for the journalists involved. Li Wei, a figure previously characterized by his arrogance and disdain towards the media, has now found himself in a position of capitulation, revealing internal discord within his ranks. Is there any news more delightful than this? Ladisa, with his sharp wit, has thoroughly provoked Li Wei in his article. He firmly believes that upon reading this report, Li Wei would be overwhelmed with a visceral urge to retch in frustration. Satisfied with his work, Ladisa transmitted the piece through the Hotel's network to the headquarters of the Turin Sports newspaper. Rising from his seat, he indulged in a leisurely stretch, seemingly anticipating a significant increase in his bonus this month. Ladisa approached the window, lighting a cigarette while gazing down at the scenery below, harboring an illusion of being a media mogul with access to countless secrets, looking down upon the world. Perhaps one day, this dream would not be out of reach. At that moment, a notification appeared on his computer screen, but engrossed in his daydreams, Ladisa failed to notice it. A minute later, while still savoring his cigarette, his phone rang. Hello, Ladisa answered, somewhat inattentively. Martin, came a disgruntled voice from the other end. Startled from his reverie, Ladisa felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, he was astute enough not to unleash his frustration immediately. Glancing at the caller ID, his irritation dissipated entirely. He promptly softened his tone. Chief editor. How did you find my article? Are you satisfied with it? Did you not see my response on your computer? The chief editor's tone remained somewhat unfriendly, though noticeably less tense. Apologies, after finishing the piece I felt a bit fatigued and went to make some coffee, thus I neglected to check my computer. Laodicea refrained from mentioning his earlier fantasies of becoming a media giant. Be more attentive next time. The chief editor merely intended to reprimand Laodicea, so he shifted the conversation. Your writing is commendable, especially the section where Pioli criticizes Li Wei. It is filled with passion and sure to ignite the reader's excitement. However, is there anything that requires improvement? I will revise it immediately, Laodicea replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. He understood that despite his status as a journalist, he must remain compliant in front of the chief editor, who held the keys to his bonuses. The chief editor continued, Your report is flawless, and I'm quite pleased with it. There are no revisions needed. But what about the lineup for Parma in this match? Hearing the chief editor's initial praise, a broad smile spread across Laodicea's face. Receiving such commendation from the chief editor indicated that his bonus this month would be substantial. However, just 5 seconds later, the smile froze on his lips as he remembered, not that he had forgotten to write the lineup, but rather that he genuinely did not know the Parma lineup for this match. He reminisced about the proceedings of the pre-match press conference in Parma. As Li Wei and Pioli took their seats, a journalist posed a question that ignited Pioli's ire. Following that, Pioli launched a tirade against Li Wei, who, in a fit of anger, stormed away. However, before his departure, Li Wei did not disclose Parma's match roster. Meanwhile, Pioli sat in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Faced with inquiries from the journalists, he appeared utterly uninformed, extinguishing any desire among them to ask further questions. They were all preoccupied with the urgency of their articles, resulting in no one inquiring about Parma's match lineup. What happened, Laodicea? Though the connection was merely telephonic, Laodicea could sense something amiss due to the prolonged silence on the other end. Parma has not announced the match roster? What? The editor-in-chief's voice rose, laced with disbelief and a hint of irritation. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. Typically, both coaches would reveal the lineups during pre-match press conferences. For instance, Ancelotti had disclosed AC Milan's starting lineup at his press conference. Yet the absence of a lineup announcement from Parma was puzzling. The editor began to wonder if Laodicea had become so engrossed in the news about Pioli's outburst towards Li Wei that he had overlooked the crucial information regarding the roster. Laodicea nodded. Indeed, after Pioli's outburst, Li Wei simply stood up and left. Although Pioli remained present, he was in a daze and could not provide us with any answers. How are we to report this to our readers? Should we tell them we are unaware of Parma's match roster? Despite the distance, Laodicea could feel the editor's mounting frustration, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. He dreaded the prospect of facing the editor's wrath should he fail to deliver a satisfactory response. Chapter 55, starting lineup 1. Laodicea hurriedly reassured, Rest assured, sir, I will inquire with my contacts. They may have the information. May have. The editor's impatience was palpable. Please hold on for a moment. Laodicea, unsure of how to respond to the editor's furious inquiries, activated the speakerphone on his mobile and promptly dialed the hotel's landline. Hello, Francesco. Yes, it's me, Laodicea. Do you have any information regarding Parma's lineup? Yes, for tonight's match against AC Milan. What? Oh, all right, thank you. Is it ready yet? The editor clearly overheard Laodicea's conversation and was growing increasingly impatient. It should be ready soon. Please bear with me. I will have it shortly. Laodicea wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and dialed another number. Massimo, do you have Parma's lineup for tomorrow's match? What? You don't have it either? Payne Pinto, do you have it? Don't ask me. I want to ask you. All right. I will call you as soon as I have any news. Savi, you don't have it either? At this moment, all of Laodicea's previous good spirits had evaporated. Now, he was drenched in sweat, incessantly dialing numbers, seeking confirmation one after another. Enough. My patience is finite. The cold, detached voice of the editor-in-chief emanated from the speakerphone, reminiscent of the frigid winds of Siberia in January. Laodicea opened his mouth, as if to offer some explanation, but ultimately succumbed to despair and closed it again. He understood that the editor-in-chief was a person who cared solely about outcomes, indifferent to the processes that led to them. No matter what means you employ, you must provide me with the starting lineup for tonight's match of Parma before 4 o'clock. With that ultimatum, the editor-in-chief terminated the call. The beeping sound from the phone seemed to echo the dwindling time left for Laodicea. Bowing his head in frustration, he then felt a surge of animosity towards Li Wei and Pioli. Li Wei announced the list and left, which could lead to dire consequences. And Pioli, you worthless fool, dared to criticize Li Wei but lacked the courage to face his wrath. Little did he know that this so-called criticism was merely a well-orchestrated performance between Li Wei and Pioli, intentionally leveraging this sensational news to amplify Ancelotti's disdain for Parma. Most importantly, it served to delay the announcement of his list, granting Ancelotti time to react. Now, Ladisa sat at his computer, feeling as if a sword was hanging over him. On match day, reporters at the front would immediately relay their first-hand information and prepared articles back to the headquarters. Once the news returned, editors would commence their review and, upon verification, begin the layout process. Those specifically tasked with liaising with the printing press awaited in the newsroom, ready to dispatch the formatted articles for printing once the chief editor approved them. The printing house worked overtime, striving to complete the newspapers by 5:30 p.m., ensuring they reached the newsroom. Finally, delivery workers would collect the newspapers from the newsroom and commence distribution, needing to ensure every newsstand was supplied by 6:30 p.m. This urgency was why the chief editor mandated Ladisa to finalize Parma's starting lineup before 4 p.m. What to do? What to do? Ladisa agonized, tugging at his thinning hair. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Although I do not possess the lineup for Parma's match, I can deduce the starting roster from their previous 2 matches. After all, Parma is likely to forfeit this match, so their lineup would consist primarily of substitutes. I can simply recreate a lineup based on the last match's roster. It should be quite accurate. As for being exposed, how could that be if Tutto Sport doesn't have it? Other media certainly won't either. They must all be searching for this lineup, allowing me to claim it as an exclusive. This would showcase my distinctiveness. With this thought, Ladisa's spirits lifted. He retrieved the lineups from Parma's last 2 matches and began crafting his predictions for the starting roster. That evening, newspapers, imbued with the scent of fresh ink, appeared at newsstands across the region, including on Li Wei's desk. Upon seeing Tutto Sport's special mention of the exclusive Parma lineup, Li Wei erupted in laughter. What could be more delightful than Ladisa, this mindless critic, inadvertently assisting him? With Ladisa's report, Li Wei could be assured that not only Ancelotti, but everyone would believe that Parma was indeed forfeiting this match. And the all-substitute lineup published by Tutto Sport served as the finest proof. If Ladisa were to stand before Levi would not hesitate to give a thumbs up to this persistent journalist who has consistently criticized him. Ancelotti, who had already returned to the hotel to rest, learned about Parma's lineup through the newspaper. Upon seeing that the list comprised entirely of substitute players and young talents, a weight was lifted from his heart. It became abundantly clear that Parma had indeed relinquished this match, allowing their main players to rest in preparation for the upcoming Serie A clash against Fiorentina. After all, while Fiorentina is not to be underestimated, they are certainly less formidable than AC Milan, especially considering that Parma is currently a fatigue squad. Consequently, if both teams field primarily substitutes, AC Milan's bench players would undoubtedly possess greater strength than those of Parma. This would ensure that AC Milan secures the 3 points, while also granting their main players the opportunity to recuperate for the Champions League match in 2 days. 2 hours before the match, both teams must finalize and announce their lineups, which they submit to the organizing body, the Italian Football Federation. Subsequently, the Italian Football Federation publishes the lineups on the official Serie A website. Therefore, Levi's omission of a lineup during the pre-match press conference is inconsequential. Within the last 2 hours before the match, all those interested can access the lineups on the Italian Football Federation's website. However, the media often prefers to announce the lineups before the Italian Football Federation, showcasing their influence. Fans have become accustomed to this practice and frequently disregard the information published on the Serie A official site, instead regarding the newspaper reports as the most accurate source. Chapter 56. Starting lineup 2 hours prior to the match, AC Milan departed from their lodging, making their way to Parma's home ground, the Tardini Stadium. As AC Milan's bus rolled out from the hotel, the official Serie A website refreshed to reveal the starting and substitute lineups for this round of matches. The editor of Tutto Sport opened the Serie A official website in his office. Despite Ladisa's fervent assurances that he had acquired the starting lineup through intricate channels and connections at the cost of €500, the editor remained skeptical of Ladisa's credibility. He recalled that during their conversation, numerous calls had yielded no results. Thus, he found it hard to believe that a so-called exclusive starting lineup could suddenly emerge. Thus, he resolved to verify the information on the official Serie A website. Upon accessing the site, the editor-in-chief swiftly located the match where Parma was to host AC Milan. Given the considerable attention from both media and fans, the Serie A website had prominently featured the details of the Parma versus AC Milan match, thereby easing the editor-in-chief's task as he clicked to view the lineups. Before him lay the latest edition of Tuttosport, released that afternoon, serving as a point of reference. He began to compare the players starting from the goalkeeper position. The website listed the goalkeeper as De Lucia, while the newspaper named Hananovi, marking the first discrepancy that caused the editor's brow to furrow involuntarily. He continued to peruse the lineup. For the center-backs, the official website presented Chiellini and Bonucci, whereas Ladisa had provided Bonucci and Colli, thus yielding one correct entry. However, this did not alleviate the tension in the editor's furrowed brow. Rather, it deepened, nearly forming a pronounced crease. The official website indicated the right and left backs as Serna and Alba, while Ladisa's report was entirely erroneous, listing Filinetti and Posetti. After cross-referencing all player positions, the editor discovered that although Ladisa's lineup was not entirely incorrect, with two positions accurately identified, it could not change the fact that Ladisa's list and the official Serie A website's lineup were fundamentally different. Typically, the information provided by the Serie A website is deemed infallible, as the term official often signifies authority that permits no errors. Thus, the authenticity of the two lists was glaringly evident. "That scoundrel!" the editor exclaimed in fury, realizing he had been thoroughly duped by Ladisa, deceived in the most egregious manner. For an editor who has navigated the realm of journalism for decades, encountering deceit from reporters was hardly novel. Yet, one must employ a modicum of finesse when spinning a web of lies. Such a simplistic falsehood, easily dismantled, could severely tarnish Tuttosport's reputation. Readers of Tuttosport, upon viewing the starting lineup announced on the Serie A website, would likely not suspect the esteemed Ladisa of deceit. Rather, they would attribute the falsehood to Tuttosport itself. This was detrimental to the newspaper's standing and could result in a decline in sales. The editor retrieved his phone, his fingers trembling with indignation as he dialed Ladisa's number. Upon connection, he was met with a cacophony on the other end, suggesting Ladisa was already at the venue. "Mr. Editor, what can I do for you?" Ladisa's tone suggested he was in good spirits. "What is the meaning of this lineup?" The editor's voice brimmed with suppressed fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "What seems to be the problem?" Ladisa, oblivious to the impending calamity, responded with a hint of confusion. "What is the status of Parma's lineup? Why does your damned exclusive news differ completely from the official website of Serie A?" Upon hearing this from the editor-in-chief, Ladisa felt a buzzing in his head. "This is impossible." He almost reflexively exclaimed this phrase. "Are you still trying to argue? Check the association's website yourself." The editor-in-chief slammed down the phone, furious. Ladisa stood there, phone in hand, momentarily stunned. His current phone was not a smartphone, rendering him unable to access the internet, and thus he was unaware of the list published on the association's website. However, he understood that his editor had no reason to deceive him in this matter. If he said it was different, then it surely indicated more than just minor positional changes among a couple of players. But why would such a discrepancy arise? A thought suddenly surged through Ladisa's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The same cold sweat gripped AC Milan's coach, Ancelotti. But he was not frightened by his own speculations. Rather, he was alarmed by what he had witnessed. In his hands lay the list for Parma's lineup for the match. Unlike Ladisa, who was unable to access information promptly, AC Milan, as a prestigious European club, had dedicated staff responsible for gathering intelligence on opponents and delivering vital information to the coach at the earliest opportunity, with the opponent's roster among the details. Particularly when the opposing team had delayed announcing their lineup, attention to this matter intensified. Although the media's conjectures aligned closely with Ancelotti's own assumptions, he was a cautious man. Moreover, as the match approached, a sense of unease lingered in his mind, prompting him to call and advise the personnel responsible for intelligence gathering. Now, he held this authentic list in his hands, freshly printed by his assistant coach from the association's official website, still carrying the scent of ink. In this roster, although Parma could not claim to feel their absolute best, especially considering their recent match against Kazan, they were fully committed. All players capable of enduring the match appeared on the squad list. Particularly in the offensive lineup, Ribery, Hazard, and Quagliarella were all included. This revelation filled Ancelotti with both shock and anger. His previous tactical arrangements had been entirely based on the assumption that Li Wei would forfeit the match, not fielding a full-strength squad. Consequently, while AC Milan's starting lineup could not be deemed entirely composed of substitutes, There were indeed few key players, especially in the defensive line. Glancing at Parma's formidable attacking front, Ancelotti felt an ominous premonition. Now, holding this list, Ancelotti found himself in a state of indecision. Should he make adjustments to his lineup? He pondered for a considerable time before ultimately reaching a decision. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, the outcome of this match was immutable. Even with their strongest lineup, Ancelotti remained unconvinced that Parma could vanquish his team, despite the fact that his players were merely substitutes. After all, they were the illustrious AC Milan. Even the reserves of AC Milan were of a significantly higher caliber compared to the first team of Parma. Furthermore, Parma was currently embroiled in internal discord. The informants mentioned by the media, the traitors lurking in the locker room, and the scathing remarks from head coach Pioli all indicated a lack of stability within Parma. What difference did it make if their main players were all present? We are the prestigious AC Milan. With an illustrious history of 17 league titles and 6 European Cup victories, we stand as a paragon of excellence in European football, commanding respect from all other clubs. Chapter 57. The match commences. Li Wei stood beside the tactics board in the changing room. Yet the board beside him was utterly devoid of any strategy. The players, just returning from warm-ups, cast varied gazes at Li Wei. Some expressed confusion, others resignation. Some were filled with anger, while many harbored a deep-seated sense of injustice. They could not comprehend the sudden transformation of the team. Merely days ago, in the last round of Serie A, Parma had demonstrated an astonishing spirit of resilience. Yet, how swiftly circumstances had deteriorated. Parma now seemed fragmented. The atmosphere in the changing room rife with betrayal, as the club's head coach, Pioli, unleashed a torrent of criticism towards club chairman Li Wei. Li Wei was acutely aware that he had to take action. Otherwise, the hearts of the people would begin to wane. Clap! Li Wei clapped his hands, the applause resonating loudly in the silent locker room. All the players' gazes were fixed upon him. At this moment, however, Li Wei did not direct his attention towards the players. Instead, he called out toward the locker room door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Pioli, impeccably dressed and radiating vitality as he strode in. It was perplexing. Had Pioli not been banned from the training ground after offending Li Wei, even if he had dared to enter uninvited? What audacity did he possess to maintain such a buoyant demeanor in Li Wei's presence? Good evening, everyone. Pioli greeted all the players with a smile. Li Wei approached and gently embraced Pioli. Although their friendship had not yet reached the level of such intimacy, Li Wei did not hesitate to employ this affectionate gesture to bolster the players' spirits. What was happening? All the players were bewildered. Had not the head coach severed ties with the club president? Li Wei smiled and said, "All right, everyone, there's no need for alarm. My relationship with Pioli is, as you can see, exceedingly harmonious. As for the events that transpired during the pre-match press conference, I believe some players may have already deduced the answer. Sir, you are deceiving the media." Indeed, no sooner had Li Wei finished speaking than someone revealed the answer. Li Wei's smile grew more radiant and confident. I deceived not only the media but also the opposing coach, Ancelotti. More precisely, I deceived AC Milan. All the players from Parma felt a surge of spirit. Their intellect is no less than that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps there was some initial confusion, but now that Li Wei has articulated his thoughts so clearly, how could they possibly fail to comprehend? Li Wei retracted his smile, his expression turning serious as he proclaimed, "What of AC Milan? They are merely puppets in my hands. I am confident that you shall not perform any worse than I. This evening, let us deliver a resounding lesson to AC Milan. Let them understand that being a prestigious club means little when we, Parma, possess the potential to ascend to greatness. Parma shall prevail. Parma shall prevail." The first to echo Li Wei's rallying cry was Chiellini, followed swiftly by the young prodigy Hazard, who expressed profound gratitude for Li Wei's mentorship. At merely 16 years of age, he had already started in 2 consecutive Serie A matches, a testament to the immense trust placed in him. 20 minutes later, as the match was set to commence, both teams began to take the field, the Italian national anthem resonating throughout the stadium. The commentators, having received Parma's lineup 2 hours prior, were initially taken aback, though their astonishment had since waned. With the players' entrance, their focus shifted entirely to the pitch. It must be noted that even the substitute bench for AC Milan was remarkably formidable, glimmering with talent. In goal stood the Australian goalkeeper Karasik, donned in the number 16 jersey, towering an impressive 2 meters and 2 centimeters. He is reputed to be the tallest professional goalkeeper in the world. earning the moniker the Spider due to his long limbs and commendable skills. The defensive line was arrayed from left to right with number 3, Maldini, 25, Bonera, 5, Costacurta, and 17, Simic. Each player, with the exception of Bonera, was adorned with an array of trophies, medals, and various accolades in their personal spaces. In midfield were 32, Brocchi, 20, Gorkov, and 23, Ambrosini. While not as star-studded as the defense, it is essential to remember that world-class midfielders Pirlo, Cac, and Gattuso sat ready on the substitutes bench. In the forward line, Ancelotti placed his faith in Gilardino, opting to pair him with the Brazilian international Oliveira, who had just transferred to Parma this season, relegating the AC Milan youth product Borriello to the bench. The commentator extolled, this forward duo is valued at nearly 50 million euros. Oliveira's move to San Siro cost AC Milan a staggering 18 million euros, while Gilardino's transfer from Parma to AC Milan reached 24 million euros. Following a season of commendable performances, Gilardino's market value has also seen an increase, further justifying the commentator's praise. His co-commentator nodded in agreement, stating, "It appears that Li Wei's smokescreen has successfully bewildered AC Milan. Nevertheless, this match will be a formidable challenge for Parma." The combined worth of just these two forwards from AC Milan could purchase the majority of Parma's first-team players. Li Wei stood on the sidelines, with Pioli beside him. "Greetings, assistant coach." Li Wei turned to look, and there stood Ancelotti. The rotund figure of Ancelotti exuded an aura of harmlessness. However, any opponent who truly considered him benign would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Hello." Li Wei paid no heed to Ancelotti's mildly provocative greeting and confidently shook his hand, quickly redirecting his focus back to the field. Ancelotti regarded Li Wei with a penetrating gaze, exchanged a brief handshake with Pioli, and then returned to his coaching seat. The players from both teams commenced the coin toss, commonly known as the side selection. The referee would toss the coin, and the captains of both teams would call the result. The victorious side would choose their half of the pitch, while the defeated side would gain the advantage of the kickoff. Due to Di Natale's exertions from 2 matches within 4 days, one of which involved a taxing journey to Russia for a UEFA qualification match, he was not in the starting lineup for this match and instead occupied a place on the substitutes bench. The young Chiellini donned the captain's armband, having been appointed as the 3rd captain of the team by Li Wei. Although he held the title of 3rd captain, in reality, he served as the 2nd captain. Some players have begun to speculate that the so-called dressing room informant mentioned by the media referred to the club captain, Contini, who was notably absent from the 18-man squad. To express his discontent, Contini chose not to attend the match at Tardini Stadium. New fans of Parma this season might be unaware of Contini's existence within the team. On the AC Milan side, the legendary captain Maldini took on the captaincy, standing alongside Chiellini near the center circle for the coin toss. Despite Maldini's illustrious reputation, having been named the World Player of the Year and winning 7 Serie A titles, 4 European Cups, 4 UEFA Super Cups, 2 Intercontinental Cups, and 5 Italian Super Cups, the juxtaposition of the two captains elicited sighs of nostalgia from many fans, as time spares no one. Born on June 26, 1968, Maldini was now 38 years old, while Chiellini, born on August 14, 1984, had just celebrated his 22nd birthday. Though he had reached adulthood, traces of youthful naivety still lingered within him. Li Wei stood at the sidelines, gazing at the timeless elegance of Maldini. Though you are a legend, age has caught up with you. You are no longer the solitary defender capable of supporting an entire backline, the Maldini who once commanded the flanks with such prowess. The referee produced a coin, flipping it before Chiellini and Maldini, affirming its authenticity. Both Chiellini and Maldini nodded, and the referee tossed the coin high into the air. He refrained from catching it, allowing it to fall to the grass below. The 3 men watched intently as the coin landed. Chiellini had emerged victorious. As it was nighttime, the absence of sunlight rendered the choice of which half to defend less pivotal to the outcome of the match. Chiellini opted for the half concentrated with Parma supporters. The Parma players retreated to their designated half, while AC Milan forwards Gilardino and Oliveira took their positions at the center circle. With the sound of the referee's whistle, Oliveira gently passed the ball to Gilardino. Gilardino, unhurried, adjusted slightly before returning the ball behind him, ensuring a more comfortable and precise pass while facilitating his teammates' reception. This was not Gilardino's first time executing such a maneuver. He did so naturally and with ease. His teammates remained calm, prepared to intercept Gilardino's pass. However, caution was warranted. Parma forward Riggan surged forward to apply pressure. Though Riggan's speed was modest, his imposing stature, standing at 191 meters and weighing 84 kilograms, instantly placed immense pressure on AC Milan's Gourcuff, who had just received the ball. With little time for contemplation, he directed the ball toward a player clad in the red and black stripes. Oh no! Hazard suddenly intercepted the passing lane, and by the time Gourcuff released the ball, any regrets he harbored were rendered futile. Having just settled onto the bench, Ancelotti found himself restless. He rose to his feet. To others, it appeared merely as a mistake by Gourcuff, yet Ancelotti perceived a deeper significance. Right from the kickoff, not only Riggan and Hazard surged forward, but the two wingers, Ribery and Quagliarella, also boldly advanced into AC Milan's half. Parma's two holding midfielders, Modric and Yaya Touré, pressed forward near the center circle. On the flanks, Parma's young left-back, the Spanish talent Alba, had even crossed the center line, charging up the wing. Any fans who hadn't scrutinized the lineup prior to the match might have mistaken Alba for a winger or even a forward, for his forward thrust was hardly indicative of a fullback. In that fleeting moment, mere seconds into the match, 5 Parma players had encroached into AC Milan's territory, with 2 holding midfielders poised at the ready near the center circle. In a timely manner, Parma can swiftly deploy 7 attacking players into the half controlled by AC Milan, thereby creating a local numerical advantage. If it were merely a question of numbers, Ancelotti would not be perturbed by Parma. The issue lies in Ancelotti's observation that each Parma player exhibits remarkable skill when advancing, positioning themselves near passing lanes. In other words, even if Gourcuff's ball had not been intercepted by Hazard and had been directed elsewhere, it is quite likely that it would have been intercepted by Ribery or Quagliarella. This represents a tactical approach that is even more aggressive than the existing pressing offensive strategies, potentially signifying a more advanced methodology. Commentator: Hazard has the ball. The young prodigy, who made his first start in the previous round of Serie A and contributed an assist, has demonstrated exceptional performance. All eyes are drawn to the slender figure on the pitch. Brocchi immediately rushes forward. Although he's a substitute for AC Milan, he is a player of considerable capability, exhibiting a tenacious style reminiscent of Gattuso. In truth, his role within AC Milan is that of Gattuso's primary substitute. Whenever Gattuso is absent from the field or requires a substitution, and Brocchi is neither injured nor suspended, he often steps into Gattuso's position within the squad. However, despite Brocchi's relentless spirit, he remains Brocchi, not Gattuso. Hazard flits about like a butterfly among blossoms, effortlessly changing direction to evade Brocchi's defense. Ribery, Quagliarella, and Alba surge forward like 3 arrows, piercing the AC Milan penalty area. AC Milan must remain vigilant. The commentator clearly favors AC Milan, which is understandable. The once mighty Parma, now in decline, pales in comparison to the resplendent AC Milan, which naturally garners the media's favor. Hazard advances with the ball at a measured pace. Yet this time AC Milan is markedly cautious. Ambrosini refrains from recklessly pressing forward, instead approaching Hazard with a deliberate pace, aided by Gourcuff, while Brocchi, who is just bypassed by Hazard, hastens back to provide support from behind. Pass it, Li Wei shouts from the sidelines. Hazard hears the call and glances up. With AC Milan players surrounding Ribery and Quagliarella, he opts for a long pass. Alba, positioned slightly deeper on the left flank. With no AC Milan players within a 10-meter radius, Alba receives the ball. Although Hazard's long pass may not have been executed perfectly, Alba is able to comfortably control the ball without any defensive pressure. Simic, the Croatian right-back of AC Milan, makes a proactive move. It appears he is intent on providing the young Spanish prodigy with an unforgettable defensive memory. The commentator's voice exuded a sense of ease. Dario Simic was not a mainstay for AC Milan, primarily because the position of right-back was occupied by none other than Cafu, the Brazilian national team captain, affectionately nicknamed the Indomitable. Were it not for Cafu's presence, Simic would undoubtedly have been the unequivocal first-choice right-back for AC Milan. At the tender age of 17, Simic emerged from the prestigious Croatian club, Dinamo Zagreb. During his 7-year tenure at Dinamo Zagreb, he played an instrumental role in securing 5 Croatian top league championships. In 1998, he transferred to Inter Milan for a then-record transfer fee of $11 million. Following his move to AC Milan in 2002, Simic served as the starting right-back for a season, making 29 appearances and scoring a goal, contributing to AC Milan's third-place finish in the league. Although Simic's reputation was formidable and his accolades far surpassed those of the youthful Alba, the latter was acutely aware of Simic's two critical weaknesses. The first weakness was that Simic had already reached the age of 30, and in just 3 months, he would celebrate his 31st birthday. His speed had waned considerably since his youthful exuberance. The second weakness lay in Simic's tendency to start slowly and display inconsistent form, a factor that contributed to his transfer from Inter Milan after 4 seasons for a mere $5 million. Simic did not regard Alba with the seriousness he deserved, harboring a dismissive attitude towards the young player. Just a mere lad, he thought. He not only had to contain him, but also aim for a brilliant tackle. While not necessarily seeking to reclaim his starting position, he was determined to secure more playing time. Simic advanced with a fierce determination. Alba suddenly struck the ball with remarkable speed, catching Simic completely off guard. Alba accelerated with impressive swiftness, deftly maneuvering past Simic near the goal line. At that moment, Simic still had the opportunity to defend. He could have simply pulled Alba down. However, as he hesitated, raising his wrist, he contemplated the consequences. The match had barely begun, and a foul would earn him a yellow card, placing him in a precarious position for the remainder of the game. Moreover, under the cautious eye of Coach Ancelotti, he risked being substituted at halftime for having accumulated a yellow card. Before Simic could resolve his internal conflict about whether to foul or not, Alba had already slipped past him, racing towards the ball several meters away. The commentator's voice trembled with urgency. "Oh no, the right flank of AC Milan's defense is exposed." Indeed, there is no need for commentary. Both the spectators in the stadium and those watching at home can readily discern that AC Milan is in considerable distress. Previously, in an effort to contain Hazard's breakthroughs and the incursions of Ribery and Quagliarella, the 3 midfielders and 3 defenders concentrated their efforts in the central area. No one anticipated that Mizic would be so easily bypassed by the 17-year-old Alba, who effortlessly maneuvered past him. The right flank of AC Milan has now been left exposed. What was once Mizic's defensive territory has transformed into a vast expanse for Alba, allowing him to roam freely. Darien, Paolo Maldini is roaring. Mizic, jolted from his reverie, immediately retraces his steps to pursue Alba. However, Mizic soon experiences a sense of despair. Alba's ball control, though lacking in finesse, is strikingly direct and forceful, propelling the ball several meters ahead before he accelerates to chase it down again. This exploits Mizic's Achilles heel, speed, despite his position as a right back. Mizic has never been particularly renowned for his swiftness. Rather, it is his defensive acumen and passing that have established his place in AC Milan. The central defender, Costacurta, donning the number 5 jersey, is compelled to dash towards the right to cover for Mizic. Yet, even he feels a twinge of trepidation when faced with the rapid Alba. The name Alessandro Costacurta is undoubtedly legendary in the realm of football. At the zenith of his career, he epitomized the defensive culture of Italian football. Aside from a solitary season on loan to Monza during the 1986-87 season, Alessandro devoted his entire footballing life to Milan, symbolizing the spirit of loyalty associated with the club. As a central defender, Alessandro Costacurta's physical attributes were rather ordinary, and his agility had often been criticized over the years. However, his extraordinary defensive skills enabled him to rise to the ranks of the world's elite defenders. It could be said that Costacurta himself is a veritable textbook on defensive techniques, encapsulating decades of defensive wisdom inherent in Italian football. During the golden years of his career, he played a pivotal role in establishing the Milan dynasty, forming an impenetrable defensive line alongside Baresi, Maldini, and Tassati, and later Panucci, which was formidable both at the club level and on the national stage, culminating in a plethora of championships. Yet that was a decade ago. Beginning with the 1994 Toyota Cup, Costacurta's form began to wane. In a match against Vélez Sarsfield, he committed a foul that awarded the opponent a penalty, followed by a disastrous back pass that led to another goal for the opposition. He was subsequently shown a red card before the final whistle, resulting in a 0-2 defeat, marking Milan's second consecutive year of missing the Toyota Cup. Now, the Costacurta that Alba faces is not only significantly past his prime, but also has reached the age of 40. The future of the Milan nursing home is beginning to take shape. Alba looked up to assess the route and noted that although Costacurta was quite advanced in years, his vast experience was undoubtedly sufficient to compensate for some of the issues associated with age. Alba realized that to surpass Costacurta, he would need to invest a considerable amount of time. In Li Wei's football philosophy, the timing of the attack is of paramount importance. Alba, displaying no greed for glory, delivered a cross at the earliest opportunity near the byline. Fearing being outmaneuvered by Alba, Costacurta hesitated to advance, while Mizik was still trailing behind. Consequently, Alba's cross went unchallenged. Even though his crossing technique was not exceptional, the lack of interference allowed him to deliver a quality ball. AC Milan's central defender Bonera leapt high within the penalty area, but soon his expression shifted to one of horror. He had misjudged the flight of the ball. Just a mere 2 centimeters separated him from the ball, which whisked past his head. Bonera could feel the air ruffle his hair, which had been meticulously styled with gel. Then, Ribery appeared like a specter before the ball. However, he faced a challenging reception due to the half-height of the ball and its proximity to the goal, only about 8 meters away. If Ribery opted to control the ball before shooting, the towering Calic would seize the opportunity to intercept, effectively blocking all of Ribery's potential angles with his imposing height of over 2 meters. Without hesitation, Ribery bent down awkwardly to execute a header toward the goal. Despite the unconventional nature of his technique, with the ball merely 8 meters from the goal, any strike within the frame would likely evade Calic's reach. Standing at the sideline, Li Wei did not gaze at the goal, but instead smiled and turned his head to glance at Ancelotti, who was visibly tense, fixated on the goal. At that moment, Ancelotti could only hope that Calic would replicate the prowess he had displayed in his prime to thwart the impending header. And then, goal. A splendid pass. A magnificent header into the net. Just 27 seconds into the match, Parma, through Alba's cross and Ribery's header, struck like lightning to shatter the equilibrium. Even the commentator, who favored AC Milan, could not help but applaud Parma's fluid attack. Although this goal was far from the record for the fastest goal in Serie A, scored by Fiorentina's Bogdani just 9 seconds into a match against Piacenza on December 5, 2001, it was likely to become the fastest goal of the current Serie A season. From a moment of regaining possession to launching the counterattack, only 2 passes were made. Hazard to Alba, Alba's cross to Ribery, who then scored. Throughout this sequence, AC Milan's players stood like wooden posts, unable to touch the ball until Ribery's header found the net, at which point goalkeeper Calic retrieved the ball. This was a textbook example of a counterattack following a turnover. Ancelotti, noticing Li Wei's gaze, furrowed his brow. This was merely the beginning. Li Wei displayed a dazzling smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Yet, in Ancelotti's eyes, this grin appeared rather menacing, akin to a wolf showing its fangs upon spotting its prey, lacking any semblance of warmth. Chapter 60, Battle against Milan, the Tardini Stadium, which accommodates 149 spectators, fell into a brief silence following Ribery's header that found the back of the net. This hush was swiftly shattered by an eruption of wild cheers, as they had astonishingly breached AC Milan's defense with a lightning-fast attack, scoring a splendid goal. Parma. Forward. The Cal Legion. Amid their jubilant roars, the faces of AC Milan fans reflected dismay. After rising from the turf, Ribery cast a glance at the ball spinning in the goal and then opened his arms, racing towards the Spanish young talent, Alba, who had assisted him. Other Parma players, from various directions, rushed in celebration towards Ribery and Alba. They were determined to celebrate with fervor until the coach intervened to restore order. This goal allowed them to release all the pent-up negative emotions they had been harboring. In the eyes of many, Parma should have surrendered early, opening their gates to welcome AC Milan, submissively allowing them to score 3 or 4 goals to avoid a massacre that might result in a humiliating scoreline of 8 or 9-0 on Parma's home ground. Even their coach bowed his head in front of the media. Though this might have been merely a tactic, did it not also underscore AC Milan's might? And those media outlets, while extolling AC Milan's prowess, ever pondered the sentiments of Parma? At last, we have unequivocally expressed our feelings to them. We, Parma, will not yield. Ribery toppled Alba, followed closely by Quagliarella, who leaped with his right arm raised. Soon, players like Reggiano, Yaya Touré, and Modric piled on, akin to a human tower. Even the young captain, Chiellini, dashed up from the defensive line, the last to join, propping himself on his teammates and tilting his head back, roaring towards the stands. This was a voice of defiance, an anthem of the underdog daring to confront fate. The stands were filled with devoted Parma supporters who surged forward, reaching out to the players in a collective celebration, roaring alongside them. Ultimately, this culminated in a powerful surge of emotion, resonating within the hearts of everyone at Tardini Stadium. Through the television broadcast, this fervor reached every individual watching the match at home. At that moment, the cameras deftly captured Li Wei. Li Wei did not disappoint the director. After an exuberant display of boxing moves on the sidelines, he threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar, reminiscent of an indomitable warrior. Even for those who were not present at the venue, but merely watching the broadcast, Many fans in front of the television were swept up in Li Wei's passionate celebration, their hearts racing. Beside Li Wei, Ancelotti wore a grim expression, promptly turning away to return to the visiting team's coaching bench. The celebration lingered a bit too long, prompting the renowned Serie A referee Rocky, officiating the match, to intervene and urge the Parma players to conclude their festivities. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Wei seized Alba, who was returning from AC Milan's half to his own, and exclaimed, "Do not push forward. Remain vigilant in defense." "Do you understand?" "Understood." Alba nodded emphatically. Even with a substitute lineup, AC Milan was not a team that Parma could easily overcome. Moreover, they boasted an attacking line valued at nearly 50 million euros. Once the match resumed, they would undoubtedly intensify their offensive, retaliating against Parma. Li Wei's assessment was not mistaken. As the match resumed, the players of AC Milan promptly launched an offensive. This time, Gilardino was more cautious. He refrained from dribbling and opted for a direct pass back. Gorkov, well prepared for the reception, effortlessly delivered the ball to the right back, the Croatian Mizic, as he faced the pressing Reggiano. Having been previously outmaneuvered by Alba, Mizic was eager to redeem himself and chose to advance with the ball instead of passing. The Parma players, rather than pressing, swiftly retreated, akin to the ebb and flow of the tide, coming swiftly and receding just as quickly. As Mizic approached the 30-meter zone in front of the Parma goal, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Parma had already erected an impenetrable wall of defense in that area, apart from the forward Reggiano stationed at the forefront. Ribery roamed the space between Reggiano and the defensive line, while the remaining 8 players from Parma were crowded within a depth of less than 8 meters. "Give it to me," Gilardino called out, retreating towards the flank, reaching out for the ball from Mizic, who delivered a short pass to him. Azar advanced to pressure him, but Gilardino deftly flicked the ball away, causing Azar's attempt at interception to falter. The Tardini Stadium resonated with a cacophony of mixed reactions, some boos, some applause, but mostly silence. Gilardino, having begun his career at Piacenza, made his debut in Serie A at the tender age of 17 in 2000. However, the early stages of his professional journey were fraught with challenges. He struggled to demonstrate the potential of becoming a top striker at both Piacenza and later at Verona, until his transfer to Parma in 2002 marked the onset of his career pinnacle. In the summer of 2003, after Mutu's departure to Chelsea in the Premier League, Gilardino stepped into his position within the Parma lineup, gaining increased playing time. During the winter transfer window, as Adriano was recalled by Inter Milan, Gilardino solidified his status as Parma's foremost striker. He did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him. In the 2003-2004 season, under Prandelli's specially crafted 4-4-1-1 formation, Gilardino flourished spectacularly. He netted 23 goals in 34 Serie A matches, finishing just 1 goal shy of the Ukrainian Dynamo Shevchenko, thus securing the second position on the league's scoring chart. His exceptional performance earned him the accolade of Serie A's best newcomer that year. In the subsequent 2004-2005 season, Parma found itself in dire straits due to the sale of numerous star players, languishing in the relegation zone throughout the season. Nevertheless, Gilardino maintained a consistent level of performance, participating in all 38 Serie A matches for Parma and once again securing the Serie A silver boot with another 23 goals. In the relegation playoff, it was precisely through Gilardino's goal that Parma triumphed over Bologna, ultimately securing their place in Serie A. Gilardino was subsequently honored as the best player in Italy and the best domestic player of the year. Chapter 61. Facing Milan following 2 consecutive seasons of remarkable performances, Gilardino swiftly rose to prominence in the Apennines, attracting the attention of numerous illustrious clubs, including AC Milan, Juventus, Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Chelsea. Ultimately, in the summer of 2005, Milan extended an invitation to him, and Gilardino, eager to showcase his talents on a grander stage, joined the Rossoneri on July 19, 2005, for a fee of $24 million, becoming the most expensive transfer in Serie A that season. Although Gilardino's transfer brought $24 million to Parma, significantly alleviating the club's financial burdens at that time, some extreme Parma fans viewed him as a traitor. Nevertheless, a segment of the Parma supporters understood Gilardino's decision, acknowledging that after securing the Serie A silver boot in the 2003-2004 season, he was willing to remain with Parma for another year. Moreover, Parma still owed him some wages, which Gilardino chose not to pursue. However, witnessing their former star play for a rival club, it is likely that few Parma fans held no resentment towards Gilardino. Back on the pitch, although Gilardino evaded Hazard's defense, he soon faced pressure from another Parma player, Yaya Toure. Confronted by the towering Toure, Gilardino attempted to maneuver past him but was physically restrained, nearly losing possession of the ball. With no other options, he reluctantly passed the ball back to Gorkov. Upon receiving the ball, Gorkov scanned the field but found no promising passing lanes. All he could see were Parma players clad in black and white, with only a few red and black striped AC Milan players appearing, yet their positions were not advantageous for passing. After several back passes, the ball eventually returned to Gilardino's feet. In a moment of urgency, he executed a swift change of direction, creating space for himself, and unleashed a powerful shot. Despite the ferocity of the attempt, Gilardino was not particularly skilled at long-range shooting, and he failed to keep the ball under control. This shot posed little threat to Handanovi, who merely extended his arms, signaling to his defenders that they need not return. With a calm demeanor, Handanovi watched as the ball soared past the goal, approximately 12 to 13 meters to the right of the net. It was a remarkably inaccurate shot, lacking any redeeming quality aside from its sheer power. Li Wei gestured from the sidelines, signaling his disciples to continue their commendable efforts. Handanovi took a goal kick, opting not to launch the ball towards the vicinity of midfield. Despite the presence of the towering Rigan, who stands at an impressive height of 191 meters for Parma, instead, he executed a short pass to Chiellini, who exhibited patience, advancing the ball at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the nearest AC Milan player to Chiellini was the Brazilian Oliveira, who seemed somewhat reluctant to exert himself. He waited until Chiellini drew within 7 or 8 meters before reluctantly jogging towards him at a leisurely pace. Levi smiled from the sidelines, observing the antics of the AC Milan veterans. Chiellini had an inkling that he could outmaneuver the Brazilian opponent. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to take the risk. Instead, he passed the ball to Cernas stationed on the flank. Chiellini understood his role as the team's central defender and captain. His duty was to exhibit composure rather than entertain the crowd with flashy dribbling skills akin to those of a forward. Li Wei discreetly nodded from the sidelines, having observed Chiellini's subtle intentions, which stirred a flicker of concern within him. Nevertheless, Chiellini ultimately did not betray the trust bestowed upon him. Instead of indulging in flamboyant dribbling to please the spectators, he opted for simple yet effective passes. If he continues on this path of growth, it is conceivable that a year from now, Chiellini could emerge as one of the elite center-backs in Serie A. In stark contrast to Oliveira's demeanor, Gilardino exhibited a far more resolute attitude as he approached the receiving Cernas. However, this pressing effort bore no fruit. Cernas, without even casting a glance at Gilardino, deftly flicked the ball to Bonucci with a subtle twist of his ankle. Gilardino pursued Bonucci, and just as he neared, Bonucci, with a hint of mockery in his gaze, delivered the ball to Modric's feet. At this juncture, Gilardino grew frustrated. He discerned that Parma harbored no intentions of launching an offensive. They were merely passing the ball around in their defensive zone, which could also be interpreted as evading Gilardino's efforts. The commentator shared in the discontent. Parma resembled ACteam, having pilfered a goal and now reveling in this meager achievement. Such a passive approach to the game, aimed at stalling time, signifies a regression for Italian football, a stifling of the sport on a global scale. The AC Milan supporters in attendance echoed their disapproval with a chorus of boos. While the Parma fans expressed dissatisfaction with the team's lackluster performance, they remained unwavering in their support during significant moments. In response, the Parma fans countered with their club anthem, and some even began to chant simplistic songs, mocking AC Milan scandals from the telephone scandal. On the visitors' bench, coach Ancelotti sat in a state of exasperation and urgency. He was acutely aware of the unfolding situation, although Parma was merely passing the ball in their own half. Anyone who believed they would be limited to this strategy in the forthcoming moments would be in for an unexpected surprise, one that would likely instill dread in the hearts of AC Milan. Should he instruct his players to rein it in? It was not only Ancelotti who recognized the issue. His assistant coach also perceived the dilemma and offered his advice. After a moment of contemplation, Ancelotti shook his head in resignation, stating, "Given the current situation on the field, how can we contain it? The players are ignited with a fury they wish to unleash, but are unable to do so. My commands cannot be executed flawlessly. In fact, this could lead to a disarray where some players strive to hold back while others remain intent on intensifying their attack, ultimately resulting in chaos within our formation." The assistant coach fell silent, but as his gaze returned to the field, his pupils dilated in alarm. Ever since Parma scored, AC Milan's players had spontaneously intensified their offensive efforts. However, AC Milan remained vigilant, ensuring that their flanks did not advance too deeply. It was evident that the fullbacks were acutely aware of their waning youth, with left-back Maldini at 38 and right-back me at 30 years and 10 months. As the match progressed to the 18th minute, the AC Milan players, having struggled to break the deadlock, began to exhibit signs of impatience, a development anticipated by Li Wei. At this juncture, Parma held possession, executing passes in their defensive third. Although Italian teams have never been renowned for their ball control, following a summer training regimen under Li Wei and the introduction of a novel training technique, the players of Parma had, if not reached the level of Barcelona in terms of passing precision, at least positioned themselves among the elite in Serie A. AC Milan's strategy of relying on a few players, who were not particularly adept at high pressing, to recover possession in the attacking third was not entirely impossible. Yet it proved to be quite challenging. A notable moment in the match saw the lethargic Oliveira suddenly spring into action, nearly intercepting the ball, only for Madri to swiftly deliver it to the nearby Hazard. Oliveira then pursued Hazard, who, unfazed, awaited Oliveira's approach before passing to the supporting Yaya Toure. Oliveira continued his chase toward Toure, who mirrored Hazard's composure, releasing the ball to center-back Chiellini just as Oliveira closed in. Displaying a rare tenacity, Oliveira persisted in his pressing. Yet when Chiellini found Bonucci with the ball, Oliveira's energy waned, and he ceased his pursuit, standing with hands on hips, gasping for breath. Enveloped by a vexatious sense of helplessness, the Parma supporters erupted in laughter, for Oliveira was merely a microcosm of the first 18 minutes of the match. Every AC Milan forward had been toyed with by Parma's players employing their training regimen, albeit to varying degrees. Frustrated, the AC Milan players resolved to put an end to this exasperating charade. With a resounding roar, the formidable AC Milan intensified their assault. A full 8 players surged past the halfway line. AC Milan escalated their pressing. The beleaguered Parma would surely succumb to the might of AC Milan. The commentator, invigorated by the unfolding drama on the pitch, exclaimed with fervor. Meanwhile, the Parma commentator voiced his concerns, acknowledging that with AC Milan's increased numbers, their possession strategy might falter. These apprehensions were soon validated. Although AC Milan still lacked numerical superiority in the midfield, their players effectively compressed the passing lanes, forcing a significant decline in Parma's pass completion rate. Once we intercept the ball, we shall confront Parma's goal directly. A goal is imminent in the forthcoming minutes. The commentator on the television station was exceedingly animated. However, the reality was not as splendid as he portrayed. Nevertheless, the commentator's predictions were not entirely erroneous. At least he was correct in one aspect. The goal would indeed materialize in the ensuing minutes. A counterattack. Li Wei stood on the sidelines, shouting fervently while gesticulating with his right hand, pointing directly towards AC Milan's half. The players of AC Milan, upon hearing Li Wei's fervent cries, were consumed by a myriad of thoughts. Even in the face of impending doom, he dares to intimidate us. Is this merely a display of bravado? Or does he possess a truly remarkable strategy? Yet, it was not without merit that some of AC Milan's players began to fathom Li Wei's intentions. The team captain, Maldini, with a sudden change of expression, shouted to his teammates, "Be cautious. Pay attention to the opponent's high balls." But would that prove effective? Li Wei's boisterous shouting reflected his unwavering confidence that AC Milan would be powerless to thwart his team's offensive, even if they were aware of it. At that moment, Serna, in possession of the ball, received Li Wei's directive and made a slight adjustment, immediately executing a long pass from the back, aimed at the formidable Rigan, who stood like a spear near the center circle. Control the first and second touches, although the aging Paolo Maldini retained his commanding presence. The two central defenders lagging behind were quick to converge upon Rigan. Yet, at this juncture, AC Milan's central defenders appeared somewhat apprehensive. Bonera, standing at 183 meters and weighing 74 kilograms, alongside Costacurta at 182 meters and 75 kilograms, found themselves at a disadvantage against the towering Parma forward, Rigan, who measured 191 meters and weighed 84 kilograms. In terms of physical prowess, neither Bonera nor Costacurta could match Rigan. Costacurta made a swift decision, instructing Bonera, "Daniel, you go for the first touch, and I will handle the second." Although Bonera lacked the physical superiority to contend with Rigan, he was still a sprightly 25 years old, in the prime of his career. In contrast, The legendary Costa, despite his illustrious past, was now a 40-year-old veteran, relying more on experience than on physicality. Gritting his teeth, Bonera nodded and closed in on Riggin. The Parma forward glanced down at Bonera, not overly concerned. He had already positioned himself advantageously and needed only to contemplate how best to handle the impending play. Suddenly, Riggin noticed Ri beckoning him, fortuitously with no AC Milan players in proximity. At that moment, Riggin understood precisely how to approach the situation. Cernà's pass was remarkably precise, akin to a laser-guided missile, directly connecting with Riggin. This allowed Riggin to swiftly occupy a favorable position without excessive movement. As the ball approached, Bonera gritted his teeth and leaped, fully aware that he was likely to lose the aerial duel against Riggin. Yet he had no alternative. Even if he was reluctant to head the ball, he could not allow Riggin the luxury of easily distributing the ball or controlling it. The commentator exclaimed, "Parma launches a counterattack." At this moment, AC Milan has only 2 central defenders in their half, and they are evidently at a disadvantage against the 91-meter-tall Parma forward, Riggin. The ball arrived. Riggin and AC Milan's Bonera leapt simultaneously. It appeared there were no favorable passing options, and Riggin opted to lay the ball back to Ri. However, Ri was somewhat distant from AC Milan's defensive line, a full 15 to 16 meters away. To sprint with the ball for a distance of 15 or 16 meters, it is utterly impossible without at least 3 or 4 seconds. The AC Milan players, who had previously pressed into Parma's half, have already begun their retreat. In just a matter of seconds, they are capable of re-establishing a formidable Italian chain defense in front of Parma's attacking players. In Chapter 63, Battling Milan's 6, as Regano passes the ball back to Ri, the previously lagging Costa swiftly surges forward. The recently grounded Bonera is momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regains his composure. Offside. At this moment, there is only Regano, a single Parma player, in front of Ri, and it is imperative that these two do not connect. The simplest and most direct strategy is to create an offside situation. Even if Ri does not stop the ball and strikes it immediately, Regano is already in an offside position. This is precisely what the AC Milan players desire. The commentator in the live studio is ecstatic, remarkable, truly deserving of the legacy of the Milan dynasty. Costa instinctively devised a countermeasure, reversing the disadvantage faced by AC Milan. Now, the sole outlet for Parma's forward attack, Regano, is positioned offside, and Ri is yet to realize this. Even if Ri were to become aware, it would be of no consequence. By the time Ri waits for Regano to retreat and be in an onside position, the AC Milan players will have largely returned. What a pity! Unbeknownst to the moment, Ancelotti has also arrived at the sidelines, standing a mere meter away from Li Wei, his tone tinged with a hint of jest. Li Wei cast a glance at Ancelotti, remaining silent as his attention swiftly returned to the football pitch. An AC Milan player approached from the side, and Ri immediately sensed danger. Although he was confident in maintaining possession of the ball, he knew he would soon be entangled by AC Milan players, losing the optimal passing route. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Ri caught sight of a figure in black and white darting past. Who could it be? With little time for contemplation, he relied solely on instinct and executed a sudden diagonal pass. Ri's delivery was not particularly precise due to the urgency of the moment. His touch was rather heavy. However, this did not deter the fans at Tardini Stadium from erupting in cheers. From their elevated vantage point, it seemed as though Ri's pass was akin to a surgeon's scalpel, effortlessly slicing through what appeared to be an impenetrable AC Milan defense, rendering it fragmented and vulnerable. Ri's pass was exquisite, yet it was destined to be futile, for Riggin had already been caught offside. The commentator on television remarked with a hint of disdain, noting that although AC Milan's defense may be aging, it remained world-class. Parma had fallen into the trap. Their forward was offside. How could a struggling team like Parma possibly triumph over the illustrious AC Milan? Just as everyone presumed this was a mere offside play, a player in black and white surged down the flank at breakneck speed. Who was it? The commentator struggled to discern the identity of this Parma player, who was sprinting with relentless determination, reaching his utmost velocity like a tempest. Though the player's features were obscured, the commentator managed to catch a glimpse of the jersey number 18 for Parma. In a flurry, he rifled through his notes, having held a deep-seated disregard for Parma, thus neglecting to invest time in familiarizing himself with their players, now scrambling in a moment of urgency. It was Quagliarella. The 23-year-old Italian had made 33 appearances for Ascoli last season, scoring 3 goals. His performance could only be described as mediocre. This attack was unlikely to pose any significant threat to AC Milan. At that moment, the AC Milan players regained their focus. Ribery's pass was not intended for Riggen. Offside. The referee was informed that the opposing forward was indeed offside. Some AC Milan players exerted pressure on the referee. They were aware that Quagliarella was not offside, but had instead successfully exploited the offside trap, leading them to contemplate an alternative strategy to sway the referee's decision. Such audacity would be unthinkable for other teams, but they were AC Milan. AC Milan stands as a titan in Italian football, often receiving various forms of preferential treatment on the pitch. This is not the first instance of AC Milan players seeking such advantages, nor will it be the last. Riggen sauntered back, having not touched the ball and remaining a considerable distance from it. Referee Rocky observed Riggen, internally conflicted. In the past, Rocky might have sounded his whistle. Yet now, after a moment's hesitation, he realized he lacked the courage to do so. Recently, following the conclusion of the telephone scandal, Rocky had faced accusations and had only narrowly escaped condemnation, exonerated due to insufficient evidence. According to Tuttosport, upon hearing of his acquittal, Rocky was overcome with emotion, breaking into tears. Consequently, he approached sensitive decisions with utmost caution, fully aware of the potential repercussions. At least for the foreseeable future, he dared not act with reckless abandon. Moreover, Rocky understood that although Parma had once teetered on the brink of bankruptcy and had struggled for survival in recent seasons, the current iteration of Parma was markedly different. Their chairman, Li Wei, was not to be underestimated. Li Wei's notorious penchant for outspoken remarks was well known. His sharp tongue had left even the so-called kings of the pitch at a loss for words, consistently evading their grasp. Observing the match's progression, it became evident that Li Wei's earlier humility at the pre-match press conference was merely a strategic maneuver to leverage the media. Such audacious individuals raise the question of what words might emerge should they perceive any bias in officiating after the match. This could thrust Rocky, who had only just extricated himself from the media whirlwind, back into its clutches. Quagliarella had some initial concerns regarding the referee's potential favoritism towards AC Milan. However, upon receiving the ball and not hearing the whistle, he felt a surge of reassurance. He realized that the referee had not shown bias towards the illustrious AC Milan. What reason then did he have to squander his teammate's exquisite pass? Fantastic! The Parma commentator was exuberant. A splendid lob. After successfully evading the offside trap, Quagliarella surged forward with the ball, facing the advancing AC Milan goalkeeper, Karasik. With remarkable composure, Quagliarella executed a delicate lob. Despite Karasik's towering height of over 2 meters, he stood powerless to intercept the softly floating ball. It was 2-0, and at this moment, the match had only reached the 19th minute. Parma had already secured a 2-goal lead over AC Milan. Who could have predicted such a turn of events before the match? Who would dare to imagine it? The television commentator, somewhat deflated, remarked, "A beautiful goal. Fortunately, there is still ample time left, and AC Milan has sufficient opportunity to level the score." Now, he no longer dares to proclaim a bloodbath for Parma, instead cautiously asserting that AC Milan will equalize. It is evident to all that this Parma team has undergone a dramatic transformation compared to last season. As Chapter 64 unfolds, when Quagliarella deftly chipped the ball into the net, many simply could not believe their eyes. How could a relegation-threatened team like Parma take the lead against AC Milan? Even with AC Milan fielding a second-string lineup, there are still several world-class players among them. Moreover, their defense is formidable, featuring legendary defenders like Maldini and Costacurta. While the center-back Bonera is regarded as a promising star by AC Milan and Italy alike, a team of this caliber, even if composed of substitutes, should find it a straightforward task to triumph over Parma away from home. Yet, what is the current situation? Are we dreaming? The splendid world previously constructed by AC Milan supporters begins to crumble before their very eyes. It is not only the fans of AC Milan who find it hard to accept, but also the journalists seated in the press box. Those who had eagerly anticipated mocking Parma and Li Wei after the match now stand utterly dumbfounded. When Parma scored, their gaze immediately turned to the Parma bench, where they witnessed Li Wei bursting forth, arms raised in celebration. Such exuberance hardly conveyed a sense of surrender. A thought flashed through the minds of many journalists. That wretched scoundrel had been playing us all along. He was not surrendering at all. His pre-match statements were merely a ruse. designed to lower the opponent's guard. That vile scoundrel, Ancelotti, observing the young man reveling in celebration beside him, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. At this moment, Ancelotti remained unaware that he had been deceived by Li Wei. Had he known, he would not have been Ancelotti. Yet, he felt powerless. Who could have anticipated that despite his utmost caution, he would still fall victim to Li Wei's clever ruse? Had AC Milan fielded their strongest squad, Parma would have had no opportunity at all. But now it is too late to lament. AC Milan has fallen behind, by 2 goals no less. Li Wei celebrated exuberantly on the sidelines, finally able to unleash all the frustrations he had previously endured in silence. The act of feigning humility can often lead one to inadvertently become what they pretend to be. Thankfully, he has triumphed. It is not a precarious score of 1-0, but rather a commanding 2-0. Although this score does not guarantee an unequivocal victory for Parma, it does allow them to wholeheartedly focus on a defensive counterattack, without fear of AC Milan's stars conjuring a moment of brilliance to equalize the match. The essence of the game now lies in teamwork. Following the goal, Quagliarella chose not to seek out Ribery, who had assisted him, but instead turned to the home team's coaching staff on the sidelines. At this moment, the individual he most wished to thank was their extraordinarily young head coach. When he first joined the team and learned that there were 2 head coaches, he felt a pang of regret about transferring to Parma. However, unlike Contini and others, he refrained from expressing his inner thoughts. Having honed his skills at smaller clubs, Quagliarella understood the importance of not offending certain individuals. At least, he believed that when it came time for his transfer, Li Wei would not impose obstacles. In just 2 short months under Li Wei's guidance, following the remarkable comeback against Torino and after Pioli's significant defeat in Russia, Quagliarella's perspective had shifted, and he no longer harbored any disdain or condescension towards Li Wei. Instead, he felt nothing but admiration. He had never witnessed a head coach so young, yet so capable, one who consistently triumphed in media engagements, displayed unwavering resolve against adversaries, and calmly addressed dissenting voices within the team. The transformations he brought to the squad were nothing short of revolutionary. Although Quagliarella was unaware of what Parma had been like prior, he knew that they had previously struggled as a relegation-threatened team, teetering on the brink every season. Yet now, Li Wei had orchestrated a stunning 4-2 comeback against Torino, and although the second round of the league had not yet concluded, they were already leading AC Milan 2-0. Such accomplishments were not easily achieved by any coach. He recognized the necessity of this goal for the coach, the importance of taking the lead. Thus, he dedicated the goal to Li Wei, diving into the coach's embrace as they shared a heartfelt moment. Other players rushed over, enveloping them in celebration. Parma's players reveled in their triumph, while AC Milan's players stood frozen in disbelief on the field. This stunned silence extended beyond the players on the pitch to the substitutes and coaching staff on the sidelines. Ancelotti sighed, feeling a tumult of emotions. Those around him felt similarly overwhelmed. Before this goal, no one had anticipated that Parma could score 2 goals within a mere 19 minutes. It is worth noting that even the mightiest European clubs find such feats challenging. They are, after all, AC Milan, giants who look down upon their opponents from a lofty pedestal of superiority. However, within a mere 19 minutes, they were unceremoniously toppled by Parma, subsequently dragged into the muck. After a fierce struggle, they found themselves lying in the mire, trampled by the very adversaries they once looked down upon. The profound psychological disparity was too much for many to bear. Carlo Ancelotti's trusted assistant, Mauro Tassati, who also served as AC Milan's assistant coach, inquired of Ancelotti, "We must instigate a change. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage." Ancelotti managed a wry smile. Change. He longed for transformation as well. The dilemma, however, lay in how to effect such change. In football, when one seeks to alter a team's offense or defense, or even its overall approach, the most effective and straightforward method, without a doubt, is to substitute players. The predicament, though, was that the match had only reached the 19th minute. Substituting at this juncture, unless a player is injured or requests to be replaced, carries but one implication. You are underperforming. You are a liability to the team. Your contributions on the field have failed to aid the squad. You are the weakest link among the 11 players. Such a substitution is not only a humiliation for the replaced player, but also a manifestation of the coach's distrust. It could ignite discord in the dressing room at any moment. Thus, while substitutions may appear effective, the question of whom to replace becomes a conundrum. Ancelotti, in a moment of desperation, called over an AC Milan player who had stepped to the sidelines for a drink. The situation was precarious. Parma's counterattacks were incisive. He conveyed to the others, "What we need to focus on now is not equalizing the score, but stabilizing our defense." "Do you understand?" The AC Milan player hesitated, his eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. "I understand," he replied weakly. Ancelotti patted his shoulder in encouragement, saying, "A temporary defense is merely a precursor to a more potent offense. There is still ample time for us to turn this around." Chapter 65. Against Milan 8. This marked Ancelotti's sixth season at the helm of AC Milan, and thus his commands did not entirely satisfy the players on the pitch, who dutifully adhered to his directives. AC Milan's offense became notably more cautious, preferring to recycle possession rather than recklessly shooting from outside the box. Parma, playing a defensive counterattacking style, remained indifferent to whether AC Milan opted for wild shots or safe passes, as long as the ball did not enter dangerous territory. They played to their own rhythm, being the team in the lead. In such circumstances, both sides adopted a conservative approach, resulting in a rather uninspiring display. The television commentator, unable to contain his frustration, directed his criticism not at both teams, but specifically at Parma. Was Parma truly once one of the seven sisters of Serie A? Observing their play, passes, defense. This monotonous style of football was suffocating the passion people held for the beautiful game. On the sidelines, Li Wei raised his wrist and cast a glance at his watch. The match had already reached the 38th minute, with approximately 7 minutes remaining before the regular time of the first half would conclude. Given that no unexpected events had transpired during this half, the longest delays had merely been the 2-goal celebrations by Parma. Therefore, the additional time indicated by the fourth official for the first half would likely be minimal, perhaps just 1 or 2 minutes. Seizing the opportunity during a moment when the ball went out of play, Li Wei called over Modric, who was replenishing himself with water, to offer him some strategic advice. Modric, now the midfield orchestrator of the team, plays an essential role in both the offensive and defensive maneuvers. The 21-year-old Croatian had not disappointed Li Wei's trust. After a brief acclimatization period, his performances in the matches had become increasingly remarkable, subtly revealing the promise of a future midfield maestro akin to Modric of Real Madrid. Although AC Milan was not currently launching an aggressive onslaught against us, this did not imply that we could afford to relax. The reason AC Milan had refrained from intensifying their attack was merely due to their inability to implement effective changes. During the halftime break, they would undoubtedly make significant adjustments, likely introducing key players, and it was even possible that they might substitute 3 main players in one go. Particularly with Kaká's entrance, AC Milan would elevate their game to a new level. Li Wei was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess displayed by Kaká during the 06-07 season, as if divinity itself had taken residence within him, vanquishing all adversaries with unmatched prowess. Leading the aging defense and the beleaguered attack of AC Milan, he orchestrated a series of victories against formidable opponents, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of European football by clinching the Champions League title. Kaká himself emerged as the tournament's top scorer with 10 goals, earning accolades as the best player and the finest forward. In the following year, he was also honored as the best player of the 2007 FIFA Club World Cup, along with the prestigious Ballon d'Or and the title of World Footballer of the Year, embodying a plethora of accolades. After taking a hearty sip of sports drink, Modri remarked, "However, without a significant offensive strategy from AC Milan, our counterattacks are unlikely to yield success." Pioli also approached, keen to discern the tactics Li Wei intended to employ against AC Milan. Li Wei calmly remarca, "Although we are employing a defensive counterattack strategy, where in the realm of football can one find an unchanging tactic? During this period, as the first half approaches its conclusion, we shall press forward. The players of AC Milan are certainly unprepared for such a turn of events. It is highly probable that we shall score another goal." Modric felt a surge of confidence within him, nodding in agreement as he replied, "Understood." Levi gestured from the sidelines, capturing the attention of the Parma players, who were filled with a myriad of uncertainties. After all, Levi's tenure as the coach of Parma had been brief, and it was essential to remember that he was not the sole authority in the coaching realm. There was also Pioli, the puppet coach, who, despite his subordinate status, held the title of head coach. In that moment, Modric summoned 4 teammates to convey Levi's intentions, and those 4 players proceeded to relay the message to the rest of the squad. Thus, it was not long before the Parma players on the field began to grasp Levi's meaning. This was why Levi chose to clarify matters verbally, despite the fact that a mere gesture could have sufficed. Although Li Wei is a football coach, he stands apart from the majority of his contemporaries. While other head coaches often remain seated on the sidelines, rarely rising to their feet for more than a mere 10 minutes throughout the 90-minute match, Li Wei embodies a different approach. Aside from hydration and engaging with his coaching staff, he is resolute in his desire to remain on the sidelines, observing and directing the game whenever possible. When a goal is scored, he exuberantly celebrates, showcasing a repertoire of jubilant expressions, be it through a series of punches, a slide, or even a somersault. It is noteworthy that he is merely an assistant coach. Those unfamiliar with the situation might mistakenly assume that he is the head coach of Parma. Numerous media outlets have suggested that, had it not been for his lack of experience and the absence of a Serie A coaching license, Parma would not have seen the likes of Pioli this season. Consequently, television cameras consistently focus on Li Wei, ensuring that, throughout the 90 minutes of play, at least one camera is dedicated to him at all times. This time, his sideline instructions were promptly broadcast to viewers at home. Commentator: as the match nears its conclusion, Li Wei has summoned Modric to impart some tactical advice. What could he be preparing for? Partner: I believe it pertains to strengthening their defense. A certain organization once conducted research on goal-scoring intervals, concluding that the most frequent moments for goals occur within the first 5 minutes and the final 5 minutes of a match. Clearly, Parma is bracing for an onslaught from AC Milan in the last 5 minutes of the first half, as Milan's players can afford to expend energy during this period, knowing they will have a 15-minute halftime break to recuperate. Commentator chuckles. Based on your reasoning, perhaps Li Wei is instructing the players to initiate an offensive strategy. Partner laughs heartily. If that is the case, Ancelotti would surely be pleased. Commentator appears to have forgotten his previous remarks, chiming in with his partner. Indeed, as long as Parma maintains its defensive posture, should they choose to launch an attack, the players of AC Milan will find themselves elated. Their previously formidable defense could become fragmented, allowing for seamless combinations, whether through central penetrations or crosses from the flanks. On the sidelines, Pioli, observing the shimmering talent of even the substitutes on the AC Milan side, inquired of Li Wei, "Sir, do you truly have confidence in scoring during this closing segment of the first half?" Li Wei replied, "I cannot be certain." Li Wei's response was both straightforward and candid. Chapter 66. Battling Milan 9A. Pioli stared in astonishment at Li Wei. "You are facing the prestigious European powerhouse, AC Milan. Do you dare to launch an attack without certainty? Are you not afraid of watching this promising situation crumble before your eyes?" Li Wei may not possess the gift of mind reading, yet he is attuned to Pioli's unspoken sentiments. In the realm of football, certainty is a rare commodity. Who could have predicted, back in 2004, that the two teams reaching the Champions League final would not hail from the prestigious four major leagues? Instead, it was the Portuguese Primeira Liga's Porto and the French League One's Monaco, both led by novice coaches. Pioli cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei. "Is that truly the case? You are far from ordinary in your cunning. To outwit Ancelotti, you would not hesitate to perform before the media and the players alike. How could you possibly undertake an endeavor devoid of any assurance?" Li Wei chuckled, patting Pioli on the shoulder, and jestingly remarked, "Are you seeking my counsel, assistant coach?" Pioli felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering whether it was indeed the role of an assistant coach to seek advice from others. Li Wei did not put Pioli in a difficult position. Rather, he hoped that Pioli would diligently fulfill his role as head coach, which in essence was more akin to that of an assistant coach, providing robust support. "Have you observed the players on the field?" Li Wei gestured towards the pitch. After a careful assessment, Pioli nodded and remarked, "Indeed, there seems to be some impatience. It appears they are dissatisfied with Ancelotti's strategy." The match had been characterized by a lackluster offensive display, reminiscent of a young fighter compelled to engage in slow-motion boxing. Initially manageable, yet inevitably unnatural over time. Do you intend to exploit this vulnerability? However, once we launch our attack, AC Milan will revert to their original offensive rhythm, allowing their young players to shake off the sluggishness, posing a significant threat to us. "We must take risks," Li Wei stated earnestly. Although this current AC Milan squad primarily consists of substitutes, they still boast several key players, such as Gilardino and Oliveira in the attack. While the defense may be aging, the experience of Maldini and Costacurta is sufficient to stabilize it. Thus, AC Milan's most pressing issue lies in midfield, lacking a reliable, sweeping defensive midfielder and a creative orchestrator. After a brief pause, Li Wei continued, "Moreover, the players on the bench can perfectly address these deficiencies. Substituting Gattuso could solve this sweeping issue, while introducing Pirlo or Cac would provide the necessary creative impetus. Following halftime, Parma would face an even more formidable challenge. So it was imperative to capitalize on the dwindling moments of the first half to execute several efficient attacks, ensuring that AC Milan would struggle to stage a remarkable comeback and secure the precious 3 points in the league. As the match resumed, the ball was in the possession of Parma players, who were preparing for a throw-in along the sidelines. "Give it to me," shouted Modri, raising his right hand. Without hesitation, Srna promptly tossed the ball to Modri. The nearest AC Milan player was Oliveira, who had previously been outmaneuvered by Parma players and felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Fearing a repeat of his earlier humiliation, Oliveira approached Modri at a leisurely pace, avoiding any aggressive challenge. Modri, dismissing Oliveira with a glance, adjusted himself and suddenly executed a long-range pass to the left back, Alba, who was pressing high up the pitch, approximately 40 meters into AC Milan's half. However, as the ball was on the right side, no AC Milan players were marking him. No one anticipated that Modri would initiate an attack, catching AC Milan off guard and leaving them bewildered. Wasn't Parma supposed to be playing defensively? Why were they now taking the initiative to attack? Focus on defense. The resolute leader of AC Milan, Maldini, shouted instructions. At that moment, the nearest player to Alba was the Croatian Mišić, whose background as a central defender did not endow him with remarkable speed, especially as age was beginning to take its toll. He was merely 2 months shy of turning 31. Having previously witnessed Alba's explosive pace, Mišić understood that getting too close could result in being outmaneuvered. Thus, he opted to retreat gradually, maintaining a prudent distance to thwart Alba's rapid advances. AC Milan's players were sluggish in their defensive recovery, evidently taken aback by Parma's sudden acceleration. Many were yet to react. The Parma players, well prepared, surged forward with remarkable speed, and Hazard quickly positioned himself on Alba's right to receive the ball. Alba passed to Hazard, who intuitively sent the ball forward, deftly evading Mišić's defense and placing it just behind him. Alba, seizing the moment, sprinted past Mišić to receive Hazard's pass, charging forward with unbridled speed. It was a splendid wall-pass combination. This time, Mišić was quicker to react, but his efforts were futile against Alba's blistering pace. In this defensive sequence, AC Milan's backline remained relatively intact. Their previously conservative strategy had not been without merit. They boasted defenders such as Maldini, Bonera, and Costacurta, along with Bracchi and Ambrosini, who had dropped back to assist in defense. However, goal! The stadium announcer's voice boomed in excitement. A magnificent attack. The robust Riggen showcased his physical prowess, rendering Bonera akin to a mere child in the face of his strength. At that moment, Bonera was tasked with defending against Riggen, yet he was outmatched in both weight and height. They leaped simultaneously, but Riggen quickly asserted his dominance in the air, akin to an eagle overpowering a sparrow. Riggen easily connected with the ball, and though AC Milan's goalkeeper, Karasic, reacted promptly, the ball was too close to the goal. His response was rendered ineffective by the speed of the situation. Undoubtedly, the ball soared into the net. The Parma players jubilantly celebrated as they surrounded the still-dazed Riggen. No one could have anticipated that Parma's first proactive offensive attempt would be met with success. The players of AC Milan stood in bewilderment, while goalkeeper Karachi sat despondently on the ground, leaning against the goalpost, gasping for breath. Central defender Bonera lay on the turf, gazing at the sky, wishing fervently that the events unfolding before him were merely a dream. Equally dazed was the newly minted scorer, Riggen. He could scarcely believe that in his debut appearance, with his very first shot, he had netted a goal against a prestigious powerhouse like AC Milan. For the 32-year-old Riggen, this was nothing short of a fairy tale moment. Born on May 25, 1974, Riggen did not step onto the professional football stage until the age of 26, beginning his career in the lowest tier of Italian professional football, Serie C2, which ranks as the fourth tier in the Italian football league system. At the age of 28, Riggen made 33 appearances, scoring 27 goals, and played a pivotal role in helping Taranto Football Club secure second place in Serie C1 that season. His remarkable performance captured the attention of Fiorentina, who subsequently signed him. However, the Fiorentina of that time was no longer the formidable force it had once been in Serie A, following its bankruptcy declaration in 2002 due to financial insolvency. It had been relegated and reformed as Fiorentina Viola with the support of shoemaker Della Valle. Upon transferring to Fiorentina, Riggen exhibited no signs of adjustment difficulties. He excelled in his first season, making 32 appearances and scoring 30 goals, propelling Fiorentina to the top of Serie C2 and securing promotion. In the 2003 to 2004 season, Fiorentina triumphed in the playoffs against Perugia, and as the team's top scorer, Riggen finally earned his opportunity in Serie A at the age of 30. Yet, time was unrelenting. Riggen struggled to adapt to the pace of Serie A, and his abilities were no longer sufficient to meet the team's ambitious aspirations. Although Riggen repeatedly expressed his willingness to accept a substitute role as long as he could remain with Fiorentina, the club's decisions were starkly pragmatic. In the summer of 2005, just before the transfer deadline, Riggen was sent to Empoli, embarking on a new journey of uncertainty. During his time at Empoli, he made a respectable 33 appearances, yet his goal-scoring efficiency plummeted, with only 5 goals to his name. As Riggen aged another year, now 32, many believed he could no longer cope with the demands of Serie A. Consequently, in the summer of 2006, after just 1 year with Empoli, Riggen found himself once again on the transfer market, priced quite modestly. At this juncture, the newly appointed owner of Parma, Li Wei, seized the opportunity, acquiring Riggen from Empoli for a mere €400,000. At this moment, many individuals mocked Li Wei for what they perceived as a financially detrimental transaction, believing that Reggiano could only remain in Parma for a single season. However, as Reggiano gazed upon his teammates, who surged from all directions to celebrate with him, he suddenly felt an invigorating realization. He was not yet past his prime. He was still capable of fighting. He could not betray the faith the club had placed in him. Chapter 67. Against Milan, when Parma scored their third goal, the jubilant cheers from the stands were not as thunderous as they had been during the first goal. The fans of Parma, witnessing Reggiano's strike penetrate AC Milan's net, were engulfed by an almost surreal sensation. Is this real? Are we truly 3 goals ahead of AC Milan? It is we, not AC Milan, who hold this lead. Surely something must be amiss. Yet soon enough, the cheers began to swell. The initial eruption came from the section of the stands behind AC Milan's goal, home to Parma's most steadfast supporters. They were the first to react, the quickest to embrace the astonishing reality. We are indeed 3 goals ahead of AC Milan, and they have yet to score. What a remarkable achievement. What a fantastical scoreline. In that moment, they began to feel that perhaps the club's decision to appoint a President Fonda coaching was not such a dire choice after all. These events unfolded only after Li Wei took the helm. Had it been any other coach, such thoughts would have been unthinkable. The chorus of cheers rapidly crescendoed into a singular wave, transforming into a tsunami that enveloped the entire Tardini Stadium. As the overwhelming cheers washed over him, Li Wei smiled. He turned to Pioli and said, "Do you hear that? It is the roar of victory, a revolution." Revolution? Pioli was taken aback. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a revolution. It signifies the uprising of new forces against the old. From this moment forth, all in Italy shall recognize that, in addition to Juventus, AC Milan, and Inter Milan, there exists another prestigious club, Parma. He raised his gaze towards the jubilant Parma supporters, proclaiming with grandiloquence, "Prestigious?" Pioli found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current sentiments. Even during Parma's heyday, they were merely regarded as one of the 7 sisters of Serie A, and often ranked among the lesser teams within that esteemed group. Parma could only aspire to being termed a formidable force or a strong team in Serie A. Yet now, Li Wei audaciously proclaimed their ambition to join the ranks of the elite. Was this truly feasible? Pioli hesitated to draw any conclusions. Despite the brevity of just 2 Serie A matches, Li Wei had already delivered ample surprises to everyone. While there remained 1.5 halves of play, as Parma netted their third goal, an undeniable thought surged forth in many minds. Parma was truly on the verge of victory. Just observe the AC Milan players after conceding their second goal. Lost and despondent, they had completely relinquished their spirit and confidence. Such a team, even granted a reprieve of 1 match, might struggle to effectuate a comeback. The remainder of the first half seemed to corroborate this notion, as Parma came close to scoring yet again, with Riggen unleashing a fierce right-footed shot. Calabrese, unable to even attempt to save, could only defend with his gaze. Yet, in that moment, Maldini once again emerged, preserving the last flicker of hope for AC Milan. Close to the goal line, Maldini thwarted the ball with his body. The commentator, who had consistently supported AC Milan, could no longer contain his frustration during the remainder of the first half, repeatedly questioning why Parma, a team not favored in terms of strength, could subdue the behemoth that is AC Milan. The commentator refrained from delving into detailed analysis, instead offering a conclusive remark. "Though I still do not favor Li Wei, the club president who aspires to be a head coach, I must acknowledge that since his arrival at Parma, the team has undergone a remarkable transformation. The performance in the first round of this season was evident. How a team devoid of spirit and morale could, under his leadership, evolve into a disciplined battalion, overcoming a 2-goal deficit in a stunning reversal. And in this match, though the first half is yet to conclude, AC Milan has been thoroughly bewildered by Parma, with Li Wei playing an indispensable role. His innovative tactics, his fresh philosophy, and his distinctly unconventional demeanor have all contributed to Parma's burgeoning success. Who would have imagined that at the outset of the match, the commentator's tone was one of disdain? Yet now, despite his reservations towards Li Wei, he cannot help but concede that under Li Wei's stewardship, this extraordinary Serie A team is indeed on the path to success. As the sound of the whistle marking the end of the half rang out, all the players of AC Milan let out a collective sigh of relief. Experiencing a sense of liberation, they quickly lowered their heads and hurried into the tunnel, eager to retreat to the changing room, wishing to linger not a moment longer on the pitch. The 3,000 AC Milan supporters in the stands reacted with palpable anger, emitting boos that could have been directed at either their own players or the smiling Parma players returning to the locker room, or perhaps both. The Parma players, unfazed by the jeers, excitedly gestured to the home supporters as if they had already secured victory in the match. Then, they noticed Li Wei standing at the entrance of the players' tunnel. Despite his silence and the fact that he had done nothing but cross his arms and wear a slight smile, the Parma players felt a sudden chill run through them. It dawned on them that they had perhaps become too complacent, and they promptly lowered their arms and stowed their smiles, hastening towards the tunnel. However, as they passed by Li Wei, each player received a pat on the shoulder and heard his encouraging words, "Well done, lads. Your defense was splendid. Let us keep up the effort in the second half. The offense was commendable, and I look forward to your performance in the next half." Such a simple expression of encouragement resonated deeply within these players, surpassing the value of countless cheers. They realized that what mattered most to them was not the fans' applause, but the acknowledgement from this young assistant coach, as if their every effort gained significance through his approval. Standing beside Li Wei, Pioli felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that such gestures and words were originally his responsibility. Yet, he had been slow to react, and by the time he regained his composure, Li Wei had already taken the initiative, seemingly executing it better than he could have. For Pioli lacked the assurance to rein in the players' exuberance and maintain their confidence. Sometimes, personal charisma truly holds great importance. In the changing room, during halftime, Li Wei clapped his hands to capture the attention of all the Parma players who had returned. "How did the first half feel, lads?" he inquired. "Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. It's a pity we only scored 3 goals. The Parma players enthusiastically responded. The last remark, uttered by the fearless young hazard with his round face, elicited laughter from everyone, including Li Wei. "Am I wrong?" he asked playfully. Li Wei smiled and remarked, "You are absolutely correct. However, it is imperative for everyone to remain vigilant, as we have yet to attain final victory, and this contest is far from over." Li Wei slowly retracted his smile, his expression turning grave as he stated, "Your performance in the first half was nothing short of perfect. Yet, this match still has another half to play. 45 minutes is ample time for many narratives to unfold. After all, AC Milan is a prestigious European giant, endowed with both heritage and prowess. On their bench sit world-class players like Kak, Pirlo, Gattuso, and Dida. Should we allow ourselves to become complacent, it is we who will ultimately suffer. Therefore, in the second half, we must persist in executing our counter-attacking strategy until the very last second of the match. Gentlemen, remember this. Never underestimate your adversary. Do not relax your guard, even if they appear to be in dire straits. Our duty is to render them even more pitiable. The fate of AC Milan is irrelevant to us. We shall ascend by stepping upon their fallen bodies. Let the Italian fans recognize that the embodiment of Italian football is not solely represented by AC Milan, Juventus, or Inter Milan, but also by Parma." During the halftime break, major television networks were abuzz with discussions about the match. It was truly unexpected for Parma to lead AC Milan by 3 goals at halftime. Prior to the match, numerous experts confidently asserted that although Parma ranked first in the league, it was merely a stroke of good fortune. After all, being at the top after the first round of matches does not convey much. Conversely, despite the repercussions of the Calciopoli scandal, AC Milan remained an exceptionally formidable team. And thus, the consensus was that AC Milan would ultimately triumph. Li Wei's earlier demeanor of conceding defeat only reinforced the analysts' predictions. It seemed that not only did we believe Parma would lose, but even Parma themselves appeared to concede. Yet, merely 45 minutes into the match, they had received 3 resounding slaps to the face, each more stinging than the last. Of course, some could stubbornly maintain that there were still 45 minutes remaining, and that the mighty AC Milan still had a chance. Perhaps, with adjustments made during the halftime break, they could mount a remarkable comeback. Some even invoked the example of the Istanbul night, asserting that AC Milan would surely equalize. Did they not realize that the Istanbul night is a perpetual source of anguish for AC Milan? In the Champions League final, AC Milan led by 3 goals at halftime, only to be equalized by Liverpool in the second half, ultimately losing in a penalty shootout and relinquishing the coveted trophy, becoming a target of ridicule from many media outlets. However, this situation also subtly indicated a shift in perspective. Many had adjusted their predictions of an AC Milan victory to a belief that AC Milan would certainly level the score, acknowledging that Parma was indeed a formidable opponent. Chapter 68. The battle against Milan time flew by, and the 15-minute halftime break swiftly came to a close, with the second half of the match commencing anew. Li Wei, as always, did not occupy the coach's seat. His tall figure stood at the sidelines. The players from both teams were on the field, yet the referee refrained from promptly signaling the commencement of the match, instead turning to glance at the sidelines. Of course, the referee was not focused on Li Wei but on the substitutions made by AC Milan. Despite the incessant criticism from fans and experts regarding Ancelotti's substitution tactics, some even asserting that his changes were merely a means to waste time. This time, following the halftime break, Ancelotti decisively made bold alterations. He utilized 2 of his substitution opportunities in one go, seemingly attempting to reverse the tide of the match. On the other hand, Parma displayed no intention of making changes, maintaining the same tactics as in the first half. This was precisely what the AC Milan coach loathed. With a 2-goal lead, Parma possessed ample capital to execute a strategy of defensive counterattacks, fortifying their defense while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In truth, they had already secured a position of invincibility. AC Milan's substitutions, when viewed positively, could be seen as a do-or-die gamble. Less charitably, they appear to be a desperate struggle for survival. As long as Parma did not falter in their approach and ventured out to attack, it was improbable that they would lose this match. Their defensive prowess and ball control had been proven over the first 45 minutes, and everyone recognized how challenging it was to breach Parma's defenses. The commentator, filled with excitement, remarked on Ancelotti's immediate substitutions, bringing in key players. The number 8 midfielder Gattuso replaced the number 23 Ambrosini, and the Brazilian Cac, wearing number 22, took the place of the Frenchman Gourcuff, who was number 20. Ancelotti's moves were aimed at bolstering both offensive and defensive capabilities in the midfield, signaling that AC Milan was ready to sound the horn for a counteroffensive right from the start. As the match resumed, AC Milan launched a relentless barrage towards Parma's goal, wave after wave, as if it would never cease. The Parma fans, who had previously been cheering from the stands, gradually fell silent, their fists clenched, eyes anxiously fixed on the pitch, fearful of missing a moment that could lead to an AC Milan goal. Ancelotti was no longer seated comfortably in the coach's area. He stood at the sidelines, intently observing the game, gesturing and shouting instructions. Beside him, Li Wei also watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. However, Li Wei exuded a calm demeanor, arms crossed over his chest, observing the match with an air of cool detachment. The broadcast occasionally shifted its focus to Li Wei. Time passed slowly, and the match reached the 50th minute. Li Wei and Ancelotti remained on the sidelines, intently observing the pitch, with no intention of returning to the coaching bench. This is the essence of a head coach's on-the-spot command. It necessitates vigilant attention, requiring them to make immediate adjustments to any developments in the match. Currently, the situation on the field is overwhelmingly one-sided, with AC Milan relentlessly besieging Parma. Fueled by Cac's orchestration, AC Milan's offensive onslaught surged forth like a tidal wave. Although Parma managed a few counterattacks, Ancelotti evidently did not neglect his defensive duties. The midfield, bolstered by the tenacity of Gattuso, complemented by the resolute presence of Brocchi, ensured that Parma's counteroffensives were either intercepted or forced into prolonged engagements. In these drawn-out exchanges, Parma dared not commit too many players forward as they found themselves at a numerical disadvantage. Ultimately, any attempts to advance were thwarted, either resulting in hasty long-range shots or interceptions by AC Milan. Consequently, Parma was relegated to their own 30-meter zone, struggling to endure. Previously, Quagliarella and Ribery, who had been retained in the attacking front by Li Wei, were now compelled to retreat to the midfield to assist in defense. The towering Rigan even fell back near the defensive line, taking on the role of a makeshift center back, utilizing his aerial prowess and physicality to bolster the team's defense. Parma was devoid of any semblance of counterattack and surrendered possession entirely, adopting a posture akin to crouching on the ground with hands clasped behind their heads, bracing for the inevitable onslaught. The commentator on television was ecstatic, exhilarated, as he envisioned the moment AC Milan would stage a remarkable comeback. Parma appeared utterly powerless to retaliate. It was merely a matter of time before a goal would materialize. No one could withstand AC Milan's relentless assault for a full 45 minutes. The first goal would shatter Parma's players' confidence, inducing panic, swiftly leading to a second, third, or even fourth goal. After scoring 3, Parma opted for a defensive stance, a decision that fell within Ancelotti's expectations. To be candid, he had not previously regarded Parma's defense with much respect. After all, defense relies heavily on cohesion and experience. Just observe the current state of Parma. Following a summer of extensive restructuring, the 4 defenders, Serna, Chiellini, Bonucci, and Alba, none of whom were part of last season's Parma lineup. How high could their synergy possibly be? Moreover, among these defenders, Chiellini had only recently transitioned from left-back to center-back. Although he had begun to reveal his potential as a top-tier center-back, he had played merely 3 official matches in this new role. Had he truly acclimated to it? This summer, Parma invested €800,000 to acquire half of Bonucci's ownership and a loan fee from Inter Milan. Many speculated that Li Wei had overpaid, considering that Inter had only spent a mere few thousand euros in 2005 to sign Bonucci from his hometown youth team in Viterbo. In the 2005 to 2006 season, Bonucci merely participated as a member of the reserve and youth teams for Inter Milan, having made only a single substitute appearance in the league throughout the entire season. While he may possess potential as a central defender, he remains an immature player until that potential is transformed into tangible skill. The situation is somewhat more favorable for the fullbacks. Serna has already demonstrated his worth on the World Cup and European competition stages, and during his brief tenure at Parma, he proved to be a reliable asset. However, the other fullback, the 17-year-old Alba, evidently excels in offense, but is weak defensively. Can he withstand the attacking prowess of AC Milan's superstars? He believes that this defensive line, even with all players returning to assist, cannot hold firm, especially against AC Milan. After all, AC Milan is renowned for their offensive capabilities. Can a staunch defense truly be effective against AC Milan? The pressing concern now is whether AC Milan can score 3 goals in the remaining 35 minutes of the second half to equalize, or even net a 4th goal for a stunning turnaround. Initially, Ancelotti harbored some apprehensions, fearing that Parma might capitalize on counterattacks, which would inevitably hinder AC Milan's offensive flow. If they cannot attack with full conviction, Ancelotti lacks confidence in orchestrating a comeback in the second half. Given the events of the first half, he no longer underestimates Parma. Thus, Parma's full retreat allows him to breathe a sigh of relief. Now AC Milan can launch their attacks without concern, with even the seasoned yet aging fullbacks, Maldini and Misiti, able to surge forward to assist, unburdened by fears of counterattacks exploiting gaps in their defense. He stands at the sidelines, awaiting news of victory. In his view, no matter how formidable Parma's defense may be, it should not withstand the intensity of AC Milan's onslaught. It is crucial to note that AC Milan is about to unleash their full force. Fans of AC Milan in the stands and in front of their televisions exhale in relief as they witness their coach substituting in 2 key players. The prospect of winning this match seems increasingly attainable. After all, the players entering the fray are world-class stars like Kak and Gattuso, who would secure starting positions on any team, not just in Serie A, but globally. With the addition of these 2, along with Gilardino and Oliveira, breaching Parma's defense seems like a mere formality. Although Parma momentarily pose a challenge, their struggles only serve to amplify the brilliance of AC Milan's impending victory. Even teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona have faltered against our relentless assault. What chance does this financially troubled relegation-threatened team have to contend with us? A group of individuals eagerly envisions the spectacular turnaround that AC Milan is destined to achieve. They even begin to craft a narrative for the match progression. If Parma could net 3 goals against us within the first 45 minutes, then surely the formidable AC Milan can unleash a fervent offensive in the second half. scoring 3 goals. No, 3 goals in 45 minutes would imply that AC Milan and Parma are of equal stature. An absurdity. In the second half, we must score 4 goals. No, we shall demonstrate to the rustic Parma what it truly means to be a prestigious club. The chasm between them and a powerhouse like us is unfathomably vast. The repercussions of provoking a giant are far beyond their capacity to endure. In the second half, we shall strike 5 goals. Let us overwhelm the Tardini Stadium. Let Parma serve as a stepping stone for AC Milan. A wave of fervent anticipation washes over the AC Milan supporters. Chapter 69. The Battle Against Milan. Li Wei stood on the sidelines, observing the relentless assaults of AC Milan crashing against his defense. He maintained his position with unwavering composure for an entire 10 minutes, seemingly immobile, to the extent that an onlooker might mistake him for a wax statue. His focus remained entirely on the unfolding dynamics of the match. He witnessed the substitute Kaka make a sudden, illuminating play. Kaka deftly touched the ball, intending to slip it behind the Parma defense. The ball traversed nearly all the Parma defenders, yet Chiellini reacted instantly, positioning himself to intercept it before Gilardino could capitalize. He noticed Maldini break through on the flank and deliver a cross, but the 2 AC Milan forwards found themselves thwarted by the joint defense of Chiellini and Bonucci. Failing to make contact with the ball, which was promptly headed out of the penalty area by Bonucci, Modric swiftly seized the opportunity, launching another long pass to initiate a rapid counterattack. Although this quick strike ultimately met with resistance from AC Milan's defense, it sufficiently unsettled the Milan players, making them wary of neglecting Parma's counterattacks. Yaya Touré displayed remarkable tenacity in every match, and facing the world-class attacking midfielder Kaka did not intimidate him. Instead, he remained composed and unyielding, not easily swayed by Kaka's feints, thereby forcing a slowdown in Kaka's offensive rhythm. Time and again, he leveraged his physicality to hinder Kaka's ability to deliver comfortable passes. On the flank, while Alba's defense was a weakness, the young player possessed an indomitable spirit. Upon being bypassed, he immediately utilized his speed to retrace his steps. Accompanied by Ribery and Hazard in a supportive role, despite AC Milan's concerted efforts to exploit Parma's left side, the results were not as fruitful as anticipated. In the 65th minute, Li Wei made his first substitution, bringing on De Sena for the visibly fatigued Hazard. De Sena, a product of Parma's youth academy, was renowned for his tireless running and was affectionately dubbed Little Gattuso. Upon his arrival, he formed a defensive triangle with Modric and Yaya Touré, with De Sena and Touré primarily focusing on defense while Modric orchestrated ball control and counterattacks. Given the 45 minutes remaining in the second half, it was unrealistic for Parma to consistently launch long balls into the opposing half or execute rapid counterattacks every time they regained possession. After all, whether through long passes or quick breaks, the ball would soon be reclaimed by AC Milan. In such circumstances, accurate back passes from Parma's defense became crucial. Undoubtedly, an adept midfield commander plays a pivotal role in ball control tactics. De Sena's extensive running range and exceptional interception abilities, combined with Yaya Touré's keen awareness, positioning, and anticipation, created a formidable duo. Both shared a common trait, a relentless spirit, particularly adept at tenaciously contesting every play. The defensive triangle formed by these 3 individuals has proven to be a formidable barrier for AC Milan's attacking unit, causing them considerable distress. As time slowly elapsed, the much-anticipated goals did not materialize, contrary to the expectations of many. What has transpired with AC Milan? Fans who had previously envisioned an array of splendid prospects now found themselves grappling with disbelief. Not a single one of their dreams had come to fruition. As the match reached the 68th minute, with 45 minutes of the second half already elapsed, the once mighty AC Milan had yet to score a single goal. The prospect of netting 5 goals in the second half and orchestrating a stunning comeback seemed increasingly remote. The fans' aspirations had shifted to simply hoping for a modest victory over Parma, rather than a complete rout at the Tardini Stadium. As the clock approached the 70th minute, AC Milan had relentlessly besieged Parma for a full 25 minutes without finding the back of the net. In response, AC Milan made a substitution. The camera panned to a close-up of Ancelotti on the sidelines, revealing a grave expression, tinged with a hint of anguish. With merely 20 minutes remaining in the match, and considering the potential stoppage time, the window for a comeback was rapidly closing. AC Milan remained 3 goals behind, and he knew that a decisive change was imperative. This would be his final opportunity for a significant alteration, as he had only one substitution left. Ancelotti faced a dilemma regarding the substitution. Two attacking players lingered on the bench: the Italian forward Borriello, currently on loan from AC Milan, and the acclaimed midfielder Andrea Pirlo, known for his metronomic presence in the midfield. Ultimately, Ancelotti opted for a more aggressive approach, bringing on Borriello to bolster the attacking front. In a surprising turn, he replaced not a midfielder but the right back, Misidi, with Borriello signaling a shift to a three-defender formation. The three-defender setup, a distinctive defensive tactic in Italian football, has been employed by numerous Italian clubs and even the national team, notably by Juventus and the national squad as recently as 2016. However, since Ancelotti took the helm at AC Milan, this formation had been seldom utilized. This strategic shift was less a mere tactical adjustment and more a desperate gamble by Ancelotti. Witnessing this bold move, AC Milan supporters felt a surge of renewed hope, believing that the outcome of the match could still be altered. Perhaps AC Milan could indeed secure at least a point from the Tardini Stadium. At this moment, the hopes of AC Milan supporters have diminished time and again. From a resounding 5-goal triumph over Parma to a narrow victory by a single goal, and now they merely yearn for AC Milan to equalize the score. Following a recent substitution, the television broadcast swiftly shifted its focus to Li Wei. Indeed, after standing motionless at the sidelines, Li Wei finally made a move. He turned back to the coaching bench, patted a player's shoulder, and leaned down to impart his wisdom. It was the team's substitute left-back, Pochetti, as Li Wei prepared to bolster their defensive fortifications on the left flank. As time progressed, it became increasingly evident that Parma's left-back, the young Spanish talent Alba, was beginning to tire. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted throughout the stadium. Li Wei lifted his gaze towards the pitch, a slight frown creasing his brow. The football had found its way into the Parma goal, with the scorer presumably being Kak. He refrained from celebrating, instead dashing towards the net to retrieve the ball before sprinting back to the center circle in preparation for the ensuing kickoff. Levi turned his head to glance at Pioli. Understanding Levi's thoughts, Pioli helplessly remarked, "Kak just broke through Alba on the left flank, swiftly cutting inside to evade Madri's defense, and unleashed a stunning long-range shot. Such is the nature of world-class superstars. A mere moment of brilliance from them is sufficient to alter the score." Li Wei also beheld the replay on the stadium's grand screen. It must be said that Kak's breakthrough was exquisite, exuding a delightful aesthetic. The final long-range shot sent the ball soaring into the corner of the net. Although Handanovi exerted every ounce of his strength to stretch his body, he ultimately failed to make contact with the ball. After striking the right post of the goal, the ball rebounded into the netting. Li Wei swiftly made another decision in his mind. Oh, Parma has also made a significant change, substituting two players. Pochetti replaced Alba, while the team's second captain, Di Natale, took the place of the forward, Rigan. Is this a strategy to bolster their offense? Shouldn't Parma be focusing on strengthening their defense at this moment? The commentator's voice was filled with uncertainty. Although Rigan played as a forward in the second half, he essentially assumed the role of a central defender, rarely stepping into AC Milan's half. Every counterattack from Parma relied on the lightning-fast duo of Ribéry and Hazard, complemented by Quagliarella, who replaced Rigan, to initiate swift counteroffensives. Thus, this substitution, though seemingly a positional change, suggested to those who had watched the entire match that Li Wei appeared to be preparing to enhance their attack. Standing at the sidelines, Ancelotti glanced at Li Wei, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and anger. Clearly, Ancelotti understood Li Wei's intentions. Was he ready to fight? Very well, let us see who can outlast whom. AC Milan employed a three-defender formation, while Parma, fully committed to counterattacks, could swiftly deploy four players into the fray. Li Wei understood the look in Ancelotti's eyes and smiled. There's a saying in China, the barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. Compared to AC Milan, Parma are like the impoverished who walk barefoot. What if we make an all-out effort and manage to achieve a stunning victory of 4-1, or even 5-1 at the Tardini Stadium? That would be simply marvelous. At that moment, Ancelotti felt a sense of being caught in a dilemma. Although he was unfamiliar with the Chinese idiom, the sentiment resonated profoundly with his current state of mind. Soon, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the resumption of the match. Parma kicked off in the center circle, showcasing their unparalleled quick passing and ball control skills in Serie A. The AC Milan players, sensing urgency, surged forward, pressing Parma into their half. Parma refrained from launching an immediate counterattack, as their brain, Modric, understood that while AC Milan appeared to be mounting an offensive, many of their players were already prepared to retreat swiftly, maintaining their defensive posture. However, as Parma maintained possession into the 75th minute, AC Milan could no longer contain themselves. They pressed even harder, and their players exerted themselves to the limit. At that moment, Modric suddenly unleashed a long pass. The AC Milan players were taken aback. They rushed back to defend, but fatigue from their earlier pressing had taken its toll, and their positioning was too advanced. Oh, what a pity! Ribery's shot grazed the post and slid past the goal. The AC Milan fans in the stands collectively exhaled in relief. That counterattack had nearly given them a heart attack. Although Ancelotti also breathed a sigh of relief, his expression remained grim. Parma's counterattacks were becoming increasingly formidable. Previously, Parma had attempted counterattacks, but in the second half, AC Milan often managed to neutralize them, forcing Parma's efforts to lack efficiency. This time, however, the threat was palpable. Ancelotti understood the reason. He had opted for a three-defender setup, naturally weakening the flanks. Moreover, since the 45th minute, AC Milan had been relentlessly attacking Parma. Surely, there was a cost to such aggression? Indeed, their stamina had waned significantly, slowing their ability to retreat, thus granting Parma's attacking players more space and time to devise their offensive strategies. As Parma's attacks diversified, AC Milan found it increasingly challenging to defend against their counterattacks with ease. What should they do? Should they bolster their defense and deny the opponent any easy scoring opportunities, or continue their high-intensity offense and take a gamble? At that moment, AC Milan's assistant coach, Mauro Tassati, approached Ancelotti with a grave expression. "Mauro, what is the matter?" Although Ancelotti's mind was in turmoil, he managed to suppress his agitation and inquired, "Mauro Tassati, why did the score change like this?" Clenching his fists, Ancelotti exhaled deeply, releasing his grip as he attempted to temper his frustration. "You asked me, but who should I ask?" Mauro Tassati replied with a wry smile. "The boss said we cannot afford a humiliating defeat. It would thrust the club, still reeling from the telephone scandal, back into the media spotlight. Even if we cannot achieve a draw, at least let it be a narrow loss, like 3-2 against Parma." Ancelotti understood that he had no choice and resignedly stated, "I know what I must do." He gestured from the sidelines, and AC Milan's offense surged forth with renewed vigor, akin to a tempest. For the Parma supporters, time seemed to crawl under the relentless onslaught of AC Milan. While they held confidence in their team's defense, the reality remained that they were up against a top-tier European squad, renowned for their offensive prowess. Thus, the fans could not maintain a calm demeanor throughout the match. From the 75th minute onward, after a sharp counterattack by Parma, AC Milan intensified their assault, crashing down upon Parma like a colossal wave. Each passing minute felt like an eternity, with every AC Milan attack constricting the fans' breaths. This torment persisted until the 88th minute, when they finally noticed the fourth official holding the electronic board at the sidelines, signaling the impending conclusion of the match. And the score? Many turned to glance at the scoreboard. 3-1. Parma still held the lead at the Tardini Stadium. Though it was precarious and nerve-wracking, they remained in front. Yes, despite the struggle, victory was within reach. A resounding cheer erupted from the Parma supporters, akin to a stimulant, revitalizing each individual with newfound energy. In reality, defending against AC Milan's assaults demanded not only peak physical condition, but also immense psychological fortitude. The constant refrain of "we must not concede" weighed heavily on their minds, causing trepidation with every encounter against AC Milan's offense. Over time, this anxiety began to sap the players' stamina, making them tire more quickly than usual. Yet, their unwavering belief in the necessity of winning this match fueled their perseverance. However, gaining the support of the fans has imbued their perseverance with an additional layer of conviction. The cheers from the spectators arrived at a most opportune moment, illuminating for the players that the conclusion of the match was imminent, with victory tantalizingly within reach. Yet, when the fans discerned the duration of stoppage time, an overwhelming wave of boos erupted immediately. Li Wei vehemently shouted at the fourth official. In the second half, no one was injured, and there was only a single goal. Furthermore, AC Milan had not even celebrated before the game resumed. "Now you're adding 6 minutes of stoppage time. What is the meaning of this?" The official replied, "Sir, please remain calm. Every minute of added time has its justification. If you have concerns, you may address them with the relevant authorities after the match, or even lodge a complaint, but for now, please do not disrupt the flow of the game." The fourth official maintained a stern expression, ignoring Li Wei's outburst. Stop! Stop! Li Wei, Arguing at this moment is futile. Do not act impulsively. Li Wei was intent on continuing his protest, but Pioli swiftly intervened, pulling Li Wei aside. He understood that a measured protest was acceptable. Yet prolonged dissent could provide the fourth official with ground for action. Should the official summon the main referee and issue Li Wei a red card, banishing him to the stands, the team's performance could indeed suffer dramatically. Li Wei is no fool, though he still harbors a fire within. He is acutely aware that the fourth official has undoubtedly received directives to provide certain privileges to AC Milan during the match, a luxury reserved for the elite. What significance does 6 minutes of stoppage time hold? Victory still belongs to us. Ancelotti cast a glance at Li Wei beside him, then redirected his entire focus to the field. Despite the lengthy stoppage, AC Milan is left with a mere 8 minutes. He has no cards left to play, and all he can do is hope that amidst the chaos, someone will rise to the occasion and score, whether it be 2 goals or even just 1. The players of AC Milan are well aware of this reality. The club has fought for their advantage in stoppage time, and they must score at least once. Otherwise, they can only imagine the tempest they will face upon returning to the club, confronting the wrath of the upper management. The AC Milan players launched themselves into an all-out offensive, pressing forward past the halfway line, with goalkeeper Kalic even stepping out of the penalty area to join the attack. On the pitch, Yaya Toure forcefully muscled past Kak to seize the ball. Nearby, the AC Milan players immediately raised their hands to signal a foul against Yaya Toure. Referee Rocky hesitated, but ultimately refrained from blowing the whistle. He had been right beside Yaya Toure, witnessing the incident clearly. Although Yaya's actions were robust, they remained well within the bounds of reasonable contact. Moreover, the 6 minutes of stoppage had already stirred discontent among Parma's players and fans, making it prudent to avoid any contentious calls. Yaya Toure paid little heed to the protests surrounding him, seizing the moment while the AC Milan players were preoccupied. He lifted his gaze to assess the situation. Suddenly, he noticed AC Milan's goalkeeper Kalic positioned approximately 30 meters from the goal. What an opportunity. There, Modri was signaling for the ball from Yaya Toure. Realizing that the referee dismissed their protests, the AC Milan players shifted their focus back to the game, hearing Modri's voice. They understood, well, that Modri is the engine of Parma. The 3 previous goals had all originated from his initiations. AC Milan's defensive midfielder Gattuso immediately surged toward Modri to block the passing lane, instructing Brocchi to intercept Yaya Toure. Previously, Yaya Toure had given the impression to AC Milan's players of being merely a large and robust defensive midfielder with no perceived attacking threat. They might have assumed that allowing him to carry the ball would result in an awkward kick, sending the ball 5 meters ahead of him. However, in the presence of AC Milan's players, Yaya Toure was about to demonstrate what it truly means to be a world-class defensive midfielder of the future. As Yaya Toure leaned to his right, Brocchi instinctively shifted his body to the left. In that fleeting moment, Toure flicked his right foot, sending the ball through Brocchi's legs, swiftly changing direction to glide past him on the left. By the time Brocchi turned around, he could only see Toure, resembling a formidable tank, charging ahead with the ball in tow. Stop him. It was only then that the AC Milan players began to take notice of Toure, but alas, it was too late. Having just reached the vicinity of the center circle, Toure lifted his gaze, and without waiting for the approaching AC Milan players, he drew back his powerful right leg and unleashed a strike akin to a steel whip. The crack of impact echoed like thunder through the air. The nearby AC Milan player looked up to witness the ball contorting into a U shape as it soared. More alarmingly, Karasik had only just entered the penalty area. Though he had sprinted back with urgency, his towering stature hindered his speed, and he never anticipated Toure would act with such decisiveness from 50 meters away, unleashing a fierce shot from midfield. 50 meters, not 50 centimeters, not 50 millimeters. Impossible. The distance was too great. How could this imposing figure possibly score from such range? It simply cannot happen. The AC Milan fans in the stands held their breath, their eyes fixated on the white streak of the ball slicing through the air. They either prayed fervently or scoffed in disbelief. Yet, the ball continued its relentless approach toward the goal. AC Milan's goalkeeper Karasik leaped with all his might, extending his right arm in a desperate attempt to clear the ball, but it flew too swiftly and too perfectly, just inches away from his fingertips. The white sphere sailed past Karasik's outstretched fist and into the net behind him. Chapter 71, Confronting Milan 14 goal. It's in. Yaya Toure has scored a goal of immeasurable worth. Not only had AC Milan's momentum been shattered, but their hopes of equalizing were also extinguished. Toure stood at the center circle, arms wide open, letting out a triumphant roar. He was perhaps the only player this season to celebrate a goal at the center circle. Players from Parma surged toward him from all directions, much like waves crashing upon rocky shores. The Tardini Stadium erupted with cheers, growing louder with each passing moment. The players and fans alike understood that victory was no longer in doubt. Not even a hint of uncertainty remained. Upon witnessing this scene, Ancelotti painfully closed his eyes. Until now, he had been reluctant to acknowledge the truth. However, he was compelled to confront the reality of his team's failure. In the press conference preceding the match, Ancelotti had regarded his opponent as commendable, a considerate adversary who, aware that his team was to compete in European affairs 3 days hence, opted to field a reserve squad against AC Milan, thereby granting the main players of AC Milan a reprieve. Yet, as the match unfolded, everything changed, transforming into a harrowing spectacle. By halftime, AC Milan found themselves 3 goals down. Typically reluctant to make substitutions, Ancelotti swiftly responded, utilizing 2 of his allotted substitutions in one fell swoop. In a standard league match, he might not even employ 2 substitutions over the full 90 minutes. Yet here, a mere 45 minutes had elapsed. He believed that, having fallen behind, he had sufficiently accounted for Parma, bolstering his attack with Cac while not underestimating Parma's defense, opting to reinforce it with Gattuso. Alas, he soon realized that he had indeed underestimated Parma, both in defense and in attack. Despite enduring a formidable assault from AC Milan over the first 45 minutes, Parma had conceded only a single goal, which could scarcely be attributed to the collective effort of AC Milan. Rather, it was a solitary act of brilliance from Cac that had averted total collapse. Parma's celebration was prolonged, necessitating intervention from referee Rocky. The Parma players raised no objections, obediently returning to their positions to prepare for the restart. However, by this point, only 3 minutes remained in the match. As he observed the dejected AC Milan players on the field, Ancelotti sighed. With such a lackluster AC Milan, it was inconceivable that even with an additional 40 minutes, they would penetrate Parma's impregnable defense. The ensuing moments unfolded precisely as Ancelotti had anticipated, descending into a period devoid of significance. AC Milan appeared disinterested in attacking, or perhaps they were plagued by trepidation, fearing that Parma's players might inflict further humiliation by scoring again. For minutes passed, and referee Rocky discerned that AC Milan yearned for an immediate end to the match, lacking the courage to press forward in their attack. The referee did not grant an additional second of stoppage time. 3 whistles signaled the conclusion of the match. The Parma fans erupted in a tremendous cheer from the stands. Ancelotti, seated on the bench, observed as the Parma coaching staff and substitutes rushed onto the field to embrace the exuberantly youthful chairman, celebrating victory alongside the players who sprinted from the pitch. Each individual was fervently expressing their emotions. Yet, whether it was the sound of the whistle or the clamorous cheers, everything occurring before him seemed unrelated to his own reality. This illustrious Italian coach had succumbed to the tactics of a much younger manager, whose prowess still remained uncertain. Perhaps soon, he would encounter this coach on the grand stage of the Champions League. The match had concluded. Parma had achieved an astonishing comeback, triumphing 4-1 at their home ground, the Tardini Stadium. No, it should be said that they had decimated AC Milan. A relegation-threatened team had slaughtered one of Europe's elite. A major upset had unfolded. As the referee's final whistle echoed through the stadium, the commentator bellowed with all his might. He could not restrain himself, for the Tardini Stadium had descended into madness. Every person was exerting their utmost to cheer and roar. The substitutes were the first to dash onto the field, embracing their teammates. Even Paoli, the puppet coach, dashed onto the pitch, embracing anyone in sight. Before the match, no one among Parma's supporters could have anticipated such exuberant celebrations post-game. Perhaps it was this stark contrast that allowed their jubilation to manifest so liberally, even excessively. After all, it was merely a victory in Serie A, and still only the second round. The road ahead for Parma remained long. Was such fervor truly warranted? The fervor of Parma's fans stemmed not solely from their victory, but more significantly from the scorn they faced beforehand. It was also rooted in their historical legacy. The 1990s marked the zenith of Parma's glory. From 1991 to 1999, they clinched the Italian Cup twice, the Italian Super Cup once, the UEFA Cup twice, the Cup Winners' Cup once, and the UEFA Super Cup once. Notably, in the 1998 to 1999 season, Parma achieved the remarkable feat of becoming double champions, securing both the Italian Cup and the UEFA Cup. Reflecting upon the roster from that era fills all Parma supporters with pride and nostalgia. Buffon, Benarivo, Sensini, Cannavaro, Thuram, Di Nardo, Bogossian, Fuser, Varane, Chiesa, Crespo. However, this season marked both the zenith of Parma and the onset of its decline. Entering the 21st century, Parma's performance began to falter. By 2003, the team's owner, Tanzi, was incarcerated, leading to a dramatic plunge in the club's fortunes, from once being ranked as the second-best club in the world to a mere player market, fighting for survival each season. This situation instilled in Parma's supporters a dual sentiment. They took pride in the club's former glory, yet felt a deep sense of inferiority due to its current descent. This complex emotion reached its peak in encounters with AC Milan. When the team triumphed, they celebrated with fervor, eager to proclaim to all Italian fans that the once mighty Parma had not fallen. They had returned. Such exaggerated emotional outpouring perhaps served as a defiance against those who underestimated them. Did you think Parma was a weak team, that we could not prevail? Well, we have triumphed. What now? Parma is on the path to revival. So what if you are a prestigious club? We are Parma. We are the formidable Parma. The herd of cows fears nothing. The scene was somewhat chaotic, with everyone cheering, embracing one another, and shouting fervently, their words lost amidst the cacophony. Li Wei had lost count of how many people had embraced him, how many had kissed him. He was even oblivious to the words he was shouting. The crowd was nearly in a frenzy. It was hard to believe that the excitement on this occasion rivaled the day in the 04-05 season when Parma triumphed over Bologna in the relegation playoff, securing their survival. Their victory against the Red Bull Torino earlier this season had elicited a more composed reaction. Yet, this match stirred an unparalleled exhilaration within them. Li Wei understood the reason behind this fervor. It stemmed from the pre-match sentiment, which had deemed victory impossible, only for them to achieve it. Such an unexpected thrill could easily lead to a loss of control. Moreover, it instilled a belief among Parma's fans and players that they had found the key to revival in a coach who would never be dismissed, or perhaps in a club president who would steadfastly lead them forward. After embracing numerous individuals, Li Wei finally regained his composure. He led the players in a lap around the arena before bowing in gratitude to the fans in the stands. The venue resonated with fervent applause. Li Wei smiled, choosing not to linger on the football field in celebration. Instead, he began his walk back to the tunnel, for the post-match press conference awaited him. He was particularly eager to witness the expressions of the journalists. It promised to be quite amusing. As the reporters concluded their interviews in the mixed zone and hurried to the press conference venue, they discovered someone already seated at the podium. He was engrossed in perusing a newspaper, the renowned Gazzetta dello Sport, the best-selling sports publication in northern Italy. The newspaper was propped up, its striking headline clearly visible to the entering journalists. Li Wei, I concede. This title, crafted by Ladisa, initially filled him with pride, as he believed that a simple headline could vividly convey the tumultuous emotions within Li Wei, rendering the events immediately apparent to all. In this title, the once arrogant club president was transformed into a complete fool. What could be more amusing than mocking the president of an Italian club? Moreover, he had avenged himself against the humiliation inflicted by Li Wei. However, upon seeing his proud creation, Ladisa was devoid of any sense of triumph. Only embarrassment marred his expression. This match had utterly humiliated him, as he had boldly proclaimed that Parma would inevitably lose to AC Milan, only to witness a resounding victory. The scoreline of 4-1 was not merely impressive. It was a brutal slaughter of AC Milan. He had concocted an elaborate lineup for Parma beforehand, presenting it as exclusive information, only for this fabrication to be shattered the moment the match commenced. Upon returning to Turin, he would have to face the wrath of the editor-in-chief, and he pondered how to explain this debacle to his superior. Even now, as Ladisa attended the post-match press conference, he was at a loss for words regarding his feelings. Chapter 72. A pleasant collaboration. Witnessing this scene, it was not only Ladisa who felt uncomfortable. The other journalists who had previously derided Li Wei and Parma were equally discomfited. These reporters had been convinced before the match that Parma would falter, subjecting Li Wei to scornful mockery for his premature concession. The public feud between Li Wei and Pioli during the press conference had nearly sent these journalists into a frenzy of excitement. Yet now, as they reflected on those moments, they could only feel a mix of shame and anger. As the journalists entered the press conference room, a rustling sound filled the air, revealing Li Wei engrossed in reading a newspaper. Li Wei lounged with one leg crossed over the other, his gaze sweeping past the podium before settling on the awkward journalist before him, a semblance of a smirk gracing his lips. The journalists, naturally, turned their attention to Li Wei, noting the infuriating smile that adorned his face. This insufferable scoundrel. At that moment, some reporters even entertained the notion of departing prematurely, unwilling to subject themselves to the indignity of being humiliated by this despicable, shameless rogue. It had become abundantly clear to them that the sole purpose of this post-match press conference was to allow the victor to revel in the humiliation and derision of the vanquished. Li Wei stands as the victor, while Ancelotti embodies the essence of defeat. However, those who once observed the game with keen interest from the sidelines now find themselves, too, in the realm of failure. The journalists, after much hesitation, eventually settled into their seats, experiencing for the first time an overwhelming reluctance to partake in a press conference. Such a phenomenon is indeed a rarity. Petrick, the press officer for Parma, witnessed this unprecedented scenario, casting a sidelong glance at Li Wei, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. Levi cast a glance at the adjacent seat, which was originally intended for Ancelotti. However, it is likely that Ancelotti is still in the locker room, either expressing his fury or soothing the players. Li Wei, with a semblance of a smile, addressed the gentleman present. It seems that, for the foreseeable future, Coach Ancelotti will be unable to attend the post-match press conference. Let's not squander our time. Shall we commence the press conference now? Although phrased as a question, it was evident that Li Wei was not genuinely seeking the opinions of the journalists. After surveying the room, he inquired, "Do you have any questions to pose?" Following his authoritative declaration that the press conference had begun, an awkward silence enveloped the room. The journalists, ensnared in embarrassment, were at a loss for words, unsure of what inquiries to make, lest they provide Li Wei an opportunity to humiliate them. Li Wei observed the silence among the journalists in attendance, unperturbed. He shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Well, if you choose not to speak, then I shall take the floor. Listen closely." He began, "In recent days, I have been occupied with my work and have not had the opportunity to review your analyses prior to this match. Thus, I took a moment to catch up, and I must say, your brilliant commentary has truly left me in awe." Among the local journalists from Parma, a few lowered their heads, stifling laughter. They were among the rare media members who supported Parma and approached the event with a lighthearted demeanor. Naturally, while some chuckled, others felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. For instance, the renowned journalist Ladisa from Tuttosport kept his head bowed, fearing that raising it would reveal the uncomfortable flush of his face. "I shall not reiterate your reports." Li Wei gestured with the newspaper in hand. "I trust you are all quite familiar with them. As you penned those words, I can only imagine the beaming smiles and the sense of pride you felt. Though I did not witness it firsthand, I can certainly feel it resonating through your text. After securing victory in this match, the first group I wish to thank is indeed you. If it were not for your fervent efforts, how could I have persuaded the ever-cautious Carlo Ancelotti to believe that I would truly be part of the substitute lineup? Especially you, Tuttosport, I owe you special thanks. Your influence has been immensely helpful. You have aided me in deceiving a world-class coach. An extraordinary feat indeed." At this juncture, Li Wei paused. The expressions on the journalists' faces were far from pleasant. Those like Ladisa, who had relentlessly disparaged Li Wei and Parma in their articles, were filled with a tumult of shame and anger. If offered a gun and a bullet at that moment, they would undoubtedly have shot it at Li Wei without hesitation. In truth, during the match, they had already guessed that Li Wei's pre-match admission of defeat was merely a strategy to encourage AC Milan to underestimate Parma. And through their reports, AC Milan had indeed been led to believe it. Thus, they bore a share of the credit for Parma's victory. Yet recognizing this internally was one thing. Vocalizing it was another matter entirely. Journalists are particularly sensitive to their pride, despite frequently engaging in shameless acts. Being so directly confronted by Li Wei was hardly a pleasant experience for anyone, especially with his infuriatingly sympathetic expression, as if he genuinely pitied them, which only added to their displeasure. "Damn it. Yes, I confess, my initial admission of defeat was indeed a ruse to deceive you. I have been leveraging you to promote my cause. Judging by the outcome, you have performed admirably." Li Wei suddenly ceased his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. However, this expression was only met with disdain by the journalists present. Li Wei spread his hands and said, "To be honest, I never anticipated that you would be so easily deceived. No, I misspoke. I meant to say I did not expect you to cooperate so willingly. I had initially thought I would need to exert considerable effort, perhaps even allocate some fund for public relations. Li Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers. His impudent expression elicited a wave of silent curses from the gathered journalists. What a joke. Ultimately, sincere gratitude was extended for their selfless assistance, and he expressed genuine appreciation. "Oh, and it was a pleasure collaborating with you. Truly delightful," he exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Rising from his seat with flamboyant mirth, he departed, leaving the journalists to gaze at his retreating figure. Some were rendered speechless, while others visibly trembled with fury, evidently struggling to contain their anger. Yet, a few stood abruptly, though they merely rose without daring to take any further drastic actions. Each individual's demeanor varied, yet they all shared a common thread. They had all been deeply provoked by Li Wei's scornful mockery. Faced with his sardonic taunts, they found themselves at a loss for a retort, for their predicament was indeed of their own making. Had they not gleefully sensationalized Li Wei's premature concession and the fallout with Pioli prior to the match, they would not be facing such public humiliation now. Moreover, those who had instigated the most fervently were now experiencing the harshest repercussions. For instance, Ladis's face still bore the telltale signs of his distress, muscles quivering from the severity of the defeat. Some might assume that after such a humiliating slap in the face, the media would shy away from extensively covering the match and the aftermath, opting instead for a muted response. However, that would be a gross underestimation of the media's resilience. The following day, numerous articles emerged, highlighting the match with considerable emphasis. They devoted extensive coverage to this unexpected triumph of the underdog. The attention garnered by this match was indeed monumental. Typically, the second round of Serie A lacks compelling matchups, but the clash between Parma and AC Milan was anything but ordinary, especially given the pre-match controversies stirred by Li Wei. What began as a standard Serie A encounter transformed into the most talked-about fixture of the round. Once the match concluded, the revelation that AC Milan had suffered a defeat at the hands of Parma only intensified interest. Spectators were eager to hear what audacious remarks Li Wei would make post-match, and they were equally curious about how the seemingly frail Parma had managed to topple the giant that is AC Milan. In such a scenario, any media outlet that chose to remain indifferent would be directly opposing their own interests in sales and viewership. Their employer would undoubtedly dismiss any journalist who prioritizes personal interests over public duty without hesitation. The media, though sometimes perceived as naive, is not foolish to such an extent. In fact, they have always been quite astute. Under pressure, they're compelled to report on this match, giving it precedence over other Serie A fixtures, with sections originally intended for other games now dedicated to this one. Every aspect of this match has been scrutinized and made public. Aside from the local media in Parma that supports Li Wei or the Parma Club, other outlets experience a sense of being coerced by Li Wei. A single victory for Parma has thrust them into the spotlight, shimmering with an allure that cannot be overlooked. This individual is akin to a troublesome hindrance, impossible to ignore. Even more disconcerting is their current predicament, where they must, with forced smiles, commend this hindrance, proclaiming how splendid he is, akin to a branded product. Chapter 73. The Purple Lilies Parma unexpectedly triumphed over AC Milan, delivering the most shocking upset of this round in Serie A. The media has been relentless in its coverage, capturing the public's attention. For the first time, Li Wei's name graced the headlines of most mainstream outlets. Previously known only as a local coach in Parma, his name is now increasingly recognized throughout Italy. Young fans, filled with admiration, scour newspapers for anything related to Li Wei, considering him exceedingly cool. At just 23, he has made a bold move by acquiring a Serie A club without formal coaching qualifications. No matter, he installs a puppet coach, Pioli, mocked by the media. It matters not. He turns the tide, utilizing their scorn to his advantage, ultimately triumphing against renowned coaches like Zaccheroni and Ancelotti, despite widespread skepticism. Is there a more remarkable feat? None. As the clock strikes 8:30 on the evening of September 20th, Parma faces Fiorentina in the third round of Serie A. While several matches capture attention, such as Roma hosting Inter Milan, deemed crucial for the season championship, and Sampdoria taking on Udinese in a battle of equals, the most captivating clash this round is not Roma versus Inter or Sampdoria against Udinese, but rather Parma against Fiorentina. This match garners immense interest due to the plethora of narratives surrounding it. Parma forward Riggen, a revered veteran of Fiorentina, has valiantly contributed to their return to Serie A. And having departed from Fiorentina not long ago, many of their fans still fondly remember this esteemed player. Among the fans, there exists a notable sympathy for Reggiano. who was dismissed from Fiorentina. Within the Fiorentina ranks, there's also the Romanian forward Adrian Mutu, affectionately nicknamed the Snake, who has intricate ties to Parma. Born on January 8, 1979, in Romania, Mutu's first venture into Serie A was with Inter Milan. However, after a mere half season, he was sold to Verona. Following 2 seasons, Parma acquired Mutu for $9 million from Verona. Although his tenure at Parma was brief, lasting only 1 season, it was during this fleeting period that he truly made his mark. In the 2002 to 2003 season, the formidable duo of Mutu and Adriano instilled trepidation in all Serie A teams. Mutu made 30 appearances, netting 18 goals to secure second place on the Serie A scoring chart, alongside contributing 14 assists. Now, as Mutu prepares to face his former club at the Franchi Stadium, he expressed to reporters that he would celebrate any goals scored, unperturbed by the fact that Parma is his former team, thus dismissing any notion of restraint out of respect. This statement, however, incited discontent among Parma supporters, who accused Mutu of ingratitude. On the coaching front, Fiorentina's current manager, Prandelli, during the 2002 to 2003 season, found himself amidst turmoil as Parma's parent company, Parmalat, was investigated by the Italian tax authorities. The departure of star players ensued, with Cannavaro transferring to Inter for $23 million, and last season's hero, Li Wei, joining Juventus on the last day of the transfer window for $25 million after scoring against Juventus in the Super Cup while representing Parma. Other notable exits included Sinisa returning to Udinese, Taffarel to Galatasaray, Miku to Bremen, Almeida to Inter, and various others. In this challenging context, Prandelli astonishingly guided a youthful Parma squad to a commendable 5th place in the league. In the subsequent season, Parmalat was officially declared bankrupt due to ambiguous financial issues. Yet Prandelli continued to lead Parma to a 5th place standing in the league, even at one point achieving 4th place, which would have qualified them for the Champions League. However, in a crucial encounter against Inter Milan in the penultimate round, they suffered a 0-1 defeat, allowing their rivals to surpass them by a single point. Even with a dramatic 4-3 victory over Udinese in the final round, Parma could not reverse their fortunes. And this match ultimately became the catalyst for Prandelli's departure from the club. Despite these challenges, Prandelli remained a beloved figure among Parma fans, as his 2 seasons coincided with the aftermath of the owner Tanzi's imprisonment. At that time, everyone believed that Parma was on the brink of bankruptcy and relegation. Yet, under the stewardship of Prandelli, despite the lack of key players, the team surged to the forefront of the league, allowing fans to revel in joy even after the club was placed under administration. The media, unabashed by the unfolding drama, boldly dubbed the match the Prandelli Derby, framing it as a confrontation between the post-Prandelli and pre-Prandelli eras. It was as if the recent victories were not attributed to a coach named Li Wei, but rather to a mythical figure known as post-Prandelli. This naturally incited Li Wei's dissatisfaction. Responding to the media's inquiries, he asserted, "I respect the accomplishments Prandelli achieved with Parma, but the true architect of the club's resurgence will be me." It is worth noting that Pioli, the genuine head coach of Parma, was scarcely addressed by the press during this media skirmish. When questions did arise, they were not related to the match against Fiorentina, but rather inquiries such as, who truly holds the reins of coaching within the team? It has been reported that club president Li Wei often interferes with team affairs. What are your thoughts on this? These questions were all proverbial landmines that Pioli wished to avoid, leaving him with no choice but to speak with a heavy heart. To such inquiries, he responded, "I have nothing to say. There is no truth to these rumors. My relationship with the president is excellent, and there are no conflicts between us." The match against AC Milan was scheduled for the evening of September 17th, and now it was merely the evening of September 20th, leaving the players with a mere 3 days of rest. Moreover, Li Wei's tactics of pressing and quick counterattacks demanded considerable physical exertion. Although he was displeased, Li Wei had no choice but to substitute many of the first-team players, including Ribery, Hazard, Modric, and Serna, who were forced to remain at Parma for recuperation. In their stead came substitutes such as Hamsik, Grella, and Filanetti, significantly diminishing the team's competitive edge. In stark contrast, Fiorentina fielded their full-strength squad, featuring the former Parma guardian, Fry, in goal, and the renowned duo of the lightning man Luca Toni paired with the lethal Mutu in attack. Among these two, Toni was the more formidable and worthy of attention. His imposing physique and strength, coupled with his exceptional heading ability and adeptness with both feet, rendered him a player of significant concern. Last season, Toni transferred to Fiorentina, becoming a member of the Viola. In his inaugural season, he astonishingly netted 31 goals, earning the title of the league's top scorer. Due to his lightning-fast shots within the penalty area, fans affectionately dubbed him the Flash. In Chapter 74, The War of the Media, during the match against Fiorentina, it was not Parma who first found the back of the net, but rather Fiorentina, with the scorer being none other than the much-despised serpent, Mutu, in the eyes of Parma supporters. Amidst the exuberant celebrations of the Fiorentina fans, whose cheers echoed throughout the stadium, the distinct sounds of jeers could still be heard, emanating from the 2,000 Parma fans who had traveled to witness the match. Li Wei felt a surge of anger at this particular goal, for while Mutu's individual prowess certainly played a role, the primary culprits were Chiellini's reckless advance and Handanovi's momentary lapse in concentration. More fundamentally, Parma's extraordinary comeback against Torino away from home, coupled with their astonishing victory over the formidable AC Milan, had engendered a sense of unwarranted pride among the players. In response to Li Wei's furious outburst, the Parma players rallied, intensifying their offensive efforts. However, Fiorentina's defense proved resilient, and their attacking capabilities were no less formidable. Parma failed to score, and instead, they nearly conceded another goal to Fiorentina. Had it not been for Handanovi's alertness, executing a remarkable leap to deflect Tony's header onto the crossbar, the halftime score would not have remained at 1-0. During the intermission, Li Wei unleashed a tempest within the locker room, swiftly substituting 3 players. In the 76th minute of the second half, Parma equalized through a powerful strike from the newly introduced Riggan. Following this goal, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically, with the attacking momentum transferring from Parma to Fiorentina, a trend that persisted until the final whistle. It was not that Parma wished to retreat defensively, nor that Li Wei desired a passive approach. Rather, the team's stamina faltered. Within the brief span of 10 days, from the first round of Serie A on September 10th to September 20th, Parma had played 4 matches, averaging a fixture every 2.5 days, including a demanding trip to Kazan for Europa League qualifier, leaving scant time for recovery. No matter how proficient the technique, without the support of physical endurance, it would be of little use. At this juncture, the most prominent figure on the pitch was not a Fiorentina player, nor the frequently diving Handanovi, but rather Chiellini, who had committed a grave error in the first half. His numerous pivotal tackles and positioning thwarted Fiorentina's attempts to execute their familiar offensive strategies. On several occasions, Tony managed to gain possession, yet Chiellini's positioning forced him into awkward shots, resulting in poor quality attempts, either missing the target entirely or delivering feeble efforts that Handanovi comfortably gathered. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Parma and Fiorentina settled for a 1-1 draw at the Stadio Artemio Franchi. As the match concluded, the current Fiorentina coach and former Parma prodigy, Prandelli, approached the visiting bench. He first exchanged handshakes with Pioli, then turned to Li Wei, demonstrating a greater regard for him. Their handshake lingered, accompanied by a friendly admonition. "Sir, I believe Parma will rise again under your stewardship, but you must temper your brilliance. Coaches of your caliber face challenges in the Italian football landscape. Perhaps a more restrained demeanor could expedite Parma's success in Italy." Although Li Wei was not particularly impressed by Prandelli's words, he could discern that Prandelli's tone was not one of reprimand, but rather one of equality and goodwill. Thus, Li Wei refrained from being acerbic in front of the media. Instead, he offered a polite smile and remarked, "If a restrained Li Wei is still Li Wei, what does that signify?" As for the assertion that such a coach has a difficult existence, it stemmed from the fact that he was merely a coach. It then dawned on Prandelli that Li Wei held another significant role. He was not just an ordinary coach, but the president of Parma, possessing 100% of the club's shares. As long as Parma did not face bankruptcy, even if Li Wei's performance were dismal, he would still remain the de facto head coach of Parma. Prandelli cast a glance at Pioli, pondering that only a fledgling coach like Pioli would be willing to serve as Li Wei's puppet, eager to coach a Serie A club and benefit from a lucrative salary. Li Wei did not engage in a lengthy conversation with Prandelli. Instead, he approached the dejected players on the sidelines. "Do not be disheartened. It is merely a draw." He encouraged them. Although Li Wei was not particularly fond of the outcome, he could not genuinely claim to be disheartened or displeased. In fact, he believed that securing a draw against Fiorentina was not necessarily a negative result. At the very least, it served as a cautionary reminder for the players, urging them to adopt a proper mindset and not to succumb to a false sense of invincibility following their significant victory over AC Milan. Li Wei patted each player's shoulder and said, "Come on, lift your heads. Let's not discomfort the fans who have come to support us." the rejuvenated players, under Li Wei's guidance, approached the stands of the visiting fans to bow in gratitude. The Parma supporters erupted in applause, cheering, "Parma, you played splendidly." Despite the arduous draw against Fiorentina, the fans bore no resentment towards the team, and a touching moment unfolded between both sides. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. The media were eagerly sharpening their metaphorical knives in anticipation of the press conference, ready to drag Li Wei through the mud and trample him mercilessly. Inside the press room, the reporters exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the podium where Pioli sat, visibly uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze of the journalists. Once the press officer announced the commencement of the conference, a reporter disregarded the presence of the host, Prandelli, and directed his inquiry at Pioli. "Where is Li Wei? When will he join the press conference?" Pioli, feeling uneasy, took a moment to steady his nerves and replied, "The chairman does not intend to attend today's press conference. Please feel free to direct any questions to me." The reporters immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "Oh, Li Wei, how could you slip away in silence while we have meticulously crafted a plethora of challenging questions for you? This is akin to preparing for an encounter with a beautiful woman, only to find the room empty, save for a note stating that a relative has arrived. Is this not a betrayal?" A reporter stood up in anger, declaring, "How can Li Wei abstain from the post-match press conference without just cause? I shall file a complaint with the Football Association." Pioli, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and explained, according to the regulations of the Football Association, both head coaches must attend the post-match press conference unless there are extraordinary circumstances. In this regard, Parma has not violated any rules, as I am indeed Parma's head coach. It appeared that the journalists had forgotten that the name of Parma's head coach was Stefano Pioli, not Benedict Li Wei. Li Wei's true position within the Parma club is that of both the club president and the assistant coach of the first team. The Italian Football Federation does not mandate the attendance of assistant coaches at post-match press conferences, which left journalists feeling somewhat perplexed. It turns out that Li Wei's absence from the press conference did not contravene any federation regulations. Consequently, the reporters felt deflated, akin to withered eggplants after frost. Nevertheless, the press conference had to proceed, as the journalists needed to return and compose their articles. During the questioning segment, many reporters experienced a sense of frustration. They had meticulously prepared a plethora of challenging inquiries for Li Wei, but with his absence and only Pioli present, it became disconcerting for them to direct those questions towards him. It felt akin to employing an extraordinarily lengthy cool-down ability to vanquish a mere minion, and just a solitary one at that. An awkward situation ensued, as the questions posed to Pioli were rather formal. What does this formality entail? The inquiries were commonplace and lacked depth. For instance, how would you assess this match? Both sides played earnestly. It was an exhilarating contest. Regarding Mutu's celebration after scoring, what is your opinion? Mutu scored a splendid goal. He is entitled to celebrate. By the conclusion, the journalists found themselves rather bored. Yet they refrained from unleashing their pent-up inquiries on Pioli. It was not out of kindness towards him, but rather, they quickly grasped a crucial realization. One cannot evade the inevitable forever. Li Wei may have skipped this press conference, but rest assured, tomorrow we shall confront him at the Collecchio training base. Let's see how far he can run. The following day, outside the Collecchio training base, a throng of media personnel gathered, armed with cameras and microphones, brimming with anticipation. They were eager to witness Li Wei's misfortune. They believed that his recent support from fans stemmed from the team's victories, and particularly the impressive manner in which they were achieved. However, after yesterday's draw against Fiorentina, it was certain that discontent would brew among Parma fans who had previously opposed Li Wei. The media had not forgotten the fervor of Parma fans during the initial 5 consecutive defeats before Li Wei's season began, which had manifested in protests outside the club and sit-ins outside the town hall. The reporters were skeptical that in just 10 days, Parma fans would have forgiven Li Wei. Chapter 75. The War of the Media 2. Once Li Wei falters in securing victories, immense pressure will arise, and not all supporters will remain unwavering in their allegiance. At that juncture, the media will unleash their critiques, and Li Wei, that scoundrel, will find himself in a precarious predicament. They arrived today, not only to seek vengeance for yesterday's grievances, but also to incite animosity among the fans towards Levi. The journalists could already envision the scene of numerous supporters gathering by the training ground, jeering at Levi. What a poignant moment that would be, they observed outside the gate, where an ever-increasing throng of fans congregated, as if they were witnessing Levi's impending demise. When Levi's luxurious vehicle appeared outside the training facility, all eyes of the reporters fixated on him, glimmering with unmistakable schadenfreude. The journalists had resolved to broadcast everything that transpired here across their respective media platforms, determined to ensure that Li Wei, that scoundrel, would lose all face today, making him aware that crossing the self-proclaimed king is a misstep one would regret for a lifetime. However, in the next instant, the triumphant smiles on their faces froze, for as Li Wei made his entrance, a group of fans promptly began to chant, "Li Wei, we still support you." The team merely drew with Fiorentina. Such a performance is commendable. Do not succumb to pressure from those reports. Ignore the vile words of those wretched journalists. They are nothing but scoundrels. Indeed, I have seen what the media has said. It is utter nonsense. Compared to those reporters, we place our trust in you, Mr. Chairman. Upon hearing the rallying cries of the fans, the journalists' expressions darkened considerably. What are you doing, fans? Your adversary is Li Wei, not the noble self-proclaimed king. Li Wei listened intently to the sudden sounds that filled the air. Despite the chaotic atmosphere and the barrier of the car window, much of it remained indistinct to him. However, he managed to catch certain key phrases. The fervent fans had gathered to show their unwavering support for him. Li Wei alighted from the vehicle, and, amidst the throng of fans, he unexpectedly spotted the young admirer who had once sought his autograph. He raised his arm in exuberance, shouting with unparalleled fervor. Li Wei contemplated that these fans might belong to the young supporters organization, likely comprising his family or companions. One endearing young lad. The young fan approached Li Wei and said, "Sir, I anticipated the media would give you a hard time, so we all came here to support you. You are the best." Li Wei smiled, a joyful and heartfelt grin that radiated warmth. "I remember you, Millet." Millet was elated, astonished that Li Wei still recalled his name. Li Wei gently patted Milito on the shoulder, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the support he and his teammates had shown him. "Rest assured, it's merely a draw. I will not be easily defeated," he declared, waving to the enthusiastic crowd. The fans in the stands erupted in a fervent cheer in response to Li Wei's gesture, causing the journalists, who had come merely to witness the spectacle, to wear expressions as grim as if they had lost a beloved child. How infuriating these fans were. Did they truly comprehend their actions? Supporting a rogue like Li Wei, they were proud Italians. How could they venerate someone of such dubious Chinese heritage? Chapter 76. The War of the Media 3. Although the journalists did not witness what they had hoped for outside the Collecchio training base, their scrutiny of Li Wei's performance continued unabated. A reporter, brimming with mockery, approached Li Wei and raised his microphone. "Mr. Li Wei, Parma faced AC Milan with a score of 4-1. Yet 3 days later, their match against Fiorentina ended in a 1-1 draw. Does this imply that Fiorentina is superior to AC Milan?" A conventional answer to this question would undoubtedly offend someone. Why? If he were to agree, it would surely provoke the ire of AC Milan, particularly their outspoken president, Berlusconi, who has been known to criticize not only rival clubs, but also members of his own team in front of the media. Ancelotti, a fervent admirer of Christmas trees, once faced Berlusconi's reproach for not utilizing two forwards. It is believed that if Li Wei were to affirm this statement, the journalists would have ample material to exploit, suggesting that Li Wei considered AC Milan inferior to Fiorentina, which would certainly enrage Berlusconi and provide a spectacle for all to witness. Conversely, if he were to deny it, the reporters would still have their narrative. They could claim that Parma was on the decline, publishing articles suggesting that the dark horse was losing its luster, thereby sowing discord within the team. Parma, eager to prove their continued strength, would carry the burden of a victorious mindset into the next match. However, for a youthful squad, most of whom were under the age of 23, there was a significant risk that this pressure would crush rather than motivate them. Nonetheless, Li Wei was not one to be easily intimidated. He regarded the reporter with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. A mere few seconds of silence, provoking an impulse within the questioner to hurl the microphone at Li Wei's odious visage. "Are you truly a professional sports journalist? Do you not even know that a football is round? Was it so astonishing that Parma fell to AC Milan and subsequently drew with Fiorentina?" Note, the phrase "the football is round" signifies the unpredictable nature of events on the football field, emphasizing that anything can occur. The reporter retreated, yet it was evident that this question was merely the beginning. The journalists would not relent in their pursuit of Li Wei. Another reporter inquired, "Do you possess confidence in overcoming your next league opponent, AS Roma?" "Li Wei, we engage in an endeavor not because success is assured, but because we firmly believe that it is the right course of action." The fans responded with applause, recognizing the challenging nature of the journalists' inquiries. To express confidence in the face of a potential defeat by Roma would be to invite embarrassment. Presently, AC Milan faces point deductions, and Juventus has been relegated, while Roma and Inter Milan are regarded as the clubs most likely to seize the Serie A championship this season. Historically, these clubs have indeed claimed both the championship and the runner-up positions. Li Wei remarked that even a hint of uncertainty could lead to dire consequences. For instance, in the realm of football, who can claim to know the outcome with certainty? The media would immediately seize upon such doubt. The following day's headlines would undoubtedly read, Parma as president, difficult to overcome Roma, and Li Wei exhibits trepidation regarding Roma, among others. Li Wei's response cleverly sidestepped these pitfalls. Even among opponents, many journalists secretly admired Li Wei's wit. One scheme may fail, but another may succeed. Despite their admiration, the reporters were not inclined to grant Li Wei a moment's respite. Immediately, another journalist approached with a question. Many experts and professors now label you as a coach devoid of three essential qualities. However, you have triumphed over Torino and AC Milan and forced Fiorentina to a standstill. How do you perceive this issue? Li Wei slightly raised an eyebrow. This journalist possessed depth, not merely targeting him. Rather, they appeared to approach the issue from Li Wei's perspective, subtly infusing their inquiries with a bias in his favor. Yet, in strict terms, this journalist was effectively inciting a conflict between Li Wei and those football experts. Should Li Wei become embroiled in a war of words? How much energy would he have left to lead the team? Even if we hypothetically concede that Li Wei has ample energy to guide the team, the criticisms from these experts, most of whom are esteemed figures in Italian football, would undoubtedly impact the mindset of the younger players within the squad. Li Wei's response was unexpected. Indeed, I am a coach with no qualifications, no experience, and no reputation. Oh, Li Wei, who has always been notoriously obstinate, surprisingly accepted Coach Sanwa's criticism with composure. This is quite an unusual turn of events. Is this truly Li Wei? Many reporters gazed at him in astonishment. Li Wei smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, indeed, I am a coach without any accolades, which is precisely why I can lead the team against AC Milan and Fiorentina, rather than merely engaging in grandiloquent discussions from the confines of a television studio. The reporters were instantly brought back to reality. Li Wei's words left those critics who had vehemently denounced him as an unremarkable coach at a loss for words. Li Wei readily embraced the notion of being a coach with no notable achievements, only to deftly pivot his discourse, asserting that it is precisely this status that enables him to lead his team in competition. He insinuated that his position is akin to that of esteemed Serie A managers, such as Ancelotti and Prandelli, subtly mocking the experts who merely stand before cameras, speaking without the burden of experience. Should these experts persist in fixating on the notion of Li Wei as a coach devoid of accolades, it would inevitably lead to the implication that Ancelotti is even less accomplished and that Prandelli cannot triumph, even as a coach of negligible repute. The experts would find themselves at odds not solely with Li Wei, but with a broader array of figures. Amidst a thunderous applause, some reporters could not contain their enthusiasm. Might you share the secret behind your team's unbeaten streak over 3 matches? Perhaps charmed by Li Wei's wit and humor. The fourth reporter to speak did not challenge him, but instead posed a rather intriguing question. Li Wei chuckled. In fact, I have already addressed this question. Huh? The fans and reporters felt utterly perplexed, akin to a novice grappling with an enigmatic riddle. When, pray tell, did Li Wei ever respond to this inquiry? A few reporters with exceptionally sharp memories reflected on the recent exchange, but could not recall Li Wei's answer to the previous question. Li Wei remarked, the reason I have achieved an unbeaten record in 3 rounds is that I have refrained from engaging in grandiloquent discussions within the confines of the television station. Indeed, Li Wei remains the same vengeful individual, not genuinely accepting the title of a coach lacking in merit. He is perpetually poised to retaliate against the critics who cast aspersions upon him. Just a seemingly innocuous question provided Li Wei with the perfect opportunity to deliver a biting retort. Li Wei, indeed, is quite the provocateur. The journalists now find themselves in a rather uncomfortable position. With such a character emerging in Italian football, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 77. A private gathering. Well, everyone, generally speaking, I only entertain 3 questions outside the training facility, but today I have made an exception and answered 4. Li Wei raised his right hand, revealing the prestigious watch adorning his wrist, and stated, if I continue to respond to your inquiries, I shall be late. You see, as a proprietor, Arriving late before my employees could easily instill in them a fondness for this undesirable habit. The reporters found themselves at an impasse. They had come to understand some of Li Wei's temperament. When he claims he will not engage in an interview, he truly means it, should one persist in their inquiries. This vengeful individual may either publicly humiliate you during your next question or simply disregard your inquiry altogether. Resigned, the journalists allowed Li Wei to proceed leisurely into the training facility. Given that yesterday was a match day, the team enjoyed a half day off today. Typically, they would have a full day of respite, but due to the tightly packed schedule of Parma, which involves 3 matches a week as opposed to the usual 2, the team found themselves in a challenging predicament. Having recently drawn against Fiorentina, Parma must prepare to host Roma in just 4 days, with the match scheduled for the afternoon at 3 o'clock rather than the customary evening hours of 8 or 9. Thus, Parma effectively has only 3.5 days to recuperate. To facilitate muscle relaxation, the afternoon training session primarily focused on recovery. After supervising for an hour on the sidelines, Li Wei returned to the office. The training ground was adequately managed by Pioli and others. At present, Pioli had not resorted to any tricks and had diligently executed Li Wei's orders, allowing Li Wei to feel quite reassured. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Levi glanced at the phone, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he pressed the answer button. "Ada, it is quite rare for you to call me," he remarked. "It seems there must be something of considerable importance." The caller was none other than the renowned model Ada Jespika, who had previously been subject to scandalous rumors propagated by unscrupulous media regarding their alleged affair. Following the incident known as the Embrace Gate, although Levi and Ada publicly declared their relationship to be merely that of ordinary friends, Levi began to maintain a respectful distance from her. Consequently, they had not communicated over the phone since, apart from the occasional text messages Ada sent to inquire after Levi's well-being. Li Wei exhibited a nonchalant attitude towards these messages, responding only when he felt inclined or in good spirits, while ignoring the texts from Ada Jespika whenever he was preoccupied or displeased. Ida was mindful of boundaries and refrained from bombarding Li Wei with frequent messages, reaching out only on rare occasions and never attempting to call. This time marked Ida Jespika's inaugural attempt to reach Li Wei by phone, and although he held little interest in this beguiling woman, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to answer her call. Though he had yet to see Ida in person, her voice alone possessed an enchanting allure. "I have arrived in Palma. Shall we meet for a drink?" After a brief pause, Ida added, "I am aware of your concerns regarding potential misinterpretations by the press, which is why I chose to invite you during the daytime, and this time it will be in a suburban area, ensuring safety." Li Wei gently declined, stating, "Such a proposition is inappropriate. You are already a married woman." Ada Jespika's voice was sultry as she replied, "Perhaps, due to my past entanglement with you, I am currently embroiled in a cold war with him. It is quite possible that we may part ways by tomorrow. What do you think? Would you be interested in taking me in?" Thus, she laid bare her temptation. Li Wei, with a sense of resignation, candidly stated, "We are simply not suited for each other." Ida Jespika replied, "It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. Why not? By the way, that fellow Mudo called me yesterday, claiming he avenged me, which left me both amused and bewildered." Li Wei felt an irresistible urge to massage his temples. Ada Jespika, this enchanting woman, had indeed captivated numerous men. Besides her legitimate boyfriend, the Roman iron guard Ferrari, there was also Mutu, her former lover, among others. The Roman iron guard? Is your call today somehow connected to Ferrari? My next opponent is, after all, Roma, and should the press capture a photograph of us together, it could lead to significant trouble. Li Wei could certainly assure that if Ferrari were to stumble upon intimate photographs of himself and his girlfriend at this moment, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. It is plausible that he might even resort to drastic measures against a player from Parma in retaliation against Li Wei. Ada Jespika, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "What do you perceive me to be? In the past, I may have resorted to any means necessary for fame, but I have moved beyond that phase. My interest in you is genuine and uncomplicated. Furthermore, my invitation extends beyond just the two of us. I would like you to accompany me to a private gathering. By the way, the host of this soiree, he is a senior official from the Football Association. So, what say you? Will you join or not?" Levi ultimately acquiesced to the invitation extended by Ida Jespika. It must be said that this enchantress is indeed quite resourceful. She understands that as a foreign investor newly arrived in Italy, Levi undoubtedly needs to acquaint himself with some high-ranking officials of the Football Association. While it may not guarantee favoritism from referees during matches, at the very least, it would provide Li Wei with private avenues to address any injustices that Parma may encounter. Of course, Li Wei does not deny that deep within him, Ida Jespica has stirred a flicker of desire. As a normal man, he realized that it has been nearly 6 months since he last had any intimate encounter with a woman. After a brief conversation between Li Wei and Pioli, he drove to the address provided by Ida Jespica. This location was a private estate, not uncommon in the picturesque surroundings of Parma, often owned by a select few at the pinnacle of Italian society. The gathering significantly expanded Li Wei's network, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite the modest number of attendees, many were prominent figures in the football world. Among them were Eli, the son of AC Milan's vice president Gattigligia, and little Maggi, the son of the legendary Maggi who once led Juventus to greatness. However, what caught Li Wei off guard was that he had also attracted the attention of another woman, Barbara Berlusconi. Does this name ring a bell? Indeed, she is the daughter of Silvio Berlusconi, the owner of AC Milan and former Prime Minister of Italy, and would later become the vice president of AC Milan. Rumor has it that her involvement contributed to the downfall of the once promising player Pato. This was not without merit, as Pato's form dramatically declined following his relationship with Barbara, leading to persistent battles with injuries and ultimately forcing him to leave AC Milan, returning to Brazil in hopes of rekindling his career. Chapter 78. He does not deserve Parma. Due to the situation with Barbara, Ida Jespica was also somewhat displeased. Li Wei felt a sense of relief, for the presence of Barbara diverted Ida Jespica's attention, causing her to focus more on guarding against Barbara rather than exerting her energies on provoking him. After the gathering concluded, Li Wei escorted Ida Jespica back to her hotel, choosing not to exit the vehicle and instead drove directly home. However, the anticipated troubles soon emerged. It was unclear how Ferrari had obtained the information, but he became aware of Li Wei and Ida Jespica's attendance at the private event the previous day. During a media interview, Ferrari venomously declared, "Li Wei, he is nothing but a pile of excrement. He is utterly unworthy of Parma. Furthermore, let me warn you, although I lack evidence, I am aware that you were harassing my girlfriend yesterday. You despicable playboy, should you present any evidence, I will ensure your reputation is utterly destroyed." The following afternoon, as Li Wei departed from the Colezzio training facility, journalists descended upon his vehicle like sharks sensing blood, surrounding it in a frenzy. Li Wei understood that if he did not utter a word today, he would not be permitted to depart. Consequently, he halted the vehicle, rolled down the window, and instantly found himself confronted by a multitude of cameras and microphones, eager to invade his personal space. Li Wei was compelled to press the horn fiercely, which finally forced the journalists to cover their ears and step aside. Li Wei opened the car door and stepped out, expressing his dissatisfaction. "You incessantly speak of human rights. Yet is this what you call respecting them?" The microphone is nearly shoved up my nostrils. Many journalists could not help but chuckle, their irritation at Li Wei's honking dissipating considerably. Li Wei raised a finger and declared, "Today, I shall address but one question." The reporters immediately erupted in discontent. "One question? That is far too few. Li Wei, as a public figure, you cannot conduct yourself in this manner. This is a violation of journalistic regulations." Li Wei adjusted his collar with a frosty demeanor and remarked to himself, "I shall not permit any of you to pose this question, for I am well aware of what you wish to inquire. Furthermore, I expect silence from all of you at this moment, or I shall depart." The journalists cast disgruntled glances at Li Wei, yet they were acutely aware of their vulnerability. They were the prey in the face of his power. To secure the tantalizing scoop they yearned for, they had no choice but to rely on Li Wei. Thus, they gritted their teeth in silent indignation, vowing to confront him in the future. For the time being, however, they complied, falling into an uneasy silence. A few players who had lingered late at the training ground emerged and witnessed this scene, secretly admiring the man. Indeed, he was formidable, as even these self-proclaimed kings of the press were compelled to behave with deference in his presence. Li Wei raised his index finger and stated, "I must clarify one thing. My relationship with Ida Jespica is purely platonic and ordinary. I have never pursued Ida Jespica. So, Ferrari, you disgrace of Parma, shut your mouth. Indeed, I mean your foul mouth." After uttering these words, Li Wei promptly entered his vehicle and departed. However, the media sensed that this story was sensational enough. Who is Ferrari? Currently, he serves as the main center back for Rome, yet his true fame stems from his time at Parma. Yes, Ferrari was once a member of Parma. And not just any member, he was their captain. However, Following Parma's administration, Ferrari chose to flee the club at the first opportunity. Ultimately, after 3 seasons with Parma, this former captain transferred to Rome in 2004 for a fee of $6 million. Although Ferrari, the captain of Parma, did not exhibit sufficient loyalty to the club, his most glorious moments were indeed with Parma, where he was regarded as one of the most promising young defenders among his peers due to his performances. Some Parma fans still hold fondness for Ferrari, making the conflict between the former captain and the current president of Parma quite entertaining, especially given the incendiary nature of their remarks. Ferrari claimed that Li Wei is unworthy of being the president of Parma. In turn, Li Wei vehemently denounced Ferrari as a disgrace to Parma. Indeed, there was no need to wait until the next day. That very evening, the tabloids published the exchange of insults between Li Wei and Ferrari. The headlines read, "Former Parma captain, Li Wei is unworthy of Parma," and "Li Wei, he is the disgrace of Parma." The tabloids, relentless in their sensationalism, churned out articles about the conflict ignited by a woman, weaving tales of Parma's romantic history as if they were immersing readers in a complex urban love story. On September 23rd, the day after Li Wei's tirade against Ferrari, Pioli entered Li Wei's office, holding a newspaper, and with a resigned tone remarked, "Sir, are you planning to engage in verbal skirmishes before every match?" Li Wei shrugged and remarked, "Some matters are simply beyond your control." Pioli inwardly rolled his eyes. If only you could temper your personality, there wouldn't be so many issues. However, these words were only fit for his thoughts, for he understood Li Wei's character well. Voicing such sentiments would only sour their relationship. If Li Wei were to adopt the amiable disposition of Ancelotti, would he still be the same Li Wei? Pioli retrieved a stack of documents from beneath the newspaper and said, "The match is tomorrow, and we must hold the pre-game press conference today." "Sir, who do you intend to have participate in this conference? And have you finalized the ACteam man roster?" Li Wei accepted the documents, his gaze lowered as he perused them. "You may attend the press conference. I shall refrain from interfering," he said. "I am well aware of the traditional coach's sentiments, who prefer that I do not create a stir in the newspapers any further. In this context, it is best for you to attend." Pioli forced a dry smile. At a loss for how to respond to Li Wei, he opted to change the subject, stating, "Tomorrow, on the 24th, we are to face Roma. But on the 28th is the second leg of the Europa League qualifiers. Should we conserve our strength?" As the conversation progressed, Pioli grew increasingly uncomfortable, lacking confidence. Initially, the media had deemed the opponent, Kazan Rubin, in the Europa League qualifiers to be a straightforward contender for Parma. However, as Li Wei had returned to Italy to address the Hudgate issue, Pioli was left to manage the match against Kazan Rubin. In his eagerness to secure a favorable outcome and assert his authority over Li Wei, Pioli was taken advantage of, resulting in a humiliating 4-1 defeat for Parma. Chapter 79. The Overbearing Declaration, the Europa League, officially known as the UEFA Europa League, traces its origins back to 1971 when UEFA took over the Intercities Fairs Cup. Originally established in 1955 and transformed it into the Europa League. Starting from the 1999 to 2000 season, the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup was merged into the Europa League, expanding its roster to include domestic cup champions from various nations. Thus, the Europa League became the second most prestigious intercontinental competition in Europe, following the UEFA Champions League. At first glance, it appears impressive. However, aficionados of the Europa League understand that for larger clubs, it is often regarded as a mere trinket. This is primarily due to the meager financial rewards associated with the tournament. How insufficient are these prizes? During the group stage, each participating team is allocated a mere 300,000 as a participation fee. Subsequently, for each match played in the group stage, a club earns 50,000 for a victory, while a draw yields only half at 25,000. Thus far, the highest earnings in the Europa League were amassed by last season's CSKA Moscow, who secured a total of $24 million in prize money upon winning. In stark contrast, the rewards for the Champions League are significantly more lucrative. Teams competing in the initial group stage receive a base amount of $7 million, alongside 340,000 for each match played. Thus, participating in all 6 group matches guarantees at least $7 million in revenue, surpassing the prize for winning the Europa League. Moreover, for each victory in the Champions League, an additional 340,000 is awarded, while a draw yields 170,000. Should a team win all their group matches, they could potentially earn nearly $6 million. Additionally, Progressing to the knockout stage garners a further $2 million in base prize money, with victory bonuses doubling. Advancing to the quarterfinals adds $7 million, the semifinals $4 million, and the final $1 million, with the champion team receiving an extra $7 million, along with doubled victory bonuses. This disparity subtly underlies Pioli's attempt to persuade Li Wei to conserve energy for the league, suggesting a retreat from the Europa League. Li Wei shook his head and remarked, "One cannot afford to hold back in the UEFA Europa League. Although the prize money may seem modest, the ancillary benefits it brings are undeniably substantial. For instance, revenue from sponsorship advertising, ticket sales, broadcasting rights, and the influence garnered from winning the championship can yield direct profits approaching €10 million, while indirect benefits might very well reach €30 million. Indirect benefits? €30 million? Pioli found it hard to believe such claims. Li Wei nodded and remarked, "Indeed, do you believe that if Parma clinches the championship, they could retain their star players?" Pioli fell silent. As a native of Parma, he held a fondness for his hometown club. Yet he was acutely aware that the decline of Parma had persisted for far too long, and the club lacked sufficient historical prestige. Each summer, Parma often represented a veritable marketplace for players. However, there was a deeper reason that Li Wei did not articulate. The club was facing financial constraints. Their liquidity had dwindled to approximately €10 million, while their debts hovered around €60 million. Regardless of Parma's desires, they would undoubtedly need to sell players to generate cash for the upcoming season. Otherwise, they would plunge into a severe debt crisis. In this context, should Parma achieve commendable results in the Europa League, or even secure the championship, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of European clubs, particularly the wealthy entities of the English Premier League, who are known for their lavish spending. Pioli expressed his concerns, stating, "While that may be true, our draw against Fiorentina has already invited a wave of criticism from the media. If we were to suffer a defeat at home against Roma, those unscrupulous media outlets would surely unleash a torrent of disparaging remarks, which would severely impact the morale of the players. In this precarious situation, the team must also overcome Kazan's Rubin at home, scoring 3 goals without conceding any, to advance to the group stage. Is that truly feasible?" Li Wei confidently proclaimed, "Do not underestimate yourself. The depth of our Team S bench is far stronger than you might imagine." Pioli, unaware of the significance of this statement, would come to deeply comprehend the immense confidence embedded within Li Wei's words in 5 years' time. In the pre-match press conference, Li Wei chose not to attend, having already engaged in enough verbal sparring with Ferrari, and preferred to avoid further trouble for the club at this juncture. Representing Parma was the head coach, Pioli. However, his standing in the media was evidently low, allowing Luciano Spalletti, the head coach of AS Roma, to seize the spotlight. "I know what you wish to inquire about, and I am acutely aware of what you wish to extract from my lips, but such matters hold no significance for me. My sole focus is on one aspect: by what margin I shall triumph over Parma, and nothing more." Upon hearing such a domineering declaration, the journalists were not disheartened, but rather erupted in laughter, for they understood that Li Wei had garnered fame precisely due to such audacity. Spalletti's invocation of this statement was unmistakably a provocation directed at Li Wei. During this period, Li Wei had become the focal point of media attention, with discussions of his name saturating newspapers, radio broadcasts, and television programs. Young fans began to idolize Li Wei, elevating him to the status of a celebrity, which inevitably incited jealousy among many, including Luciano Spalletti. He harbored disdain for this suddenly ascendant, flamboyant heir who had captured the limelight. "What is it that you possess, other than good looks? Beyond your privileged background, you are no better than a vagrant. Yet you incessantly chatter like a mad dog." Spalletti seethed, questioning why this outsider, Li Wei, could command such attention in Serie A, while he, an established coach, languished in obscurity. Spalletti had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Li Wei, but had not found the opportune moment to express it, until now, when the opportunity presented itself in grand fashion. Not only could he verbally humiliate Li Wei, but he could also attract the media and fans' attention. It was clear that Spalletti was deeply influenced by the media, believing the negative portrayals of Li Wei. He perceived himself as a champion of justice, a brave knight wielding a sword to vanquish the malevolent beast. The only unfortunate aspect was that the flamboyant club president seemed to have fallen out of favor with the journalists, resulting in his absence from the press conference and leaving Spalletti without the satisfaction of hearing his rebuttal. As for Pioli, the representative of Parma, Spalletti cast a disparaging glance in his direction, holding him in utter contempt as a mere sycophant to the president, willingly playing the role of a puppet. Though once lauded by the media as the future of Italian coaching, Spalletti mused, what substantial achievements could he hope to attain in light of his current predicament? Luciano Spalletti harbored a sense of disdain within. Chapter 80, Levi's Counterattack 1. Pioli found himself in an awkward position during the press conference. He lacked the fortitude of Levi. In the face of Luciano Spalletti's biting sarcasm, he could only respond in a very official manner. Roma is a formidable club. They possess many exceptional players, and we must maintain our focus for the full 90 minutes. The reporters gazed at Pioli with expressions of disdain. Having developed a strong aversion to Levi, they now found themselves inexplicably preoccupied with thoughts of him. How intriguing it would be if that rogue Levi were present. Levi was quite familiar with the club Roma, particularly after the decline of Serie A post-2010. Once a dominant force with 5 consecutive league titles in the 21st century, Inter Milan ranked only 6th in the 2011-12 season, and managed a slightly better 5th place in the 2013-14 season, yet fell to 8th in 2014-15. AC Milan, too, had resorted to a strategy of zero-cost transfers, extensively borrowing or signing free agents, yet this did little to enhance their performance. Amidst this backdrop, only Juventus and Roma, along with Napoli, emerged as the few bright spots in Serie A. Indeed, it could be asserted that Roma had supplanted Milan as the powerhouse of Italian football following their decline. Moreover, this year marked the inception of Roma Football Club's resurgence. Signs of this were already apparent before the season commenced. Traditionally inactive in the transfer market, Roma made significant acquisitions this summer, the most notable being the signing of David Pizarro from Inter Milan. The addition of the Chilean star undoubtedly bolstered Roma's midfield strength. Furthermore, Roma secured the attacking talents of Vucinic and Cassetti from Lecce, acquired French midfielder Fati from Salzburg, and obtained Velga from Palermo. Former Parma captain Ferrari returned on loan from Everton, enhancing Roma's defensive capabilities. Additionally, Roma borrowed goalkeeper Zadi and center-back Camato from Ascoli. The arrival of these players substantially strengthened the team's overall prowess. Although head coach Luciano Spalletti indulged in mockery of Levi during the pre-match press conference, he was no ordinary individual. At the age of 47, Spalletti was regarded as a representative of Italy's new generation of coaches. He first gained prominence in the 2000-2001 season when he took over as Udinese's head coach mid-season, miraculously leading the club to safety. In the subsequent 3 seasons, Spalletti guided the youthful Udinese to annual European competition qualifications, culminating in their qualification for the UEFA Champions League in the 2004-2005 season. In 2005, Spalletti unexpectedly took the helm at Roma, though few held high hopes for him, given that his predecessor was the illustrious coach Fabio Capello, who had been unable to replicate the club's former glories. In his inaugural season with Roma, Spalletti achieved an astonishing feat, guiding the team to an unprecedented 11 consecutive victories in Serie A history. However, for now, relish in your triumph, for when the matches commence, there shall be a reckoning. Li Wei paid no heed to the media's probing inquiries regarding his opinion on Luciano Spalletti's remarks. He was biding his time, preparing to strike a decisive blow against Spalletti in the league. The clock struck 2:50 on the afternoon of September 24th. Sports director Cam Magnani stood in the stands, gripping the railing, observing the rapidly filling stadium with a heart full of reflections. Since Li Wei assumed the role of head coach, the attendance at the team's home matches had witnessed a remarkable surge. The passion that had once dwindled was gradually being rekindled. He relished such a scene. The stands of Tardini Stadium were a sea of black crosses and white shirts, all seats occupied. The crowd sang in unison, their cheers resounding. Amidst their fervent shouts, the Parma players battled fiercely against their opponents on the pitch, striving for victory, evoking a sense of youthful vigor in the aging man. Yet, today's adversary would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. In the locker room, the players had completed their warm-up, with only a few minutes remaining before the match commenced. At this moment, Li Wei seldom delved into tactical discussions. Rather, he preferred to share words that could uplift their spirits. The tactical elements had already been thoroughly explained and practiced in the days leading up to the game, and the players had become quite familiar with them. Reiterating strategies would only serve to heighten their anxiety. Today was no exception. Li Wei stood before the tactical board. Prior to the match, Roma's head coach Luciano Spalletti audaciously proclaimed, "My sole focus is how many goals I will score against Parma." I have uttered similar sentiments. So the implications of his statement are clear to us all. That scoundrel is provoking us. I take delight in the opportunity to demonstrate to him what the repercussions of his provocations will be. Roma is a team known for its offensive prowess but lacks defensive solidity. Therefore, our objective in this match is to exhibit greater patience than they do. Even if we find ourselves without a promising counterattack opportunity until the 89th minute, we must remain calm and composed, for the opportunity may arise in the 90th minute. Remember, it should be they who feel the pressure, not us. Their foolish coach has made grandiose claims, and should they fail to secure victory, he will become a laughingstock. Thus, he will undoubtedly urge his players to relentlessly pursue aggressive attacks throughout the match. Gentlemen, it is imperative that you remember patience. This is my singular demand of you for this encounter. Regardless of the circumstances, maintain sufficient patience and composure. While we defend vigorously, our eyes must remain fixed on their goal. But if the opportunity does not present itself favorably, do not act recklessly. Such impulsiveness could spell disaster for the team. Roma's offense is indeed razor-sharp. I assure you, as long as we exercise patience, we shall emerge victorious in this contest. As Li Wei conveyed to the players, the match commenced not long ago. After navigating the initial probing phase, the away team Roma launched a formidable offensive, exhibiting no signs of trepidation and assuming a commanding role. The core of Roma, the legendary Totti, struck first in the second minute with a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area, which ricocheted off the crossbar and soared out of play. This effort sent a wave of gasps through the Parma supporters in attendance. Observing from the sidelines, Li Wei could not help but furrow his brow. Roma's offense surpassed expectations, and now the question loomed. Could the current defensive lineup withstand their relentless onslaught? Li Wei's gaze settled upon the team's defensive line. With Chiellini having participated in 4 consecutive matches, Li Wei opted to grant him a respite, allowing the substitute player, Colli, wearing the number 33, to take Chiellini's position alongside central defender Bonucci. In truth, Parma boasted superior central defenders, such as Captain Contini and number 28 Pesci. However, Contini had openly opposed Li Wei, even going so far as to leak information from the locker room to the media. Consequently, Li Wei had promptly relegated Contini to the reserve team, where he endured a dismal existence, often failing to make it into the 18-player roster. Pesci, closely allied with Contini and a former member of the rebellious faction, initially shared in Contini's fate. Yet, upon witnessing Pesci's sudden change of attitude after Contini's punishment, Li Wei refrained from sending him to the reserves. Nonetheless, Pesci was not spared entirely. He faced a 5-match suspension within the team, a promise Li Wei upheld despite the current lack of adequate central defenders. Right-back Filanetti replaced Croatian international Srna, while left-back Alba, being a young Spanish talent, struggled to keep pace. Hence, Li Wei opted for the more defensively adept Posetti in place of Alba. At present, Parma's defensive line was the aspect that concerned Li Wei the most. Conversely, Parma's midfield was robust, with Modric and Yaya Touré resting. Li Wei fielded a quartet of De Sena, Grella, Hamsik, and Morfeo. Up front, he selected the pairing of Di Natale and Regano, one tall and the other swift, to form a dual strike force. This time, in a bid to enhance defensive solidity, Li Wei shifted from a 4-3-3 formation to a 4-4-2. 20 minutes into the match, Roma had yet to score, although they had created several promising opportunities. Notably, one instance saw Roma's forward, Montella, known as Little Airplane, receive a long pass from De Rossi, using his speed to breach the defenses of Colli and Filanetti. Faced with the goalkeeper, however, Handanovic showcased remarkable prowess, thwarting Montella's clear shot on goal. Despite Parma being largely on the back foot during these 20 minutes, they were not without their gains. The players, having undergone rigorous defensive training, found their footing. Particularly noteworthy was the young academy graduate De Sena, whose relentless running repeatedly hindered Roma's attacking momentum, granting Parma's defenders ample time to organize their line. At this moment, Li Wei sprang into action, vigorously waving his right arm and exclaiming, "Run!" Upon receiving Li Wei's command, all the players of Parma immediately intensified their running. Although they were facing Roma with a largely substitute lineup, do not underestimate the resilience of these substitutes. It is precisely because they are substitutes that they often exert themselves even more fervently than the regular starters. Only through such exceptional performances can they secure more playing opportunities and potentially displace the original starters to become integral members of the team. Hamsik epitomizes this spirit. While he may not possess remarkable speed or physical strength, his tenacity and willingness to fight are commendable. He plays with unyielding fervor. often risking injury to contest the ball against opponents, a display of determination that intimidates many. It is precisely due to his relentless efforts that when Li Wei calls for a counterattack, Hamsik is quick to fulfill his role. Chapter 81. Li Wei as counterattack. The commentator for the Parma versus Roma match was none other than Li Wei's old adversary, Bryant. In the past, during the commentary of the match between Parma and Torino, Bryant had mercilessly criticized both Li Wei and Parma. Now, upon witnessing Hamsik intercept the ball, he immediately adopted a Roma perspective. Parma has intercepted. Roma must be cautious of Parma's rapid counterattack. If they can thwart Parma's advance, Roma could seize the moment for a swift offensive and triumph over the retreating Parma. The Parma fans in attendance remained unfazed by Bryant's commentary, erupting in cheers. Everyone knew that Parma's greatest strength lay in their swift counterattacks, often culminating in just a few passes before the ball reached the opponent's penalty area, even entering the goal itself. This occasion was no different. After Hamsik's interception, he quickly assessed the situation and delivered a precise diagonal pass to Morfeo. Although Morfeo's speed was not particularly quick, his early acceleration allowed him to maintain a lead, and despite the Roma players exerting all their might, they would require time to catch up. Morfeo, not seeking personal glory, skillfully lifted the ball over the outstretched legs of the approaching Roma players, sending it soaring toward the vicinity of the penalty area. Within Roma's box, there were few defenders, including the goalkeeper, totaling merely 4. Regano had already arrived and leaped high into the air. Thud! Despite Roma's goalkeeper, Doni, exerting every effort to make a save, Regano's powerful header found the net, slipping past Doni's fingertips and igniting a flurry of white netting. The cheers from the Parma supporters erupted like a volcanic explosion, startling even the visiting Roma fans with their fervor. At that moment, the television broadcast shifted its focus not only to Regano, the scorer, but also to Li Wei, who was well known for his passionate celebrations following a goal. He would often sprint toward the corner flag to join the scoring Parma players in their jubilation. Undoubtedly, Li Wei's celebratory gestures are perpetually captivating. This occasion is no exception. However, where is Li Wei? The camera panned to the sidelines, yet he was conspicuously absent. Has he joined the players in their jubilation? To our surprise, the Parma players celebrating on the sidelines did not include Li Wei, who typically dons a white tracksuit. Nevertheless, the multitude of cameras on the football pitch allowed the director to swiftly locate the elusive Li Wei. What is Li Wei doing? In front of the broadcast camera, everyone can clearly observe his actions. He is seated on the coaching bench, casually crossing his legs, with his eyelids half closed. When the camera focuses on him, Li Wei's mouth gradually widens in astonishment. Beside him, Pioli can distinctly see that Li Wei has actually yawned. He has truly yawned? What does this mean, Li Wei? Is it indicative that this goal is exceedingly ordinary? So mundane that he finds it tedious? Li Wei is indeed humiliating Rome. Pioli finds it difficult to articulate his emotions. A peculiar sense of bitterness lingers within him. The live broadcaster seized the moment, swiftly capturing a close-up of Li Wei's expression, a prolonged focus that even surpassed the attention given to Regano after he scored a goal. On the television screen, both the ecstatic Parma fans and the disheartened Roman supporters witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The broadcast zoomed in on Li Wei's face, revealing him with closed eyes and an open mouth, taking an elongated yawn. After yawning, Li Wei stretched his arms wide. Was he about to cheer? No. After his yawn, he simply indulged in a leisurely stretch. Judging by his expression, it was a remarkably satisfying stretch. In that fleeting moment, every Roman fan shared a singular thought. This rascal must be doing it on purpose. Indeed, Li Wei was deliberate in his actions. Following Luciano Spalletti's famous remarks at the pre-match press conference, he resolved to thoroughly humiliate Spalletti whenever his team scored. Rome is strong, finished second last season. My Parma faced them, only to be slaughtered. Yet, it is nothing extraordinary. How utterly tedious. Levi yawned and stretched lazily, neglecting to celebrate with those around him, who were equally hesitant to approach him, intimidated by his demeanor. The commentator Bryant harbored a deep disdain for Levi, and upon witnessing him yawn, unleashed a torrent of criticism. Levi was nothing short of a disgrace to the coaching realm, utterly lacking in respect for his opponents. He was a rogue, a scoundrel. I strongly urged the Football Association to bar Levi from the sidelines. Through the large screen at the venue, the fans in attendance caught sight of Levi's yawn, inciting an uproar among them. Furious, some nearby Roma supporters hurled anything they could find at Levi, while a few even attempted to dismantle a chair to throw at him. However, The sturdy Parma chairs were firmly anchored, and the Roma fans were unable to disassemble them. The Parma supporters were incensed. How dare you act so arrogantly on our turf? The Parma boys, the most dedicated fan organization, had their leader, Bernardo, who previously harbored grievances against Li Wei and organized protests outside the club and sit-ins at City Hall. Yet, the former detractors had transformed into mere bystanders, and now, with Li Wei leading Parma to a comeback victory over Torino and a resounding win against AC Milan, they had become ardent supporters. There was no room for the unruly Roma fans. Let's take them down. Bernardo rallied the Parma fans, who surged toward the section occupied by the Roma supporters. The Roma fans were terrified. What the hell? Are you bullies taking advantage of our smaller numbers? Given the generally poor attendance in Serie A, the away fans were sparse. Only about 1,000 Roma fans occupied the Tardini Stadium, while the Parma fans nearly filled every available seat, totaling a staggering 25,000. Fortunately, riot police and security personnel swiftly intervened, restraining the fervent Parma supporters. Even so, the Roma fans were left thoroughly shaken, no longer daring to act brazenly at Tardini Stadium. Chapter 82. Trouble afoot. The atmosphere grew chaotic, prompting the referee to approach the sidelines to admonish Li Wei. Sir, please be mindful of your conduct. Otherwise, I shall have to escort you to the stands. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, What have I done? Is yawning a crime? Since when has yawning become a provocative gesture on the international stage? The referee was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had long been aware of Li Wei's eloquence, today he truly experienced the formidable power of Li Wei's rhetoric. Frustrated, the referee could only turn on his heel and depart. Once the referee had left, Pioli turned to Li Wei and said, Sir, is it wise to be so assertive with the referee? If he holds a grudge against you, and his decisions favor Roma during the match, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. Li Wei let out a cold laugh and remarked, The concessions made by the strong to the weak are acts of kindness, while those made by the weak to the strong signify cowardice. Parma is merely a small team, whereas Roma is a grand establishment, the pride of the capital. Even before the match has commenced, it is already evident that the referee will undoubtedly lean in favor of Roma. At this juncture, yielding serves no purpose. Only a firm stance can instill caution in the referee, ensuring that subsequent decisions do not excessively favor Roma. One must admit, Li Wei possesses an almost profound understanding of human sentiment. As the match resumed, Roma's coach, Luciano Spalletti, was incensed by Li Wei's celebratory antics, nearly bursting with fury. He urged his team to intensify their offensive efforts. Numerous Roma players had viewed Li Wei's yawning gesture on the large screen, and even those who had not witnessed it were informed by their teammates, igniting their rage. With Spalletti's directives in mind, Roma's assault became increasingly ferocious. At this moment, Parma felt an immense pressure. In an effort to disrupt Roma's advances, Parma's players resorted to various minor infractions, particularly intensifying physical confrontations. During the first 20 minutes, the referee frequently penalized Parma players for fouls, but now he refrained from showing favoritism towards Roma. He feared Li Wei's sharp tongue, anticipating incendiary remarks regarding his officiating after the match. In the aftermath of the telephone scandal, unscrupulous media outlets were eagerly hoping for another scandal to arise within the refereeing community to bolster their sales. With the referee now adopting a neutral stance, Luciano Spalletti was left seething with rage. What are you doing? Did you not see that number 13 from Parma commit a foul? Are your eyes blind? That was a blatant shove. If it weren't for the Parma defender's foul on Montella, he would have scored with a header long ago. The head referee on the pitch did not heed Luciano Spalletti's complaints, yet the fourth official was attentive to them. Through his earpiece, he summoned the head referee. With a grave expression, the referee raised a yellow card towards Luciano Spalletti. Infuriated, Spalletti was nearly beside himself, prompting the assistant coach of Roma to swiftly intervene and escort him back to the away team's bench. Had Spalletti's harsh words reached the referee's ears, he might have been issued another yellow card, transforming 2 yellows into a red, thus banishing him to the stands. The Roma players, already fraught with frustration from their inability to score, grew even more agitated upon witnessing their coach receive a yellow card. Seizing the opportunity, Parma launched a rapid counterattack, coming perilously close to scoring. Had it not been for the heroic efforts of Roma's goalkeeper, Doni, who deflected the ball onto the crossbar, Roma's plight would have been even more dire. Ultimately, as the first half drew to a close, Parma failed to extend their lead, while Roma, despite their relentless assaults, could not equalize, leaving Parma momentarily ahead with a score of 1-0. As the halftime whistle blew, Luciano Spalletti's countenance was far from cheerful as he hurriedly departed the away team's bench, making his way back to the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, Li Wei stood at the sidelines, offering a firm pat on the shoulder of each Parma player as they exited the field. Though no words were exchanged, the unspoken sentiment was clear. He imparted his strength to these athletes. Upon returning to the locker room, his first course of action was to commend the entire team's performance. Young players, especially those who are substitutes, require praise rather than criticism. Li Wei possesses a remarkable ability to adjust the mindset of the players. I observed a subtle detail. When their head coach, Luciano Spalletti, left the field, his expression was far from pleasant. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that our performance has inflicted considerable anguish and fury upon them, yet they remain utterly powerless against us. As the second half commences, the adversary's offensive will undoubtedly be fierce. However, this also presents us with a prime opportunity to strike. With but a single counterattack, we can shatter their defensive line. Li Wei surveyed the locker room filled with players. In previous matches, I had no demands of you, but this game is different. I implore you to give your utmost until the final whistle. Let's annihilate Roma. Make it so that Serie A clubs tremble at the mere thought of facing us. All the players of Parma felt a surge of fervor. Annihilate Roma? What has Parma ever possessed such audacity or strength? However, after the first half of the match, they discovered that while Roma was formidable, they were not without their vulnerabilities. Under Li Wei's guidance, perhaps we could indeed vanquish Roma. To dismantle this team that had been so arrogantly boastful prior to the match. Meanwhile, in another locker room, Roma's head coach, Luciano Spalletti, was furiously reprimanding his players for their lackluster performance in the first half. He believed his tactics were sound, regardless of how tight the opposition's defense was. Persistent pressure would surely break their lines. Did not Fiorentina achieve this? He did not consider his offensive prowess inferior to Fiorentina's. In fact, he believed that under his tutelage, Roma's attacking capabilities surpassed theirs. If they failed to meet their objectives, it could only be attributed to the players not giving their all. In the second half, we must intensify our offensive efforts, Luciano Spalletti shouted, shaking his fist at his subordinates. They cannot hold out much longer. If we unleash our full attacking potential, they will soon crumble beneath our onslaught. Just think back to the last match. Fiorentina nearly overwhelmed Parma. And now we face nothing more than Parma's secondary lineup. Could he possibly be inferior to Fiorentina? With their coach's incessant reminders, the players began to feel that perhaps they had not exerted themselves fully in the first half. If they gave their all in the second half, they could surely overpower their opponents. Thus, as the second half commenced, Roma's offensive onslaught intensified beyond that of the first half. They frequently took shots, threatening Parma's goal. This scene caused the watching Parma fans to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Luciano Spalletti sat calmly on the bench, awaiting the good news. Observing Roma's waves of attacks, he was confident that it would not be long before they breached Parma's defenses. Although Roma did not perceive Parma as a serious contender for the title, it was undeniable that with 2 victories and 1 defeat, Roma stood third in the rankings, while Parma, boasting 2 victories and 1 draw, led the league with a superior goal difference, placing them above Inter Milan. To see Parma, a relegation-threatened team, positioned atop the standings was undeniably disconcerting. Moreover, defeating Parma would not only allow them to pull themselves up from the depths of despair, but also secure a full 3 points, compensating for the recent 0-1 loss to Inter Milan at home. His thoughts were lofty, yet he remained oblivious to the widening gaps in his team's defense. As the center-backs advanced higher, seemingly eager to join the offensive forays, the players of Parma held immense admiration for their young coach, who had cautioned them during halftime that in the initial 5 minutes of the second half, Roma's assault would be particularly fierce, urging them to be exceptionally vigilant to avoid conceding a goal. Simultaneously, this presented an opportunity. If the chance was favorable, they would not hesitate to seize it. As they defended, these players observed the Roma center-backs pushing forward, leaving a vast expanse behind them. Such an opportunity seemed ripe for exploitation. The Australian Grella intercepted the ball and passed it to his teammate Hamsik ahead. Although Modric was absent, Hamsik adeptly filled Modric's pivotal role, exhibiting a greater audacity to advance. Hamsik evaded a Roma defender and delivered the ball to the feet of the forward, Rigan. Meanwhile, Di Natale and Morfeo surged forward at high speed, with the 2 fullbacks racing down the flanks. Parma transitioned from defense to attack in an instant. The rapidity of this shift left Roma's coach, Luciano Spalletti, utterly astonished. Italian teams often favor defensive strategies, and those skilled in counterattacks are numerous. Over his extensive coaching career, Spalletti has encountered countless teams adept in defensive counterplay. However, the swift and decisive transition of Parma was unprecedented in his experience. A wave of panic surged within him. This apprehension rapidly spread, prompting him to leap from his seat and rush to the sideline. It was at that moment he realized that in his fervent emphasis on offense, he had left a vast expanse of vulnerability in his defense. This was dire. Chapter 83. The unbreakable speed. Parma's offensive strategy is hardly intricate, lacking the multifaceted, layered approach of Roma's formation. This disparity is one of the reasons why Roma's head coach, Luciano Spalletti, harbors envy towards Li Wei. Despite achieving victories, his team style is graceful, while media attention overwhelmingly gravitates towards Li Wei, the so-called prodigal son. Spalletti perceives Li Wei's football as utterly grotesque, eliciting a visceral aversion upon mere glance. In stark contrast to Roma, Parma's attack is indeed simplistic. Upon regaining possession, they promptly pass the ball to their core players, Modric or Hamsik, when opportunity arises. Otherwise, their full-backs or even center-backs resort to long passes aimed at the forwards. Once the forwards receive the ball, they swiftly direct it towards the flanks, where the pacey wingers launch their incursions. Depending on the situation, they either cut in for a shot or deliver a cross. There is no seamless interplay of short passes. Typically, after 2 or 3 touches, they execute a potent shot at goal. This tactic, while ordinary and lacking in finesse, possesses a singular characteristic: speed. As the adage goes, in the realm of martial prowess, only speed is unassailable. Take this offensive maneuver. For instance, nearly all of Parma's players spring into action. In one moment, 10 players are defending, and in the next, 5 surge forward with remarkable decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. This sudden shift catches Roma's players off guard. They falter and lose their composure, failing to organize their defensive line in time. From his vantage point on the sidelines, Luciano Spalletti perceives the unfolding events with clarity. He rises abruptly from his seat and witnesses Hamsik delivering the ball to the towering Regano. Roma's full-back, Cassetti, finds himself in a precarious situation, uncertain whether to cautiously maintain distance from Regano or to engage him directly. The former is a safer option, while the latter is a gamble. Should he fail to contain Regano, Roma's already fragile defense would face imminent collapse. Before Cassetti can finalize his decision, Regano has already pivoted and passed the ball into the open space on his right. Cassetti immediately races towards the ball, yet another player outpaces him. Mofio, the once $20 million man. His speed may not be exceptional, but he has already reached his peak velocity, having surged ahead long before, making him incomparable to the still starting Cassetti. Mofio effortlessly beats Cassetti to the ball, seizing it and charging towards the penalty area. At this moment, only 2 Roma defenders stand before Mofio: the center-back Mexes and former Parma captain Ferrari, who views Li Wei as a rival. Ferrari bellows, charging forth with fierce determination. At present, Ferrari is consumed by rage, prepared to do whatever it takes to keep Morpheus here, even resorting to reckless fouls. In his heart, me felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, sensing impending disaster. Indeed, before Ferrari could arrive, Morpheus deftly flicked his right foot, delivering a lethal cross. The football effortlessly slipped past the unstoppable Ferrari, landing behind me. This was no longer a mere sense of dread. It had manifested into a genuine calamity. The stands erupted with the eager cheers of Parma supporters, convinced that this goal was inevitable, certain that a Parma player would soon appear behind me. As anticipated, when Morpheus delivered the pass, Di Natale surged forward like a specter, charging in. Me exerted every ounce of effort to chase back, but it was futile. By the time he turned around, Di Natale had already turned his back to him and executed a decisive shot. The football sailed unerringly into the net. At that moment, Luciano Spalletti had yet to fully comprehend the scenario. From Hamsik's interception to the football finding its way into Roma's goal, only 3 passes were exchanged, and the entire sequence took less than 15 seconds. It was indeed a lightning-fast goal. Such goals have become a hallmark of Parma's recent scoring style. Luciano Spalletti stood frozen on the sidelines, aware of Parma's swift attacks, recognizing the directness with which they transitioned from defense to offense. However, having previously relied on media reports and match footage to understand the team, he believed he had grasped their characteristics. Now, As he stood there watching the jubilant Parma players celebrate, he realized he had significantly underestimated the speed at which this team could launch an attack and score. A splendid counterattack, swift as the wind. In the blink of an eye, Di Natale had thrust the football into the net. Parma had taken a 2-goal lead at home. It seemed that in this direct confrontation with Roma, Parma would emerge victorious. Commentator Bryant could no longer dismiss Parma under the leadership of Li Wei. He had previously ridiculed the flamboyant chairman and his team during Li Wei's debut match. However, he now found himself compelled to reassess his stance towards Li Wei, for the audience invariably favors winners. While Bryant could critique the victors, he could not do so indefinitely, lest he jeopardize his own career. Now, he had to commend Li Wei and Parma to atone for his earlier misjudgments. The team, once a relegation battler for 3 consecutive seasons, had undergone a remarkable transformation under Li Wei's guidance. Following a hard-fought draw against Fiorentina in the previous round, had it been any of Parma's former coaches, a string of defeats would have surely awaited them. Yet under his leadership, the team had swiftly regained its composure. They had taken a lead in the crucial clash against Roma in the standings. It is far more than a mere 2-goal lead. In this match, we witnessed the meticulous execution of Coach Li Wei's tactical directives by the Parma players, a testament to his firm control over the team. Contrary to media speculation regarding a rift between club president Li Wei and head coach Pioli, which purportedly left the players in a state of anxiety, the broadcast cleverly captured a close-up of Li Wei embracing Pioli in celebration. Yet, there was a hint of bittersweetness in Pioli's smile. He has evidently begun to perceive the widening gap between himself and Li Wei. When players approached to celebrate, they chose to embrace Li Wei, the assistant coach, rather than Pioli, the official head coach. The broadcast subtly conveyed to viewers the pivotal role of Li Wei in Parma's remarkable transformation. Chapter 84. Destined for football, it is truly astonishing that a man who has never played professional football or coached any professional team, with only a brief 3-month tenure at an amateur club to his name, could be perceived as knowledgeable about the game. Yet under his stewardship, Parma has undergone a radical metamorphosis. Even now, we find ourselves questioning the true nature of this individual. I believe that within the European football coaching realm, a supernova is rapidly ascending. Bryant expressed his awe. The Parma supporters in the stands chanted the name of their team and celebrated the goalscorer, their captain Di Natale. However, the leader of the Parma boys, Bernardo, was fervently calling out Li Wei's name. Of course, his solitary voice was but a whisper compared to the chorus of 25,000. Yet he believed that one day, the cheers of those 25,000 would resonate in unison with his own. Amidst the thunderous roars of the Parma fans, Roma's head coach Luciano Spalletti wore a grim expression. He stormed to the sidelines, shouting at his dispirited players, "Attack! Continue the offensive! We must equalize swiftly." However, beyond his exhortations, he found himself devoid of effective strategies to breach Parma's formidable defense. Regardless of how his team passed the ball, Parma's lines stood resolutely, refusing to yield any vulnerabilities. Thus, he could only urge his players to intensify their assault, hoping the sheer volume might lead to a breakthrough. Yet, Parma remained unperturbed by such unrefined bombardments. As the match resumed, Roma's offensive surged with even greater ferocity, but Parma's defense stood firm against the onslaught. Moreover, after repelling wave after wave of Roma's fervent attacks, the players remained steadfast, recalling Li Wei's words from the locker room. They sought to annihilate Roma. As the match progressed, the Roma team grew increasingly agitated, and with the end of the game looming, they remained unable to score. Many players ceased to cooperate, placing their hopes solely on their individual abilities. Instead of passing to teammates and seeking collaboration, they opted for direct breakthroughs or long-range shots. The disarray was not confined to the players. Their coach, Luciano Spalletti, was equally flustered. With just 15 minutes remaining, he hastily substituted 3 attacking players, hoping for a final surge. However, this decision merely provided Parma with greater opportunities. Ultimately, in the 82nd minute, Parma capitalized on Roma's desperate offensive push, replicating their first goal. This decisive strike extinguished any remaining hopes for Roma, prompting them to abandon their futile struggle. Despite Coach Spalletti's anxious pacing along the sidelines, the outcome was beyond redemption. It was indeed ironic, for prior to the match, Luciano Spalletti had proclaimed his singular focus, to win by several goals against Parma. We all understood to whom this statement was directed. Yet, gazing at the scoreboard and then reflecting on his words incited uncontrollable laughter. It seems that for quite some time, Luciano Spalletti would be unable to shake off this mockery. Commentator Bryant, known for his sharp tongue and penchant for sarcasm, did not miss the opportunity to ridicule Spalletti. This was his style. He delighted in disparaging anyone, as evidenced by his previous jabs at Li Wei. Given the current circumstances, mocking Spalletti seemed a far more prudent choice than targeting Li Wei. The journalists in the media area, witnessing Di Natale score his second goal, which marked the third for the match, realized that the outcome was no longer in doubt. The only remaining suspense was whether Parma would score again in the dwindling minutes. The journalists were quite displeased, as they had been subtly cheering for Roma throughout the match. Their support did not stem from fandom for Roma or admiration for coach Luciano Spalletti. Rather, it was due to Roma's opponent being Parma, led by Li Wei. Only with a Parma defeat could their previous newspaper assertions be vindicated. They relished the prospect of Li Wei's misfortune, knowing that when his team faltered, he would be compelled to concede under pressure. Alas, fate did not favor their desires, and their hopes were ultimately dashed. Li Wei not only avoided defeat, but also secured a crucial victory in a pivotal match. After a challenging draw against Fiorentina, he faced Roma merely 4 days later. Parma not only withstood this grueling schedule, but remarkably regained their winning form, serving as the finest rebuttal to media skepticism. Consequently, the demeanor of the journalists was far from cheerful. Following Di Natale's goal, an unsettling silence enveloped the media section, starkly contrasting with the jubilant Parma supporters around them. In the past, they might have lamented their misfortune, akin to how Li Wei's team staged a comeback against Torino. However, now they recognized that Parma's triumph was not a stroke of luck, but a testament to their inherent strength. They were puzzled as to how this young, affluent playboy could orchestrate such a monumental transformation in Parma. It seemed implausible for a novice, who indulged in revelry, to achieve such feats. Yet Li Wei accomplished it. Time and again, he succeeded. He possessed a unique charisma on the football field, as if he were destined to stand on the sidelines, exuding confidence. As if he were born to belong to the world of football. The journalists in the press box were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Ultimately, Li Wei undoubtedly triumphed over Roma, and the players adhered to his directives, intensifying their offensive efforts after 82 minutes. They pushed the battle into the already chaotic half of Roma, where Lugano showcased his prowess, delivering a goal and an assist in the final 10 minutes, leading Parma to a resounding 5-0 victory over Roma. However, not everything unfolded smoothly on the football pitch. During the stoppage time, in the 91st minute, Lugano nudged the ball with his head towards Morfeo, who galloped in and sent the ball into the net. Yet, at that moment, the defender Ferrari lunged in recklessly, crashing into Morfeo, who had no time to evade the incoming tackle. He was thrown to the ground, rolling several times and clutching his leg in agony. Li Wei was enraged, vowing to make Ferrari pay for his actions. However, at this moment, what was he doing? The match was still ongoing. He needed to regain his composure. The broadcast camera quickly focused on Li Wei, but to everyone's astonishment, he was attempting to persuade the Parma players who were besieging Ferrari. Is this truly Li Wei? Is this the same Li Wei who was never afraid of trouble or the complications that followed? Surely, I cannot be mistaken. Is it true that Li Wei does not have a twin brother? Not only the media, but even Pioli was taken aback. Upon witnessing Ferrari's foul, he immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He rushed over, intending to intervene with Li Wei. During the match, coaches are prohibited from stepping onto the pitch. Should they do so, it often results in a red card, and there may even be subsequent suspensions. However, as Pioli dashed onto the field, he realized that his presence seemed somewhat unnecessary. Li Wei remained more composed than he had anticipated. The referee promptly issued a red card to Ferrari. With a disdainful smirk, Ferrari spat on the ground and turned to leave. The surrounding Parma players surged toward him, their tempers flaring. Although the Roma players were displeased with Ferrari's irrational foul, he was ultimately their teammate, prompting them to immediately intervene against the Parma players. While the players refrained from engaging in a full-blown altercation, they exchanged heated words and engaged in pushing shoves. The referee's whistle echoed continuously across the pitch, as he issued yellow cards to Parma's Rigan and Roma's Tati and Mexes, thereby calming the players' tempers. On the sidelines, Li Wei observed Morfeo being escorted back by medical personnel, his face contorted in pain, his voice trembling. "Sir, is my foot broken?" Li Wei comforted. "Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. You shall recover swiftly." The equipment on the field was insufficient to fully treat Morpheus's injuries, only capable of providing preliminary care for his wounds. Li Wei inquired about the condition of Morfeo, who had been attended to by the team doctor. "Has he sustained a bone injury?" The doctor, with a grave expression, replied, "It is certain that there is a bone injury. At this moment, it is difficult to ascertain whether it is a minor fracture or merely a crack. We will only know after an x-ray at the hospital. The only information I can convey to you, sir, is that in the most optimistic scenario, Morpheo will require a month of rest." Li Wei, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "We guarantee the finest treatment. If the medical care in Italy proves inadequate, we shall transfer him to Germany or the United States." The team doctor nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave, as he needed to accompany Morpheo to the hospital for further examinations, ensuring the player received the best possible care. Meanwhile, the tumult on the field had subsided. As Roma resumed play, striker Montella passed the ball to Totti, at which point the referee promptly blew the whistle, bringing an abrupt end to the intense match. The relationship between Parma and Roma had always been rather ordinary, neither particularly good nor bad. However, it was evident that following this match, their rapport would deteriorate significantly, evolving into one characterized by a fierce, unrelenting rivalry. The media, on the other hand, was in high spirits, brimming with excitement. There was an abundance of newsworthy material from this match, from Li Wei yawning to the commotion among the fans in the stands, and the malicious foul committed by Ferrari against Morpheo on the pitch. Each of these moments would have been worthy of front-page coverage in the sports section on any other day. Yet this single match had produced 3 such captivating stories. Which one would claim the coveted front page? It was indeed a delightful dilemma. Oh, but there was another delightful dilemma awaiting them: the interview with Li Wei. Although he had refrained from rushing to confront Ferrari with a couple of swift punches after the latter's foul on Morpheo, no one would genuinely believe that this rogue had truly turned over a new leaf. He was undoubtedly concealing a hidden agenda, perhaps even preparing a grand revelation for the reporters. Once the match concluded, journalists flocked to the press room, filling it to capacity. It was not only the reporters present at the match who had hurried over. Those who received the news later also rushed to attend, including crews from 2 television stations, armed with cameras and equipment. However, the head coaches of Parma and Roma did arrive: Luciano Spalletti of Roma and Stefano Pioli of Parma. Indeed, the genuine coaches. Li Wei, that scoundrel. How could he not emerge for an interview at such a time? Journalists found themselves nostalgically reminiscing about the detestable countenance of Li Wei, now conspicuously absent. However, they soon discovered that Pioli could, at times, exhibit a certain charm. Sitting calmly on stage, Pioli addressed the audience. "I am aware that you will undoubtedly inquire about the whereabouts of our chairman and why he is not present at the post-match press conference. The chairman is currently occupied. Immediately following the match, he went to the hospital to visit the injured Parma players, and later this evening, he has a date in Milan. As you know, the chairman is a person who maintains strict standards, both for himself and others. With a crucial match for Parma's European fate looming in just 4 days, he could only spare today for his date, dedicating himself entirely to preparing for the UEFA Europa League qualifiers." A date? In Milan? The answer was all too apparent. The journalists, suddenly invigorated as if injected with adrenaline, began to barrage him with questions. "Is Li Wei's date with Ferrari's girlfriend, Ida Jespica? Can you divulge any details about the chairman's romantic interest?" Yet, Pioli seemed unfazed by their inquiries. After revealing this significant information, he shrugged and remarked, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything further, as that pertains to personal privacy. Furthermore, I do not concern myself with the chairman's private life and know nothing of his date." Many journalists glared at Pioli in disapproval. Indeed, it seemed that anyone associated with Li Wei transformed into a villain. One could hardly recall how innocent Pioli once was, a mere child, nervously facing our questions and cautiously responding to each one, fearful of offending the press. How unlike now, when he resembled a diminished version of Li Wei. Chapter 86. This man is toxic. Parma and Milan are 2 cities not far apart. The distance from the center of Parma to the city of Milan is approximately 130 kilometers, a journey of about 1 hour and 40 minutes by car. Li Wei accelerated the vehicle to a staggering speed of 120 miles per hour, reaching the city of Milan from Parma in nearly just 1 hour. Li Wei took out his phone and dialed a number that had been saved in his contacts for nearly a month, yet had never been dialed before. "Benedict? It's me. Ida, where are you? I have a surprise for you." Ida Jespica provided an address and then chuckled. "Just receiving your call is surprise enough." Li Wei drove past a flower shop and paused, stating, "Then I shall present you with an even greater surprise. Until we meet again. How did you come to the city of Milan?" Ida Jespica inquired, but Li Wei had already ended the call. Ida Jespica furrowed her brow and picked up the phone once more, though this time she was not dialing Li Wei, but rather contacting someone else. Half an hour later, Li Wei arrived at the location provided by ACteam, a beautifully situated club, where ACteam's task for the day was to conduct a photo shoot. Li Wei had just parked his car outside the entrance of the club when he saw ACteam clad in a tantalizingly elegant dress. Descending the steps with a radiant smile, Li Wei opened the car door and retrieved a bouquet of elegant yet stunning flowers. "These are for you." ACteam accepted the roses with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, Blue Enchantress, how did you know I adored this type of rose?" Levi closed the car door with a smile and inquired, "Do you know the language of flowers?" ACteam rolled her eyes at him and replied, "In this regard, I possess a far greater knowledge than you. The blue rose symbolizes pure love and the kindness of a generous heart." As she spoke of the 2 blue roses he had gifted her, Aida's enchanting gaze met Levi's, her voice dripping with allure as she continued, "Our encounter is a matter of destiny. The convergence of our souls evokes an inexhaustible romantic sentiment. Are you perhaps pursuing me? Or is this simply an act of revenge against Ferrari?" Levi was not taken aback by ACteam's awareness of the events that transpired on the football field today. In this era of advanced information dissemination, news can be gleaned through media outlets and newspapers. Moreover, ACteam's profession undoubtedly grants her access to information far earlier than the average person. Levi recalled that, in addition to being a model, ACteam was also a female broadcaster. Li Wei was not embarrassed by the revelation of his innermost darkness. Instead, he smiled with composure and remarked, "It's merely a meal." ACteam, her alluring red lips pursed in contemplation, replied, "Very well, but I shall choose the venue." "In truth, had you not mentioned it, I was already inclined to let you decide, for I have only just arrived in Italy. To say that I am unfamiliar with Milan would be an understatement. Even Parma is still quite foreign to me." Li Wei chuckled. Li Wei, with a cheerful demeanor, assisted ACteam into the passenger seat and gently closed the door. His gaze drifted towards a concealed location, a fleeting smile of satisfaction gracing his face. There, 2 journalists he had hired were hidden from view. The dining establishment was of an exquisite caliber, and the journalists he had employed lacked the means to gain entry. Li Wei found no surprise in this. His intentions diverged from those of ACteam. While he sought vengeance against Ferrari, his approach was not as ruthless as she might have imagined. As anticipated, ACteam politely declined Li Wei's offer to escort her home. Li Wei did not insist. He simply shrugged and said, "Very well. I shall accompany you until the driver arrives before we depart." Li Wei exhibited no signs of entanglement. However, when the driver summoned by ACteam arrived, he escorted her into the vehicle and departed without uttering a single word. Ida, rolling down the car window, gazed at Li Wei's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. This man possesses an intoxicating allure. The following day, the news was ablaze with sensational stories. Aside from Parma's resounding 5-0 victory over Roma and Ferrari's malicious foul, Li Wei's also made headlines. But another explosive story emerged. A man was reportedly seen clandestinely meeting with Ferrari's girlfriend, the sultry broadcaster ACteam, with speculation swirling around the identity of this man being none other than Li Wei, the president of Parma. Speculation regarding Li Wei and ACteam had been circulating for 2 weeks, only to be swiftly quelled by Li Wei's public relations efforts. Yet, the current situation seemed markedly different. Photographs had been covertly disseminated under Li Wei's direction, featuring a man whose visage was obscured. However, the vehicle in the images remained unaltered, clearly identifiable as a Maserati Quattroporte. Priced at $2 million, such a luxury automobile is not within reach for everyone. Moreover, the license plate was registered in Parma, leading many to ponder whether this man could indeed be Li Wei. An additional crucial point was that Pioli had previously remarked that Li Wei's absence from the press conference was due to a date. Coincidentally, at this very juncture, ACteam appeared to be on a rendezvous, connecting the threads of this mystery. The next day, reporters eagerly arrived at the Collecchio training facility, only to be met with the stoic expression of the gatekeeper, who informed them that the team was on holiday, with only head coach Pioli and a few assistants present. As for the president, that remained uncertain. Who could say if he would be in the office? The bustling reporters were left with no choice but to station a few at the Collecchio training base while the rest scattered in search of Li Wei. Some astute journalists sought out ACteam, who was far easier to locate than Li Wei and was quite open to interviews. However, the reporter soon realized that this Venezuelan model was no ordinary interviewee. When probed about the man who professed his love to her the previous night, she calmly replied, Is that man Li Wei? I cannot disclose that. When questioned about any rifts in her relationship with Ferrari, she stated, perhaps, everyone needs time to reflect. Such situations often arise in romantic relationships. The reporters could only extract vague responses, failing to uncover the truth they sought.